Wasteland of Flint, written by Thomas Harlan, read to you by Chatterbox TTS. From the Annales of Wasteland. In the beginning was the first sun, for water was its sign. It was called the Son of Water, for water covered the world, leaving nothing but dragonflies above and fishy-men below. The second son was born, and Bull's people led that Satan's telling was born inspiration. For jaguar was its sign. This was called the Son of the Jaguars. In this sun, the heavens collapsed, so that the sun could not move in its course. The world darkened, and when all was dark, then the people were devoured. The giants perished, giving life to the third son. 4. Rain was its sign. I know two want to know, every two over making side. It was called the Son of Rain. For this sun rained fire from bleeding eyes, and the people were consumed, tupping your deucing as convent others. From the torrent of burning stones, the fourth son was born. 4. Wind was its sign, and it was called the Son of Wind. In this sun, all which stood on the earth was carried away by terrible winds. The people were turned into monkeys and scattered from their cities into the forest. Now, by sacrifice of the divine liquid, the fifth sun was born. Its sign was for motion. As the sun moved following a course, the ancients called it the Son of Motion. In the time of this sun, there were great earthquakes and famine. No maize grew, and the gods of the field turned their eyes from the people, and all the people grew thin and perished. The Lord of heaven cut the heart from his living son, and so was born the sixth son, which sustains the universe with infinite light. Its sign was for Flint. Those who watch the sky say this sun will end in annihilation when the flint knife severs the birth cord of the sun, plunging all into darkness, where the people will be cut to pieces and scattered. This is the time of the sixth sun. Wasteland of Flint. The Great Eastern Basin, Ephesus, EII, in the Hittite sector. The Gagarin sped out of the east, engines running hot, heavy night air hissing under 30-meter wings. Though the sky behind the little ultralight was still pitch black, the dawn wind was already beginning to rise, stirring the air. It was very cold, worse for the wind whipping through the airframe. Rosowski's goggles were rimmed with frost, and her suit's rebreather left a white smear of CO2 ice across a cargo bag stowed behind the seat. Kilometers of sand blurred past beneath the Gagarin. Ahead, hidden in night but standing out sharply on her vid-eye, the escarpment shut off the horizon. Tiny green glyphs bobbed at the corner of her vision as a micro-radar taped to the forward wing surface measured and remeasured the height of the cliffs. The mechanism was resetting every second, unable to resolve the summit. Down on the deck, where a vast soda-piped field slept among night-shrouded dunes, a haze of fine dust was beginning to lift, stirred by the wind's invisible fingers. The Gagarin droned on, long silver wings glowing softly in the darkness, engines chuckling as they burned hydrogen and spat out fine trailing corkscrews of ice crystal. Rosowski's vid-eye flashed, alerting her to a break in the horizon. An annotation flipped up, showing a snatch of recorded video, flinty cliffs in harsh white sunlight. Blinking in annoyance, her face grim, Rosowski banished the note. She drifted the stick left, and the Gagarin heeled over. The ultralight banked, sweeping over a knife blade of red sand rising 300 meters from the nominal bottom of the basin. As Gagarin rose over the dune, she goosed the engines, wary of treacherous winds coiling close to the mountains. Now she could feel the enormous mass of the escarpment, looming darkness against a sky riotous with stars. The mountain range rose up endlessly and ran left and right to the edge of sight. She could feel the ocean of air around the ultralight changing, the quiet stillness of deep night falling away, disturbed by currents, eddies, and whirlpools tugging and pressing at the wings. The mouth of the slot loomed up, 100 meters wide, an abrupt fissure cut into the mountain. Sweat beaded on her neck and along her spine, but the moisture wicked away into the skin suit so quickly Rosofsky did not chill. The radar threw back a confused jumble of images, trying to resolve the jagged cliffs and boulders at the mouth of the slot. She blinked twice, and the radar image folded up and away. She clucked her tongue once, then twice. Her goggles gleamed and light amp faded back for a second. She flew blind, the Gagarin winging into the slot, her hands light on the stick, keeping the ultralight centered between the cliffs. Another tongue cluck. Along the tips of the wings, phosphors woke to life, throwing a diffuse, soft, white light over the flinty walls rushing past. The goggles adjusted automatically, and Rosofsky could see again. A rumpled floor of broken scree, cockeyed temple-sized boulders and blown sand whipped past below her boots. Walls hemmed her in to either side, kilometers high and relentless, all jagged surfaces and overhangs. The whine of the engines rose, reverberating in the thickening air. A low hissing sound began to grow behind her in the east. The planet's air was thin, though a human could stand outside without a zubsuit. She would need a compressor and a filter to breathe, but it was possible. Such thin air exacerbated the planetary weather, making the wind and sky a menace to man and machine alike. In some places, like against the world-girdling ring of the escarpment, a storm roared at every dawn as the rising sun heated the atmosphere and pressed it against an impassable barrier. Slot canyons cut through the escarpment, knife-blade thin in comparison to the bulk of the mountain range. Gusts darted down the slot, and Rosofsky felt the Gagarin twist and flex in the air. Her chrono said she had 15 minutes before the sun actually peeked over the eastern horizon. By then, a gale would be howling in the canyon, spitting sand, rock, and gravel westward like a cannon at 300 or 400 km. The craft bucked, riding up on an eddy, and Rosofsky's fingers gentled the aircraft back, away from the looming cliff. The wingtip, still glowing white, danced away from an obsidian wall, almost brushing against the ancient stone. Rosofsky corrected with unconscious grace. Ahead, a slab jutted nearly a third of the way across the canyon. Its eastern face was worn smooth as glass, a sweeping ebon wall rising up from the rubble. Rosofsky's left hand brushed over the pressure control. Hydrogen hissed through fuel tubes running over her head. The wings stiffened, pressure rising. Motors whined and both airfoils levered up into a V. Gagarin slowed dramatically. The ultralight swept past the slab, wing lights reflecting in an inky mirror. Beyond the monolith, there was a curving bowl of sand and the vid-eye flashed urgently. Rosofsky glanced over and saw a sharp angle in the darkness, distinct against the irregular wall of the canyon. She dropped the wings back level, then air-braked as the ultralight started to gain speed and drifted the stick to her right. Gagarin slowed into a stall. Hissing softly through clenched teeth, Rosofsky feathered the engines and let the wheels touch down. A bump, a queasy sliding moment, and the Gagarin slid to a halt on hard-packed sand. Rosofsky unfolded herself from the chair, thumbing loose her restraints, each motion quick and assured. Her left leg started to cramp, but she went stiff-legged for a moment, moving jerkily, letting the muscle relax, working swiftly. Acutely conscious of grains of mica and sand pattering down out of the dark sky above her, she triggered one sand anchor with a tunk, then leaned back into the cockpit frame and threw a switch-glyphed fold. The wings trembled in response, then began to deflate. Hydrogen hissing back into the reserve tank behind and under the seat. The P-cell battery in the main wing joint woke up with a click, and the controls dimmed in preparation for system shutdown. While Gagarin folded up, Rosofsky dragged her pack down from above the H2 tank and slung it onto her wiry shoulders. She was not a big woman, not and fly a mid-class ultralight like the Gagarin, but she had a lean strength and endless endurance. The pack conformed to her back, belt strap sliding around her flat waist like warm hands. A sharp tug freed the winch from the forward centerline strut. Monofill line whined out of the spool as she backed toward the right-angled darkness in the cliff face. In the fading light of the wing phosphors, the rock glowed a pasty green. The angle stood out clear and sharp. Half of a trapezoidal opening, faced with cut stone, a door, yawned in the side of the cliff. Rosofsky nodded to herself, unsurprised. Ephesus had been a dead, shattered world for millennia, but something had lived here once. Dust was blowing past now, clouding the air. Hurrying, she climbed up into the opening, then flicked a glow bean inside. Pale blue light spilled out like milk from a fallen pail. There was a chamber, a big one, with a canted floor and more sand. It seemed big enough for the ultralight. Stepping carefully around the edge of the chamber, one hand on the smooth, sloping wall, Rosovsky slapped the winch patch onto the wall opposite the door. Outside, the Gagarin was beginning to rock from side to side as wind began to stir in the sandy bowl. Rosovsky counted to 5, then ran back to the door. At the side of the ultralight, she ratcheted the sand anchor back in, then stabbed the winch control. The little motor woke up with a tinny sound and began to reel in the monofill. Sliding on its landing skids, the Gagarin bumped up into the door. Rosovsky paced behind the aircraft, then put her shoulder against the aft cargo door, pushing. Wind-blown sand began to hiss against her back. Breathing hard into her mask, she shoved the Gagarin into the chamber. On the smoother sand inside, the winch continued to whine until the nose of the aircraft touched the opposite wall. Rosovsky ducked in, her head turned away from the canyon. The wind was rising to a monstrous howl, and the lee of the jutting slab was filling with a swirling dance of dust, sand, and fingertip-sized gravel. Working swiftly, she uncoiled a length of fill tube from her belt, then tacked it along one side of the half-buried door. At the top of the tube was a thumb tab. Snapping the tab down and away across her body with a sharp motion, Rosovsky unfurled the filament screen and dragged the gelatinous material against the opposing jamb. Pressing firmly, she ran the thumb tab down the side of the door. The material sheened pearl for a moment, then stiffened. Dust and sand rattled against the polymer, skittering away from the charged filaments. Carefully, Rosovsky used the thumb tab to seal off all the edges and corners. By the time she was done, the rattle of sand was a constant drumming. Rosovsky flicked another glow bean against the ceiling where it spattered and stuck, making a spray of cold cobalt stars. Despite a sudden feeling of exhaustion, the woman moved around the ultralight, checking the exposed surfaces for cracks, wear, or abrasions in the silvery composite. The dust on Ephesus had incredibly corrosive properties. At the starboard engine, she paused, clicking her teeth together, her goggles dialed up high into the ultraviolet, revealing the faint glow of pitting on the intake nacelle. Shaking her head in disgust, Rosovsky removed her helmet and the overgoggles, revealing high cheekbones and a seamed, weathered face. She was not young, and the hot sky of Ephesus had given her a steadily deepening tan. Clipping the helmet and goggles to the back of her belt, Rosovsky adjusted her bug eyes. It was dangerous to leave the moist human eye exposed to the raw air of Ephesus, and took the big V-cam from a flat pouch on her left thigh. Wrecker! Cough! Rosovsky cleared her throat, tasting bitter alkali. She unclipped the suit's drinking tube and took a swallow. Her fingers dug into a pocket on her Z-suit, and she popped a round, polished stone into her mouth. When her throat had cleared, she started again, recording inside a manufactured structure at the eastern end of Slot Canyon 12. She raised the V-cam and slowly panned around, pausing on the door. By now, the sun would have risen in the east, but the canyon outside was still pitch black. The wind was still rising, making the monofill membrane in the doorway shudder. Completing her slow turn, she walked away from the Gagarin to the edge of the light thrown by the glow beans. The chamber ended in a slick, glassy wall. There was another trapezoidal door cut into the rock. One-handed, she kept the V-cam up while she flicked a glow bean into the passage. More blue light filled the space, a corridor with slanted walls matching the angle of the door. It ended no more than a dozen meters away, abruptly, in rough, uneven extrusion. Frowning with concern, how queerly even. Rosovsky advanced gingerly across a glassy, slick floor. The rock here, like that throughout the escarpment, was Ephesus's particular trademark, a jumbled, compressed, mangled aggregate of sandstone, rhyolite, granite, and flint. She paused at the irregular wall, staring into another chamber opening off to her right. "Ha! Krasivaya bevushka!" Rosovsky's faded sapphire eyes crinkled up in a broad smile. Her fingers were trembling a little as she set the V-cam down on the sandy floor, letting the camera adjust itself level so it could record the wall in detail. Kneeling, she ran gloved fingers over the rumpled, irregular surface. There were whorls and lumps and patterns familiar in kind, if not in detail, to her experienced eyes. Here, a fluted shape, the outlines of stalk-like legs, a curled shell. There, the echo of flat-pressed reeds and tiny nut-like cysts. Limestone, the muddy floor of a primordial Ephesian ocean. The wall rose up at a queer angle, obviously trapped in the greater matrix of the mountain. Rosofsky rose, picked up the V-cam and panned it around, showing the way the passage ended at the shale. A gray eyebrow rose, seeing a set of cylindrical objects scattered near the wall. Rosofsky bent down, examining one. They seemed to be stone, or crusted with ancient fossilized earth. There were 3 of them, regular in length and width. Sucking cautiously on the stone in her mouth, Rosofsky backed away, still recording with the V-cam, and then walked carefully back to the ultralight. The smooth, almost mirror-smooth tunnel floor could have been cut with a plasma torch. She was exhausted and hungry from the long night flight. After choking down a 3-square bar, Rosofsky drank some more water and lay down on the sand under the Gagarin. The suit kept her body temperature within a survivable range and was far too much trouble to shed. The glow beams were beginning to die, letting soft darkness steal back into the chamber. Rosofsky tugged a folded woolen blanket from under the seat of the ultralight and tucked it under her head. Faded red, orange, and black stripes made a repeating series of pyramids on the blanket. The wool was scratchy on her cheek, and the woman closed her eyes and fell asleep. The storm beyond the door roared like a distant sea. Sitsiphon Station, the edge of Imperial May XIA. Space. Porluma, Flight 62, Squawk. Boarding for Porluma. Gretchen Anderson pushed through a heavy crowd, cursing her lack of height. The receiving bay of the station was hundreds of meters wide and at least 60 high, but the crowd of hot, sweaty, strange-smelling beings made her claustrophobic. The booming, distorted voice of a station controller announcing departing flights made the air tremble. Gretchen wiped her forehead, turning sideways to slide past 2 huge Krumak. Their scaly, pebbled skin smelled like juniper pine resin, but the sharp tang was not welcome, not in this heat. The crowd began to thin, though when she stepped out of a milling group of Incan tourists, all in plaid and tartan and bonny caps with white carnations, she saw a power fence separating the landing bays and their high-vaulted tunnels from the exit doors. The whole huge mob of passengers was funneling down into 6 gates, each labeled by caste or nation. Gretchen stopped, standing in the middle of the grimy floor, and put down her bags. A migraine was beginning to tick behind her left eye. Why is there always a line? Looking up, she frowned, seeing the first-class receiving bay above, half visible through arching metal girders. There, in cool, scented air, slidewalks were conveying parties of rich Imperials through station customs. Their glittering feather capes flashed and shimmered with rainbow hues and shining jungle colors. Smiling, dark-suited servants carried traveling bags, sleepy children, cold drinks for their masters. One of the nobles, glossy black hair trailing down below her waist, earrings flashing gold in a soft white light, looked down. Gretchen stared back at the Mexico woman, then grimaced politely when the imperial lady waved. She looked down at her own hands, muscular, the left scarred by an accident with an ultrasonic cleaning tool on old Mars, deeply tanned by too many hours exposed under alien suns. They were not smooth and soft. They were nicked and calloused and entirely inelegant. She had to work with her hands in poor conditions. She wondered, and not for the first time, what it would be like to be well-born into one of the families of the center. To be up there, above, in the cool air, gliding down a slidewalk, a beautiful feather cape hanging from pale, smooth shoulders, with jewels and gold around her neck. Her grandparents' flight from the wars on Earth, on Anahuac, as the Mexica would say, had crushed any hope of social status. Not only were they refugees from a defeated nation, but they had given up the properties they once held in Old Stockholm. On New Aberdeen, colony law prevented a newly emigrated family from owning land for at least 6 generations. Gretchen grimaced, thinking of how easy it would have been to get into university or an imperial Kalmukok school if she could have claimed the landowner's right. "A burden to be borne in good grace," whispered the voice of her mother. "If you work and study hard, you can still succeed." "Enough," Gretchen muttered and slung the duffel over her shoulder. It was almost as large as she was, but she was strong enough to carry the bag unaided. It was lighter than a hod of ugaritic mud brick. The equipment case in her left hand was heavy too, but much easier to carry. She trudged across the broad floor, heading for the customs gate labeled Mase Huali. The line was longest there, with the common people queued up, much longer than the gates for non-humans or landowners or those in military service. Suddenly anxious, she checked the inner pocket of her vest for the company papers and ID card. The thick, heavy shape of the packet was comforting. Dr. Anderson? Anderson Teason? Gretchen looked up, taking a firm grip on her bags. A thin, balding man with a short, neat beard was waving at her from the other side of the power fence. A flight jacket covered with patches, covered narrow shoulders, and baggy combat pants hung on him like burlap sacks. He held up a hand-lettered sign marked with the company's circle and moonglyph. Gretchen's eyebrows raised in surprise. The last message had not mentioned a guide or being met, just a kiosk number to pick up the ticket for the next leg of her journey. Gisafon Station might be at the very edge of human space, but it was a convenient hub for travel along the frontier. Groaning to herself, leaving a line in the Empire was always a cause of dismay, since they never got shorter, only longer. She trudged over to the black warning stripe outlining the security fence. Yes? The man smiled, showing irregular smoke-stained teeth. You're Dr. Gretchen Anderson, the xenoarchaeologist? Yes, she allowed, not putting down the bags. That's my name. Great. I'm Dave Parker, your new pilot. Come down to the Jaguar gate. They'll let you through. Why? Gretchen began to walk, matching Parker's pace along the shimmering, half-visible fence. I don't have a military pass? Parker nodded, his head bent over a compressed tobacco stick. There was a hot spark and he took a drag. No, he said, blowing a fat ring of smoke, but I do. Your mission's been upgraded, but we should talk about that later. There was no line at the Jaguar gate, though there were 2 customs officers in pleated tunics and long white overcapes. Both men were copper-skinned, with slick dark hair. They were not Mexica. Gretchen guessed they were from the old Shawnee lands. She bowed politely to both men, then waited quietly while Parker talked with them in low tones. There were no soldiers within sight, but Gretchen could feel a slow, crawling sensation on her arms and neck. The gate was traditional, with heavy stonework and a huge, feathered jaguar head jutting out of the apex. She was sure that if trouble occurred, the stone would answer with violence. The Imperials were very fond of traditional images that could move, speak, or strike. Come on, Parker beckoned from beyond the gate. The 2 Shawnee watched with cold, disinterested eyes as she shuffled through. The pilot stuck out a hand, which Gretchen shook. His grip was dry and firm. Take a bag? No, thanks. Gretchen had her whole life packed up in the duffel, equipment case, and backpack. She wasn't going to give either bag over to some balding, smirky, fly-by-night company pilot. She didn't trust her employers either. The company might pay her to do the work she loved, but it had never gained her loyalty. Too many sites had been outright looted, ripped whole from the ground and packed up for shipment back to Anahuac for her to believe anything they said. I've got it. Where are we going? Down station, Parker said, cutting away from the crowd of people coming out of the customs area. He kept inside the pattern marked with interlocking jaguar heads on the metal floor. Like I said, things have changed. 5 minutes later, Gretchen was stuffed into a standing room-only tube car. Parker was pressed into one side, his hand covering the back of her duffel so no one could cut it open, and 2 Catholic priests on the other. The monks smelled funny. Dust and paper and incense. But Gretchen was used to the smell of ancient things. She was not used to the complete lack of space and air in the car or the incredible humidity. The insides of the plastic windows were already running with thin streams of water, even as the car rose up on the tracks. A queasy moment followed, and then everyone in the car leaned slightly as it accelerated into the long access tunnel of the station. The company has offices here, Parker mumbled into her ear. Gretchen made a face as smoke tickled her nose. The main man is named Per Rubio Gassi. He's Maltese. A Knight of the Order? Gretchen refused to look at the pilot, though that meant she was staring down at 3 small dark-haired children, all alike, with their hair cut in sharp bangs. They stared back at her, eyes huge and dark in pale white faces. They were dressed in severe blue capes and tunics, Gretchen wondered where their mother was. "No," Parker laughed. He made a deprecating gesture. His hands were thin and wiry like brown sticks, and they folded over, flat, almost like flippers, the fingers lying together seamlessly. "He's fat and not very energetic. He's the company rep here, handles outfitting, transshipment, that sort of thing. Warehousing is his big gig. He has the mission plan, though. Have you seen it?" "No." Gretchen stiffened, feeling the car shudder as it switched from high speed to low. They were approaching a station. "Do we get off here?" "Not yet," Parker said, craning his head over the people crushed in between him and the door. "This is only the first stop. Temples, the market, the upscale hotels. We're going to the end of the line. Another 20 minutes, probably." Gretchen felt mildly ill, but persevered. 20 or 30 people crowded out, and thankfully, only 2 women with shopping bags got on. The 3 little children were gone. Parker sat down, brushing wrappers and bits of sweet roll off the seat. Gretchen also sat, ignoring the stains. The tube car had once been painted a light orange, with a roof covered with a stenciled image of the great city, the true center, glorious Tenochtitlan. Most of the mural had peeled away, leaving bare, rusting metal. Graffiti, most of them kanji, covered every flat surface. The car shimmied back up onto repulsion coils, then the outside, briefly visible with people hurrying back and forth and neon and huge V-screens showing a recorded Tlakcho contest, was gone, and there was darkness filled with streaked, blurry lights. Gretchen checked the bags, leather jacket, the travel papers, everything she was wearing. Grimacing, she peeled a self-stick advert off her boot. It flickered to life at her touch. A naked woman, glossy black, writhed in her hand for a moment, surrounded by violently throbbing pink glyphs. She wadded up the paper and threw it away. Nothing seemed to be missing. "Worked for the company long?" Parker ventured, hands behind his head, watching her with half-lidded eyes. Gretchen supposed it was his cool pose. She shook her head. 3 years on Ugarit and Old Mars, digging." He nodded, making a wry half-smile. "I'm new, only 6 months. You said you didn't get the new mission plan?" "No. Last I heard, I was heading to Kolob 4 to replace Dr. Fearing as Xenoarch of the Singing Temple dig." "Yeah. Well, you're not going there anymore. I was on another assignment too, but they pulled me in to fly shuttle for you and your team." "Team?" Gretchen's face screwed up like she'd taken a long gulp of bad coffee. "I don't have a team." "You do now." Parker rubbed the side of his face. "You, me, Maggie Cat, and a gunner named Bandow. They're waiting at the office. You'll meet them in a minute." The tube car slid to a stop, then settled with a clang onto the station rails. Gretchen let Parker go first, then scuttled out of the car. The tube stop was finished in more faux Texcoco-style murals, mostly destroyed by pasted advertisements and graffiti. Everyone on the tube car walked very quickly, taking long, shuffling steps from the platform to a rank of escalators. Gretchen felt a little queasy, and her bag seemed lighter. "We're in core?" "Yeah." Parker blew a smoke ring into the air. It began to twist into a helix as the escalators rattled and clanked up to the top level of the tube station. "Rents are cheaper here, right? Hard to keep your coffee in the cup, though." At the top of the escalators, there was a security gate and a kiosk selling grilled dogs, mezcal, and tobacco sticks. There was a line, though Gretchen found it interesting there were no non-humans to be seen. Most Imperial stations had a few Krumak or Hesht hulking about. The corridor outside was ill-lit and lined with small shops, showing signs in Norman or French or Imperial. Young men and women loitered around the entrance to a pulque counter, smoking and watching people pass by. Like the young everywhere, they were wearing brilliant capes, though here the feathers were polychrome plastic over workaday tunics and riggers' boots. A bad neighborhood, she thought, almost laughing aloud. Even in Light G, trash collected in the corners and the walkway was covered with a moire pattern of dried chicle, and I feel safe. The stairs up to the company offices passed by a narrow shop crowded with different kinds of V-screens and senso gear. Every screen was ablaze with a booming discordance of newscasters and chant videos. The landing stank of ozone and rotted meat. Gretchen's nose wrinkled for a moment, but she'd worked in worse. On Ugarit, the excavation of a city midden 600 feet deep had killed 4 of her workers in a methane pocket explosion. That was a truly foul smell. The pilot thumbed open the door lock. Pausing, Gretchen raised an amused hand to touch the long list of companies residing at this address. There were 6, and the company was listed 4th. Greetings. A very stocky human, not fat, but very round in features, limbs and body, rose from a chair. There was a table, too, surrounded by cheap office chairs. I am Gossie. You would be Dr. Anderson. Yes, Gretchen said, putting her bags by the nearest chair. She inclined her head politely to the 2 other people in the room. Parker was already pouring himself a cup of coffee from an ancient-looking silver pot on a side table. There has been a change of plans? The Maltese nodded, his round face beaming. His dark hair was close-cut and flat across a high forehead, making him look like a doll. Please sit. I will introduce you. Gretchen sat, nodding to the human sitting on her right. He was short and muscular, in a nondescript patterned shirt and slacks. He had thick wrists and short curly hair. Her immediate impression was of very little. A man who sat back and watched, revealing nothing of himself. This is de Bandau, your gunner, Gossie said, inclining his head toward the man. Bandau smiled faintly and nodded back. He did not offer his hand as Parker had done. And this is Magdalena, your communications tech. Magdalena looked something like a compact, sleek jaguarundi with forward-canted shoulders. She seemed to be female. Gretchen smiled but did not show any teeth. The Hesht was curled up in the chair, fat tail lapped around bare paws. Hello, Gretchen said, putting her fingertips to her forehead. The Hesht responded with the same gesture, her fingers covered with tightly napped fur. Glittering claw tips peeked out of the soft black pelt. I am Gretchen, daughter of Jean, daughter of Elizabeth. Well met, purred the Hesht. I am Yiro Wow Miro Wurup. You should call me Magdalena, as these males do. Gretchen lowered her hands. The Hesht smiled by showing the tip of a pink tongue. Her claws slid out of their muscle sheaths, digging into the no-stained fabric of the chair. A sequence of cuts was already visible, revealing torn foam padding. Well then, Gossie said smoothly, sitting down, let us to business. A situation involving valuable company equipment has developed. I have been directed by the Home Office to see these materials are recovered in an efficient manner. The round man pressed both thumbs against the sealing strip of a courier package. The packet unfolded, revealing a set of V-pads. Here are briefing materials the company has assembled for you. However, I will summarize. Gossie smiled at all of them, a tight expression that did nothing to betray the essential smooth roundness of his face. Gretchen suddenly wondered if the man were human at all. There was a plastic quality to him. An android? Some species requiring a humanoid environment suit? Were all Maltese this slick? Recently, the company acquired a contract from the imperial government to explore and assess this planet. Ephesus 3. His hand brushed across a panel inset in the tabletop. There was a slight hum, and a hollow image appeared in the air before them. A dusky tan globe appeared, rotating slowly. There were large polar ice caps and scattered whirls of cloud. There was a great deal of desert and low mountain, interspersed with glittering salt pans. Gretchen nodded to herself. Thin atmosphere, brutal working conditions, no ozone layer, filters, day suits, and goggles required if you stepped out of your shelter, then raised an eyebrow as the image continued to rotate, bringing a mountain range into view. An Imperial scout probe surveyed the system 6 years ago, and eventually the data was processed and flagged for human review. This notable mountain range is called the escarpment. It girdles the planet, running north to south at an angle. As you see, it has a sharper incline on the east than the west. Some of the peaks pierce the atmospheric envelope. The escarpment divides the world. It's not natural, Gretchen said, her mind beginning to shake off the travel fatigue. Her migraine was coming back too. She really needed to sleep or take a real bath rather than go through a mission briefing. Unless crustal tectonics are completely awry on this world. Gossie continued to smile, nodding. You are correct. It is not natural. Initial analysis indicated a possibility the world had been shaped. An expedition was approved, of course, to take a closer look at the situation. To muck about for first sun artifacts, you mean? Parker slumped in the chair next to Gretchen, hands cradling his cup. Steam drifted up in the moist air. poke about looking for something portable, easy to carry, easy to sell. Gossi raised a hand. A full scientific expedition was sent, with the Temple-class support ship Palenque as transport and orbital base. All this has been officially approved and registered. Parker Tietzen. The company has never had a great presence in this sector, and it was decided that, given the nature of the planet, a substantial effort was warranted. What happened? Gretchen felt her patience fray. An exploration ship like the Palenque carried a crew of 15, and a full expedition would be at least 20 people. This grimy little office couldn't provide the support a real dig needed. The company was rushing things as usual. If the initial expedition found something interesting, then Gossi would suddenly have a whole operation here on the station to run. More money, more status, someone to serve coffee for him. He had to like that prospect. He might be able to get rid of all those other name plaques on the door. Parker here says he was rerouted from another mission. My last posting order said I was going to Kolob. Now I'm not. So, are they all dead? Gossi's round face crinkled up in disgust, and Gretchen felt a spark of amusement. She was getting grumpy, which was not wise. My pardon, Gossitsin, it's been a long day. Well, the Maltese visibly reboarded his train of thought. 16 days ago, a transmission was received from the Palenque with the usual weekly report. At that time, everything was fine. Unfortunately, we have not received any reports since then. When the second report failed to arrive, I informed the Home Office and efforts began to mount a relief effort. Parker tilted his head to one side, thinking, then said, "How long does it take a courier drone to reach Ctesiphon from Ephesus? A week? You're saying they've been out of contact for as much as 3 weeks?" No. Gossi tapped through the briefing document, glancing sideways at Magdalena. The Palenque is fitted with a new, experimental tachyon transmitter. It allows immediate communication between the station main relay and the ship. So, as I have said, 16 days have passed since our last, active communication. The Hesht's ears flipped back and yellow eyes blinked as she came awake. Why do you say active? Has there been some other message? A distress beacon? Not as such. Gossi seemed to struggle with the words. Gretchen leaned forward, interested. I am told by the station technicians they have a T-lock on the Palenque, but the transmitter is not responding to requests for an open channel. I have been informed this means the transmitter is still nominally operating, but it is, on standby. It's turned off, and the crew haven't noticed? Parker made a face. Something else must have happened. Gretchen raised her voice slightly. But the ship still has power, or the transmitter is on a battery of some kind. Can we turn on the transmitter from here? Send a wake-up command? Gossi spread his hands. I am told no. Out of the corner of her eye, Gretchen saw Magdalena's whiskers twitch, but the Hesht said nothing. Gretchen looked around at the others, then back at Gossi, eyes narrowed. You have another ship to take us to the Ephesus system. I presume Magdalena knows how to fix the transmitter, and Parker can pilot the Palenque home if it's not entirely disabled. Bandau will shoot anything dangerous. Why am I going? You're the senior company field employee in the sector. Gossi's round smile had returned. He was comfortable with this avenue of discussion. You are also the only person we could find quickly, with experience in a biosphere like Ephesus's due to your time on old Mars. Gretchen nodded slowly. The polar excavations had been her first posting. Tedious work in a very hostile environment, picking bits of an unidentified spacecraft out of permafrost. What else are we bringing back? Something from the surface? Perhaps nothing. Gossi tabbed the briefing packet again. The holo image of the planet expanded, then shrank, focusing in on a section of the southern hemisphere. Long shadows cut across a desolate plain. Some of them made what seemed, in the low resolution of the orbital scan, to be a double circle. One of the field reports from the scientists in the initial team says structures, manufactured structures, have been observed from orbit. I fear. The team found something and brought it up to the ship for examination. It's an old story, everyone's heard it before, yes? A dangerous artifact, an accident, the crew so horribly slain. Another 65 million quills of company money wiped out. Gossi stopped, shaking his head in dismay, and there was a moment of silence. It was an old story. The company suffered a very high rate of attrition in personnel, in spacecraft, in equipment, which made the recovery of saleable material critical, to the company anyway. Graduate students were far cheaper and more plentiful than Nanhuaka-drive starships. Gretchen didn't think it was a good idea to trade her own life, of which she had only one at last report, for some broken, indecipherable bit of ancient machinery. She looked around. Parker, Bandau, and Magdalena were looking expectantly at her. It was an odd moment. Gretchen thought later that time didn't stop, but it did stretch. She had never really been in charge before. Gangs of native workers in the pits on Ugarit didn't count. The dig director had been breathing down her neck the whole time. These three strangers wanted her to make a decision, to tell them what to do, to be the leader. In that crisp moment, she saw blue smoke curling up past Parker's head, the glow of the holocast shining on his forehead. The points of Magdalena's teeth were showing, fine and white. Bandau was plucking at the sleeve of his plain cotton shirt, the subtle woven pattern almost obscuring the outline of a small flat pistol tucked into the back of his belt. A perfect full awareness filled her. This was not what she wanted to do, but it was what she was going to do. She looked down, breaking the moment. Gossi coughed, batting his hand at Parker's smoke. Gretchen picked up her briefing pad and tabbed through the pages, a dizzying red-tan-blue-white glow flashing in her eyes. The Palenque requires a crew of at least 6 to operate safely. She looked up, raising an eyebrow at Gossi. What kind of ship are we taking? Can we split her crew to cover both? The Maltese raised both hands, then flared them slightly. He smiled. Gretchen's nose crinkled up. What kind of ship, Gossi Tetson? We do have a ship to take us there? Oh, yes. The company does not have any ships in this sector, oh no. They are expensive, you know, and the company is spread thin. I have arranged for you to be taken to the Ephesus system and delivered to the Palenque. If she proves unfit to make transit back to the station, then you will be able to return with the other ship. However, since the transmitter remains operating, if unreachable at this time, I expect the Palenque will be flyable, and you can return in her. What ship? Gretchen tabbed to the end of the briefing packet, watching budget figures and details of the original mission flit past. A miner? Some tramp freighter working the rim? It is an Imperial ship. Gossi spread his hands even wider. They were already going in that direction, you understand. It is convenient. Imperial. Gretchen rubbed her nose, sharing an arch look with the others. Parker seemed amused. Bandau's face was even more expressionless than before, and Magdalena was puzzled. No Imperial ship is going to truck some Maciawali scientists. I'm all way. Or pilots, Parker interjected in a soft voice. To the back of beyond, much less help them recover a derelict, possibly contaminated spacecraft. The captain of the Cornuelle has kindly agreed to investigate the matter and to take you there and render you what assistance he can. Gossi's expression changed, and Gretchen saw, to her wonder, that he did own a real smile. The corners of his eyes tilted up and his tiny round teeth became visible between rubbery lips. She wondered, briefly, how the company man had pulled off Imperial assistance. The Cornuelle. Parker tapped the top of his briefing pad, clearing the active document. That's not a Nahuatl name. What class of ship is she? A warship. Gossi cleared his own pad and keyed in a locator code. The holo image above the table flickered, was replaced by the station transmission screen for a moment, and then resolved into a view from an outside cam showing an arc of star-filled sky, dominated by the twin primaries of C Ctesiphon A and B, then the sleek black shape of an Imperial starship. "This is your conveyance," he said, smug pride creeping into his voice. The Henry R. Cornuelle is an astronomer-class light cruiser commanded by the esteemed Chusa Mitsuharu Ahadeshi. She has been assigned to the Hittite sector on anti-piracy patrol. I understand from her executive officer, Ms. Shosa Kosho Susan, they will be able to spend several days in Ephesus orbit, assisting you in recovery operations. He paused, running one finger along the side of his pad. The hollow image rotated, showing an elongated wedge shape with 3 heavy drive fairings at the back of the ship. Like most Imperial combat craft, she was matte black, and the work lights of the station barely limned the vague shapes of rounded weapons, emplacements, and recessed sensor arrays. There have been some rumors lately of illegal mining in this area, of solitary ships attacked by raiders. This is lawless space so close to alien enclaves. Your pardon, Magdalena Tsin, I have only the utmost respect for your people. Fine. Gretchen looked at Parker, tilting her head in question. Can you fly the palanque? Parker nodded, running a hand back through thinning brown hair. Sure, 6 crew could run everything. Shuttles, power plant, environmental, flight control. But if all we do is a jump back to the station, Maggie and I can handle that. He looked down at his pad, brows furrowing. This Temple class can run almost auto with a soft upgrade. Maggie, do you have this package in archive? The Hesh uncurled from her chair, light shifting on her glossy fur. A harness of leather hung around her shoulders and upper body, holding tools and storage pockets. Each wrist was circled by the gleaming mirror of a comm unit. A claw extended from a long finger and tapped the surface of the briefing pad. This ship, she hissed in a grumbling voice, has an older model brain, but it will take most of the newest control package. I might have it, or we can buy one here on station. Gretchen eyed Gossi. Do we have any money for this? Some. Gossi put on a poor face. So much was invested in the original expedition. Maced? How much? The Maltese looked away and Gretchen sat back in her chair. All the exhaustion of a long flight from the Jupiter yards came crowding in. The migraine, which had been distracted while she started to work the problem of this recovery mission, woke up and began rustling around behind her left eye, throwing clouds of white sparks across her vision. Without thinking, she thumbed her wristband, jetting a serotonin regulator into her bloodstream. It would hurt later, but she had to think clearly right now. All the bad things about being in charge started to come to mind. So, no money to speak of. How many days do we have to prepare? Gossi's face assumed the shining round mask again. The Cornuelle is already on a schedule. You will load your equipment tomorrow, then boost for Ephesus the day after. 2 days? Gretchen tasted something sour. Well then, we'll be busy employees, won't we? Aboard the Cornuelle, outbound from Ctesiphon Station. Talk to me about the transmitter. Space aboard an Imperial warship was at a minimum, so Gretchen was doing sit-ups hanging from a bar set into the ceiling. Working in the field was good exercise, but sitting in a 3x4-meter cabin for weeks on end during transit did nothing for her girlish figure. Magdalena was perched on her bunk, surrounded by data pads and printouts on quick-cycle sheets. The Hesht looked up, yellow eyes narrowed to slits over the top of amped-up sunglasses. The cat had an earbug as well, letting her hear the soft, invisible voices of the processors riding in the pads. Gretchen had used field goggles before, with V-feeds and a sound interface, but they had been big, bulky units. Maggie's sunglasses were as sleek and dark as she was. It's an experimental unit, sister, a commercial version of the old military-grade Wayfarer ship-based transmitter. The company is field testing it for Terrawave. According to the logs, it's a 1.0 release. That means light encryption, no redundant power supplies or emitters, about a 6 to 7 light-year range. Maggie made a chuckling sound like a hydrogen-powered chainsaw starting up. 30 or 40 predefined channels. Very primitive. But, grunt, not hand mirrors and smoke, grunt from the mountaintop. No. Maggie clawed a pad and let some schematics drift past. A little better than that. Each channel is identified by headers tacked onto the message packets, then thrown out in a single emitter stream, sort of a faster-than-light telegraph. But it works, and it's as cheap as you can build a tachyon unit. I've tested the connection myself by patching through Ctesiphon.com. They have a big industrial emitter and router. The unit on the Palenque does respond to a hello, but refuse to open a conversation. I think the unit is actually in maintenance mode on standby, waiting for the shipboard operator to reset the system. The Hesht paused, then held up a pad. Gretchen jerked her head and Maggie flipped the device upside down. That, grunt, still makes no sense to me. Plain nahuatl, sister. Maggie laughed again, rolling on her back and lolling her head off the edge of the bunk. Now she seemed upright to Gretchen, though her ears were pointing off at a strange angle. The Wayfarer has a manual mode, where the operator can pick and choose which channels are live. This is also used for maintenance, where you don't have to shut down the whole system. Specific components can be turned on or off, even removed from the chassis. When I send a hello across the T-Link, the refused connection message comes back with an error code. Of course, the code isn't documented yet, not on a test system, but it matches the older military code for standbys. So, grunt, there was a problem. They turned it off. The problem got worse, grunt. No one came back to push the on button. That's what the mama cat said. A mama cat said, May Jansti 04. Gretchen finished her count of 208, then swung down off the bar. The Cornwell was accelerating out from the station on normal space drive, chewing up antimatter pellets and spitting plasma, which gave them 1G inside the habitat areas of the ship. A bigger ship, a commercial liner, or an Imperial battle wagon would have G-decking everywhere. The Cornwell was not a big ship. Gretchen stepped carefully over the duffels and equipment boxes strapped to the floor. The Marine gunso they had bumped back to hot bunking with the Rankers already had their cargo allotments aboard, so there was very little room for the company people. A 2-meter-high polyfoam crate holding spare transmitter parts occupied the space where a little table and seats were usually pulled down. She frowned at the clothing spread out on her bunk. Playing in the dirt, as her father would say, did not require dress-up clothes. Unfortunately, this was an Imperial ship of war, which meant Chusa Hadeshi would have a dress evening mess. Gretchen sighed, turning over her good shirt. It had stains. Ruined bugs had eaten a hole in one sleeve. A citizen is humble, simply dressed, respectful, pious, and trious, she mumbled to herself, fingers twitching her trousers straight. Maggie laughed again, her tail twitching. You're the kit who always has dirt on her nose and looks so surprised. Will this clan lord Hadeshi nip your ears for a dirty pelt? Yes, Miss Shosa Kosho has been very polite and accommodating, but we need the commander's goodwill. He is Nisei too, which means he will be very proper and traditional. He may have guests. I can't embarrass him too much. Time for the enzymatic cleaner. Gretchen squeezed into the end of her bunk, found a clean cloth, then picked up her boots. They were good boots. Her mother had had them fitted and built for her by hand, of real cow leather with shock soles and brass fittings, but the dust of Ugarit fouled everything it touched. She sighed, seeing the soles were beginning to separate from the uppers. No matter, she shoved them to the back of the bunk. Aboard ship, they went about in light disposable deck shoes designed to adhere to the walking surfaces when they were in 0G. She spat on the shirt stain, then began to gently rub it between her fingers. 2 Imperial Marines in sharply creased black dress uniforms with crimson piping stiffened to attention as Gretchen approached a hatchway outlined in pale blue. Each Marine had his hands behind his back, but heavy flat pistols were slung on their belts, and they had visors as sharp and sleek as Maggie's. The Navy rating escorting her bowed politely and thumbed a compad set into the bulkhead next to the hatch. Dr. Gretchen Anderson, Commander, he announced in a stiffly formal voice. The pad chimed and the hatch recessed with a slight chuff and then slid up into the bulkhead. Her mouth suddenly dry, Gretchen nodded to the young man, then stepped inside. The room was small, like everything on the Cornwell, but managed to hold a low traditional table for 6, dressed with crisp white linen and thin porcelain cups. A very short man, barely reaching Gretchen's shoulder, bowed in greeting from the head of the table. The 5 other officers, ranging from the petite executive officer, Shosa Kosho, down to a midshipman, or Shoi Ko Jose, with pale red hair, also bowed in place, their hands flat on the tatami mat floor. Their incline was slightly deeper than Hadeishi's. Gretchen kept her face composed, hands together in front of her, and managed a bow halfway between those that had greeted her. "Welcome, Dr. Anderson," Hadeshi said. Gretchen blinked in surprise. The Nisei's Norman was flawless. "Please join us." Gretchen slipped off her deck shoes before entering the room, turning the motion into a second bow. The midshipman scooted a little to one side. Gretchen knelt, smiling politely at the boy. He couldn't have been more than 16. Like the other officers, he wore a perfectly white dress uniform with the fire snake emblem of the Imperial Navy worked in copper at his collar. Above his heart rode the sunburst symbol of the Cornwell and a square glyph holding a running man. The other officers remained still, heads lowered. The captain smiled down the table at Gretchen and raised a thin porcelain teacup in polite greeting. Dr. Anderson, welcome to the Cornwell. I am Mitsuharu Hadeishi, her captain. Konnichiwa, Mitsuharu-san. Thank you for making me so welcome. Your Japanese is excellent, Hadeishi said, smiling, eyes crinkling up. Gretchen felt an odd sense of dislocation. She had worked with many Nisei at the university on Old Mars, even on Ugarit. They were unfailingly polite, but she had never encountered a Japanese man, particularly one her social superior, that had genuinely smiled at her. Thank you, your Norman is perfect. No, please, I have a slight accent. Hadeishi set down his cup. You have already met Lieutenant Kosho, my executive officer and pilot. This fellow next to her is Lieutenant Second Hayes, our weapons officer. Hayes nodded, somehow appearing deferential to Kosho. The XO was a tiny woman, even slighter of build than the captain. Lieutenant Hayes was nearly 6 feet tall and powerfully built. Gretchen smiled politely. The young ensign is Smith Sin, who runs communications, and this last is Lieutenant Second Isoroku, master of our engineers. Smith managed to nod politely, and Isoroku, a bull-headed bald Nisei, had no reaction at all. Obscurely, Gretchen found this cold behavior comforting. His reaction was what she had expected, not the genial, almost cheerful tone expressed by the commander. Hadeishi stood and straightened his dress jacket. His uniform was very simple, expressing the best attributes of the Empire: humility, modest dress, quiet, unassuming power, though his collar tabs were gold and the eagle glyph of an Imperial war commander sat next to the sunburst. An elderly man in a simple dark gray kimono appeared with a tiny green jade cup and a slim sake flask. Hadeishi bowed to him, took the cup and turned, facing his right. There, on a bulkhead covered with inset wooden screens painted with mountains and cloud, were 2 portraits. They were not hollow images, but traditional paintings on cream-colored rice paper, in a delicate ink brush with faint washes of color. On the left, looking very young, was the Lord of the World, a Huizotl, the 6th of that name, Huichlatoani, of the Mexica and all other peoples under the domain of the Empire. The artist had captured his pensive nature well, looking off to one side, slim hand pressed against his chest. Hadeishi bowed deeply to the image of the emperor, then raised the jade cup. So, meditate on this, eagles and jaguars, he began, his nahuatl slow and measured, as flawless as his Norman. Although you may be jade, although you may be gold, you too will journey to the fleshless land. We all must disappear. No one will remain. The room became very still, each man and woman at the table looking down. The servant had disappeared. Gretchen saw the captain's face was composed and calm. She recognized the words, written nearly 1,000 years before, by a man who had opposed the policies of the Empire when it was still young. Her eyes drifted to one side, watching the faces of the other officers. The poetry of Nezahualcoyotl, the doomed prince of Texcoco, was banned throughout the empire. The poet's philosophy did not express the ascetic, martial spirit deemed fitting by the great powers of the Mexica. Hadeishi lowered the jade cup, pressing it against his lips, then raised it again to the second portrait. This was a grumpy old man, his face pinched in a scowl, his hair bound up in the traditional samurai knot at the back of his head. He frowned, irritation alive in the smooth brushstrokes. He was Iyuntoku, the 136th Tenno no Nihon, Emperor of Japan and all the Nisei people. Hadeishi smiled faintly, saying, "Mere green herbs they are, grown in the mountain soil, yet if I pluck them with grace, how joyful is the toil!" Then he placed the jade cup into the hands of the little old man and turned to face the table again. The welcoming ritual complete, 2 ratings slipped out of the tiny galley behind the officers' mess and began serving the first course. Gretchen felt her stomach grumble, smelling sweet onions and broth. For a moment, she was frozen, watching everyone else pick up their spoons. Then the captain somberly tasted the miso and nodded to the 2 cooks. They grinned and everyone was eating. Gretchen forgot about her worries for a moment, listening to the quiet, cheerful banter among the officers and enjoying the excellent meal. "You were worried by my poetry." Hadeshi was sitting in his office, a tiny cluttered room dominated by a wall of old books and a great deal of quick-cycle paper in stacks on an inset metal desk. He cradled a heavy, Jomon-style sake cup in his hands. The liquor was hot, steaming up in the slightly chill air of the ship. Gretchen was sitting opposite him, in a real chair, still uncomfortable, holding a similar cup. She cradled it gently, having determined as the captain was pouring that it was an artifact and possibly 2,000 years old. Her training urged her to pack it in shock foam and label it, not sip smooth old sake from the broad-mouthed bowl. "Yes. Is it treason for you to speak those words?" "No." Hadeshi shook his head, a grin hiding in his dark eyes. His hair was long and a little stringy, though he kept it tied back. Here, in this softly lit room filled with the familiar odor of old books and ink, he seemed elfin, with delicate features and sharp little mustache. It is traditional among the Nisei and Nahuatl both to offer songs to the great. It is not disrespectful to offer a small portion of a masterpiece, particularly those composed by royalty. But I understand your situation. From your mouth, Nezawal is treason. Where were you born? On New Aberdeen, she said quietly, taking a small, careful sip. But you are not a Scot? Surely not with a family name like Anderson. Gretchen shook her head. Her poor family situation had weighed against her in school, at university, in getting employment, even under the burning suns of Ugarit. As a child, her ancestry had been a fierce burden, but she had struggled and survived, and she felt no need to hide or dissemble. "No, we are Swedish refugees." Hadeshi smiled over his cup, then put the bowl aside on the desk. "Your people fought well and accepted defeat honorably. It pains me you should suffer for this, but I suppose not everyone can be blessed like the Scots, the Irish, and the Nisei with the favor of the Lord of Men. Someone, after all, needed to stand fast in the face of the Empire. Glory is impossible without a mighty opponent. I suppose." A little over 100 years had passed since the Mexica had crushed the last independent nations on Anahuac. The Swedes and Russians, fighting on in the ruins of their great cities, had surrendered only when all else had fallen to the Jaguar and Eagle legions. Many of the survivors had scattered to the trans-solar colonies or even beyond the embrace of Sol. Gretchen's grandparents had managed to settle on New Aberdeen, one of the lusher, Earth-like planets the Empire had apportioned to those races of men who were third from the center. Her grandparents and parents had never spoken of the war, but the colonial government's nationalistic propaganda had filled in the blanks. That is past history. Perhaps, Hadeshi leaned forward, his face suddenly serious, you are uncomfortable with me and my crew. We are not what you expected. You are even surprised I speak passable Norman. Yes. Gretchen set aside a stack of age-yellowed magazines and put down her cup. I am surprised, though I have never been on an Imperial warship before. All of the Imperial officials I have ever met have been very forbidding men and women, ascetic and distant. I have never heard an official use any language save Nahuatl. Isn't that the recommended style? In many places, yes. You've stumbled into an odd corner of the Empire with us, I fear. The Imperial Navy is a strange creature, one head on two distinct bodies. I know you have found your place in society restricted by your birth. Our Navy suffers the same fate. Certain kinds of ship commands, really anything large and impressive, are reserved for commanders and senior crew drawn from those close to the center. This leaves the smaller ships, destroyers, cruisers, light cruisers, to those further away. And among those who are not of the great clans, you will find the Nisei are the most trusted. Hadeshi paused, thin, mobile lips twisting ironically. So we are repaid for trading horses and steel for food and shelter so long ago. If you were to go down into the ship's enlisted country, he continued, you would find crewmen and women of many races, even some with hair the color of beaten gold, like yours. Nearly a quarter of lightship crews are of Maasai Huali descent. Despite the nepotism of the imperial clans, crew rosters must be filled, and the Navy is not picky about lineage and birth, for crewmen at least. Haven't you noticed everything is labeled in Norman? Our manuals, our computer systems, everything is in Norman. Every imperial officer must be proficient if they are to speak with their crews. He paused. Of course, they have reliable officers to guide them, like myself. Gretchen stifled a laugh. She was suddenly aware there had been sake with dinner too, and most of the Joman bowl was empty. The air seemed chillier than it had been. "I am still surprised," she said, fingertips brushing the medband on her wrist. "It could dispense more than serotonin regulators." A cool sensation followed, rushing up her arm. Objects in the room began to assume a preternatural clarity. "Are you judged so reliable you lack a political officer? Someone to help you guide these clanless, landless crewmen?" She stopped, aware of the bitter tone in her words. Hadaishi raised an eyebrow, shaking his head gently. He put a thin finger to his lips in warning. "Careful, Doctor. In this world we must keep in our places, at least with open words. My command staff and I have been together for 6 years, first on the destroyer Seedle and now here. We are very comfortable together, a family. You've seen in the door of our house tonight, watching us laugh at dinner. Perhaps we should have been more circumspect." He smiled gently, putting both forefingers to his temples. "Keep your true life here inside and you will be safe. Now listen, Doctor, for there are things I must tell you." Gretchen straightened up, her mind now crystal clear. Something about Hadaishi had changed as well, the captainness of him coming forward. Now that she knew him a little better, she could see him change, his openness fading away, though he was still genial and polite. "The Sector Admiral agreed to let you and your team ship with us to Ephesus because this benefits the Empire, not as a favor to your company. The ruins on Ephesus 3 and the marks of shaping the planet bears make it important to the Navy. Our own scientists have reviewed the data from the probe. At some time in the distant past, at least 1,000,000 years ago, the world was violently transformed by the first Sun people. It may be an abandoned project. We have found those before, or may have been completed. Regardless of what happened to the Palenque, the investigation must continue. I have been entrusted with seeing you safely there and then making sure your work is a success. Whatever you need, transport shuttles, men, equipment, repair parts, I will provide." Gretchen sighed, weariness hidden behind the booster. "I understand, Commander. If we find anything interesting, we will turn it over to you." She pressed the palms of her hands to her eyes. "I've worked under military supervision before." "I know." Hadaishi did not smile, but there was a trace of humor sparkling in his eyes. "On old Mars, the Polaris excavation, under Director Wheaton. You are young, Doctor, but you were chosen for this mission because of your experience and skill. Listen to me. I am here to help you, not to stumble around in your investigation, shooting people, or being heavy-handed. I cannot imagine there is a great deal of trust between us, but I hope to gain yours." "Why?" The side of Gretchen's mouth twisted, and she had to quell the urge to chew on the inside of her lip. "You certainly don't need my trust. You can order me to do whatever you want." "What you are trying to say politely is that we are consultants to the Navy." Hadaishi nodded in agreement. "This is true, but this is not a military mission." Gretchen's eyebrows raised in question. "I don't understand." Hadaishi ran his finger around the top of his drinking bowl. He seemed pensive, uneasy. After a long moment, he said, "This has become a matter of concern to the Smoking Mirror. We are both under the direct jurisdiction of an Imperial Nau'aliz, a judge." Swallowing, her throat tight and dry, Gretchen managed to speak. "Is this Brujo aboard ship?" Hadaishi nodded, his face a tight mask. "Yes, you will speak to him soon. His name is Huitziloxotec." Green Hummingbird, she thought, a powerful name. Gretchen thumbed open the hatch to her quarters and stopped in the doorway, finding Parker and Bandow sitting on the deck amid drifts of bits and pieces of metal, plastic flasks, and wads of cloth. The pilot was in a t-shirt and ragged work pants lined with pockets. Bandow, as ever, was in sharply pressed slacks and a dress shirt. Maggie was still on her bunk, though she had squeezed down to make room for the equipment cases that had been sitting on the deck. "Hello. Why are you cluttering up my floor?" Parker looked up, pale brown eyes twinkling. "Sorry, boss, but we don't have any room in our cabin." His hands were spotted with light oil. Gretchen could smell it hanging in the air, a bitter, thick tickling in her nose and throat. The pilot had an automatic pistol in his hand, mostly disassembled, with the gas venting mechanism sticking out. "They weren't clean already?" One of her eyebrows inched up. She stepped inside, letting the hatch slide closed, then stepped over the two men and swung up into her bunk. "What makes you think a pistol will be useful on Ephesus?" "A gun is always useful," Parker grinned, sliding the top of his automatic back together with a sharp click. He nodded at Bandau. "Isn't that so?" Bandau nodded, his face as calm and composed as ever. A heavy cloth, almost a rug, lay over his knees holding a heavy round barrel and a dizzying array of smaller parts, as well as a stock formed of honeycombed plastic. His hands, which seemed small on a solid, muscular body, held a rag and a shining metal component. Unlike Parker's mess, the gunner had arranged his tools on a cloth in neat and orderly rows. "Oh, well," Gretchen smiled across at Magdalena, "if it makes you happy." "How did the year-chew owl go?" Maggie was lying on her back, a heavy, flat comp on her furry stomach, a V-screen flipped up, the hunting feast. "It went." Gretchen rummaged in her bag, frowning at the mess her rack had already become. She glowered sideways at Maggie. Her bunk was carefully ordered, with everything in place. Damn cat. It was even pleasant. I had a talk with Chusa Hadeshi afterward, in his office. He says that there is an Imperial Now-Alis on board. Parker looked up, quizzical. Bandau continued to work on cleaning the assault rifle, but Gretchen thought the smooth, assured motion of his hands paused for a moment. "A what?" Parker put down his pistol and scratched his chin, leaving a glistening smear of oil along the line of his jaw. "An Imperial Judge," Gretchen said, pulling a holo card out of her bag. The side of her mouth twisted unconsciously. She ran a fingernail along the back of the card, then jammed the holo against the bulkhead. It adhered to the painted metal, then flickered on. The image was set to still, extending its life from days to years. 3 young children, a boy and 2 girls no more than 6 years old, were smiling up at the holocam. They were in a swimming pool, all blue water and glittering sunlight. In the high definition of the holocam, the green tint of too many summer days spent in chlorinated water was very clear. An agent of the mirror, a spy. "Both Hadeshi and I are under his jurisdiction. This is a government mission now, not the company's." Bandau looked up, forehead creased by a single frown line. Parker stared at Gretchen, grimacing. "The secret police? Sister, smile, this sucks." Gretchen nodded, turning away from the holocard. "Listen, we have to be careful with this. We still work for the company and will be held responsible for getting back the Palenque and any material, objects, artifacts, data, everything the first expedition collected. Gossi's great deal was forced on him by the Navy and he didn't have much choice about shipping us out with them. This judge will keep out of the way, but anything that we find he wants, he gets." "Coof." Parker shrugged. He didn't care. Bandau slid the barrel of the ship gun back into the firing block and locked it in place with a twist and a sharp chink. Like everything else he did, the motion was assured and without waste. "Let's talk about the Palenque." Gretchen pinched the bridge of her nose. "The captain has offered us a marine boarding team to secure her. However, an agent of the company has to be the first on board to reassert claim to the ship. Otherwise, it will be a derelict and the Navy will have possession. Now, the company could get the ship back, eventually, but not without putting a case to the Naval Court of Adjudication. Parker, you have ZG experience, right?" The pilot nodded, fingering one of the patches on his jacket. "You bet, boss. My suit is in storage, but I'll pull it out and checklist it tomorrow. Who else goes, or is it just little old me with the big mean Marines?" Gretchen pointed at Bandau with her chin. "Mr. Bandau, are you qualified in a suit? Can you use this cannon of yours in ZG?" The gunner nodded, looking up. He had very pale blue eyes. "Do you ever say anything?" "Occasionally." Bandau snapped the stock and the body of the ship gun together. "Parker talks enough for both of us." The officer's mess seemed colder as Gretchen entered and sat down. The lights were dimmed and the hatchway to the galley was closed. A man was sitting cross-legged on the mat at the head of the table, watching her. He seemed to be of medium height, lean and wiry, with a solid nut-brown face and deep-set eyes. Gretchen sat quietly, her face impassive. She felt on edge, but not nervous. The man was wearing a plain white shirt, cut to resemble a traditional mantle with long sleeves. His hands were hidden under the edge of the table. After a long period of silence, he said, "Do you understand how dangerous you are?" Gretchen blinked, then shook her head. I don't follow your meaning. The man continued to sit. The nearest ceiling light illuminated the crisp white cotton of his shirt, but not his face. You are a scientist, a thinking being. Tell me why you are dangerous. I am not dangerous, Gretchen replied, her voice acquiring an edge. I am a loyal citizen of the Empire, a dutiful employee, a careful scientist. My work may place me in physical danger, but I am not, of myself, dangerous. I have never hurt anyone. The man continued to sit quietly, watching her. More time passed. At last, nervous, Gretchen said, Is this interview complete? The man shook his head. No! You have not given me enough information to form a hypothesis, she said after another long pause. Then she stopped before saying anything more. She realized that he had provided her with 4 data points, enough for a 3-dimensional structure. Unconsciously, her head bent down a little and she frowned, her lips pursing. You say that I am dangerous. I am a scientist. I think, if my work is successful, something unknown to our science becomes known. That would be something new. Newness is change, which may inflict pain or suffering or death. Do you think there is something on Ephesus I might find where others have not? Something dangerous? The man leaned forward a little and the overhead light caught in his eyes. They were a smoky jadeite green. There is a man in your cabin. His name is David Parker. He carries a weapon. Is he dangerous? I don't think so, Gretchen said, turning her head a little sideways, eyes narrowing. I know him. He is a companion. He is not dangerous to me. But yes, I understand. He is, of himself, dangerous. He could kill or hurt another. The man leaned backward, the smoky green light fading. Is he very dangerous? Gretchen bristled at the new tone in the man's voice. Where before it had been calm and level, now it took on a patronizing tone, as if she were a small child having trouble with her maths. No, not very, not in a large context. He might kill one other, then be slain himself. The duration of his dangerousness is limited. Is yours? You need to add some text for me to talk. Limited? It must be, for I am only one person. What could I do? I could be easily killed or imprisoned if I prove dangerous. Is that what you do? Do you watch for dangerous persons and remove them from society? Is this what it means to be a judge? The man placed a small blue pyramid of what seemed to be leaded glass on the table. In the brief moment when his hand was visible, Gretchen saw that it was gnarled and twisted, muscular, a farmer's hand. Like her grandfather's hands, roughened and seamed by the elements. Fine puckered scars ran across the palm and the wrist. The stiff white shirt cuff hid the forearm, but Gretchen was suddenly sure his whole body was marked in this same way, like etched glass. The Telamatanim, the wise men, have a sacred duty. It is to sustain the world. The man turned the pyramid a bit, so the light fell upon it squarely. They are ceaselessly vigilant, watching over each of us while we go about our daily business. Do you see this book? Gretchen raised an eyebrow in surprise. The blue pyramid did not look like a book at all, though she supposed it might contain a holostore or memory lattice. Yes. The green-eyed man smiled faintly, holding up the pyramid. It is very dangerous. A world might be destroyed by it, but it is not as dangerous as you are right now. Gretchen felt a chill steal over her. She could not see the man's other hand, and she suddenly imagined the scarred fingers holding a gun, a weapon, a small flat gray pistol with a round black muzzle. The gun, she was sure, was pointed at the pit of her stomach. It would fire a shock pellet, striking her flesh, ripping through her shirt, then bursting violently, shattering her pelvis, gouging a huge gaping red hole out of her back. She would die slowly, as blood leaked away from her brain and the wrinkled gray organ asphyxiated. Why am I dangerous? Her voice sounded very faint. The man put the blue pyramid away. Telling you why would serve no purpose. It is enough for you, for now, to know you are dangerous. In you, the life of every living human being is at risk. His gaze sharpened, and Gretchen felt his scrutiny like a physical pressure against her face. Are you afraid of me? Yes. That is good. Are you afraid of death? Yes. Better. Then he was silent. Gretchen waited, sitting, her palms damp with sweat. She wondered what the blue pyramid contained. A dangerous book? Books had always been friendly to her, offering her succor, sanctuary, and advantage. Friends who didn't mind if you only called once a year. But it might contain plans for a weapon, a virus, a bomb, something truly deadly. With that, she thought she understood his question. What if I find something like that on Ephesus? Some first sun weapon that I could shatter a star, or burn a planet to a cinder? Green Hummingbird stood up, moving stiffly. Gretchen realized he was very old, far older than his voice suggested. He looked down at her, his face grim, then limped to the door. Without turning her head, Gretchen tried to see if the man really had a pistol. Nothing. The hatch chuffed open and the Mexica went out into the passage. Gretchen let out a long, slow breath, feeling suddenly awake and relieved of a great weight which had lain upon her. Geek Sync orbit over Ephesus, EEI. We have orbital match in 3, 2, 1, orbit match locked, and... Shosa Kosho's cool voice echoed in Gretchen's earbud. She and Magdalena were crowded into the secondary weapons station on the command deck of the Cornuelle, sharing a combat chair. The flat black display in front of them was configured into 3 V-panes, one showing an orbital plot of the planet with the Palenque and the Cornuelle in their velocity dance, another, the view from the warship's forward cameras, and in the third, a colorful annotated image culled from the sensors on Parker's suit as he stood in an airlock. Main engines at 0 thrust. Steering at 0 thrust. Around them, the officers of the Cornuelle began to go through a checklist in soft voices. Gretchen bit her lip, watching the image of the Palenque. The ship seemed intact, without visible hull damage or scoring. It was an ungainly monster in comparison to the rakish profile of the Cornuelle. The Temple class were workhorse ships, with a big rotating habitat and lab ring sitting forward, squeezed around a command and sensor array platform. Behind the habitat ring was an enclosed shuttle dock assembly, surrounded by mushroom-shaped cargo modules, then a flare shield and the bulk of the engines. The company logo, white on maroon, stood 20 meters high on the thruster fairings. Maggie, do you have anything on ship-to-ship comm? Maggie shook her head, long ears angled back. Quiet as high grass, sister. Her claws made a tick-tick-tick sound as they worked the console. The view of the Palenque tightened, zooming in on an airlock beneath the command deck. The hatch was hexagon-shaped, with a clear window. Gretchen could see something through the opening. What's this? Maggie worked the panel and the image cropped, then zoomed again. There was a brief ripple across the V-screen as the console kicked in to interpolate the image. Gretchen leaned in a little, squinting through her comm glasses. There was an amber light shining above a control panel on the inner door of the lock. She tapped her finger on the V-screen. Do we have a pattern match for this? Yes, rumbled Magdalena in her I'm working on it already voice. A V-pane unfolded on the console display. It contained a schematic of the airlock control panel, with highlights indicating the meaning and use of each control, light, and display. There is interior pressure, but the airlock is in manual mode, no power for the automatic mechanism. Gretchen nodded, pressing a fingertip against her cheekbone. Parker, did you hear that? You bet, boss. The pilot's V-feed shifted as he looked round the Cornuelle's lock. There were 2 Marines with him in Bandau. Both civilians were wearing dark gray Z-suits with bright company logos on their chests, white-lettered name tags on each shoulder and over the heart. Both Marines were nearly invisible in matte black suits far slimmer than the company rigs. Both had name tags, but they could not be read in the ambient light. Gretchen frowned, but Maggie was already working. Text materialized on the V-feed, showing Fitzsimmons and Deckard above the 2 Marines. We'll nave to crank the lock ourselves. 1 kilometer, Kosho announced. The Cornuelle was approaching on the last dying bit of her insertion velocity, coasting in not only to match orbital paths with the Palenque, but to come within eyeball distance of the abandoned ship. 3 minutes. Maggie, are there any other lights, radio emissions, any EM at all? Gretchen leaned back in the chair. The shot cushion adjusted, cradling her back. The Hesh tapped up an ambient light gradient over a ship schematic on her main control window. The derelict showed heat and light loss at the personnel airlocks and around the big shuttle bay doors. She's cold. Just waste heat from standby systems, Magdalena said, but there seems to be atmosphere inside from end to end. The hull shielding is blocking everything else, but when Parker gets the telemetry relay in place, we'll know more. Still no response from the comm system or the tachyon relay. Her shoulders shrugged in a rolling ripple of muscle. Station keeping is still online. She's not spinning or losing altitude. 2 minutes, Kosho announced, correcting roll with braking thrust. Gretchen felt a very faint shudder through the decking under her feet. The feed from Parker's suit suddenly showed the planet rolling past in the window of the airlock, huge and ruddy tan. Then the palenque slid into view. Gretchen touched her cheek again. "Parker, we're almost ready. Start your checklist." "Copy that," the pilot replied, and the feed image bent toward Bandao. Each man would double-check his Z suit, his equipment, the telemetry relay, their weapons before the lock opened. The Marines were already checking each other's suits. All 4 men were wearing propulsion packs. Gretchen's request for a wire tether fired from the Cornwell to the derelict had been refused. Hadeshi had no intention of establishing a physical connection between his ship and the palenque. Gretchen turned, looking up across the control station behind her. Hide Ishii was ensconced in a command chair, half-enveloped in shock foam and control consoles. Faint lights from his panel displays modeled his face and combat suit. Kosho sat slightly below him, on his left, and Hayes down and to the right. She and the Hesht were at a station in the third ring of the bridge, matching the position of the ensign Smith on the opposite side of the U-shaped deck. The Imperial commander raised his head slightly and smiled, meeting her eyes. Hadaishi toggled on his voice channel. "Near space scan Smith Cadeson?" "Clear, Chusa." 2 trailing asteroids, 6 low-orbit company Peapod satellites. No other ships, shuttles, or unidentified objects. No radio or T-wave transmissions except the telemetry from the satellites. Everything's quiet. Engines, Isaro Kutsin, hot keel, idling at 0 thrust. Power plant is at 20%. Spin time to hyper is 60 minutes. Repeat, 60 minutes. The engineer's voice echoed in Gretchen's earbud, coming from the downship channel. "Weapons, Mr. Hayes?" "Weapons are hot, Captain. 1 Flashbird rigged and solution locked. Point defense system is online and tracking." "1 minute," Kosho said softly. Hadaishi nodded to her. "Full stop." Kosho ran her finger down a control bar on her console. There was another slight shudder. In Gretchen's displays, a counter indicating meters to target slowed and then stopped. 600 meters, announced the pilot. "We have velocity match." "Are you ready?" Hadaishi's voice was soft in Gretchen's ear, and she started. A blinking glyph in the bottom right corner of her glasses indicated they were on a private channel. "Ready," she said, swallowing. This was it. She changed back to the open channel. "Mr. Parker, have you completed your checklist?" "Copy that, boss. We are ready to take a walk." Gretchen looked sideways at Magdalena. "Cameras ready? Suit telemetry online?" The Hesht grinned, showing double rows of white teeth like tiny knives. "Cameras live, recorders are rolling, suit telemetry is clean, all bio readings are in the green." The cat flicked a claw at a newer, smaller window on the console. Gretchen saw it showed a string of bead-like lights circling the planet. The Peapod survey satellites Hayes had picked up. "Excellent. Mr. Parker, you are free to take a walk." Unconsciously, she bit her lip, eyes fixed on the V-feed of the Cornwell's airlock. One of the Marines, Fitzsimmons, punched a code into the airlock control panel. The hatch opened swiftly and raw sunlight flooded into the chamber, picking out every detail with brilliant clarity. Deckard stepped out into the void. He was briefly silhouetted against the monstrous glowing disk of the planet. Bandau followed, white jets of vapor trailing behind him. Parker followed, and Gretchen felt a moment of vertigo as he stepped out over an infinite distance. Then the suit cam focused on the distant, surprisingly tiny image of the palenque. 5-minute count to contact. Parker's voice was calm, even cheerful. There was a faint clank as Parker's boots touched down on the metal skin of the exploration ship. Bandau landed a moment later, flanking the airlock, while the 2 Marines held back. From the viewpoint of the cameras on the 2 company suits, Gretchen couldn't see either Marine, but she guessed they were covering the opening, weapons armed and ready. "Checking law diagnostics," Parker said, his voice still light and cheerful. The camera view stabilized on the entry pad. All of the keys were dark. The pilot's fingers tapped on them experimentally. There was no reaction. "Some emergency power is offline," Magdalena commented, tail twitching. Parker echoed her a moment later. Bandau's camera shifted and a plate sealed with 4 spring bolts came into view. "Stand by," the gunner said. "We'll try a manual entry." Despite surface pitting and a faint layer of ice on the shadowed entry plate, Bandau's quick fingers released all 4 bolts, then set the magnetized cover aside to adhere to the skin of the palenque and swung the unlock bar over in a smooth motion. Gretchen heard a slight hiss from Parker as the airlock recessed. Puffs of vapor squeezed out of the opening door as Bandau cranked the locking bar around and the hatch swung inward, revealing a dark cavity only barely illuminated by a single amber light. "I am entering the ship," Parker said, only the faintest tremor in his voice. Gretchen blinked as the pilot's suit lamp swung to reveal the gleaming white and gray interior of the lock. "No debris, no organic contaminants, no high-order radioactives," Magdalena said softly into a voice log, yellow eyes glued to the environmental sensors relaying from the Z-suits of the men in the lock. The brass-colored snout of Bandau's ship gun appeared at the edge of Parker's video feed, swung back and forth, quartering the compartment, then withdrew. "Parker is inside the lock." Gretchen looked back at Hadaishi, still sitting in the command chair, watching quietly, his face illuminated by lights from his combat displays. He raised an eyebrow at Gretchen's formal expression. "Chu, Sa Hadaishi, Mr. Parker has boarded and taken possession of the exploration ship Palenque Company Registry." She read off the official registration and identification of the Temple-class starship. "And Severy, one would like to request the assistance of the Imperial Navy in recovery operations at this time." She bowed politely, and the captain returned the motion. "Lieutenant Kosho?" Mitsuharu turned his head slightly. The executive officer was waiting with a politely interested expression. "Please render all aid and assistance to the company representatives in securing their ship and restoring power and environmental controls." "Hi, Captain." Kosho touched her cheekbone and began speaking to the 2 Marines floating outside the airlock. "You may proceed with your recovery operation, Dr. Anderson." Hadaishi nodded politely to Gretchen. In the cameras, the 2 Marines entered the airlock as Parker and Bandau moved aside to let them handle the shipside hatch. A second plate was removed and the inner airlock opened slowly as Deckard operated the manual release bar. Gretchen bent over the panel, watching a hallway slowly emerge into the light. Everything was very dark. She looked sideways at Magdalena. "Atmosphere." "Clear," the Hesh replied, though she was frowning. "What is it?" Gretchen tapped open the ship frequency. "Parker, hold up." The video feed stilled, and Gretchen caught sight of 2 stubby black marine ship gun barrels swinging up, pointing down the newly revealed passageway. Parker's camera shifted as he swung to cover the now closed exterior hatch. "There's—" Magdalena twitched her nose, claws tapping softly on the display. "Mr. Parker," she growled, "is your suit envirosensor working properly? Does it show green?" "Yes," Parker said a moment later. "Everyone's does." Gretchen started to turn toward Lieutenant Kosho, but the little Nisei woman's fingers were dancing on her own panel, and Magdalena's array of V-panes and gauges suddenly doubled in number, showing the telemetry feed from all 4 Z-suits. The Hesh frowned again, black lips curling back from white incisors. "Ship air is very, very clean," she said a moment later in a slightly disbelieving voice. "I show barely any contaminants, no waste products, only a slightly oxygen-rich standard oxy-nitrogen atmosphere. Scattered traces of free carbon and hydrogen." "Dioxide levels?" Gretchen leaned over, searching out the air mixture readout for herself. Magdalena waved a paw in dismissal, making the rows of bracelets on her wrists tinkle. "Negligible. Couldn't grow a fern if you wanted to. It's like no one is aboard and never has been." "All right. Parker, you're free to advance. Head for the bridge with all due precaution." "Okay." The pilot edged out into the hallway, his helmet light swinging across mottled gray bulkheads and an irregular-looking floor. "This is funny." While the observers on the bridge of the Cornwall held their breaths, Parker moved to the base of the closest wall and knelt down. His hand, a little bulky in the Z-suit, brushed along the baseboard. Bare metal under his fingertips gleamed and shimmered in clear white light. "Discolored," Bandow commented, "like it's been flash-heated." "Yeah." Parker's camera shifted again, and fine gray ash puffed up from the deck at his touch. "Boss, could there have been a fire?" "Huh." Gretchen slumped back in her shock chair, biting her lower lip. "Then, where's the carbon scoring, the fire suppression foam residue?" Neither Bandow nor Parker had an answer. After a moment's pause, they pressed on. "Tuh?" Gretchen watched in silence, her frown steadily lengthening as the four men moved forward along the main access passageway. Hatches revealing half-seen rooms drifted by. Everywhere power was out, the ship dark and silent. When they entered what the ship schematic described as a crew common area just forward of the main lab ring, she opened the suit channel again. Parker turned slowly. "I want to see the whole room." The camera view panned, and Gretchen doubled the size of the V-pane and dialed up feed magnification. Parker's camera slid across tables, chairs, countertops, drink dispensers, refrigerator, and synthesizer doors. "Stop. Stop right there." "Parker, do you see the door of the refrigerator?" "Shuri, what about it?" Parker's pistol could be seen on the bottom left of the screen, steady on the suspicious door. "Looks like a refrigerator door. Must be the snacks locker." "Have you ever seen a ship fridge door that wasn't covered with stickers, leaflets, announcements, photos from home?" Parker didn't answer for a moment, and his camera flicked back across the rest of the common area. "There's nothing here," he said, surprised. "It's like they cleaned up the place and left, or there was a fire and it burned up everything." "Made a very clean job of it then," Gretchen said in a dry voice. "More than that, look at this," Bandow said, and his camera view drifted over to a food prep counter set into one bulkhead. Gretchen turned her attention to his display. There was a rack of chef's knives pinned to the surface on a heavy magnetic strip. She hissed in alarm. The muzzle of Bandow's rifle touched the hilt of one of the knives. Where a heavy rubber or wooden grip should have enclosed the steel tang, there was nothing, only bare, gleaming metal. This was a set of Hotchkiss cooking knives from New France on Anahuac. These models have walnut handles and surgical quality blades. Very expensive. "Check the rest of the room," Gretchen said, feeling suddenly cold. "Check for anything organic, anything at all." "CN2? Nothing here either," Parker said in a dead voice. He was standing on the bridge of the palenque, one hand pushing the commander's chair back and forth. There was only a bare metal frame, lacking any plastic, leather, or fiberfill. "Everything's just gone. This is creepy." Bandow's camera shifted, looking across the display panels of the command station. Like everything else, they were dark and mottled by heat. The gunner wrapped the knuckles of his Z suit on the glassy plate. "Aren't these touch panels plastic?" "What about the corridor walls, the doors? Aren't they plastic of some kind? Why were they just melted a little and not destroyed completely?" Gretchen and Magdalena looked up. They had been poring over the shipyard diagrams and materials lists used in the construction documents on file for the palenque. Gretchen rubbed her face. The maze of ship documents was giving her a headache. Command panels are made with an electrically active composite, which is not a long-chain polymer, Mr. Bandow." Lieutenant Kosho's cool, correct voice intruded on the circuit. "The range of materials removed from the ship is rather distinct." Gretchen's glasses flickered, and Hadeshi's private channel glyph was winking again. "Yes," she said, turning away from Magdalena. She was starting to feel sick. "We think the ship was attacked by a cleaner agent of some kind." Mitsuharu's voice was very calm and steadying. "Only certain molecules and sets of longer chain compounds were affected, particularly those which form organic life. Paper, glue, bed sheets, all those things were swept up in the general criteria." "A weapon?" Gretchen felt a band of tension release from her chest. Vague fears crystallized, and she felt relieved. "See," she thought, "the universe is filled with reason. Something from that planet?" "Perhaps." Hadeshi sounded thoughtful. "There have been reports of illegal activity in this region, but no human miners would have access to this kind of a nano-weapon. You should continue searching the ship. Perhaps something survived in one of the lab habitats." Of course. Gretchen turned back to Magdalena. The Hesht was talking Bandow and Parker through the removal of an access panel under the command display. Maggie? Just a moment. Yes, Mr. Parker, use some muscle. You won't break anything. There, now look inside. Parker hesitated, heart rate spiking on the monitor, and his pistol and a detached lamp went first. In the dark cavity, ranks of crystalline system modules sat quietly, without showing any sign of activity. Still no power, Maggie grumbled to herself. Yao Shir Bandow, please take out a V-pad if you have one. I will send a detailed ship schematic to you. I want you to go down to engineering and start checking the power runs out from the batteries and fusion plant. Parker muttered something obscene and crawled out of the access panel. Bandow said nothing. Both men kicked down the long central access passageway, gliding expertly from stanchion to stanchion, their suit lamps flaring on the white panels and dark openings onto surrounding decks. Kosho-san? Gretchen looked across the dim, softly glowing command deck of the Cornuelle. Could your Marines search the rest of the ship? Hi, the exec answered. I will send another pair across to secure the bridge while Deckard and Fitzsimmons search deck by deck. Parker grunted, putting his shoulder into a length of hex steel pipe. The pipe extended the manual locking release on a massive pressure hatch marked with radiation warning symbols. Bandow had his helmet pressed against the metal surface, listening. The pipe squealed, the sound tinny and faint after echoing through the pilot's gloves and suit. Nothing, Bandow said over the open channel. The bolts aren't backing out. Is there another way in? Parker spoke to the air. On the Cornuelle, Gretchen shook her head. Magdalena's entire control panel was covered with schematics showing the engineering space, the reactor cores, and every crawl space, access tunnel, and passage in the aft half of the Palenque. The Hesht's ears were twitching in frustration. No, Mr. Parker, Gretchen said wearily, only half listening to the men on the ship. Lieutenant Isoroku says the reactor has gone through an emergency shutdown procedure. That hatch is the only access, and the manual lock mechanism should work. Sorry, Chief, there's no joy here. Parker worked the pipe free from the locking bar and then slammed the length of metal into the hatch in frustration. There was another tinny echo. The pilot swore again, and this time he did not bother to keep his voice down. We'll have to burn through this door to get to the other side. How thick is the damned thing? Gretchen listened to the other channel for a moment, chewing on her lip. Too thick, Mr. Parker. It's supposed to restrain the core in case of a failure. What do we do then? Bandow stood up, the pilot's lamp throwing a huge shadow behind him. Run the ship from the batteries. We can't get at them either. Everything's through this door. Gretchen sat up straight in her chair, a vague thought trying to worm free of her tired brain. Maggie, show me the electrical connections for the hatch mechanism. The Hesht nodded sharply, and a tap-tap of her foreclaws zoomed a section of the schematic into full view. Gretchen hunched over the panel, fingertips brushing over the band at her wrist. A tickling feeling of clarity welled up, banishing her fatigue. She punched the schematic onto the V-channel shared by the team on the Palenque and the watchers on the Cornuelle. Isoroku-san, do you see the display on your 3? A muttered acknowledgement echoed over the Cornuelle side channel from engineering. The Tyee was down in his engine room, watching a duplicate of the video feeds in front of Gretchen. I do. Yes, I believe such an approach would succeed. Sho, Sakosho? I agree, the exec said. She had her own echo of the schematics. Kosho turned to look inquiringly at the captain. Mitsuharu frowned. Hayes Tuzan? Threat status? The commander was very slowly stroking his beard. No change, Hideishi-san. The armaments officer made a sketchy bow from his position on the bridge. 2 ratings and a work carol, Hideishi said, nodding to his exec. They'll need the cargo space for the power cell. Gretchen turned back to her panel and toggled to Parker and Bandow's channel. Parker, an engineering crew from the Cornuelle, will be joining you shortly with a portable fuel cell unit. She glanced down at the diagrams. Maggie's long, claw-tipped fingers slid under her arm, indicating a section of corridor. You can speed things up, I think, if you move. About 5 meters back down the corridor, there will be an access plate. From your current vantage, overhead, marked with an engineering glyph. Remove the plate, and you'll find a pair of power runs which lead to the hatch motor. Understood. Parker cut in, already moving with his length of pipe. He kicked away from the blast door and tumbled gently to fetch up near the panel. "I see it." Beep, beep, beep. "All units, hold position," a raspy voice barked across the shipside channel, overriding Parker's comment. Gretchen flinched back from the panel as a series of warning glyphs flashed on her display. An audible tone silenced the quiet chatter on the bridge of the Cornuelle. "We've found someone." "Who is this?" Gretchen hissed at Magdalena, waving her hand at the display board. The Hesht bared her teeth in response, almost spitting, but white claws flashed, and the video feeds of all the men aboard the Palenque leapt into view on the panel. "This is Sergeant Fitzsimmons Anderson Zen." The Marine Scott's accent was very dry and controlled. On the medical feed, his heartbeat had ticked up a little, but his respiration was holding steady. "V Channel 6. "I have it," Gretchen snapped. Then she froze, grasping the image being projected from the Marine suit camera. In comparison to the quality of the video thrown by the company suits, Fitzsimmons' transmission was as sharp as a 3V broadcast at home. "What?" "3 bodies, ma'am," the Marine said, gliding forward, his boots making a sh-tup sound on the deck as he moved. The muzzle of his ship gun was not pointed at the sprawled gray and tan shapes on the open decking in front of him, but on the dark recesses of some enormous open space. At the very edge of his camera's field of view, Gretchen caught sight of the second Marine also making a slow advance, gun at the ready. They're wearing company tags. "Where are they?" Gretchen muted her throat mic, whispering to Magdalena. "The main shuttle bay, sister." Maggie zoomed both Marine camera feeds and jacked up the ambient light amplification. A huge space sprang into view, curving walls looming overhead and the heavy, blunt-nosed shape of a shuttle filling the darkness to the right, a pale light gleaming in the cockpit windows. Directly ahead of the 2 Marines, 3 crumpled shapes in Z-suits were sprawled on the decking, only a meter or 2 from some kind of an access hatch. Gretchen felt a creeping chill at the loose, floppy limbs of the suited bodies. "Maggie, what is behind that hatch?" Gretchen was whispering again. "The starboard power, data, and environmental venting lines." The Hesht was distracted, staring at her displays. Wait one. Gretchen ignored her, watching in sick fascination as Fitzsimmons advanced on the bodies, the glare of his suit light throwing them in sharp relief against the corrugated decking. The Marine paused, gun high, and gave the side of one of the helmets a soft kick with his boot. There was no sound, but the glassine helmet rolled over, revealing emptiness. The suit tag read P. Cattle. "The chief engineer," Magdalena said after a moment. "Pitekatl, Susan Alexandra, company employee 6 years, master's chief certification and engineer aboard the Palenque for 3 years. Sergeant, check all the suit seals." Hadishi's voice was very calm and even over the channel. "Sho Sakosho, please halt the movement of the engineering team toward the Palenque." Fitzsimmons's gloved fingertips slid back the metal plate covering the environmental controls on the empty Z-suit. A row of faint green lights appeared. "Suit integrity intact, sir." Gretchen sat back in her seat, a tiny bead of blood oozing from her lip. "Damn." "Check the other 2, Hidishi said in a conversational tone. Deckard advanced to the power panel door and opened the access way. "Izoroku-san, please observe Haicho Deckard's suit camera." A distant "hi" echoed in the silence on the bridge. Fitzsimmons stood up, his camera view swinging to check the rest of the boat bay. Though his ship gun was still at high port, Gretchen thought the man had ceased to worry about something leaping out of the darkness at him. "Captain Hadidishi," she started to say, but the commander met her eye and shook his head slightly. "The Palenque is now under Level 2 quarantine," Anderson, Tease, said quietly. "Something consumed the men inside those Z-suits after they had a sealed environment. We must presume everyone aboard is in the same danger. Indeed, they may already be exposed, and we cannot risk the Cornuelle as well." "How long?" Gretchen was almost immediately interrupted by Magdalena sinking a claw into her shoulder and Isoroku's voice grumbling over the engineering channel. "Ahadeshi-san, look at the feed from Deckard's suit." The engineer's voice sounded both depressed and filled with righteous anger. "Sloppy civilian contractors," he muttered. Deckard's V feed showed the inside of the utility run, a circular space filled with the heavy blue shapes of air and water returns, the darker reddish channels of data feeds, and the charred black traces of power conduit. "What happened to this stuff?" Deckard snorted, poking at the ruin inside the utility tunnel with the tip of his rifle. "It's all burned up." "Stay alert, Haicho." Fitzsimmons's voice was very sharp on the comm, and the sergeant was almost immediately in the access way, shining his lamp up and down the shaft. "Back up and cover the boat bay. Tai-e Isoroku, are you getting a good feed from my camera?" The sergeant panned his lamp slowly over the tangled mess, letting the engineer get a good look. On the bridge of the Cornuelle, the captain leaned on the arm of his chair, watching Isoroku's face twist in thought on the V-feed from engineering. "Well?" The engineer scowled into the pickup. His bald head was shining with a faint, fine sheen of sweat. "Poor materials, Captain." A thick finger stabbed at a screen out of the field of view. "We'll need a sample, but I'll say now the material used to insulate and screen the power conduits was substandard, using some kind of organic in the composite, something the weapon attacked and stripped away." Isoroku shrugged his heavy shoulders. The conduit temperature spiked from all the waste heat, and then the superconductors failed and power went out. "Did conduit failure shut down the fusion plant?" Heidishi was smoothing his beard again. "Unlikely, Kaio." The engineer looked off screen. "All three of those suits have engineering cert badges on them. Perhaps the attack started on the starboard side, power started to fail unexpectedly, and they started a reactor shutdown, then moved to see what was happening." Hareishi nodded to himself, sighing, and fell dead on the way, consumed. "Captain?" Gretchen had risen up in her seat, tucking one leg under. "We found something interesting." "Yes? There are higher levels of waste products in the hangar bay," Magdalena said, her throaty voice rolling and rumbling. "Complex carbon chains, waste gases, long-chain organics. The sensors on the marine suits are starting to pick them up. And..." She raised one eyebrow and leaned forward. "And what?" Gretchen tapped a control on the display panel and a section of video doubled, then trebled in size. A window, glowing with light, and a shadow against a bulkhead were plain to see. "There's someone alive inside the shuttle." "Clip on." Gunso Fitzsimmons tossed Deckard a monofill line tab. The corporal caught the metal hook deftly and snugged the line to his belt with the ease of long practice. Both Marines had dialed down the audio on their comm sets, so the argument on the bridge of the Cornuelle was reduced to a dull thunder in the background. "Clipped," Deckard replied after testing the line. He slung the angular black shape of his ship gun over one shoulder and adjusted his gloves, bringing magnetic surfaces around to the palms. Fitzsimmons removed the little winch from his belt and adhered the metal box to the door frame of the power conduit accessway. "Anchored." "Anchors away, then." Deckard grinned, white teeth visible through the faceplate of his suit. He kicked off from the wall and sailed across the boat bay. As he approached the nose of the shuttle, the Marine tucked in his feet and rolled. Now, feet first, he slipped past the window and reached out with both hands. The glove slipped along the pitted, rusted surface of the shuttle, then slid to a halt. Quietly now, Fitzsimmons breathed over the combat channel. "Show me what's inside." Deckard spidered up to the forward window of the shuttle and paused just out of sight of anyone inside. Tugging one of his shoulder cameras free, the Marine eased the filament up to the edge of the window. The sergeant, watching the spy eye view on a tiny postage stamp-sized pop-up inside his helmet, made a scooting motion with his land. "Just a hair more." Then he could see inside the cluttered, dirty cockpit of the shuttle and, through the pressure door into the main cabin, two people sitting on facing piles of bedding. As he watched, the man tossed a playing card onto a pile between himself and the woman. Moisture was dripping from the walls of the shuttle and the sergeant made a face. "Mold? They're certainly alive, not disintegrated at all." Taking a breath, Fitzsimmons dialed up the volume on his comm. The ship is entirely safe," Gretchen said again, her voice rising slightly. "We've had men aboard for 2 hours and no one has been affected. There are waste gases loose in the boat bay and they have not been destroyed." Heidishi, his patience fraying, though only the sergeant or one of the crew would have been able to tell, interrupted. "Dr. Anderson, I will not put my men or my ship at risk." Until we know exactly what happened and why, I will not put another man or woman aboard the Palenque. Ah, sir? Heideshi-san? Fitzsimmons made a face in the privacy of his suit. Luckily, the cameras only pointed forward, not at his grinning mug. Chu, sir? Hi, Gunso. There are at least 2 people alive inside the shuttle, sir. They've been there quite a while. Shall I go aboard and see what they know? No, Heideshi said, a slight edge in his voice. If the contaminant is still loose on a Palenque, you'll only place them in danger. Hook up your exterior comm to the shuttle's data port and talk to them that way. One of the other channels carried a muffled voice, and Fitzsimmons realized Anderson's voice channel had been muted from the command deck. Aye, aye, sir, Fitzsimmons signaled to Deckard, then took 2 long, bounding steps to reach the shuttle's airlock. The corporal walked sideways down the hull to meet him, spooling up the monofill as he went. Time for first contact, Corporal. Undog the comm port cover, would you? We don't really know what happened. They just fell over, and we couldn't raise anyone on the ship-to-ship comm channel. Gretchen suppressed a sigh, staring at 2 grimy faces framed by the shuttle's VCam. On her left, security team crewman Carlos Fuente's bearded visage stared out at her with sick desperation. Beside him, nose screwed up in a grimace, her entire body turned away from Fuentes. Crewwoman Dolores Flores seemed equally despondent. Tell me what you saw, Gretchen said again, from the beginning. Well, Carlos groped for the proper words. Shut up, idiot, Dolores said, pushing him out of the field of view. I'll tell you, ma'am, we've been having problems with the shuttle engine since we arrived, the crewwoman began. After 5 or 6 trips down to the base camp, they started showing warning lights in the afterburner and air intake ducts. Finally, Shuttle 2 refused to power up groundside, claimed the engine would overheat. So we took number 1 down to base camp and pulled the entire engine assembly out of number 2. She jerked her thumb over one shoulder. Something large and bulky, wrapped with shock foam and cables, filled most of the cargo space on the shuttle. We brought up Doc Clarkson at the same time. He was in a big hurry, and Dr. McHugh, she wasn't in such a hurry. They went upstairs, but we were working down here to prep this bastard to unload. Did anyone else ride up with you? Did you close the airlock after Clarkson and McHugh left the shuttle? Gretchen was chewing on the stub end of a pointing stylus. Always. Dolores nodded sharply, waving her hand off to one side. Standard procedure. The bay doors are airtight, but the boat bay is considered an unsecured environment. You lock in and out of the bay, or the shuttles when they're aboard, and it was just those 2. No one else wanted to ride up with them, not when they were in such a mood. When did you notice something was wrong on the ship? An alarm went off shipside, Dolores said. We heard the horn go off and I ran into the cockpit. Carlos, the crewwoman's lip twisted slightly, Everging, called the bridge. We heard some noise, some shouting for maybe 30 seconds, and then nothing. She pointed off toward the front of the shuttle. Then the lock cycled, and engineer Pate Cottle and 2 others ran into the bay. I called on the comm, and she said something was attacking the ship. Then she made sort of a choking noise. We saw a hot glow inside their helmets, and all 3 of them fell over. And then? Gretchen frowned at the ragged plastic end of her stylus. They didn't move. We couldn't get anyone on the ship-to-ship channel. Dolores shrugged. The bay doors were closed, and we couldn't get them open by remote. We didn't dare go outside, not with 3 people dead in suits right in front of our eyes. With the shuttle parked inside the bay, we couldn't even raise groundside on the comm. So we've been waiting for weeks, hoping something would happen. Something good, I mean. She ventured a smile. Can we get out of this tin can now and get a shower? You can have a bath when we get you out, Gretchen promised with a smile. But right now, we have to figure out how to get you out of there safely. I'll call you back in a moment. She shut down the channel, then turned to face Heideshi. The captain and Lieutenant Kosho were talking, heads close together, at the exec's display board. Captain Heideshi? Yes, Anderson's in. He seemed tense, and she knew he was bracing for another argument about the quarantine. I would like to transfer my crew and supplies and the loan of a fuel cell, if you will, to the Palenque. For a moment, Heideshi said nothing, staring at her with narrowed eyes. At his side, the lieutenant allowed herself the ghost of a smile. Then the captain visibly shook himself and nodded. You're sure of your analysis? Sure enough to risk yourself and your team? Yes, Gretchen said in a firm voice. Oh Lord, I hope so. But we can't just sit here for weeks. Every day burns away at our non-existent budget and our tiny little bonuses. Very well. Hadiishi glanced at his exec, who had stepped down to her own board. Attention already focused on her lading schedules, thin rose-colored lips moving silently. Kosho-sana. We will leave Sergeant Fitzsimmons and Corporal Deckard aboard as a, loan to Anderson Tietzen and her group. For the moment. After the quarantine period has passed, we will want them back. The captain raised an eyebrow at Gretchen, who smiled in relief. Thank you, she said, making a heartfelt bow. Please don't damage my crewmen, Hadiishi responded on his private channel. Good luck! There is one more thing. Gretchen felt her stomach clench, knowing she was probably overstepping the bounds of hospitality. If you could loan us an engineer's mate, I think we could get the power plant on the Palenque working again. Hadiishi frowned. Gretchen kept her face impassive. The captain looked sideways, listening. He frowned again and said something into his throat mic. While Anderson watched, the captain argued momentarily with someone, then gave up. Shosa Isoroku will be joining you on the Palenque, Hadiishi said in a tight voice. Gretchen must have shown some of her astonishment openly. I see. He, Hadiishi continued in a colorless tone, wishes to see the damage caused by this weapon for himself. I believe he desires to submit a technical paper to the Fleet Engineering College on Mars. You should get ready to move your equipment. Gretchen nodded again in thanks, then began gathering up the V-pads, writing styluses and other bric-a-brac which had accumulated around the secondary weapon station. Magdalena was still hunched over her board, watching the feeds from the various suit cameras. I'll see you downstairs, Gretchen said, thumping the Hesht on one furry shoulder. Yaha, Maggie answered absently. Be there in a bit. The main lock of the Palenque cycled and Gretchen stepped through into a dark, echoing passage. A string of fading glow beams cast the main access corridor in twilight, each shining dot throwing a circle of solemn blue-green light. She looked down at the Enviro readouts on her arm. Everything shone a friendly green, and she stepped aside to let Lieutenant Isoroku drag the battery pack into the ship. Magdalena followed, swimming through the opening with a flotilla of duffels, gearboxes, and tools floating around her. You going to the command deck? Gretchen lifted her chin in question. The Hesht shook her head. No, down to engineering first. If we can get the hatch to the control compartment open, we'll restart the ship's main comp before we try to bring up the reactor core. What about you? I'm going to wander around, Gretchen said, looking at the readouts on her arm again. The lab ring, I think. Keep channel 4 open. She looked over to Isoroku. Lieutenant, could you use someone familiar with the ship systems? Hi, he answered dubiously. Gretchen clicked her teeth, changing comm channel. Sergeant Fitzsimmons, could you tell Miss Flores to suit up and go to engineering? Lieutenant Isoroku will be waiting for her. She paused, listening. I don't believe the ship is infected anymore, Sergeant. You and Corporal Deckard are proof of that, at least in my eyes. We would all be dead by now if the weapon remained active on board. There was an affirmative grunt on the channel and Gretchen smiled at the lieutenant. Crewwoman Flores will be along presently. Good luck. I'd love to see some light and heat in here. Gretchen followed the battery pack, guided by Isoroku with a clever little handheld gas jet unit, down 2 main decks, then swung out of the access shaft to let her boots adhere to the doorframe of a large, double-wide portal labeled XA Lab 1. The pressure hatch was closed and she swore silently to herself, of course it's closed. Everything is. Feeling foolish, she found the manual locking bar and, straining to keep her feet wedged against the bulkhead for leverage, managed to crank the hatch open enough to get her suit through. On the other side, she paused, staring at the opening. Her arms were sore, but part of her brain was making a frightened sound. I might have to flee back this way. No, she said aloud, though her throat mic was muted. No, I won't. Dialing her suit lamps to a more diffuse illumination, Gretchen pushed off gently and made her way forward through the ring. After a few minutes, she pulled herself up short, staring through a thick oval window into the next lab. The hatch was closed tight, the chamber dark, but the fragmentary light of her suit lamps picked out the shape of a clean box with something bulky inside. Some kind of debris was scattered on the deck, and there was a subtle sense of disorder among the white and steel surfaces. Someone working on something when the disaster overcame them? Damn. The hatch was sealed, the pressure seals closed, the chamber had no manual lock. Indeed, a heat-distorted label declared the space beyond a secured environment. Gretchen clicked her mic on. "Maggie, how long until we have power?" There was no answer. Gretchen froze, listening to the warble of static and an intermittent, distant pinging sound. Suppressing a cold shiver of fear, she changed channel again. "Anderson to the Cornuelle, come in, please." There was still no answer, but, obscurely, Gretchen was a little relieved. "Something's blocking my suit comm," she thought. Of course. Only slightly less apprehensive, she made her way back to the access shaft, pushing away from the handholds set into the ceiling and floor. Squeezing through the hatchway, she breathed a sigh of relief to hear Channel 4 wake to life with Maggie and Dolores chatting amiably while they worked. "Magdalena, how long until we have power?" The Hesht made a coughing sound. Laughter, then said, "We haven't opened the door to engineering yet, but we're close. One of the hatch motors burned out and Isoroku is replacing the mechanism, so I'd say another hour, at least." "Thank you." Gretchen muted the channel, staring around at the cold darkness filling the ship. The main accessway seemed bottomless, even with a receding line of glow beams shining in the dimness. Somehow, the faint little pools of light only made the gloom seem more encompassing and complete. Disheartened, she sat down, swinging her boots over the shaft. "I guess I'll just wait then." After an endless minute, she pulled a V-pad from the cargo pocket of her suit and thumbed it awake. "Might as well get some work done," she thought glumly. So something got loose in the ship, something which must have propagated through the air, a gas or vapor. How else could it move so fast and be unseen? Air is easy to penetrate, permeates most everything, an aerosol of some kind. She called up the ship schematics Magdalena had been using to follow the power and utility conduits. Her pad still held the modeling and time regression software she'd used on Ugarit, which could understand the volume of the ship, the rooms and chambers, even the lack of organic artifacts. Just like a site abandoned so long all the organics have decayed away, she thought after 30 minutes. That's a good lab exercise for first years. Steadily brightening light broke her concentration, and she looked up to see the pilot scooting up the shaft toward her. A little embarrassed, she tucked the V-pad away. "How goes, Mr. Parker?" "Good," he answered. Cheerful humor returned. "Engineering is open, and Isoroku's got his battery hooked up. Looks like the ship's fuel cells still have some juice, though environmental was still working for a while after the accident. Magdalena's starting up the comm from local power. I'm heading for the bridge to check the relays and get the main comm array running." Gretchen smiled. "Good. What about main power?" Parker waggled his hand ambivalently, inducing a slow spin. "No promises there. Isoroku wants to check every centimeter of the reactor to make sure nothing got eaten away by our little friend. Can't say I'd blame him." "No, I suppose not." Gretchen rose, one hand clinging to a railing surrounding the hatchway. "If power comes back up, I'll want you to unlock the hatches in the lab habitat for me. Don't open them, though. I'll take care of that." Parker nodded, then kicked off, flying up into the darkness, his helmet haloed by the flare of his lamps. Gretchen watched him go, feeling the darkness close around her again. Her suit was starting to smell, even with only a couple hours inside, just like on Ugarit. Maybe the showers will work, she thought hopefully. Then she realized all the towels on board would have been disintegrated, and she was depressed again. The wall against Gretchen's back trembled and her eyes flew open. For a moment she was disoriented. She'd fallen asleep, listening to the hum of the fans in her suit, and saw only darkness sprinkled with faint lights above her. "I'm outside." Then she looked down the main shaft and saw a ring of lights flare on. A section of overheads 100 feet away, near the ring hub into engineering. Then another and another. Gretchen stood up, grabbing hold of the nearest handhold, and the wave of lights washed over her. The deck continued to tremble, echoing the sound of a distant power plant turning over. "Backup power is up in engineering," Magdalena growled in her ear. "Some of the emergency lights are on. I'm starting the heat exchangers and air circulation." Gretchen swung into the lab ring and crabbed down to the first tier of labs. Puzzled, she stared around. The lights were still out. Then they flickered on, one by one, casting a steady daylight radiance. She blinked and her helmet polarized slightly. In the clear light, the stark emptiness of the work cubicles and rooms was even more striking. All gone, everyone's work destroyed, she thought sadly, shuffling up the curve of the lab ring. Anything they didn't note down on comp, lost forever. She reached the sealed doorway to the clean room and looked inside. Here, most of the lights were still off, but two spots shone inside the containment chamber. A rusted and ochre cylinder stood in a stainless steel cradle, anachronous and startling with irregular chips and flakes of stone amid the clean, smooth lines of the laboratory. Gretchen swallowed. The artifact, what else could it be? Was sectioned, cut clean in half as by a surgical beam. A metal-clad emitter ring hung poised above the cylinder, distended from an equipment pod. She guessed the cut was very narrow, perhaps only a millimeter across. She started to sweat again, and the fan spun up in the suit, trying to keep her temperature constant. Reflexively, she looked down, checking the pressure seal on the door. With power returned, the panel showed 3 green lights and 1 red. She blinked. The door seal failed. Oh, God. Gretchen stepped back and then stopped, gritting her teeth. Too late now. Too late weeks ago. Whatever was inside escaped, ate through the containment pod, through the door seals, right out into the ship. She unclenched her hands and stared at the door. Adrenaline hissed in her blood, making her arms tremble. After a long moment, she clicked her mic open. "Magdalena, are you busy right now?" A growl answered, and a string of curses. Gretchen smiled, though the motion felt strange. "Yes, sister, I can wait. I'm in lab ring 1. Take your time." Gretchen sucked the last of a 3 square from her food tube and stood up as Magdalena and Bandow drifted down into the lab ring. The Hesht was still surrounded by a cloud of tools and cargo bags, but the gunner seemed to have accumulated some of the bulkier items. "What's our status?" Gretchen asked, catching Maggie's paw and drawing her to a stop on the deck. Magdalena yawned in response, showing an ebon mouth filled with white teeth. Her fur was rumpled and one ear lay flat back against her head while the other was canted forward. "All we have is SSST tail feathers," the Hesht snarled. "Fuel cell power is up, main comp is up, the main reactor is still down, and we're lacking power in most of the ship." A gloved paw flexed, and Gretchen noticed the Hesht's Z-suit was fitted with a flexible metal mesh to accommodate extended claws. The fine mail glistened like fish scales. "Isoroku-san thinks this tangle-tailed weapon chewed up most of the power conduit runs. Some survived, so we have lights in the main core and some sections, but everything replaced 3 maintenance cycles ago is gone." Gretchen wrinkled her nose. "Bad parts?" Maggie nodded. "The repair logs show they swapped out most of the original conduit for new 2 years ago as part of a systems upgrade. The new conduit was supposed to have a higher load tolerance, so they replaced all of the high-draw lines with this inferior product. So the lights are on, some comp panels are up, but most of the hatches don't work, and the drives are offline, along with sensors, weapons, and the boat bay doors." "Okay." Gretchen stared at the hatch into the clean room. "What about this one?" Maggie shrugged. "The lights are on. Try it." Gretchen took a breath, nodded abruptly, and stepped to the door. Then she stopped, unwilling to touch the controls. She felt Bandow and Maggie staring at her and became aware of the man's ship gun, raised and pointing past her at the door. A smile twitched her lips. "Instinct! Danger in the high grass. As if his gun will stop this thing if it's still in there." Her forefinger stabbed the button and the hatch trembled. A motor whirred, the sound audible even through her suit insulation, and the heavy steel recessed, then drew up into an overhead panel. There were bits and pieces of metal and ceramic scattered on he-deck. Gretchen recognized the metal inserts from the soles of a pair of dig boots much like her own. The deck surface was a dark, irregular metal, and she realized the usual non-skid coating had been destroyed. She padded across the deck, giving a wide berth to the tumbled parts of a belt, a pen, a scratched and dented V-pad. Her eyes shied away from 2 irregular shining white pebbles. "Someone's teeth. I didn't need to see that," she thought fiercely. The comp panel running the isolation chamber had power, but had gone through an abrupt shutdown. Gretchen studied the glyphs for a moment, then tapped in restart and resume. Magdalena leaned in at her side, staring into the chamber. "These are the seal status indicators." The Hest ran a metal-sheathed claw across a line of winking red glyphs. Gretchen nodded, watching the system start up. The panel seemed sluggish, and one pane displayed a constant list of init errors. Magdalena hissed, "Sloppy work. The entire seal is gone." "Why don't they make them of solid metal or ceramic?" Gretchen shrugged, concentrating on getting the panel operative again. "Company probably bought from the low bidder. Here we go." A V-feed opened on the panel, showing the interior of the isolation chamber and the rocky, corroded-looking cylinder. Gretchen slid a control down, and the image rewound with a flash, ending with a similar image, though now the cylinder was intact and the lighting slightly different. "Replay," Gretchen muttered, finding the glyph for movement, returning to the source and tapping the stylized warrior in a loincloth holding two reeds crowned with white fluff. "Oh," with audio overlay. Another tap, and the timer began to run in one corner of the image. For a moment there was no sound, and Gretchen frowned. Magdalena laughed softly, and her claw tip danced across a series of controls. An excited male voice suddenly filled Gretchen's helmet. "Calm. On day 6 Flint knife in the month of offering flowers, an artifact described by image log 772 was recovered from the surface of Ephesus 3 with some assistance from Miss Rosovsky, a postdoc performing a routine geophysical survey of the planet. This is the first artifact we have found, which is of an obvious and patently manufactured origin." I ruffle. There was a throaty, satisfied laugh, and Gretchen's nostrils flared. She decided she did not like the speaker, whoever he was. "Assistance? You mean this? Rosovsky found the damn thing and brought it to you like a good little student? Or did you take it from her?" Initial analysis shows a metallic cylinder surrounded by a matrix of sedimentary rock. The encrusting mixture is of interest, indicating the cylinder lay in mud or clay. Preliminary isotopic decay readings suggest an age for the matrix of nearly 3 million years. The laugh came again, and this time there was a sense of relief in the voice. This places the artifact well within the time frame of known first-sun activities. Gretchen felt the cold chill flood back into her stomach. "What a fool!" "Dr. McHugh has suggested that we isolate the artifact and send it back to the company labs for more extensive examination, but I believe it is safer and more prudent for us to make an initial survey here, aboard the ship." The voice settled, becoming pedantic and measured. "She suggests the object may be dangerous, but if so, would it not be wiser to examine the artifact here? Far from inhabited space, any violent event would then affect only this one ship, and of course myself. A loss, to be sure, but far better than losing Mars or Novaya Rossiya." Gretchen shook her head in amazement at the man's ego. She could feel him thinking, even through the distance of the recording, and he was so eager to see what was inside the cylinder. Any real thought of caution or wariness was entirely disregarded. "Luckily," the voice continued, "the limestone matrix does not interfere with most of our sensors here in the lab. I am going to try a low-power microwave scan first, just to see what the exterior really looks like." A succession of images unfolded. The cylinder's crusted surface was mapped, showing each ridge and bump and crevice in the stone. Then the cylinder itself, a smooth metal tube closed seamlessly at each end. There were no markings or signs on the outside of the metal, or at least none shown by the initial scans. "I am initiating a low-power intrusive scan to see if the surface is permeable to X-ray." Gretchen forced herself not to flinch as an emitter ring descended and began a pass along the length of the cylinder. At her side, she felt Maggie stiffen and Bandow mutter, "Idiot, what if it's a booby trap or a bomb?" The image of the cylinder on the V-pane did not react, and a second image replaced the first. A murky picture showing the outlines of the limestone matrix, a metallic shell, very thin, and then a cavity within. "Odd," echoed the voice from the past. "Half of the tube is solid, half empty. Wait, perhaps the solid half is only very dense." The image zoomed, focusing in and zoomed again, revealing a dense, interlocking system of membranes and fluted, intertwined protrusions. "Looks like a lung," Bandow said, staring sideways at the display. "Some kind of structure," the voice continued, very dense. "The separations between the alveoli-like structures are barely measurable. Yet they exist. An information storage structure? Could this be a book? Gretchen had to suppress a start. The hard, dry voice of Green Hummingbird was whispering in her memory. A book? Or some other storage media? The man's voice started to trend upward, filling with a rush of excitement. It must be a book, greed dripped into his voice. Or a visual storage mechanism. What a prize that would be. But how is it accessed? The image shifted to focus on the empty half of the cylinder. And what is this space for? Why use only half of the container? Perhaps the empty half is not exactly empty? A glyph appeared in one corner of the recording, showing the visual feed was switching to a different sensor. Gretchen squinted at the icon but didn't recognize the symbol. "What's that?" she asked. "Super shortwave sensor," Bandau answered with a slight hesitation, face tense. "It interpolates to sub-X-ray definition for medical use, but he's a fool to use a high-power probe on this thing. Big." "A beginning scan?" the recording announced. The image tightened, flashed blank, then focused again. The empty half of the tube was momentarily revealed as a murky soup of tiny spinning particles. Then the image jerked, the tube split in half, and there was a warning whoop of sound from the recording. Then everything went black, and the panel beeped quietly, indicating the end of the image file. "Well," Gretchen said after a moment, "I guess you should have been here, Mr. Bandau." The gunner shook his head, his face a tight mask. "I'm not disappointed to come late. If I had been here before, I would have put the bastard down." With that, Bandau left, swinging angrily out of the lab and bounding off up the ring toward the main accessway. Gretchen watched him go but said nothing and did not call him back. Instead, she turned to Maggie and said, "Can you make this panel play back the last part frame by frame?" The Hesht coughed in amusement, her claws dancing across the display controls. Sighing with relief, Gretchen thumbed the release mechanisms for her helmet and heard a sharp click as they retracted. Fresh, chill air bathed her face. The ship would be cold for hours yet, until hot air streaming from the heaters permeated all compartments. Then it would be too hot until the environmentals adjusted themselves. She sat down, in something like real gravity, and tugged the helmet free from the Z-suit. Parker, sitting across the table in the crew common area, slid a cup of fresh, hot coffee to her. "There's some creamer, but no milk," he said. "Thank you. Black is fine." The cup was very warm in her hands. 3 sugar packets from a pocket of her Z-suit disappeared into the oily black liquid. She took a long swallow, feeling warmth flood her chest. "Better," she said after finishing the cup. "Better. Are the lieutenant and Flores still down in engineering?" Magdalena nodded. Her attention focused on sucking pale red fluid and chunks of raw meat from a meal bag. Gretchen studiously kept her eyes away from the Hesht dinner. "Mr. Parker, do we have flight control and comm up?" "Sort of," the pilot said, putting down his cup. "Attitude controls are mostly working, though there are still miles of conduit to replace for the main engines. Luckily, the fine control jets use compressed air and need only on-off signals to operate. They work fine, since they're mechanical. Navigation is up, and we have lost some planetary altitude, so when we do have engines live again, I need to make an adjustment burn to put us rack in the proper orbital. We have spin in this happening, but not the others. Main comp is up, so you have shipboard comm and info retrieval, if you can find a working display." He turned toward Magdalena, who was squeezing the meal bag in one paw, making thick goo ooze into her open mouth. Parker jerked back toward Gretchen. We found the experimental transmitter, which is on its own fuel cell system, but I haven't messed with it. The cat can do that later, I guess. The main comm array is down until we rebuild power, though we're close enough to the Cornuelle that our suit radios still work." "Unless you're in the labs," Gretchen commented, "which are shielded." "What did you find down there?" Parker stole a glance at Bandau, who was sitting with his own cup in his hands, content to say nothing. The 2 Marines were equally quiet and unobtrusive, sitting back from the edge of the table. Out of his combat suit, Fitzsimmons was of medium height, very fit, with broad shoulders and curly blue-black hair. Deckard was thinner, with a lanky build and a ruddy complexion. Carlos, still looking miserable, sat beside Parker, slowly chewing on his thumb. "Did you find the weapon?" "Yes." Gretchen drained her cup and set it down on the spotlessly clean tabletop. One of the scientists working on the planet, a geologist named Versovsky, found some stone cylinders in one of the canyons on the big mountain range. She brought an artifact back to base camp and showed her find to Dr. McHugh, the dig supervisor. I think? Not from anything said in record, but hearing between the lines. The lead archaeologist, a man named Clarkson, then took the cylinder from McHugh and returned to the ship. Gretchen looked down at the table, finding a ring of coffee-colored condensation where her warm cup had stood on the cold metal. She squeaked her finger through the liquid, drawing a line down the middle of the circle. Clarkson tried to see what was inside the cylinder with a high-powered sensor. Half of the tube seemed to be empty, but it wasn't, not really. Half seemed to be filled with a tightly packed membrane, like the filaments lining a human lung. The lab's isotope decay analysis estimates the cylinder is almost 3 million years old. A sharp, short laugh escaped her. Clarkson was pretty sure the device wasn't working anymore, or if it was a kind of book or information storage device, like a 3V pack. Well, he was right, in a way. Her finger slashed across the circle of moisture. His probe injected enough energy into the empty chamber to make a sort of gas of very, very small particles expand violently. A thin wall between the two chambers broke down and the gas flooded into the membranes within a fraction of a second. They mixed violently and the cylinder broke open. "A binary round," grunted Fitzsimmons, his brown eyes gleaming in the darkness. "But not the usual sort of explosion, I suppose." "No." Gretchen shook her head ruefully. "The gas-like particles, I think, were some kind of tiny nanomachines. They dissolved the membranes, destroyed them, but at the same time they learned a pattern from the arrangement of the filaments. In less than a second, they were trained and they acquired enough raw material to duplicate themselves. Pressure expanded. 3 fingers stabbed into the circle and swirled the last fragments of moisture out into an unsightly blotch on the tabletop. The weapon was released from its container and into the atmosphere." Gretchen sighed. Clarkson had failed to evacuate the examination chamber, which ordinarily would not have been a problem, but in this case the waste gases in the unit atmosphere were fuel for more nanomachines. I'm pretty sure the machines ignore plain atomic components, O and N and so on, but they chew up CO2 for lunch and any kind of long-chain molecule in their attack pattern for dinner. Pressure built in the chamber, and the eaters reached the pressure seals. If the company had not purchased second-rate containment pods, Gretchen continued, the eaters would have been confined. Their programming did not happen to include the stainless steel forming most of the pod walls. Unfortunately, a flexible sealant forming the join between the instrument package and the main unit was composed of long-chain polymers which were on the menu. They escaped into the power and data conduit above the containment unit. The sheathing of the power cables gave them more food, allowing them to reproduce at an exceptionally rapid rate. I would guess from the cutoff time of the recording unit that they dropped power in the lab ring within 60 seconds of escape and had penetrated into the starboard side of the ship within 2 minutes. Less than 10 meters away is the starboard power coupling beside the boat bay. As the wavefront propagated, power collapsed and the engineering team, who had no idea, I imagine, that Dr. Clarkson was even aboard, started an emergency shutdown of the grid. Within 5 minutes, everyone on the starboard side of the ship was dead. The engineers who had suited up on the run will have run right through the weapon cloud without even noticing anything. Then, by the time they reached the boat bay, the eaters would have reproduced inside their suits, and you saw the result. Wait a moment. Fitzsimmons leaned forward, his tan forehead creased in thought. What happened to the eaters after they filled the ship? They ate themselves. Gretchen looked around for something to clean up the puddle, then grimaced. No rags. There are no rags. The last of their programming broke them apart when there was nothing left to consume. All they left was a cloud of component elements. And what happened to that? Fitzsimmons looked mildly disgusted. Gretchen nodded toward the rear of the ship. Most of it will have been circulated into the air purification system, which continued to run on backup power while it detected impurities in the air supply. But when the cloud was processed, there was nothing but pure air left and the system shut down automatically. The rest will have collected here and there as grainy white dust. Parker suddenly snorted, coughing and spraying coffee across the conference table. He made a horrible face as he turned to Gretchen. "You mean this isn't non-dairy creamer?" Her ears covered with a thick cap of New Aberdeen cashmere Z-suit helmet parked on the display panel. Gretchen leaned back in a chair reduced to metal strips in the lab ring control cube. Curving hallways lined with hatches stretched up to her left and right. Light from the lab holding the broken cylinder spilled out into the hall. It was still very cold. The heaters in the lab spaces had failed to turn on with the rest, and Gretchen's breath puffed white as she hummed to herself. On the display, only half of which was working. V-panes were running, speeding through the day of the accident. A crewman wandered through one feed, eating pine nuts from a bag, then out of one frame and into another. Mostly, she watched empty rooms and quiet machinery idling in standby. All of the scientists were down on the planet, working at the main camp. Gretchen sighed, bored, and speeded up the replay. Almost immediately, blurred figures appeared and she dialed back 10 minutes. Finally! A tall, lean man with a neat beard and field jacket swung down from the hab access tube, landing heavily in the partial gravity. His hair was silvered, with a few streaks of black remaining, and he was wearing a heavy pair of sunglasses. A battered, grimy field pack bulging with a heavy weight burdened narrow shoulders. "Dr. Clarkson, coming home with his prize?" Gretchen murmured, keenly interested, watching the man hurry into the #1 isolation lab. A moment later, a woman entered the lab ring by the same tube. Her tied-back hair was long orange-red and very curly. She was also dressed in field kit, with a pocket-covered vest, sunglasses perched on her forehead and linen pants tucked into her boots. "And our mathematician in residence, Dr. McHugh." Gretchen felt a pang, seeing such familiar-looking people. She'd never met either of them, though the faces matched the briefing materials provided by the company, but they felt so much like her friends on Ugarit or the other graduate students and professors at the university. And now they're gone, rendered down for Parker's non-dairy creamer. She ignored Clarkson in his lab, following McHugh from camera to camera as the woman wound her way through the maze of cubicles and rooms. The mathematician was pushing a G-box in front of her, a dented steel case with a built-in anti-grab controlled by a hand unit. On the far side of the lab ring from the main control station, she stopped in front of a heavy, reinforced hatchway. Gretchen sat up, puzzled. She'd walked through the whole ring. She hadn't noticed a security door. But McHugh's image punched in a key code and the heavy blast door swung up and away, revealing a specimen vault and a bit of a room filled with racks of bins and cargo crates stacked on the floor. Then the door closed, and she was left with a nice picture of the hatchway. Well, what does Dr. McHugh have in her box, which was so valuable it went straight to the vault? She advanced the recording, flipping ahead 10 minutes. No change. Then she blinked. A smoky haze swept down the corridor, flames leaping from empty air. The flooring blackened and warning lights began to flash. Lighting in the hallway flickered, then failed. Gretchen tasted bile, knowing what had to happen next. The hatchway cycled up, and Dr. McHugh stepped out, alarm clear in her round, freckled face. She started to call out, raising her left arm. The shining band of a comm winked in the remaining light. Gretchen bit her lip, teeth clenched tight. A cloud of gray coalesced out of the air, and McHugh staggered, throwing up her hand uselessly. Her clothing vanished in sudden flame, burning away with frightening speed. Then her flesh sloughed away into nothing, and there was a flash of bone and red meat. The gray and black cloud lingered for a moment, then dispersed in a drifting cloud of white dust and bits and pieces of metal scattered on the floor. The hatchway remained open for a moment, and Gretchen could see the edge of the G-box. Then the door rumbled closed, cutting off the vault lights, plunging the hallway into darkness. Video replay ended with a ping and a motion-ceasing glyph. "That's a hard thing to watch," rumbled a voice at Gretchen's shoulder. Sergeant Fitzsimmons was standing beside her, his black marine Z-suit blending into the dimness of the room. He had a bundle in his hands. "Sorry to bother you, ma'am, but I thought you might need something for the cold," he grinned. "But that's a prettier hat than I had in my ruck. I like the, reindeer?" "Oh." Gretchen touched the thick, felty plush of the cap on her head. "My mum makes them for all the kids," she said, tugging at the brightly colored, shapeless mass. "Thank you for the thought, Sergeant." But Ugarit had its own bad weather, and Mars was bitterly cold. "I've plenty of warm things." Gretchen managed to smile, thinking of trudging across the brittle, rocky permafrost to the Polaris site, stiff in a triply insulated Z-suit and respirator. The Marine had a gray-green service wool cap and a pair of gloves, also a foul olive color, in his hands. Good enough for our slowly heating ship, she thought with a hidden frown, but not good enough to keep your hands and ears attached on Mars. Good, he said, stuffing the cap and gloves into a cargo pouch on the front of his suit. Do you need help getting that vault door open? Gretchen started to shake her head. She had a video of McHugh's key code, but then realized refusing the offer might be rude. Might need a big, brawny Marine sometime. She stood up, snugging the Sherpa cap under her ears. Thanks, she said. I don't think there'll be any trouble, but you never know. The vault door proved to be hidden behind a standard wall panel. Gretchen supposed the panel had slid down automatically during the power failure. Fitzsimmons's combat bar made a suitable lever to pop the panel free from the floor, and then he rolled it up with one hand. The vault hatch was closed and Gretchen stepped in, lips pursed in concern, to find the keypad in ruins. All of the pressure surfaces had eroded away, leaving only a contact panel and some pit-like holes where wires, perhaps, had once run. This is just fine. Gretchen rapped the panel without result. Ma'am, let me try. The Marine waited politely until Gretchen stepped away, then drew a V-pad from his belt, unfolded a set of waxy-looking stems from the back, and, humming softly to himself, matched them up with the holes. After a moment, the V-pad beeped, and the schematic of a keypad appeared on its glassy face. Try this, Fitzsimmons said, suppressing a pleased grin. Gretchen tapped in the code recorded by the surveillance cameras. The vault door made a chuff sound, then rolled silently away into the overhead. The vault room was entirely dark. Very handy, she said, handing the device back to the sergeant. We try, he said in a particularly dry tone, flicking a glow beam against the far wall. Sister bless, do they make such a mess all the time? Gretchen stepped into a crowded room now lit by a pervasive blue glow. Dr. McHugh's G-box was sitting on the deck amid a wild jumble of straw-shaped mineral core samples. She stepped carefully around the striated tubes. Most had broken apart, leaving a wash of grit and sand on the floor, and picked up the controller for the G-box. It hummed to life, and the box lifted up and drifted to an empty section of deck. No, Gretchen said absently. The core samples will have been in packing material and a cargo crate. They're just stiffened cellulose and a sealant. Very tasty, I imagine. She keyed the box to open, and the top latch released with a clank. Kneeling, she lifted the lid and shone her hand lamp inside. Oh, now! She let out a long, low whistle of surprise. That is beautiful! Warily, Fitzsimmons leaned over. Inside the box was a chunk of stone, perhaps half a meter long and 10 centimeters thick, a deep sandy red streaked with cream, glowing in the light of Anderson's lamp. Gretchen brushed a fine layer of sandstone dust away, revealing a hand's-breadth wide whorl, a tapered tail of ribbed shell curled around the impression of stalk-like legs. See, Sergeant? The fruit of some ancient Ephesian sea, preserved by chance in sandy mud, along with our friend. Most of the fossil was buried in the stone, and lying alongside the ancient cephalopod was the unmistakable shape of a machined metal cylinder. Like the artifact in the isolation lab, the cylinder was crusted with limestone aggregate. Gretchen bit her lip gently, tracing the outline of the device with a gloved finger. Our Usopski's geological survey found wonders. Fitzsimmons stood up, his face pale. Ma'am, I know you won't like to hear this, but we should jettison this thing right away. What if it goes off like the other one? Gretchen looked up, face pinched with distaste. In that moment, she suddenly knew exactly how Clarkson had felt, clutching the prize close to his chest, rushing to make the first analysis. He would see what no one had seen in 3 million years. He alone would look upon mystery revealed, and he alone would learn truth. But the open fear on the Marine's big, bluff face was too real to ignore. She looked back at the cylinder, at the marvelous piece of shale, at the delicate beauty of the shell and its ancient inhabitant, all trapped together by circumstance. The most beautiful, most striking, most wonderful thing I've ever seen. How did McHugh keep from taking this to her laboratory, subjecting it to her experiments? Rosowski had the very luck to find this. If the cylinder is a first-son device, my God! Ma'am? Fitzsimmons touched her shoulder gently, shaking her out of the reverie. His voice was soft and insistent. Dr. Anderson, we have to isolate this weapon. Right now. You're right. Gretchen stood up, shaking her head. She felt a little shaky. Let's close up the G-box and put it in an airlock we're not using. That should hold the eaters if they escape, and we can vent the lock to space if necessary. Doc, listen to me. Fitz stood as well, towering over her. His dark brown eyes were filled with worry. There's no way to know if this cylinder holds the same kind of nanomechs as the other one. This one could be an explosive, a nuke, an antimatter bomb, anything. Poking something like this, even with a really, really tiny stick, is bad business. Procedure says put the whole box on a carryall and have the Cornuelle boosted into the sun. No, I don't think so. Gretchen stepped between the Marine and the box. This artifact is worth my entire career, Sergeant. Worse, it's worth an enormous amount of money for the company and for the company's primary contractor, which is the Imperial Navy. She stopped, searching his face. He looked back, so plainly worried for his own safety. For her life and the others on the ship, her anger drained away as quickly as it had flared. I'm sorry, Sergeant. I've no business shouting at you. Gretchen put her hand on his arm. Like you, I'm under pretty strict orders, and my first order is to make sure things like this are brought back intact and well documented. So even if we talk to Captain Hadishi, the answer is going to be the same. The cylinder stays and comes back to Imperial space with us. Fitzsimmons's eyes narrowed, and one hand made an abortive movement to his compad, but then he nodded, taking a long look at the battered, rusted box on the floor. Are you going to try and study it on the ship? Gretchen paused. Why lie? He'll know, and you'll look like an idiot. Yes, I have to try, but I'm not going to try anything invasive or high energy, and I'm going to run passive scans on this thing for a day or two first. Fitzsimmons gave her an arch look, and she blushed. Really, Sergeant? And we'll be sure to evac the airlock of any atmosphere. I'll be careful. Sure, ma'am, he said, picking up the G-box controls. Why don't you call Parker or Bandow if our coffee-drinking man is still horking up his lunch, and have them get the number 3 airlock ready while I angle our little friend here out of this place. See? Safe and sound. Gretchen leaned against the wall of a cargo bay, watching the atmosphere gauge sink towards 0 pressure. Fitz and Deckard were packing up a welding kit they'd found in one of the workshops. Inside the airlock, the chunk of shale and its ancient passengers were firmly secured in a hexacarbon cradle. The metal cage was oriented toward the outer lock door on a pair of rails. A scratch-built launching mechanism, half-blasting putty and a comm-controlled detonator rode underneath. A couple of metal-cased sensors Gretchen had scavenged from the lab ring were pinned up on the gleaming white walls of the airlock. You seem a little more relaxed, Fitzsimmons said in an offhand way as he coiled up a length of comm cable. He was trying not to smirk. Now your precious baby is on the other side of the lock. Maybe, Gretchen said, nodding. Aye. Her comm warbled, and Magdalena's voice filled the air around them. Hunt, sister, the main comm array is working, and there's someone who wants to speak with you. Patch him through, Gretchen said, turning away from the 2 Marines. Someone on the Cornuelle? No, the Hesht said in a sly voice. I managed to whisker the Cam Planet side. Everyone seems to be alive, but they're pissed and hungry and want to know if the showers are working. Damn. Gretchen clicked her teeth, cursing herself for forgetting about the scientists stranded on the planet. I'm a fine leader, she muttered. We should have called them first thing. They must be half mad with fear from being abandoned. I wouldn't say half covers the strength of their feeling, Maggie commented. You want to take this call from the bridge? Dr. Lennox, I'm sorry, but Dr. Clarkson, Gretchen repeated for the 6th time, is dead. Everyone who was on the Palenque, save for crewman Fuentes and crewwoman Flores, is dead. In the V-pane beside the captain's chair, now covered with an Imperial Marine field blanket, a thin, distressed-looking woman stared back at Gretchen, her face framed by the hood of Zed's chute, which had seen better days. 2 men crowded behind her in some kind of shelter. Gretchen could make out the roof supports characteristic of an extruded building, and both of them seemed to have grasped the facts of the matter, to judge from their stunned expressions. I don't understand. He just went on the shuttle. Lennox had faded blonde hair and high cheekbones. Gretchen guessed she'd been very pretty when she was younger, but years spent in the glare of alien suns had not treated her kindly. "Margaret," Gretchen leaned forward, catching the woman's eye. "I know it seems very sudden, but you've been out of contact with the Palenque for weeks. Surely you thought something had gone awry aboard?" "Yes." Lennox swallowed and seemed to become aware of her surroundings again. "I just hoped he was still alive." "I'm sorry, but there was an accident and the crew, Dr. Clarkson and Dr. McHugh, were all killed. Now, is everyone at base camp all right? Do you need medical assistance?" "We're fine," rumbled one of the two men, a hulking, bearded face with a stout nose. "And very, very glad to hear from you, Dr. Anderson. I am Vladimir Tukhachevsky, Dobre Den." "Good day to you, doctor." Gretchen bobbed her head in greeting. "I know you all want to get a real shower and eat a different brand of ration bar, but there's going to be a delay before we can bring you back up to the ship." "What do you mean? Is there still a problem?" The other man, a smaller, wirier fellow, pushed his face into the camera. "Don't you have a rescue ship?" "Mr. Smalls," Gretchen smiled amiably in greeting, "the Imperial Navy has been good enough to bring us here to help you, but accommodations are lacking on the Cornwall for guests. There is also a problem with the shuttle engines, which has to be resolved. When there is a place to put you on the Palenque and we can retrieve you safely, we will do so immediately." What a fine manager I make passed through the back of Gretchen's mind. Next, I'll be expressing my profound sympathies at their recent layoff. Tukhachevsky frowned, heavy black eyebrows beetling in concern. "What kind of accident, Dr. Anderson? Has the Palenque been damaged?" "She's a little Spartan right now, doctor." Gretchen, watching the faces of the three scientists on the planet, decided not to explain the events of the artifact and its activation. Not today, at any rate. The accident that killed the crew also destroyed most of the amenities on board. Luckily, the Cornwall has been able to supply us with new bedding, towels, and food. If you call marine ration bars and olive-colored 3 squares food, in any case, we should have a shuttle ready to go in a day, perhaps 2, so call in your field crews and get everyone ready to ship up. Lennox nodded, turning away with a distant, frightened expression on her face. Smalls was already gone, leaving only the bear-like Tukhachevsky with a troubled look in his eyes. "Doctor, is something wrong?" "Ah!" Vladimir twisted the ends of his mustache with a nervous motion. "Almost everyone is already in camp. Since the Palenque stopped responding to our hails, I fear morale has suffered. No one is even working in the excavation anymore. But one of us, I fear, is not here. She's gone, out wandering in the wasteland." "Who?" Gretchen felt irritated, but at the same time she knew who it must be, even before Tukhachevsky said her name aloud. "Who else would I want to talk to? Who do we need to talk to?" "Our own Dirosovsky," Vladimir said sadly, scratching a sore on the side of his nose. "She left in her midge the same day Clarkson and McHugh went up to the ship. We've heard nothing from her since, not so much as a word." Aboard the Cornwall. "Captain, the civilians have established contact with their ground team. Do you want the recording on your number too?" The midshipman looked up with a painfully earnest expression on his face, fingers poised over the main communications panel. Hadishi shook his head. "No, thank you, Smith Todson. Just give me a real time on my display if anything interesting happens." He gave the young officer a stern look. "Has Sho Sakosho set you to updating our navigational charts?" "Hi, Captain." Smith managed to come to attention in his shock chair, a talent Hadishi remembered all too well himself. His first posting had been under a Mexica captain with a very strict sense of propriety. All spare passive sensor time is already tasked. Good. Carry on. Updating local navigational charts was dull, most of the time, but frighteningly essential to safe navigation and the rapid response of the fleet to any threat. Hadeshi tapped up the boy's report and found the usual litany of planets, planetesimals, asteroids, and stray cometary bodies. Too early to find anything interesting. A pity. The bridge was quiet and busy, filled with the little sounds of men and women working at routine tasks made fresh by a new duty station for the ship, and at least the prospect of danger. Hadiishi let the shock chair take more of his weight, eyes roving idly from station to station. The well of the threat board drew his attention at last, as it usually did, and he frowned. The red sphere of Ephesus swam in the center, slashed with the white of enormous storms, surrounded by a scattering of tiny lights, each one tagged with ship identification numbers, directions of movement, thrust and mass figures, and there was absolutely nothing going on. Even the tense atmosphere aboard the Palenque had abated. No new horrors had been discovered, the alien devices were secured, and everyone aboard was busy restoring ship systems. Hadaishi considered remanding the gun control orders, which kept 2 forward beam weapons targeted on the civilian ship. But he did not. Quarantine restrictions were strict, and he had no desire to generate more paperwork for himself. The rest of the system was equally boring. Even the Ephesian sun was quiet, without particular flare activity or modeling or magnetic storms. Hadaishi swung his chair from side to side gently, eyeing a trail of motes drifting along in the upper atmosphere of the planet. He moved a control on his display, and the far side of the planet rotated into view. Immediately, he frowned, seeing the fuzzy, mottled streaks characteristic of delayed or corrupt data. "Mr. Hayes?" The weapons officer became entirely alert, his massive frame tensing like a hunting dog preparing to leap to the chase. Hadaishi did not smile. "I don't like the lack of surveillance coverage for the far side of the planet. Please secure communications control of the civilian Peapod satellites. How are they configured?" "Meteorological and Geophysics Survey, CHUSA." "Good. Well, leave them to their business, but establish a TAP. I would also like 2 reconnaissance drones launched into polar orbits to give us a real-time eye on far side." "Hey!" The weapons officer settled into his seat, face lit with enthusiasm. Once Hayes was looking away, Hadaishi did smile a little. He was flirting with boredom as well, which meant he should start working on the weekly reports for Sector Command. What a horror! Instead of setting himself to his dull profession duty, Hadaishi tapped up the surveillance and comm feeds from the civilian ship. No 3V feeds so far from home, he thought rather guiltily, but you can always see what the neighbors are doing. "This doesn't look very experimental to me." Gretchen had both hands tucked into her armpits, her Z-suit was dumped in the cabin she'd appropriated, and her mother's Sherpa cap tugged down almost to her neck. She kicked the corner of the tachyon relay very gently, though even such a small motion drew a deep growl and hiss from underneath. Shouldn't they repaint the case or something? The relay occupied one corner of the forward cargo hold, sitting on a standard cargo pallet bolted to the deck with standard retaining bolts. The device was shaped very much like a standard cargo container, save for military markings and the particular gold-gray olive color scheme of Imperial Navy equipment. A rat's nest of cables ran out of the back of the relay and down through an open floor panel. A pair of bare, furry feet were visible under the edge of the container. Gretchen sat on the edge of the pallet, humming softly to herself. Clanking, more muttering, and then a chunk sounded from under the relay. Magdalena emerged, her fur awry, and sat down next to the archaeologist. "I think, Aunt Sister," the Hesht said, slipping a stiff brush eye from one of the cargo bags tethered to the deck and beginning to settle her fur. "I think your human guard pack calls things experimentals when they want to sell them for more money than they're worth." Magdalena smiled, showing a large number of sharp white teeth. "But this thing works." "It's back on main power?" Gretchen pointed with her chin at the tangle of cables. "And reset? Ready for business?" The Hesht nodded, slicking back the fur along her neck and shoulders. "Recycling the system and acquisition of the sector relay emitter at Ctesiphon will take a few minutes, but then she'll be ready to send and receive." Maggie paused, glowering at Gretchen with one half-lidded eye. "You have messages to send? Greetings to your cubs? Your mate lying at home in the den?" Gretchen nodded sheepishly. "And reports for Gossi and the company." "Them." Magdalena made a sharp coughing sound. "They eat bark." "I suppose." Gretchen couldn't hide a smile. "Listen, I need to ask you some questions about the main comm array. Can you use it to pick up the transponder on a ground-side vehicle?" Maggie blinked slowly, showing 2 clear lenses fluttering across her yellow eyes. "You want to search for the missing hunter from the sky? For Rosofsky?" Gretchen nodded. "The scientists on the ground have no idea where Rosofsky went on her survey. She left no flight plan. Lennox says, Well, that's immaterial. Lennox doesn't like her. The others, though, particularly Tukachevsky, are worried. Maggie scratched the underside of her jaw. Do we have to find her right now? Why not wait until she returns from hunting? There's only one watering hole, one den. She has to come back sometime. Gretchen's expression turned dour. I need to talk to her about the cylinders and about McHugh and Clarkson and what she did and what they did on the day of the accident. Magdalena grunted, leaning back against the relay. Huh, now the pride's golden pelt is heavy on the shoulders. Yaha? Gretchen made a face. A dull, queer churning started in her stomach at the thought. My job now? But really, the company doesn't care about all the poor people who died on this ship. They'll pay the wehrgeld to the families and a pension, if one is owed. But no more. What they want, and what I need to find, is the place Rosovsky found those cylinders, and anything else that might be there. Magdalena's ears flattened back, and her eyes narrowed to pale golden slits. Yaha, hunt, sister, they would indeed. Well, I know a little about the main array and a little about these dragonflies. The transponder has only a short range, but if we knew exactly where to look, we could open a direct comm channel to Rosovsky's aircraft. If we knew where to look. Big planet down there. Gretchen felt disgruntled. Can we search the surface visually, slave some kind of camera to the comp and tell it to look for the outline of a midge in flight? Perhaps. Magdalena scrunched up her nose. I'll see if we can do that. Good. Gretchen got up and pulled on a pair of mittens from her pocket. How's Isoroku coming with the heaters? Is it still cold? Maggie's tongue poked out between her teeth, then coughed merrily at the human's disgusted expression. Her breath frosted in the air. You should have a nice, thick fur coat like me. Fine, Gretchen grumbled. I'll go play with my toys then. You just find our missing scientist. Hadeishi grinned, though he was entirely comfortable in his shipsuit, sitting on the climate-controlled bridge of a modern warship. Andersintetsin hasn't lost her sense of humor yet. Still, he remembered being constantly cold more than once himself, and wet. He tapped open a channel to his wayward engineer. Hi? The old bull's voice was aggrieved and distant. Metallic clanking and spitting sounds nearly drowned out his voice. Yes, Captain? What's your environmental situation? Hadeishi didn't bother to hide his amusement. Cold and dark, Isoroku grunted. We have power, but most of the heaters and lights are still down because we have no power conduit in place. Do you need more help? There was a short silence. Then the engineer ventured to ask, Is the quarantine lifted, Hadeishi-san? No, Hadeishi replied, sighing in disgust. Regulations required another week of isolation for the Palenque and then a week's medical review for any returning crew. Any engineer's mate he sent across to the civilian ship would be lost to him for 2 weeks, and he was already short-handed with Isoroku gone. No, it's not been lifted. How about supplies? Do we have conduit we can spare ourselves? Yes. Now Isoroku's voice changed and became wary. We're pulling spares out of cargo storage here. Most of the expedition supplies still in storage survived the attack because they were sealed in cargo pods. There should be enough to serve. Hadeishi understood the engineer's decision. No fleet officer is going to spend his hard-won supplies on a civilian ship, and I shouldn't ask myself. Carry on, then. Hadeishi tapped the channel closed. Bah. The number of reports in his message queue had not shrunk. 2 more had popped in while he was malingering. Enough. To work. Duty. Honor. Empire. Somehow, when Gretchen reached the number 3 airlock, Gunso Fitzsimmons was there already, looking bulky in a military field jacket, gloves, and a pathetic fur hat. She looked at the musty, moth-eaten chapeau on his head and refrained, by dint of biting her tongue, from making any comment. Sergeant, ma'am. Fitz nodded genially. Come down to take a look at your prize? Yes. She scowled at him, then squatted down in front of a portable display pane she had salvaged from the lab ring. Since most of the ship was still dead, she could steal cycles from main comp for her analysis. Ignoring the Marine, who had maneuvered around to watch her work, she plugged her handheld into the panel, then loaded the suite of XenoArc software she'd been using on Mars and Ugarit. The pad and the panel beeped in synchrony, then a set of V-panes expanded, showing her feeds from the sensors in the airlock and the security cameras. Careful, Fitzsimmons breathed, radiating nervousness like a dark cloud. Gretchen glared at him out of the corner of her eye. He was clutching the failsafe for the lock ejection mechanism in both hands. "You should be careful," she snapped. "Nothing's happened. And if the lock won't hold back whatever comes out, you're not going to have time to push the button. An atomic or antimatter weapon will just vaporize us where we stand." The sergeant gave her an equally fierce look. "I don't like the prospect of being disintegrated, or dissolved, or anything which involves the end of my personal self-awareness. So I'll just keep hold of this, okay?" "Whatever." Gretchen turned away to hide her hands, which were trembling ever so slightly, from the Marine. "Let's see what we can see." Inside the airlock, the passive sensors had been recording for almost a day, and her volume analysis software had built a fine-grained map of the outside of the cylinder, the slab of limestone, and every nook and cranny of the pitted surface. From this, the soft had extracted a map of the inner structure of the stone fragment and the cylinder. In both cases, large sections of the display were blank or an all-too-familiar fuzzy gray. Not enough data to see inside, not yet. Gretchen opened a log and started talking into her throat mic. Her awareness of Fitzsimmons faded away, replaced by a smaller, more tightly defined universe of stone surfaces and densities. Previous sample, as shown in Clarkson's logs, activated when exposed to high-density sub-X-ray scan. Previous sample did not activate when subjected to microwave analysis. I am starting, therefore, with low-power ultrasonic and will advance slowly to microwave. She tapped a series of quick commands and held her breath. There was no explosion, no ominous hum, only a flickering on the sensor command relays, and then a new V pane appeared, showing an echo scan image building. After a few moments, the first scan completed. "The sandstone is unremarkable," Gretchen said, resuming her narrative, "though the embedded shell is really quite beautiful. A number of smaller cephalopods and annelids are also recognizable in the matrix. The cylinder does not express the same characteristics as the previous sample. This low-power survey is unable to penetrate the metallic casing, but there are markings incised into the surface of the device. I am going to enter the airlock, move the sensors manually, and then run another set of low-power scans." Fitzsimmons coughed in alarm, but Gretchen didn't even hear him. "I hope to build a more complete image by interpolating the scan results and taking, 4 complete sets from different vantage points in the airlock. Luckily, the heavy shielding of the lock itself is blocking out a great deal of outside interference. In fact," she paused, thinking, "as we are in orbit, a gravitometric analysis may reveal a great deal about the object." Gretchen stopped, stood up, stretched, and noticed the Marine watching her, arms crossed with a distracted expression on his face. "Are you all right?" "What? Yes, ma'am, I'm fine. Need a hand moving the sensors?" "Sure." Her lips pursed. "Should we suit up to work in the lock?" "Yeah." Fitz nodded. "A pain, but better than finding yourself outside without a jacket." An hour later, Gretchen was sitting again, cross-legged, watching a second set of images build on her display. Fitzsimmons had given in to complete boredom and was sleeping with his head on a wadded-up blanket behind her. A small heater had appeared from somewhere and was baking Gretchen's right-hand side, though her left was still very cold. She dragged a fingertip, rotating the interpolated image of the cylinder. A densely packed inscription covers the surface of the object. Each character is very small and quite complex. My ideostat says the least complicated ideogram is formed by 7 strokes, the most complicated by 19. There is a noticeable distribution, though the average tends toward the complex rather than the simple. She rubbed her eyes, feeling a peculiar, too familiar twitching prick behind her left eye. Adamski would argue this indicates a glyph-based language, like Old Nahuatl or pre-kanji Japanese, one without a phonetic alphabet. I can't make any kind of judgment yet, not without even the faintest idea of the creator race's vocal apparatus or lack thereof. I would say, however, the information density on the object's surface is very high. There are thousands of distinct ideograms, thousands. In the display, the mapping software unwound the surface image of the cylinder into a long, luminous strip covered with thousands of tiny characters. The dizzying arrangement of glyphs filled Gretchen with an odd disquiet. They seemed to dance and twist across the V-pane, and she was uncomfortably aware of a sensation the characters were shifting places as she watched, rearranging themselves into an almost recognizable pattern. She blinked and rubbed her eyes. The density of the exterior, she continued, looking away from the ideostat display. As a result, she did not see the system monitor showing the translator drawing a gradually increasing rate of comp cycles. AT is far exceeded by the possible content of the interior. Unlike Clarkson's sample, this one is entirely filled with a dense membrane structure. If my hypotheses about the first device are correct, then this one contains an enormous amount of information, coded on the fine surfaces of the membranes. Thinking, she chewed slowly on her thumb. I think this one is a book, or perhaps an entire library. Yet, as with most glyph-based languages, we may never decipher the contents, not without an intersecting language to point us toward a translation. She began to feel ill, as if the promise of the cylinder were burning a hole in her stomach. The tiny fragments left by the first sun civilization inspired awe and lust in equal measure. A clear window into the distant past might be sitting only meters away. "What a loss," she murmured. "I want to read this." "Well, as long as it's not legal documents. Lort, it's probably property records, or warehouse inventories, or recipes." Green Hummingbird was in near darkness, lying on a narrow bed in his quarters. Pale green and blue lights played across his angular face. A swing-out display hung above him, showing feeds from the cameras on the Palenque and Cornuelle. Most of them were muted and dialed down to thumb-sized squares. One mirrored the contents of Andersen's work panel. In the main V-pane, a cylinder engraved with thousands of tiny glyphs rotated slowly. Two more V-panes showed her working, blonde hair slowly becoming a tangled mass, and the object itself resting in a steel cradle in the airlock. The Talamatanim watched and listened, eyes unfocused, thoughts distant. As the scan image of the writing on the cylinder unfolded in the feed, Hummingbird stirred to life, attention sharpening. One hand, gnarled and scarred, brushed across the display, keying a series of preset searches. The panel chirped pleasantly, then began processing. Immediately, the video feeds flickered to a stop and the entire device dimmed noticeably. In the small, crowded office beside his private cabin, Heidishi cursed as his display slowed to a crawl, then snapped back to its normal responsiveness. A stiff finger jabbed a comm channel open. "Sho, Asa Kosho, are we under attack?" "No, Captain," came a quiet, level reply. By ship's clock, Hummingbird Turdzin was using 20% main comp capacity for 6 seconds. Heidishi suppressed a curse, then curiosity washed away his anger. What is he doing with that level of capacity? "I do not know, Heidishi-san, and would not venture to guess." Kosho's voice was very demure. "Understood." Heidishi cut the channel, forcing speculation from his mind. There were logistics and supply usage reports to review and sign. 20%? Is he modeling planetary weather or something? Hummingbird scowled, lean old face twisting into a tight mask. Bits and pieces of the glyphs incised into the cylinder were coming back a match with examples from his archive. He thought briefly of using the blue pyramid, but discarded the notion. "I urge caution on others," he thought with a trace of humor, "so should I practice it myself?" What did match was troubling. Some of the more complicated signs were very like a series of temple carvings observed by a deep-range probe in a dead system beyond New Malta. Others suggested the contents of tablets secured by a mirror agent from the marketplaces of Eku-Hiu-Hiu-Hiu. Both sets of documents were restricted to the highest levels of the mirror. Hummingbird did not even possess translations of them, only symbol match heuristics, and a series of winking red and white banded glyphs appeared alongside the comparison results. "You say they're dangerous," he muttered at the panel. "But how?" He began to feel uneasy, watching the Andersen woman work with her probes and sensors, slowly revealing more and more layers hidden inside the cylinder. The arrangements of the membranes inside the structure did seem to contain more data. A vast amount, far more than even the writing etched on the outer surface. Are they access instructions? He wondered aloud, wishing the upper levels of the mirror had seen fit to provide him with more information about dead Gulatith and whichever race had chipped the Ikuhualane tablets from interstellar ice. Could she decipher them, given time? Or is the device too old, broken by the wear of so many millennia? She has the inclination, I see. Hummingbird was glad Anderson had such limited software. On his V-pane, the woman was cursing at her slow panel and tapping commands at a furious rate. Hummingbird shook his head slowly. Curiosity was a powerful drug, one whose effects he had felt himself, and he wondered if the soldier was right. We could throw the cylinders into the sun. There, they might be destroyed, or at least lost for another million years. But then, he said to the darkroom, we would not know, would we? And we are curious monkeys, even I am pricked by curiosity. The densely packed strip of symbols taunted him from the display. He could sense, even through the filters running in his panel, even with well-ordered detachment, a tantalizing meaning in the angular alien shapes. Hummingbird felt an urge to turn the power of his display, of the Cornwell's main comp, to their decipherment. The pyramid might contain a linguistic key. My tools might— I think not, he said aloud, and tapped off the V-feed from the palenque. Starry, Dolores. Take a look at this. Parker dialed up the magnification on his work lenses, head cocked as he stared down the throat of Shuttle No. 2's air intake. The heavy machinery had been, at last, removed from Shuttle No. 1's cargo hold, the mold cleaned away, and the entire assembly mounted on a diagnostic rack in the palenque's engineering ring. The morning had been spent laboriously attaching power feeds and exhaust vents so the engine could be tested. The exploration ship did not have a proper maintenance bay, causing Parker and Isoroku to waste a great deal of time trying to get reliable diagnostic relays established between the Sunde Aerospace Yard's Komodo-class shuttle and the Novoya Rosia-built mechanicals on the Palenque. Eventually, the pilot had given up trying to make the Javan and Swedish equipment play nicely and had settled for a visual inspection. A multi-spectrum lamp was clipped to the lip of the intake. What? Dolores, surly again for some reason, though she'd greeted both Parker and Isoroku with a big smile this morning when she came swinging out of the accessway, climbed up on the rack and worked her head and shoulders inside. Switch to UV band on your lenses, Parker said gently, placing his fingertip on a curving section of the intake wall. The highly polished ceramic alloy gleamed like a mirror, reflecting his face as an enormous, distorted monster. And high mag about 600. Now I can't see anything but the surface of the composite. Dolores didn't bother to keep mounting irritation out of her voice. Follow my arm, then just ahead of my finger. Dolores grunted, making a face. You need to take a bath sometime. Your nails. Then she whistled softly in alarm. By the sister, what is that? Something alive, Parker said, watching a faint discoloration shimmer like a rainbow in the high-mag view of his work lenses. He could see regular, symmetric structures in the discoloration, not the stolid honeycomb of the ceramic, but something delicate and far, far more complicated. Something eating the high-temp ceramic lining and making more metallic lichen. Oh, sister, Dolores scrambled backward out of the intake. It's the eaters! No, Parker said, watching the tiny gleaming lights with a bemused expression on his narrow face. No, it's not them. We'd be dissolved or turned inside out. This is different. This must have come from the planet. Is there any life down there? No, Dolores called from across the engineering bay. Just rocks, sand, and barren mountains. Nothing green, no trees, no water, nothing. The pilot wanted to scratch his nose but couldn't, not in the close confines of the intake. On a hunch, he breezed on the discoloration, trying to focus the flow of moist gas with his lips. In the restricted universe of high mag, he saw the delicate tendrils wave in the wind, and the textures and colors brightened. He blinked and squinted in disbelief. I think they got bigger, he called excitedly to Dolores. The crewwoman was still on the other side of the bay. She had found a welding torch and was hefting the slender wand like a bat. Well, don't do that again, whatever it was. Come on, let's tell the engineer or Anderson Tartson about this. Okay. Parker backed out of the intake and swung the UV lamp to mark the discoloration. Even from the vast remove of a meter, he could no longer make out the lichen. Sitting on the steps of a work ladder, he tapped open a channel. "Dr. Anderson, Parker, can you join me and Dolores down in Engineering Bay 4? Bring your high-mag lenses if you've got 'em handy." Squeezed into the intake, with Parker, Dolores, Isoroku, and the ever-present Fitzsimmons crowding around outside, Gretchen stared dully at the glassy, curving surface. Now she felt too hot. The heaters were working in engineering for some reason, and there were too many people around. "All right, Parker, what am I looking at?" "Right where I've got the UV spot shining," the pilot said, trying to wedge in beside her. "You can't miss them, not in high mag." "I don't see anything," Gretchen said after a moment, "except some discoloration like some kind of acid spilled on the ceramic." She turned her head, then made a face. The inside of Parker's nose was not the place to be looking with work lenses dialed high, or Golding Nidane. Flipping up the goggles, she looked at him inquiringly. "What?" Parker swung down his own lenses and hunched over the section of metal. Almost immediately, he started cursing. "They're all gone. There's nothing but some kind of mottled smear left." He sat up, cracked his head against the roof of the intake, then wormed his way back out with a snarl. "I saw them," Parker declared, stripping off his lenses. "They were there, all glowy and fan-like, and they were alive." Dolores saw them too. Gretchen looked at the crewwoman and she nodded her head in agreement. "He's not crazy. Well, he saw what he said he saw." "Fine." Gretchen looked at Isoroku. "Then what happened to them? Vanishing in 30 minutes is too great a rate of change for me. Did they cause the engines to overheat?" "Maybe," Parker mumbled, scrunching up the side of his mouth. He took a tabby off his pocket, shucked the wrapper, and lit the stick on his belt. Gretchen stepped back, out of a rising gray whorl. In low grave, the tobacco smoke made corkscrew patterns in the air. "They grew, I saw them grow, with more moisture, more air, more oxygen. No, more carbon dioxide. Maybe they eat CO2 like a plant at home." "Would that cause an overheat?" Gretchen spread her hands questioningly. "No." Parker squinted into the intake, then at the fleet engineer. "But if they got inside, into the rest of the engine, they would make turbulence. The airflow surfaces wouldn't be smooth anymore, and they do seem to be eating away at the composite." "Even in a Javan machine," the engineer rumbled, his Norman tinged with a thick accent, "there are close tolerances. We will have to examine the entire engine for contamination." "Do it." Gretchen started to turn away, but then a thought struck her. "Wait, find another patch, if there is one. Record the infestation or planting or whatever, then shine Parker's lamp on it for a half hour." "Good idea." Isoroku's eyes glinted. "The simplest explanation." "I killed them with the multi-spec?" Parker seemed incredulous. "But if they came from the planet, the atmosphere's thin, everything's bathed in UV. Why should it kill them?" "Try it anyway," Gretchen replied, swinging up onto the ladder leading into the main accessway, "and let me know what happens." She disappeared up the shaft, followed moments later by Fitzsimmons. Parker shared a glance with Dolores, who shrugged and looked at him expectantly, and the Nisei, who had no discernible expression at all. The pilot hunched his shoulders and shuffled back to the engine, glaring at the machinery. "And I thought you were pretty," he grumbled as he flipped down his work lenses. "Shows what I know." Gretchen woke from a dream of endlessly mutating gray-green ideograms to an irritating beeping sound. Groaning, the sound was her comm. Paging, she unzipped her sleep bag and peered out into darkness. The lights in the crew quarters were on some day-night cycle which eluded her. They certainly didn't match the schedule on the Cornuelle, and her mouth tasted bad. Her eyes were grainy, and the persistent throb of a headache flared as consciousness returned. "Oh, sister, mother of God, bearer of the Holy Savior." Gretchen fumbled for her medband and pressed the cool metal against the side of her neck. A sensor flickered, there was a warning beep, and a cool, delicious sensation flooded into her bloodstream. With sanity restored, she picked up the comm and saw the pilot's face, even rougher looking than she imagined her own appeared, staring back. "Good morning, Mr. Parker." "It's afternoon," he replied in a dead-sounding, slurred voice. Planet side anyway. I'm finished with your shuttle engine. Good, Gretchen said, clipping the comm to her duffel. She eeled out of the sleep bag and braced herself against the floor. A netted sack held her clothes, and she began dragging out an undershirt, pants, her skin suit. What did you find? This engine is completely infested with these Chapelton, these locusts. Well, they're not insects, but plants, I guess. Ones that like to eat hexacarbon and ceramic composite and drink CO2 and produce ZO2 and C and some more O and lots of little crystalline frond thingies. He rubbed his face, leaving a long smear of oil across his forehead. We're sack-bound, but the number 2 shuttle engine is cleaned up, disinfected with your friendly multi-spec lamp set on high UV, and then, Parker groaned, we resurfaced everything back to tolerance, or replaced the sections eaten clean through. So maybe tomorrow, we can fly Shuttle 1 back to groundside base and put this engine back in the grounded shuttle. The pilot glared owlishly at Gretchen, who was worming herself into a skin-tight ship suit. When she was done, he continued, before you ask, yes, we checked the other engine. It was infested too, but not so badly. Anyway, Isoroku cleaned up number 1, so both will fly, eventually. What happens when we go groundside? Gretchen asked, straightening her hair and pulling the heavy blonde mane back into a ponytail. They'll get infected again, right? Parker nodded, listlessly pushing another tabak into the corner of his mouth. Yeah, and we'll clean up again, I guess. Okay, Gretchen said, her attention already turning to the puzzle of the cylinder. 1 trip, then, to repair the other shuttle and load everyone up. Then it's back upstairs for the entire team. If we need to make an excursion groundside, we'll use the shuttles in rotation and not leave them on the planet for more than a day. Sure. Parker took a long drag on his tabak, then tapped off. Gretchen stared at the comm, then shook her head. Should I call Maggie about her status? No, later. I'll just take a look at the latest translation runs before breakfast. Feeling much better, she banged the door open, then kicked off in a long, arcing jump toward the main accessway. Behind her, a minute telltale flashed on her doorway, and not so far away, a chime went off in a cabin occupied by the 2 Marines. A black sleep bag stirred in the dimly lit room, then an arm reached out from the cocoon and thumped the other sleeping soldier. Fitz, your girlfriend's up. Deckard closed his eyes and fell back to sleep. Fitzsimmons crawled out of his own sleep bag, rubbed a chin covered with fine black stubble, and started getting dressed. I hope she gets breakfast first, he thought forlornly, so I can at least get some coffee. Even the bad coffee on this barge, or the reprocessed, recycled black crude from the Navy 3 squares, was better than nothing. He hooked 1 foot in a hanging strap, then slung on his combat vest and gun rig before picking up a jacket to hide the weapons. Huh, he laughed softly. I've been with the Navy too long. Like anyone aboard would worry if I was carrying. His combat bar strapped to the side of 1 boot, a heavy utility knife to the other. The waist rig held 8 flechette wire clips and a holster with the pistol-styled ship gun. The rest of the chest rig held various tools, lamps, and spy eyes. His hand hovered over the squat, short-barreled shape of his heavy ship gun. Then he plucked it away from the wall and slung the automatic rifle behind his back. Nervous fingers. This whole situation made him nervous. Checked the loads in the pistol and the rifle. Both weapons were topped, lit green, and ready to cook. Pretty useless, he thought, mouth tasting oily. But what else do I have? Nothing to stop a nanomech cloud or a pocket-sized ship killer or a virus or a biological. Not much at all, but spit in my knife. Thank you, Shosa. Hummingbird tapped his comm closed and took a deep breath. Lieutenant Isoroku's respectfully polite call reported the Palenque main environmentals restored to operation. The last of the air filters cleaned out and power working on most decks. Almost time to go across and see these things for myself. The Telamatanim turned to his surveillance display and panned through the feeds. After a moment, he switched back to the video from outside the number 3 airlock on the Palenque. The portable work panel Anderson had been using for her translations and analysis sat idle, the area lights dimmed low. Not there? Hummingbird made an amused clicking sound with his teeth, but not sleeping or eating. He flicked through the feeds from the company ship and his brow furrowed. The archaeologist was nowhere to be seen. A stab of intense irritation twisted his lip, but then he calmed himself. Large sections of the Palenque were still without power, and many video feeds were dead or offline. She could be anywhere, doing anything, and be out of his sight. He glanced around the cabin, reminding himself of the many luxuries afforded by the Navy ship. "Everything works here," he said aloud, "on a well-maintained imperial vessel. There, on a private ship which has only known the attentions of the pious and dutiful Isoroku for a few days, scattered feathers, filth, fallen shells." Hummingbird switched the view back to the number 3 airlock, where the cylinder still rested quietly in its steel cradle. He bent close. Though a fingertip's motion on the panel would zoom the image to almost any level of detail he desired, red sandstone and milky white streaks of sediment filled the view. But how could she leave your mystery, even for a moment? Anderson had been spending every waking moment with the artifact for the past 2 days. The still idle exploration ship's main comp was almost entirely tasked to her translation jobs, much to the annoyance of everyone else working aboard. Hummingbird suddenly closed the feed, feeling his own curiosity stir. "A cunning lure," he muttered, then turned away from the panel and knelt before a small shrine set into the wall of the cabin. Nothing so fancy as the main chapel down in the heart of the ship, but this was a space reserved for him and him alone. The Blessed Virgin stared down, jade eyes looking upon him with radiant compassion. Hummingbird made the sign of the cross, bowed to the Lady of Tepeyac, she surrounded by so many shining rays, she of the dark cloak strewn with stars, with a mantle of flowers and shining feathers, possessor of the beneficence of man. On a narrow ledge before the icon sat a cup filled with milky liquid and a scattering of dried, perfectly preserved rose petals. Hummingbird began to sing, his hoarse voice rising in the cabin. "So it has been said by the Lord of the world. So it has been said by the Queen of Heaven. It is not true, it is not true. We come to this earth to live. We come only to sleep, only to dream. Our body is a flower. As grass becomes green in the springtime, so our hearts will open and give forth buds, and then they wither. So did Our Lady of Flowers say." The sound echoed and died, and he felt a great comfort from the long familiar ritual. Hummingbird bowed again before the image of the Merciful One, then raised the cup of Achli to his lips. The smell of bitter alcohol stung his nose, and he took the sacred liquid into his mouth, let the fermented sap of the god's fruit wash over his tongue, then passed the fluid, again, into the cup. "So does temptation wash over me, held at bay by your grace, Queen of Heaven, Lady whose belt is a serpent, whose faith lifts the heavens and presses the earth." He made the sign of the cross once more and pressed his forehead to the floor before the sister. "So it is above, so it is below." He stood, his heart easy once more, and passed his hand across the display set into the wall. The calm woke to life, and a blinking glyph, a youth bearing 2 rabbits by the ears, winked azure. Hummingbird grunted, feeling the moment of isolation and serenity pass. "Yes, Shosa Kosho, has something happened?" The Tlamatini maid did not feel entirely at ease with the dark-eyed lieutenant or her ever-pleasant expression. Hummingbird thought he'd reached an equitable relationship with the captain, but this woman, her eyes were filled with secrets. Is she also an agent of the mirror? One set to watch me as I watch the others? Or is her malice solely a matter of our races, our stations in life? "Honorable one," the executive officer said, bowing her head slightly, "the company men have launched one of their shuttles. They're descending to the surface to repair the grounded shuttle at the observatory camp." "Ah?" Hummingbird was surprised. He had not expected the civilians to finish their repairs so quickly. "Are they going to retrieve the scientists on the ground as well?" "I believe so," Kosho replied, a faint smile hiding behind her usual stoic mask. "You left instructions to be informed. Shall I prepare a work carol to take you and your luggage across?" Hummingbird's face tightened. "I should not have mentioned my intent to Hadiishi," and then he nodded in agreement. "Yes," he said, turning his most severe expression upon her. Kosho did not flinch or look away, but maintained her pleasant, polite expression. "I will go across in 20 minutes." The executive officer bowed again and tapped the channel closed. Hummingbird stared at the blank display for a moment, then his fingers stabbed at the panel, bringing up the surveillance view of the bridge. From this angle, he looked down upon Kosho's command station. An inset showed the ever-changing contents of her panel, and the soft lighting on the bridge gleamed in raven-dark hair. A long plait hung down her back, wound with copper, jade, and pearl. The Talamatanim watched the woman intently, listening to the subdued chatter on the bridge, her conversation with a midshipman being dispatched to carry his bags, the orders to an engineering crew to bring a Carol around to the main airlock and prepare for a trip across the quarantine zone to the Palenque. In all of this, she betrayed no knowledge of his observation, though Hummingbird could only assume she knew he was watching. After 10 minutes, he closed the feed. The lieutenant had studiously continued about her business and began packing his bags. A suspicion was beginning to ferment in his agile old mind, though he did not believe any officer would be so reckless to endanger her career in this way. She should be properly respectful, even a little afraid. Hummingbird wrenched his thoughts away from the Nisei woman and back to the delicate matter of packing the blue glass pyramid into a shock foam carrying case. The object was very, very old. Even handling with thin gloves risked scarring or chipping the precious eons-old surface. Hummingbird breathed easier when the artifact was safely stowed. The door chimed, and he turned to let the midshipman in. The observatory, base camp, the edge of the western desert, Ephesus, AI. An orange spark swelled in the sky, the thin, attenuated roar of air-breathing engines piercing gathering twilight. The number 1 shuttle swept over the base camp, wings glowing with the heat of re-entry. Dust swirled up from the landing strip, no more than a long rectangle of glow lights and flattened earth. Against the blue-black heavens, the long coiling contrail burned golden with the last light of day. The Ephesian atmosphere was thin, and even with the copper disk of the sun still hanging at the horizon, a wash of stars filled the east. The shuttle set down, engines thrust vector to air brake, more dust billowed up, burning red with jet exhaust, and the aircraft bounced and shivered down 1,000 meters of flattened desert. The runway was a crude outline at best, scratched from the dry soil. At the far end, engines idling down to a rambling shriek, the shuttle turned and began rolling back to the camp. From a forward window, Gretchen peered out at a sprawling compound of brown huts and tall metal poles strung with swinging glow lights. Under fitful spots of illumination, she saw beaten paths winding between the buildings, a handful of figures shrouded in Z-suits trudging toward the landing strip, and the bulky shapes of crawlers parked under metal sheds. Everything was brown and tan or hidden in shadow. Just another camp on another world, far from home. She felt a keen disappointment. There was nothing grand here, only the same prefab huts and camp buildings, another brown, desolate world filled with dust and chokingly thin air. Even the diamond brilliance of the night sky was familiar. She was no astronomer to pick out differences in the constellations. This place seemed no different than Mars or Ugarit or Gendai. The shuttle rattled to a halt and pressure lights came on. Cabin lights flared awake, and Parker called back from the cockpit in a cheerful voice, "Please have your customs and immigration forms ready. Welcome to Ephesus 3. Please enjoy your stay." Gretchen gathered up a heavy courier-style bag and checked the seals on her suit. Fitzsimmons had stitched her boot back together with some kind of adhesive goo and fishing line. Which was very nice of him, she thought wryly. He, 11, be glad to have me out of his hair for a day. Her goggles slipped into their long accustomed grooves beside her nose and around her ears. Sealing the breather mask and checking the tubes and respirator were second nature, quickly and efficiently done. Then she turned and checked the seals on Bandau's suit as well. The gunner waited patiently, calm brown eyes watching the figures crossing the field toward them through the window. When she was done, he returned the favor and signed she was tight. Gretchen smiled in thanks and wove her way forward past Dolores to the main hatch. "Mr. Parker, cycle the lock, please." The pilot nodded over his shoulder, flipped a series of switches, and the inner door recessed with a dull clang. 2 minutes later, Gretchen was standing on the landing strip, feeling a chill, cutting wind tug at her legs. She'd left a little of her face mask open, and the smell of the planet flooded her nostrils. Ephesus at twilight was sharp and cold. Tart dust and crushed rock. the methane stink of a recycler in the camp, a faint aroma of something metallic tickling the back of Gretchen's throat. She was glad she'd put on field pants and a shirt and jacket over the Z-suit. The thermal heaters in her leg pads were already starting to run, and her fingers were cold even with 2 layers of gloves. Bandau rattled down the landing stairs and took up a position to the left and behind, while Parker and Dolores went around to the cargo doors to start unloading the repaired engine. The gunner had a hand on the butt of his rifle, a stocky, evil-looking thing with a shining dark finish and a stubby, rubberized scope, and his attention moved in careful, measured sweeps, watching the distant, flat horizon and the buildings. "Mr. Parker," Gretchen called, her voice buzzing on the comm, nearly drowned by the keening wind. "Don't forget to put those seals in our engine intakes." Crap. Both the pilot and Fuentes turned around and jogged back to the shuttle. Isoroku had machined up a set of shock foam plugs to close the air intakes and, hopefully, keep the Ephesian spores out of the engines. They were unwieldy, and Gretchen watched in amusement as Parker staggered down the stairs with a pair of multi-spec work lamps around his neck, arms filled with the fat, round shape of an intake plug. "Dr. Anderson!" A bluff, accented voice called through the darkness, and Gretchen turned. 3 shrouded figures approached, bent into the wind. She walked forward, hand raised. "Dr. Lennox." Gretchen clasped the thin woman's hand firmly and nodded. "Smalls Ted's in." "Dr. Tukhachevsky." "Welcome to Ephesus," the Rossian answered, dark eyes sparkling over the green snout of his respirator. Neither Lennox nor Smalls said anything. "Come, let's get to the main hall and you can meet the rest of the crew." Everyone began walking back toward camp, save for Smalls, who paused, indecisively, it seemed to Gretchen, and stared at Fuentes and Parker working on sealing the engine intakes. Then the meteorologist shook his head and hurried to catch up with the rest of the group. Gretchen watched him as they followed the path through the buildings. Even in the poor light of the hanging lamps, she could see he was a little pale. Can't be Parker, no one here knows him. Must be Dolores. The main hall was a 2-story building framed with hexacarbon beams, the walls and roof formed by extruded slabs of local gravel and sand run through a reprocessor. Gretchen passed into the airlock in the middle of the group, a line of dust-streaked backs, shining respirator tanks, the local equipment pitted and gray. She paused at the outer door, fingertips brushing across the metal frame of the door. The hexacarbon was scored and dark, riddled with tiny pits, as if acid had splashed on the exposed surfaces. Inside, she pulled back the cap of her skin suit and tugged the respirator mask aside. She was in the building atrium, a close, crowded room filled with work suits, boots, stained jackets, and dirt, with Bandau close at hand. Smalls was already gone, leaving a tired-looking Lennox and a beaming Tukhachevsky behind. "How is everyone doing?" Gretchen slipped her nose tube free and tucked it into the collar of her suit. "I guess you'll be glad to get upstairs and hit the showers." "Yes, our water supplies have always been minimal. There's no local source of water, though we'd hoped." Lennox sounded even more exhausted than her haggard face suggested. "I'm sorry, Dr. Anderson, I'm very tired. Do you know when we'll be able to return to the ship?" Gretchen spared a quick glance for Tukhachevsky, who was watching Lennox with concern, and Bandau, who was waiting patiently at the inner door of the atrium. She could see the acid glare of overhead lights and the tinny sound of someone's music box playing year-old tunes. The smell was entirely familiar, and for an instant, setting aside the pale, worn face of the woman in front of her, she could have been standing in Dome 6 at Polaris again. "I think," Gretchen said gently, "we'll send you up to the ship tomorrow. Do you have your things together?" "Oh." Lennox seemed to come awake, blinking. "No, I've been busy. I suppose I should." "Mr. Bandau, would you help Dr. Lennox pack her things up and take them to the shuttle? Tell Mr. Parker we'll be wanting to ferry up most of the crew tomorrow morning, early, I suppose, before the air gets too thin to fly." Bandau nodded and shifted his rifle behind him, out of the way and out of sight. "Doctor, Bandau Tootson will help you get ready and carry your things." Gretchen took Lennox by the hand and turned her around. Bandau nodded politely and introduced himself. While he did, Gretchen motioned to Tukhachevsky and they stood aside near the main lock. "Is everyone still in camp?" she asked quietly. The Rossian nodded, fingering his beard. The sore beside his nose was beginning to suppurate. Gretchen recognized the sign of an ill-fitting respirator mask, and he smelled of alcohol. "Have you heard anything from Rosowski?" "Niet," he said dolefully. "Not so much as a peep. I don't know. She seemed preoccupied when she was here last. Maybe the desolation is telling on her. This is a bleak world." "Did she talk to you when she was here? Did she talk to anyone? Say where she'd been, where she was going?" Tukhachevsky shook his head again, beard wagging slowly in counterpoint. "No, Dr. Anderson. She landed while we sat at breakfast and immediately went to see McHugh in the main lab. Then Clarkson—" The Russian paused, nose twitching, and Gretchen could see him weighing dirty laundry in his mind. After a moment, he shook his head slightly and continued. "Dr. Clarkson went out to the main lab as well. An hour later, I would guess. I was packing the crawler to go reset the sensors at the edge of the white plane, and I saw Rusovsky's midge taking off." He scratched his beard. "A little odd that by then it was full sun, but she took off anyway and headed north." "When did the shuttle leave?" "Later," Tukhachevsky said, a slow grin peeking out from his beard. "I heard Clarkson on the comm shouting at Blake, he's the head of the security team, to get a shuttle ready. But number 2 was already sidelined on the field with some mechanical problem. So they had to wait for a shuttle to come down from the ship to pick him up." "Him and the damaged engine, right?" Gretchen tucked a wayward tendril of hair behind her ear. "Carlos flew the shuttle down to pick them up?" Tukhachevsky nodded. "Yes, Flores had been down for several days working on the grounded shuttle. By the time the other shuttle arrived, Clarkson was about wetting his pants." The Rossian grinned again. He was in a rare state, almost happy if such a dour man could ever be happy, and he was even civil to Molly. "You saw them while they were waiting for the shuttle? Were they waiting together?" "No, they couldn't abide being in the same room." Tukhachevsky waved a hand dismissively. "I didn't see. I'd already taken the crawler out, but Frenchie told me Dr. McHugh decided to go aboard at the last moment. Clarkson was already aboard, the engine already stowed. They had to delay departure a couple minutes for her." The physicist shrugged. So, Gretchen thought to herself, Rosowski and McHugh didn't show Clarkson the limestone fragment, only the freestanding cylinder. That was enough to get him off their backs, but why did McHugh suddenly go aboard the shuttle? What made her hurry? Or was she just trying to keep Clarkson from seeing what she'd put in the cargo hold? The company dossier on McHugh implied she was a careful, thorough woman, a mathematician from the Arkham Institute on Anahuac, the dig coordinator and chief bottle washer. Meticulous, detail-oriented, not the kind of person to rush a sample somewhere, even one so precious. But if things between her and Clarkson were as cold as everyone is hinting, maybe she wanted to make him look bad. What happened then? Gretchen returned her attention to the Rossian, who was looking mournful, his memories of the past stirred up. "Did you hear anything more from the ship, from Clarkson or McHugh?" "No," Tukhachevsky laughed hollowly. "Blake received a call from Shoza Cardenas saying the shuttle had docked on the Palenque, then nothing. For weeks and weeks, nothing. We made a telescope. We could see the ship, but—" "I'm sorry." Gretchen squeezed his shoulder. "I'm sorry about what happened and sorry it took so long to get here." "But you did come," Tukhachevsky sighed and shook himself. A weight seemed to lift from his broad old shoulders and he stood up straightened. "Please, we can't stand here talking all night. Come and meet everyone else, and please, have a drink, on me." His eyes twinkled. "You will find men and women's interests are reduced to their base constituents when faced with a slow, lingering death abandoned on an alien world, far from home, without hope of survival." Gretchen made a show of sniffing the air. "I can tell," she said with a laugh. "It smells like a distillery in here. What are you making?" "Vodka, of course. You can make vodka out of anything." Tukhachevsky pushed open the door to the common room and Gretchen stepped in. A dozen people rose to meet her, some young, some old, and a stained plastic cup was pressed into her hand, sloshing with jet fuel of some kind. The Rossian's meaty hand was on her shoulder, guiding her to a chair at the long table, and Gretchen caught a swift montage of tired, haggard faces. Men and women seemed by the elements burned dark by the sun, and everyone was smiling relief, plain on their faces babbling their names, questions, rude jokes. "Hello?" she said when things had quieted down a little and she'd taken a suitably long drink of the vodka in the cup. "I'm Gretchen Anderson, and I thought you'd like to know the water cyclers on the ship are working just fine." Everyone smiled, and the last of the heckling died down. Gretchen swung a heavy bag from her hip onto the tabletop. No one made any particular movement, but a sense of expectation pricked the air, like ozone spilling away from an oncoming thunderstorm. "And our Magdalena has the tea relay working back to Imperial space, so there was some mail waiting for you." "Huh." A simultaneous exhalation of a dozen breaths stirred the air. Gretchen didn't look up. It would be rude to grin at these men and women who'd thought they were lost at the edge of known space with no way home, and concentrated instead on dumping the bundles of printed messages onto the table. She'd sorted them on the flight down and tied up each set with string. Some events, she knew, were venerable enough to become rituals. This was one, mail call, particularly when a new crew member arrived on site. "Blake," she called out, holding up the first set of letters. A stocky man, his pockmarked face twisted halfway from a grim snarl to disbelieving joy, scraped back his chair and leaned over the table. "Thanks," he muttered, sitting down, almost trembling fingers picking at the twine. "Thanks." Gretchen nodded, then looked down. She'd already removed all the letters for the dead crewmen, for Clarkson and McHugh. Strangely, there hadn't been any letters in the inbound queue for Rosovsky, though her company file said she had an entire clutch of cousins and sisters at home on Anahuac. Better have Maggie check on that, she thought while she held up the next bundle. "Fuentes? Antonio?" The sound of a power wrench whining against a reluctant bolt roused Gretchen the next morning. She blinked, seeing actual, real sunlight spilling down a dirty brown wall above her head, then poked her nose out from the sleep bag. A pungent smell of cooking oil, coffee, sweat, and heated metal washed over her. "Ah," she grumbled, sitting up, "home at last." Surprisingly, considering how late she'd remained awake, talking to Tukhachevsky and Sinclair and the others about the dig and the planet, she felt good, actually rested. "Gravity is a wonderful thing," she said, baring her teeth for a little hand mirror she carried in her jacket. "And whatever they put in the vodka here, stains. Now I look like a real babushka." Taking a carefully hoarded bottle of water out of her bag, she washed her face and brushed her teeth. "2 cups," she muttered, measuring the fluid level in the translucent canteen by eye. "I used to be able to take a whole bath in 2 cups. Water rationing had been very strict on Mars, even with 30 meters of permafrost under their feet. The Imperial Planetary Reclamation Board guarded the native ice jealously and charged the dig crews for every liter they extracted. IPRB had a vision of a green Mars and weren't going to let some profligate scientists spoil their grand dream. Ugari, for all the stink and humidity and flies and constant deafening noise, had plenty of water. Some of it was even potable by human standards. But Gretchen had fallen out of the habits she'd learned on Mars. New Aberdeen was a wet, green world, flush with stormy gray seas, heavy forests, and chill, cleansing rain pouring from massive white thunderheads. Home seemed so distant. Then she put the thoughts away and concentrated on getting the right boot on the right foot. As Fitzsimmons had promised, his repair still held. A marine of 1,000 uses, she thought amusedly, trying to dig her fingernail into the seam. She failed, finding the military-issue adhesive goo holding the uppers to the sole like bedrock. "Time for breakfast and I smell coffee." Downstairs, Gretchen found herself sitting at a table near the single window in the common room, a plate of eggs, toast, and something which smelled, but did not taste at all, like bacon in front of her. The cook, a short, round Frenchman named Devac, poured her a big mug of coffee to which she added a liberal amount of sugar and creamer. By some unspoken conspiracy, she found herself accompanied for a lengthy breakfast by Tukhachevsky and the xenobiologist Sinclair. Both men were in a formidably happy mood, and Gretchen tuned them out almost as quickly as they started propounding at length on the peculiar nature of the Ephesian microfauna. Hot food, and not a heated 3-square or meal bag, commanded her full attention until the plate was bare and the cup empty. She looked up, wondering if the kitchen was flush enough with supplies to allow her a second cup, and caught sight of the meteorologist Smalls's face from across the room. He was a thin, sallow-faced man in the sharp, bright glare of morning, with sunken eyes and lank black hair. Watching him, his body half hidden behind Tukhachevsky's rotund bulk, Gretchen thought she'd never seen anyone so sad before. A particularly sharp peal of laughter drew the man's eyes, his head moving with a sharp jerk. Gretchen looked over and realized the common room had already separated out, like some chemical precipitating out of solution, with the scientists, herself included, at one table while the crew sat at another. Dolores, her oval face slightly flushed with amusement, was telling a particularly poor joke at the other table. Parker and Bandow were watching her with amusement, while the groundside security people, Blake and a comm tech named Stewart, were groaning. So she said she'd rather date a cattle guard than a cowboy, so we left her sitting by the fence until she had the sense to walk home herself. Only Smalls was sitting alone at the end of a table near the kitchen door. Gretchen realized he was watching Dolores as covertly as he dared, and she remembered how he'd moved toward her on the landing field the night before. Poor kid, she thought, remembering a crush she'd suffered through on Mars. Being in the field for a long expedition, and one like this, on the edge of human-controlled space, might last for years without relief, was always tricky. Being married didn't make any difference, not if your spouse was 60 light-years away. Distance washes away all attachments, makes us forget the old world and see only the new. There was a pause in the flow of words from Tukhachevsky and Sinclair, and Gretchen realized they'd asked her something. She turned and raised a questioning eyebrow. "I'm sorry?" "Would you like to see the main excavation site before we leave?" Sinclair repeated, hair in his eyes, ragged fingernails twisting a fresh tabac from papers. "It'll take all day to load the shuttles, and we won't want to take off until dark." "I would," Gretchen said, standing up, coffee cup in hand. "About 1500? Good." As it happened, Parker had already snorted up the last of the coffee, but Gretchen felt alive enough to face the day. Standing in the door of the kitchen, she found the crew clearing out. Parker and Dolores for the landing strip in the shuttles, Blake and the others to start packing and loading. Good, she thought, no one will really notice if I take a bit of a look around. All I need is a guide. "Mr. Smalls?" The meteorologist looked up, startled, apparently unaware of her approach. "Do you have time to show me around the camp this morning? I'd appreciate it if you could." In the full glare of midday sun, the camp seemed even more desolate than by night. The horizon stretched away to a dim white line, unbroken by the sight of mountains or hills in any direction. Gretchen blessed the field goggles she'd packed and the battered straw hat that had survived from her very first dig of the ruins of the ancient two-dioptry observatory on Crete. Her suit was proof against heat and cold alike, but there was no sense in subjecting the temperature regulators to more stress than necessary. Smalls, for his part, had adopted a djellaba-like white cloak which covered him from head to toe, with wide-mouthed sleeves and a deep hood. Brittle sand crunched underfoot as they walked, a fine crust breaking away with each step. The ground sparkled and glittered as if diamonds had been scattered among the gravel and stones. Tan and a cream-white color dominated, though as the eye reached to the horizon, the deep, deep blue-black of the sky made the distant plain seem yellow. "How's the weather?" she said at last. Smalls had said nothing after suiting up and leaving the main building. He seemed lost in thought. "The prevailing wind is from the east?" There were no east-facing windows in the camp, and every building had a smooth sloping berm of compressed earth and stone facing the rising sun. Even the sheds for the crawlers were reinforced, as if fortified against enemy bombardment, with deep airlocked doorways. More than one of the huts was half buried by sand, with sloping ramps leading down to battered metal doors. Smalls said nothing, continuing to stumble along. They approached the main lab, a long, low structure with tiny windows surrounded by reinforcing stone. Everyone seemed to sleep in the main building, on the second floor. Gretchen shaded her eyes, looking west. Sunlight flared on the raised tails of the two shuttles, and she could see dust rising from a trawler maneuvering around the back of one. She supposed they were preparing to remount the engine in number 2. Still silent, Smalls keyed the airlock. There was a squeal of tracks clogged with grit, and Gretchen stepped inside into blessed darkness. She watched the outer door grind closed, seeing the frame was almost entirely eaten away. "How bad are the storms?" she ventured again, hoping for some kind of response. Smalls pressed a softly glowing plate on the wall, and the inner doors cycled, dust swirling away at their feet. Beyond, a line of glow lights shimmered awake, illuminating a dirty, narrow hallway. Despite the lock, the floor was covered with sand. Storms? Smalls seemed to wake at last, his eyes dark pits in the bad light. Something like a smile twitched on his lips. "They're beautiful, gorgeous, really." Gretchen said nothing, only unclasping her mask and taking a moment to taste the building air. She could smell solvents, hot plastic, electrical components, and the sharp smell of an overheated printer. "We'd been here a week," Small said, turning away and shuffling down the hallway, "and my satellites weren't all deployed yet when the first big storm swept over us." Two of the sheds were torn to bits and scattered. Fuentes found one of the roofing panels a couple weeks later, 60K from here. A crawler got knocked over and we nearly lost Shuttle 1. "Sounds bad," Gretchen started to say, but then stopped. Smalls was still talking, apparently unaware of her comment. "The planet got all smashed up, back at -3 million. And there aren't lots of mountain ranges to speak of, not big plate-driven ones like on Anahuac or Hesperides. Heat builds up on these big open plains, and you get enormous swings in air pressure as the sun moves. There's no humidity to speak of, not with such low temperatures. All the water is locked in the ice caps. No lakes, no oceans, nothing to moderate air temperature." Smalls unlocked a door, and Gretchen followed him into a room filled with V-pane monitors, computer equipment, and racks of data lattice storage. A huge map of Ephesus glowed in a mosaic of 9 displays, half the planet shining bright in the sunlight and half plunged into complete darkness. The meteorologist waved a hand across the face of the world. "We have dust storms 1,000 kilometers wide, with winds in excess of 160K on a slow, quiet day. There are invisible tornadoes which form and vanish in the upper air. When they touch down, rocks, stones, boulders get lifted and flung for 20 to 30K. His finger stabbed at the mosaic display, tracing a thin black line just emerging from the Terminator. "And there's the escarpment, a wall across half the world nearly from pole to pole. The planetary atmosphere is so tight on Ephesus there are peaks which brush the envelope." Smalls turned and looked at Gretchen for the first time. She was leaning against one of the tables, watching him quietly, arms crossed. "The sun is like a big broom, pushing a lot of air in front of the midday hot spot. There's a fat gradient at dawn, and when the wall of moving pressure hits the escarpment, well," he shrugged, showing more than a little perverse pride, "you get vicious storms in the canyons," Gretchen supplied. "The briefing packet says they're in excess of 450K at high tide." "They are." Small searched among papers and bits of equipment on one of the tables. After a moment, he handed Gretchen a heavy chunk of slate the size of her hand. "The wind rising from the sun compresses against the mountains, and the only release is through narrow slot canyons. I have video. In places the walls are like glass, rubbed to near optical quality by sand and grit from 100K away. Look at the other side." Gretchen turned over the piece of slate. The reverse was glossy and black, like fine glass, with a dimple near the center. In the depression was a spherical metallic marble. She looked up in surprise. "What's this?" "Some bit of nickel iron, native stuff. There are fields of it in some places, just sitting on the surface, rolling around for a few centuries, getting nice and round. Then a particularly bad storm picked it up and whipped it into a canyon. By the time the cyclone winds had slapped the marble downrange and it hit a certain section of cliff just right, the marble punched right into the slate and stuck. When Rusovsky found that, the grit had worn away the splinter lines and cracks, but you can still see them with a..." His voice trailed away. Gretchen put down the shale. She looked at Smalls, who was staring at his displays. "Do you want to tell me about Rusovsky?" Gretchen swung toe foot up and sat on the table. "Did she find a lot of interesting things out there in the Wasteland?" "She did." Smalls scratched the side of his face. The respirator had worn a deep groove across his upper cheek. "I guess Tuck told you she hasn't come back." Gretchen nodded, politely looking away from the meteorologist at the view of the world. "Are we going to try and find her, bring her back with us?" "Of course," Gretchen said in a sharp tone. Smalls almost flinched, and she smiled an apology. "She's one of the crew, right? I won't leave anyone behind." Okay, Smalls seemed to relax and sat down. Did she bring something back that day, the day we lost contact with the ship? He stopped, watching Gretchen's face. There was a lot of shouting in McHugh's lab. It's down the hall. That morning. Then, well, you know, my satellites route through the ship's main array for retransmit from Farside, so I was the first to notice something had happened. Smalls shrugged. The real-time map went out all of a sudden. At first, I thought there was a malfunction in my equipment somewhere. The dust eats into things, and they stop working. But everything seemed fine down here. I tried to raise Palenque control on the comm, but there was no answer. I guess everyone was dead by then, Gretchen said softly. Rosofsky found something in the desert and she brought it back to camp. Did you hear what they were saying when they were shouting? Yeah, I guess. Smalls looked away. Clarkson and McHugh were always at odds over everything. He managed a bitter laugh. You'd think they had been lovers or something, but they weren't. Not those two. Smalls tapped the crown of his nose. They just couldn't agree. Clarkson was very company, very gung-ho, very, results-oriented. McHugh just wanted to take her time, check things out, take, a few more measurements, a few more readings. For the first time, Gretchen thought she saw something like fondness in the man's sallow, exhausted face. She'd help with your data, She'd take a look at it and do some raw analysis to see if you were getting instrument errors or interference or something. And it would come back so clean, everything would be just solid, reliable. That was McHugh. She was reliable. Gretchen waited a moment. Was Rosofsky reliable? She and McHugh were... They understood each other, Smalls said, nodding. Rosofsky is like one of the old-timers out of Olympus Station, or the Outbackers. You ever been to Mars? Yes, Gretchen said, understanding. I spent 2 years at the Polaris site. Ah. Smalls tried to raise an eyebrow and look knowing, but mostly he looked foolish, and Gretchen felt a sudden warmth for the man. Poor kid, she thought, thinking of Dolores. He's just a squeeb, probably never had a real girlfriend his whole life before he came here. So Rosofsky, Gretchen interrupted, liked the emptiness. She liked to go out alone, in her ultralight, and just wander, looking for things, just seeing what there was to see. Yeah. Smalls scratched the back of his head ruefully. She was kind of pissed when we first got there. I mean, she's the planetary geologist, right? But Ephesus was smashed like an egg back in First Sun times. The whole planetary mantle was broken into about 1 million pieces and then slammed back together again. There's no geology left, just slowly settling rubble. Everything's a jumble. You can't even get a depth reading most places, and her instruments just kicked back garbage and plots looking like an Englishman puked 6 pints of bitters in the street. I see. Gretchen frowned. So why the flights? Well, that was another argument. See, Rosofsky tried playing by the rules and duly reported all of this to Clarkson, and he said if she couldn't do her work, she could help someone else do something useful. Smalls grinned, and Gretchen realized with a start he was younger than she was, much younger. How old is this kid? 20? Now that set McHugh off like a rocket. But Rosofsky kept her cool and said, and I quote, I believe my data are in error, Dr. Clarkson. I will endeavor to rectify the situation. And then she just walked out of her office, loaded up the Gagarin, and took off into the blue yonder. Gretchen answered his smile with one of her own. Good for her. How many times did she go out? Smalls pursed his lips, thinking. About once a week, I guess. You can't carry too much on a midge, but you can cover a lot of ground. So she must have been all over the place. She always tried to bring me or McHugh something pretty, like that shale, or once she found these raw diamonds. She gave those to McHugh, I think. Did you see what she brought back the last time? Smalls shook his head dolefully. No, I was lying low. Clarkson was already in a mood about something, so when Rosofsky came in and made a beeline for McHugh's office with a big bundle in her arms, he was spoiling for a fight. Gretchen nodded. Why don't you show me her office? Shuttle 2 to Shuttle 1, come in. Parker tapped his throat mic experimentally, watching the newly repaired shuttle's control panels light green section by section. Most of the cockpit was still dark or winking amber. The long grounding had played havoc with the ship's systems. A cursory examination of the hull revealed deep pitting and large sections of discolored infected metal. "Bandao, can you hear me? Dolores, are you on this comm?" "I hear you." The gunner's voice answered on a crystal-clear channel. "How does it look?" "Good enough, maybe, sort of." Parker wiggled one of the control panels and the black glassite suddenly flickered to life. "This boat's all eaten up by the damned spores." "Will she fly?" Dolores's sharp voice came online. "Do you have an engine readout yet?" "I have diagnostics live from the engine," Parker replied dryly. The crewwoman was crouching in the aft engineering space, squeezed in beneath the housing, trying to match up relays and conduits in a maze of pipes and hoses. "And I think she'll fly, at least one way, and everyone on board had better be suited up. Our little friends have been eating away for weeks." "Cargo in the damaged ship, then? Passengers in this one?" Parker nodded, attention distracted by another panel coming online. The wing and airfoil surfaces were showing only 60 to 70% response to a basic microcontrol Flex T. "Yeah, why don't you prep for takeoff? We can load cargo with Dolores, me and the security crew. Get all the civilians up to the palenque and into their blessed showers." "Understood," Bandao replied. Parker squinted out the triangular window. Across the landing field, he could see the gunner rattling down the stairs from number 1. "Dolores, I still don't have any readout from the fuel gauges. They hooked up yet?" A grunting sound was her only response. Smiling to himself, the pilot began running through the basic systems checklist. After an hour, he looked up, lean face creased with puzzlement. A line of people was climbing the stairs into Shuttle 1. He tapped open his throat mic. "Chief Anderson, we're going to send Shuttle 1 upstairs. Did you want to go?" There was no immediate response, so he checked his comm band to see if Anderson was in range. Her proximity icon was glowing green, so Parker tried again. Parker calling Anderson, "Hello, anyone home?" This time, the channel chirped open and the archaeologist's voice came back, a little thready. "Yes, Parker? What did you say?" The pilot repeated his question. As he did, Dolores climbed down into the cockpit and slid into the co-pilot's seat. Her hair was streaked with oil, her face shining with sweat, and her work gloves were dark with grime. She looked pissed, but Parker made a point of looking respectfully off into the distance, listening to Gretchen speaking on the comm. "Don't worry about me," Gretchen said, breath rasping as she scrambled up the side of an excavation trench. She squinted for a second while the work goggles adjusted to keep the flare of the late afternoon sun from spearing her eyes. "I'm out at the observatory excavation site with Sinclair and Smalls. I believe they do want to go upstairs today, so tell Bandao to delay liftoff until they get back to camp." She waved to the xenobiologist who was standing under a shining metallic sunshade 100 meters away. "We've got 2 crawlers out here, so I'll take the other one back." She tramped across a work ladder laid down over the trench as a bridge and past one of the obelisks forming the main part of the observatory. The stone spire cast a long finger of shadow across the rumpled ground. Each obelisk was at least 20 meters high. 4 rings of the stones circled the nave, which nestled at the bottom of a kilometer-wide depression in the desert floor about 3K from the camp. A network of fresh trenches slashed across the ring arrangement. The expedition had been digging exploratory excavations at 10-meter intervals, trying to find the foundations of the edifice. Gretchen could tell from the desultory sensor grid layout in the trenches they hadn't found what they were looking for. Sinclair had admitted as they were bouncing up the dusty road from the camp, the observatory did not seem to be anything of the kind. The current thinking proposed some kind of naturally occurring phenomena. Just some rocks. Gretchen walked quickly down the path between 2 trenches to the long rectangular sunshade. Sinclair and Smalls were sitting at a camp table, their goggles glittering mirrors. Cargo crates made more tables and work areas under the strip of shadow. "They've called from camp," Gretchen said, doffing her hat under the awning. Her skin felt tight, already dehydrated by the parched air. "Shuttle 1 is ready to make a run back to the ship. You should go, I think, and I'll take the other crawler back." Both men shared a glance. Then Sinclair tilted his head in a sort of temporizing way. "One of us should stay. It's bad policy to go about solo, even so close to the camp." "I understand," Gretchen said, taking no offense. "But I'll be staying overnight, which means one of you would have to give up a shower and the amenities of the palenque for another night." Besides, Parker, Blake, and Dolores are staying groundside with me, and I'll have the crawler." There was some more hemming and hawing, but Gretchen just waited for them to convince themselves, then waved as the Skoda Armadillo chuffed away down the road to the main camp. When they were mostly out of sight, she tapped her comm open. "Mr. Parker? Yes, you've got 2 more passengers coming into camp for your milk run. I'd appreciate it if Bandoutzen waited for them." There were some disgruntled noises, and Gretchen had to smile as she adjusted her hat. Despite the crestfallen attitude of the dig team, she wanted to go over their excavation herself. It had been a while since she'd had a chance to do her work, and she wasn't going to pass up the opportunity. A failed dig was almost more interesting than a successful one. "We'll all be going back to the ship tomorrow," she said into the comm as she stepped out into the blaze of sunlight. No, we don't have to pack the whole camp. People should just take their personal baggage. Well, bedding would be a good idea. Lennox and I need to decide if we're going to continue operations here or not, but that can wait a couple of days." Still listening to Parker and Dolores bicker about the damage to Shuttle 2, she hiked back down into the bowl and began a long counterclockwise circuit around the excavation. People working tended to fall into patterns, and her moderately experienced eye could see most of the dig crew here were right-handed. All of the paths tended to circle to the right, to pass around the right hand, or western, side of the obelisks. So, keeping a close eye on the ground, she moved left, peering into the trenches, inspecting the gridding, generally being as nosy as possible. The sun drifted with her, and the shadows in the excavation slowly lengthened. By the time she'd reached the far side of the eye bowl, the trenches were almost completely in the shade. A ladder let her climb down into one of the larger cuts, and Gretchen paused, seeing something odd lying in a cross-trench from the main. She stepped closer, head dropping into blessed shade. A cylinder. She stopped abruptly, her boots skidding in loose gravel. Her heart was pounding. "Oh, Mother Mary, wait a minute." Gretchen padded forward and knelt down. A poke can was lying in the trench, abandoned and forgotten by someone. None of our crew would be so sloppy, she hoped. Must have been one of Blake's security people. She started to pick up the litter, then paused, taking a closer look. "What is that?" Crouching down, head almost on the ground, she adjusted her lenses to higher mag and gave the can. A mayao from the faded rabbit on the label, a careful inspection from one end to the other. Something odd had happened to the can. The bottom, in particular, seemed to have fused with the ground, or more accurately, the ground had grown up around the underside of the can. Under high mag, she saw thin shoots of a stone-like substance working their way up the aluminum surface. "Well now, this is interesting." Gretchen took an optical probe from her vest and moved around to face the opening in the top of the can, now lying sideways. Gingerly, she adjusted the tiny wand and eased it up to the mouth hole. Closing one eye, she clicked the work lens control around to match the input from the wand. A moment later, a highly magnified, light-enhanced view of the can sprang into view on the inside of her right lens. Then, gently, she drifted the wand into the opening. The inside of the can was almost entirely filled with a delicate web of stone-like filaments. In the faint reflected sunlight, she could see hundreds or thousands of tiny cilia-like fronds and a denser, hex-like structure of mineralized accretions. After taking a good look, she sat up, working a kink out of her shoulder. "Personal log on," she said, hewing her throat mic. "I found a discarded pulque can in the observatory dig. Looks like it's been here a couple weeks. Close examination finds the Ephesian microbiota Sinclair and Tukacheski tried to explain to me this morning in evidence. Something very much like what Parker found in the shuttle engines is eating the can." Gretchen stood up, stretching. She hadn't been grubbing in the dirt in months either. Her knees were already complaining. Pretty soon, the whole can will be gone, and the result will look just like everything else here. A mineral layer like sand and rock over this mineral life form. She stared up at the slender finger of the nearest obelisk. The pale cream texture made a sharp contrast against the blue-black sky. Lennox's team was disappointed, she said, to find their observatory made of nothing but rock and mineral deposits, not set down by the hand of the first Sun people. They've decided the whole structure is just a natural formation, a quirk of geology. I wonder. I need to talk to Sinclair about his microbiota. There's something here almost makes sense. Log off. Giving the Mywell and its tiny colony a wide berth, Gretchen continued her circuit, eventually climbing out of the excavation as the sun was setting. Her suit recorded a brief moment of moderate temperature before shifting from cooling to heating. Night came swiftly out of the east, flooding across the desert plains. Without mountains or more than a high, thin cloud to catch the last light of the sun, darkness was quickly upon her. She switched on a lamp as she trudged up the slope to the crawler. In the starlight, everything seemed very quiet and still, frosted with silvery light. Her spot danced on the ground, a pale circle of yellow sliding over rocks, boulders, the tracks of the crawler. Gretchen paused, hands on the ladder leading up into the cabin. What was that? The hum of the respirator masked most sounds, and the wind had died with the passing of the sun. Gretchen turned off her lamp. Darkness folded around her again, then slowly lightened as her lenses adapted to the starlight. Everything seemed very still. She waited, listening. Only the hum of the suit fans reached her ears. Annoyed, she shut down the respirator. There was a click and then nothing. Now she could hear her heart beating, a steady thump, thump, thump. Gretchen stepped away from the crawler, taking 1 step, 2 steps down toward the bowl. Her head cocked to one side, listening. There was a sound, something like the wind stirring sand and gravel, a faint tick, tick, tick. She slowly dropped into a squat on the trail, holding her breath. Now the sound was a little more distinct, and she could hear, feel almost a slow, pervasive susurration all around her. Gretchen breathed again, feeling faint. The respirator wasn't just for show, she reminded herself. Her thumb slid the control to on, and the fans started up again, and her nose tube felt cold with the slow breeze of a suitable air mixture. Gretchen stood, the faint, delicate sound drowned out by the clamor of her breath and machines, but she was smiling. Treading carefully on the fragile ground, she walked back to the crawler and climbed aboard. Inside the cabin, her mask hooked to the vehicle's reserve air bottle, she sat for a long time, listening to the busy night and watching the stars slowly wheel overhead. Her comm was shut down, the crawler's engine cold. Gretchen thawed, sitting there in the darkness, a rime of frost slowly congealing on her mask around the waist gasp, and she knew how Rusovsky felt. Am I an old-timer then? The thought was very amusing. She was sure none of the outbackers on Mars would think so. She doubted if any of the dig scientists had stayed out past nightfall. I should go in. Parker's probably mustering a search party by now. Sighing, she shook her arms, sending a cascade of CO2 frost to the floor of the crawler, then switched on the sheen power and let the big tracked vehicle start its diagnostic. A heavy rumble trembled through the seat and soles of her boots. Her respirator whined on, and the suit began to percolate heat through her limbs. Damn! Stabbing pains cramped her arms and legs, too cold to sit here. 10 minutes later, she threw the armadillo into gear and rumbled off down the road, the yellow headlights of the big tank dancing across the rutted track, a slow, heavy cloud of dust rising behind. In the darkness, swaths of minute, glittering lights flared for a moment as the cloud of water vapor settled onto the desert floor, then faded as the windfall of energy from the sky was consumed. Aboard the Palenque, Hummingbird swung onto the bridge of the company spacecraft and paused, one hand on the railing leading up to the captain's command station. There was no threat, no gleaming banks of combat monitors, no subdued lighting or perfect climate control. Instead, bites of ratty wire and conduit hung from open panels in the overhead. There was an acrid, burnt smell in the air, and a racket of chattering comm feeds hissed from the communication station. Most of the control panels were dark, and the deck had an uneven, mottled quality. Lieutenant Isoroku started to say something, but the Telamatinime shook his head slightly. I've seen a damaged ship before, Shosa, he said quietly, his interest fixed on a panoramic view of the planet below, a sharp, dun red crescent silhouetted against ebon night, with the peaks of the escarpment beginning to glow in the morning sun. Somewhere down there, Rusovsky found a book and a weapon, not so unalike, and where there is one, there will be others. Hummingbird pushed himself to the main comm panel, scarred fingers brushing over the controls. How awake is main comp? Hist, who are you, stranger? A sharp, inhuman voice cut across the Telematinime's question. Stand away from my station. Hummingbird turned and found the brawny shape of Isoroku blocking the movement of the heshed female onto the bridge. The engineer's back was tense, though nothing in comparison to the slitted eyes and flattened ear tufts of the alien. Enraged, the Hesht loomed over the human, her long arms poised to slam the engineer out of the way. "I am Green Hummingbird," the Mexica said, putting a warning hand on Isoroku's shoulder. His voice was very firm, and he met Magdalena's eyes squarely. "I am an imperial officer from the Cornuella. There is no cause for territorial dispute, Sishuma Magdalena. Your pride hunts for mine, and I have need of your place of watching." Magdalena bared her teeth, circling through the darkened, inactive navigator's station, glittering nails digging into the backs of the seats to propel herself along. "You may be Queen's pride, old crow, but you are not welcome here. Look, if you must, but keep your dirty paws to yourself." Hummingbird felt a flash of irritation, one he suppressed before the emotion could color his face or make him react, and gave Isoroku a little push. "My thanks, Isoroku-san. I will come if I have need of anything." The engineer, still watching Magdalena with a wary eye, made a sharp, properly polite bow and swam off down the access tube. The Hesht watched him go with undiluted, unfeigned hatred burning in her yellow eyes. The claws of her right hand slipped reflexively out of bony sheaths, then retracted. Hummingbird kicked away from the deck and drifted into her direct line of sight. "Shosa Isoroku is not one of your hunting pride," he said, catching her attention. "He takes food from the kill of Hade Ishi, who drinks from my watering holes. Do you understand me, Sizhia?" Magdalena bristled at the word, black lips curling away from gleaming white teeth. "I am not a child. Insult me again, monkey, and—" "You will do what?" Hummingbird drifted closer, ignoring the bared claws. Startled at his boldness, Magdalena backed up. "You will lose your temper. Attack me without the pack leader's permission? Have your entire pride seized and imprisoned, this shipped and impounded by the Imperial Navy?" The Hesht flinched as if struck, then her anger surged, a deep rumbling in the back of her throat. Hummingbird refused to move, refused to show any reaction at all. Magdalena stood poised and stiff for a moment, then suddenly gave ground. Her tail was twitching, both ears flat against the long, angular skull. "What? What do you want?" "A civil reception," Hummingbird said testily. "Where is Andorson Tees on the planet?" "Yes," Magdalena hissed, twitching from head to toe. She swung gracefully over into the comm station seat, one leg bracing against the command panel. "She's just returned to the base camp." "And the other scientists? Where are they?" Hummingbird took care to remain standing, so he could look down on the Hesht from at least a tiny height. The bitter smell of tension, the air was beginning to abate, but he did not wish to give up any advantage. Magdalena pointed sullenly at a V-pane showing orbital tracks, the ring of satellites and various other objects in near-Ephesian space. "Bandao Tedzin is carrying them in Shuttle 1. They will be docking here in an hour and 50 minutes. The other shuttle is still groundside." "All of the scientists? What about the security team?" Hummingbird chanted the names of the men and women on the surface, a quick mnemonic to remind him of their names, faces, specialties, under his breath. "Not all." Magdalena's eyes narrowed again, yellow-amber wedges reflecting the intermittent glow of the instrument panels. "Our stray sister is still lost and Gretchen is hunting planet-side until tomorrow. Blake and Parker and Fuentes are with her." "Versatsky?" Hummingbird nodded, remembering, and then turned a sharp eye on the Hesht. "You've not made contact with her by comm? Her ultralight is fully equipped, by my memory." She does not answer. "Radar scans have not found her. The planet is large. Perhaps you should go look yourself." Magdalena yawned derisively, showing a forest of razor-sharp teeth. "I am looking, but our search is slowed by the damage suffered by the Palenque. Maybe your pride helps if you want to catch this stray Kupal. Hadishi's ship has excellent eyes." Hummingbird did not respond. He was watching the time to dock estimate for Shuttle 1 and considering which path was swiftest to his goal. "Rosovsky could lead us to her discovery site immediately," he thought. "But these others will have seen dumb things on the planet as well. They are often jealous creatures." They may have withheld knowledge from one another, even from their public logs and records. He sighed, estimating the time he would need to interrogate each of the Mashuali technicians. But the tenacious Anderson will want to find Rosofsky for herself. Let us not duplicate our efforts. Hummingbird looked up, catching the Hesht making an insulting face. I am lair guest for a time. Shema. He made a pointing motion with his nose. I will not disturb your efforts to repair the ship. Good day. With that, he sprang easily into the mouth of the access tube and then swam down into the main passage. Behind him, there was a spitting hiss, but nothing so loud or obvious he needed to take notice. Hummingbird shook his head, coming to light at the entryway to the hab ring. A waste of time, he said to himself, eyeing the various cabin doors. Some of the locks were dimly lit with the closed hand of a privacy lock. Others were entirely dark. But I am impatient, he realized, feeling the queer, nibbling attraction of the cylinder and its contents. This is not good. He found an unused cabin and tapped on his comm. Sergeant Fitzsimmons? Yes, this is Hummingbird. I have some things by the number 1 airlock. Can you bring them to... He read out the cabin number, then set about testing the lights, shower, refresher. Most things seemed to be working. The common, everyday motions served to settle his nerves. A particularly disturbing thought had occurred to him. What, he mused, if the planet itself is a lure? So obviously shaped, marked with the tread of the first Sun people, any spacefaring race would light here and be intrigued. Then, scattered about? Perhaps the cylinders are only one such bait, some dangerous items, some helpful devices. These things have happened before. But is the trap here on Ephesus, or are we picking up marker dye to lead something homeward? By the time Fitzsimmons and Deckard arrived with his baggage, and he brought everything from the Cornwell Save the Little Shrine to the Lady of Tepeyac, Hummingbird had disassembled the in-cabin comm panel and was wiring the data conduit to take his portable comps. Master Hummingbird? The sergeant paused in the doorway, surprised to find the wizened old man surrounded by a cloud of components and glassite panels. Do you need help? I can call ISO. No, thank you. Hummingbird looked up, measuring the two men with a critical eye. He was not displeased with what he saw. Even aboard this ship, the Marines were carrying their weapons and tools within a moment's notice of combat readiness. Put those things there, yes, against the wall. Hummingbird watched them move and was pleased to see they were entirely at home in the ZG environment of the ship. Well-trained, he thought, a fine pair of tools. They should not be wasted. Tomorrow morning, the Tlamatanim said, drawing their attention, you'll go down to the planet in Shuttle 1. There is, if you had not heard, a scientist missing from the team, a woman named Rosofsky. Find and secure this woman and return her, alive, unharmed, to the ship. Aye, sir. Fitzsimmons seemed startled, pleased, and concerned all at once. With civilian help or without? Make use of their pilots, Hummingbird said. Anderson will be eager to find her as well. By tomorrow night, I want everyone off the planet with a minimum of fuss. The sergeant nodded sharply, then spun backward out of the door. Deckard followed, and both men shot away down the curving hallway of the Habring. Hummingbird closed the door, then pressed the small round shape of a privacy bomb against the wall. The device shivered, then winked blue. The Tomatanim felt his skin crawl, but the sensation of being watched faded away. Curious, curious cats, he said softly, easing himself back into the cocoon of comp parts and conduit feeds. Out of my house. I'm a pap-sucking kitten, am I? Magdalena's claw adjusted a filter control minutely. A jittery, scrambled image of the Mexican Nahualas flickered, jumped, then cleared. The comm panel on the bridge of the Palenque was alive with V-panes, showing dozens of feeds from all over the ship, from Fitzsimmons and Deckard's Z-Zoots, even from Isoroku's Navy work rig. The Hesht bared all her teeth, then lashed her tail twice before settling down into the shock chair. A hunter sees, a kit hides. Now, what are you doing, little bird? As it happened, Hummingbird was still assembling his comps, though Magdalena found the specifics of his equipment very interesting. Still, he was likely to be busy for a few hours. The Hesh turned her attention to the two Marines. After watching them for a few moments, her attention wandered. Her own kind might have amused her for hours, but these slick, shiny pink things, her claw idled over a glyph, then tapped out a save for later. Males getting ready for the hunt. Boring. But Hunt's sister might like to see. Herm. A task glyph popped to the top of her work queue, one marked with Anderson's rabbit ear symbol. Magdalena sniffed disdainfully. More housekeeping, she thought, then tapped the message open with a shining white claw. A still of Gretchen's face appeared, nearly unrecognizable behind a broad hat, the respirator mask, and work goggles. Maggie, I've remembered something. Rizowski didn't have a single letter in her T-Relay queue when I printed out the mail last night. Can you check to see if she ever got anything from home? Seems strange. Talk to you tomorrow. No mail? Magdalena shifted in her chair and tapped up the message logs from ship's comm. In her experience, humans love to talk more than anything. One of them actually keeping quiet did seem very odd. Maybe she's sick or something. Let's see. The T-Relay had never gone down, though the massive power failure on the Palenque had knocked out the message queuing system interface with shipboard comm. Magdalena hadn't done more to restart the T-Relay than restore normal power and re-init shipside systems. As a result, she hadn't needed to navigate the obtuse and entirely military interface for the relay logs before. An hour passed in increasing tail-chewing disgust before she managed to find the interface for viewing traffic statistics. Then she found an entire security module had been deactivated in the transfer to civilian control, which had disabled the usual logging features. 3 hours later, the Hesht was carefully keeping her tail curled under the shock chair, and a section of light construction-grade metal paneling was floating in tiny pieces around her like a constellation of broken blue-gray moons. There! Finally, Magdalena scanned through the message queue storage facility. Her initial feeling of triumph faded quickly. The queue storage subsystem was encrypted, and her commercial decrypt soft said the jumbled hash of characters and letters was a military code. Maggie reached out and dug hex claws into the back of the command station behind her, tearing another section of paneling away. It felt good to feel something rend between her claws. So how are readable messages coming through at all? She broke into the current T-Relay queue and glanced over 2 of the messages. They were as readable and plain as any human letter could be. Brow furrowed, the little claw on her smallest finger tapping against her left incisor, Maggie began tracing the interface between the public messaging system and the relay. After 30 minutes, she was curled up into a tight ball, only the horizontal yellow gleam of her eyes visible over her arm. A constant stream of what seemed to be garbage code, machine dumps, encrypted text, drifted past on her panel. Her usage of main comp had crept up into the 16% range, billions of cycles diverted to a multi-tiered array of searches, all trying to winkle out the encrypt key protecting the storage system. A chime sounded, waking Magdalena from a dream filled with tiny green birds fluttering around her head, each one singing in an annoying voice, flitting only millimeters from her grasping claws. She uncoiled, staring at the panel. A Q flag had popped up, bearing the ideogram code encapsulating Rizowski's comm ID. Magdalena frowned, then her claws skittered across the panel, diverting the message into unencrypted storage and starting a system trace to find where it had come from. Addressed to CT Siphon Station? Maggie shook her head, blinking, and stared again at the message routing header. The sizable message, several gigabytes in length, was slated to go outbound on the R relay at a very low priority. The Hesht frowned, looking over the routing instructions, which were much longer than the usual. Please send 4 quills for a new paintbrush. Dispatch only during dead time? No, in sections to a comm box on station, to be forwarded. Why? Her tail started to lash again, very, very slowly. What a clever monkey. She's hacked the T-Relay. Hummingbird's face lit with the soft glow of a display panel, weary old eyes glittering with the spark of glyphs flashing awake. Reassembling his surveillance systems had taken much longer than he expected. He'd considered calling Isoroku for help, but resisted the urge. There was really no reason to let the engineer see mirror equipment in operation, not when the man was entirely competent and a boon to his ship. Dealing with an angry Chusa Hadaishi would only waste more time. So, Hummingbird stretched in place, broke open a 3-square and swallowed the vile mixture. 4 panels faced him, a control display between his knees, then 3 V-panes in a wing. To his left, an array of local camera feeds showed him the corridors and rooms of the ship, now suddenly crowded by the arrival of the scientists from the planet. To his right, a mirror of the planetary view maintained on the bridge shimmered in the display. Despite his earlier decision to let Anderson and her people find the missing scientist, a thought had occurred to Hummingbird while he was working. "Setting up a search will only take a moment," he said, arguing with himself. "Then they can make the pickup themselves. It's dead is..." In truth, the scientists were all taxing the water and power supply of the ship with a half-dozen simultaneous extended showers. After that, they'd want to stuff themselves with food. Hummingbird smiled, noting the shipboard mess was entirely barren, save for the same kind of 3-squares the crew had been subjected to on the planet. And sleep. So I have a few moments to spare. He tapped up a schematic of the coverage afforded by the meteorological satellites the expedition had deployed in a long string around the planetary equator. The weather surveillance system managed nearly pole-to-pole coverage. "Good," he said with a trace of smugness. "Now show me what kind of video feed." More images flashed past on his displays. The Peapods maintained an historical archive which Hummingbird pillaged, looking for a high-view shot of the base camp the day Rosowski delivered her deadly cylinder. A second later, the system chirped apologetically. The satellite array did not contain information older than a week. Odd. Hummingbird tapped up specifics on the Texcoco ESA-built satellites. Too much data to store locally. He queried main comp to check if there was an off-array archive. Moments later, an answer came back. A partial archive was maintained in crystal storage at base camp in the laboratory of Smalls Victor A., doctoral candidate, Mars Academy of Sciences. Hummingbird nodded, glad the young man had taken proper care to protect his work. Seconds later, the main comm array had thrown a whisker to the base camp station, and Hummingbird's search was causing dozens of pale firefly lights to wink on in Smalls's crowded lab. An entire wall of sea storage rippled awake in response to the Tlamatineme's request. On the ship, Hummingbird sat back, eyes closed, breathing steady, waiting. "Gretchen, are you awake?" Magdalena bit nervously at a length of metallic support strut, leaving dimpled marks along the black metal. "It's Magdalena, Hunt's sister. Are you mating? Cleaning yourself? Answer, please." "I'm here," came the muffled reply. The vid showed nothing, only darkness. Impatient, Maggie dialed up the light amp and image interpolate on the channel. This revealed the matte surface of a sleep bag, which then split open to reveal the tousled head of a very sleepy Anderson. "What happened?" "A fine hunt. I think I found Sushuma Rosowski." Magdalena grinned tightly, careful to keep her teeth covered, but the pink tip of her tongue poked gleefully between her lips. "At least I know where she was 16 hours ago when the sun came up." "Okay." The image of Gretchen rubbed her eyes and a giant hand reached out to adjust the comm band so she could see Magdalena. "Tell me." "I was trying to find Rosowski's mail, like you asked, and I couldn't. Very strange, but then a message processed through the Palenque main comm array, a message from Rosowski's Midge from the ground side, and my watchers picked it up. Hunt's sister, the doctor didn't have any mail waiting for her because she's been picking it up all this time." Gretchen, wondering why her mouth tasted so foul, managed. "Huh?" Maggie looked off-screen for a moment, her ears pricked up. The Midge houses a comm array in the upper wing, a big, broad surface, a great transmitter and receiver. So Rosowski changed her messaging configuration here on the ship. I found where she broke into the system and tweaked some access settings so her Midge could connect to the Palenque on a maintenance channel and transmit her messages. The burst I intercepted was big because it's filled with video from the cameras on the ultralight, and she uploads every morning. Gretchen blinked. "Wait, so she's keeping a record of where she flew during the day?" "Better," Maggie grinned, and this time she didn't bother to hide her fangs. She's transmitting all of her data from the geosensors on the midge. Each day she flies, she's mapping the planetary surface, taking gravity measurements, even spectroscope of exposed rock formations, everything she can pick up. Ah. Gretchen felt her mind begin to work, sleep-rusty gears ticking over. But her data doesn't go through a known channel, and nothing that Clarkson would notice, so everything's stored in Palenque main comp? The Hesht's ears flicked and a queer, pleased gleam spilled into her eyes. Not at all. The midge sends the data here with a tail twister of a routing header, Hesting part, notes on where the message should go, who it's intended for, to sit on the T-relay until maincom traffic is low. Then Rosowski's message wakes up and sends itself to C-Tesifon station. She lets it break up into sections if need be, so if there's a lot of traffic, her entire message won't get through for a couple hours. But once at the big emitter on CT-Sifon, it gets forwarded all the way to the University of Aberdeen on Anahuac. She's sending the data to herself, at home, in her lab. Gretchen made a face. Her tongue tasted strange. I am never drinking Blake's special vodka again, ever. No matter how much he begs, that's very clever. She's not paying for the transmission time, is she? Maggie laughed out loud, a rumbling, crackling cough. The accounting system here and on CT-Sifon always allows a certain amount of synchronization traffic between relays. Each station has to identify itself and make sure messages are passing properly between them. Rosowski's data goes over in the checksum of the synchro packets or attached to other messages. If anyone pays, it's the company. Fine. Gretchen didn't really care about the technical details. The comm array has to get a fix on her transmitter then, right? The Hesht nodded. I have a fix to the centimeter of where she set down at sunrise today. She's flying tonight, I suppose, but when she transmits in the morning. Tell Fitzsimmons and band out a gear up, Gretchen said, lying back down, the sleep bag helpfully curling up around her shoulders. They need to be ready to drop Shuttle 1 as soon as you've got a fix and pick her up. Bring her back to the ship. Parker and I will come up in the other shuttle as soon as we can. Maggie nodded, but Gretchen was asleep and snoring softly before the channel flickered closed. Hummingbird's eyes opened and he looked expectantly at his display. A moment later, there was a chiming sound and a V-pane unfolded with the results of his search. Smalls had been capturing an enormous amount of data, the entire planetary surface in visual, plus air temperature and density scans, for weeks and weeks. Scanning such a volume, looking for the silhouette of an ultralight flying a low altitude, proved far more time-consuming than the telemetime expected. Now, he unfolded himself from a waiting posture and tapped the first of the search results. A high-view shot of a midge sitting on the landing field at base camp appeared. No, Hummingbird flipped through the rest of the results. None of them were useful, though each picture was, with clouds, dust, and other interference scrubbed away, a fine picture of a midge-class ultralight seen from above. Strange. Why only base camp? Oh, I see. Smiling at his own naivete, Hummingbird expanded his search criteria to include an aircraft in flight, one where the silhouette changed as the ultralight banked or turned, or the recorded image was only partial due to heavy clouds or sandstorms. The search started again, and he began reciting a long memory chant to pass the time. Even if a man were poor, lowly, he sang, even if his mother and his father were the poorest of the poor, his lineage is not considered. Only the matter of his life matters, the purity of his heart, his good and humane heart, his stout. Another chime interrupted, which made Hummingbird frown suspiciously. That's too quick. He tapped up the image expecting to find a sand dune or rocky flat. Instead, the glittering shape of an aircraft wing catching the sun was frozen in the satellite picture. Hummingbird blinked in surprise, then zoomed the image. And again. At first the image was blurry. Barely the shadow of an angular shape against a field of shattered black lava. Then the display panel kicked in and the view sharpened. The telemetime pursed his lips. He found an aircraft, but not Rosowski's, ultralight, or one of the Javan Yard shuttles from the Palenque, something else, something without company markings. Show me the rest, he muttered, dialing forward. Far below, in Smalls's lab, one particular sea storage lattice woke to life, reeling off snapshots of the planetary surface taken weeks before. On Hummingbird's panel, a jerky series of images spun past, but the mysterious shuttle was already gone. He backed up, frame by frame, then realized with disgust that Smalls's satellites were only shooting an image every half hour. More than enough time to track a storm, but not swift enough to capture more than an instant of a shuttle's swift passage through the atmosphere. "Where did you go?" Hummingbird began composing a more detailed search. At the same time, he kicked the one image to the Cornwell's main comp for identification. Then he waited, pondering the grainy, low-def image on his V-pane. The ident came back moments later, and Hummingbird nodded, unsurprised at the identification. "A Valkyrie," he read from main comp's concise clipped summary. "Mining shuttle, 150 tons displacement, 4 engines, sublight capable, usually paired with a tier-class mobile refinery." A schematic of the spacecraft was attached, a huge assemblage of ore tanks, drives, and shuttle bays. Hummingbird was not familiar with the class of ship. He rarely devoted his attention to Navy matters, but the manufacturer was well known to him from certain other business. His lip curled. Ship design and construction by Norsk Trad Heavy Industries. Kiruna System, a Swedish ship. The destruction of the ancient kingdom of Swedish Russia on Anahuac in the previous century had not prevented tens of thousands of Swedes and Russians from leaving the homeworld for the colonies. Indeed, strict imperial control of their home provinces had probably precipitated the exodus into the outer worlds. Entire companies, some once no more than Swedish governmental departments, had moved off-world as well. 2 cold, desolate worlds, yet still habitable, orbiting Kiruna Prime, were the center of a thriving manufacturing and shipbuilding industry. No one, particularly not the voice of the mirror, could say the Kirunan companies engaged in treacherous acts. Such an event would have precipitated the destruction of both the colonies and their orbital habitats. Despite this, despite a scrupulous and timely payment of taxes and every outward sign of loyal service to the empire, far too many Kirunan-built spacecraft found their way into the hands of pirates, rogue miners, communards, and insurrectionists of all kinds. "Hummingbird to the Cornwell," he said, tapping open his comm. "I need to speak with Chusa Hadeishi immediately." "The Cornwell, finally?" Hadeishi nodded sharply to Hummingbird's image and closed the channel. He swung his command chair to the threat well at center of the bridge, a speculative expression on his face. "Shoal, sol, kol, shoal, ship to alert status 1. All hands to stations." Immediately, even as the captain's words faded from the air, the exec's slim finger stabbed a double-sized glyph on her control panel. A sharp hooting sound rang out through every pressurized space on the light cruiser, and every comm flashed an attention signal. Kosha was unable to keep a fierce smile from her face, though the cultured, exact voice issuing from the comm was perfectly devoid of emotion. "All hands to battle stations, all hands to battle stations. Ship will lock down in 180 seconds. Gravity will be 0 in 100 seconds. All hands, she's, and begin and turned. All way." So the mun begun by Abvradshi, resents that the mun begun by dawns, also injuries the rind of reasons to find a Rishis were darg, why dawn be 0 in 100 seconds, and those darn. Hadeishi felt suddenly awake, his vision clear, hearing acute, his hands filled with an immediate quick energy. His combat display had already split, keyed by the alert, into 4 sections, one showing the status of his ship, another the immediate space around the Cornwell, another with a summary of all known threats, empty for the moment, and the 4th filled with palm-sized V-feeds from the various divisions. Everything was entirely familiar, save for engineering, where a suddenly sweaty and perturbed-looking Shoei Kol Jose Yoyanzin had started in horror at the sound of the alarm horns. "Mr. Hayes," Hadeishi snapped, feeling a cold, invincible calm settle over him. "Status? I talker." "No threats," the weapons officer replied, his broad face showing no emotion at all. "Palenque orbit is stable, engines cold. 1 shuttle docked, the other ground side at base 1. Recon drones and survey satellites show no motion, no hostiles. Passive scan is quiet. Shall I go active?" "No haze time, not at this time. Show sa kosho?" The exec tucked a curling trail of raven dark hair behind one ear. She was leaning on her panel, one hand knuckled against the glassite, an antique gold stopwatch in her free hand. She was counting silently. After the briefest moment, she raised her eyes to the captain and said, 58, while clicking the stopwatch. Hadiishi waited while the lieutenant tapped open the all-hands ship channel. "Ship in lockdown," she announced, and the captain felt a distant rumble through his chair as the hab ring spun to a stop and locked in place, then a hissing clang as main bridge pressure hatches sealed. At the same moment, his ship suit stiffened, and a warning tone sounded beside his ear. "Gravity 0, Kosho announced, securing the watch and taking hold of the edge of her display. "Engines hot." "All systems tracking," Hayes announced at almost the same moment. "Beam nacelles are live, missile racks 1 through 9 are cleared to load. Shall I load out?" "Rack with flash loads by Evans," Hadiishi replied in a crisp voice. "Timing, Mr. Hayes, I want timing." He turned slightly to look at his exec again. "Time, Shosa?" Kosho came to attention, though no one save a shipmate could have told the difference from one moment to the next. "All hands to station in 96 seconds, Chusa. Engines hot, systems secured in 150 seconds. Hadaishi's chair vibrated again, and he knew the missile racks were loading. Magazine carrels rotating into place, the slender shapes of Hai Roku sliding into their launch tubes. "Admirable," the captain replied, looking to the communications station. "Emission status, Mr. Smith." "T-relay offline," the midshipman replied, cheeks flushed, the beat of his heart thudding in the artery at his neck. "Main array impassive." "Array on the Palenque forced down. Ship-to-ground forced down. Emissions are at minimum. Ship skin neutral." "Haze tines? Backscatter from civilian sources? Visual confirmation?" The weapons officer suppressed a start. He'd expected to report the even-numbered missile racks loaded and their launch status green, hands moving in a blur across his panel. Hadaishi watched keenly. The request to double-check the light cruiser's emission status from local civilian sources was unexpected, though they were rarely in position to take direct control of civilian sensor apparatus, and counted the seconds until the Tai-E responded. Out of the corner of his eye, the captain watched Kosho counting as well, ancient watch magically back in her hand. "Civilian sensors are blank," Hayes said, his voice a fraction rushed. "Visual confirm is positive. I have outline from Palenque navigational cam." A finger speared sideways and a new V-pane unfolded on Hadaishi's display. With interest, the captain examined the image. "Backscatter from satellites is no. Backscatter from Palenque main array is no." "Interesting." Hadiishi folded his hands in his lap. The civilian ship mounted an entire array of exterior cameras to assist in docking at a station or other orbital facility. Apparently, they also included moderately sophisticated pattern matching soft which had picked the outline of the Cornwell, even at 100 kilometers out of the background starfield. The Palenque comp could not make a match for ship type or registry, but it knew something was within its programmed avoidance limits. "Maintain feed from the civilian ship Hayes Edzin. Shosa Kosho, please adjust ship orientation by degrees." Cocooned in his command chair, Hideishi could not feel the massive bulk of the Cornwell begin to move, though the video feed on the Palenque picked up the spark of her maneuvering engines as they began a topwise spin. The threat well and most of the displays remained constant. Only the one pickup showing the arc of Ephesus shifted, the planet turning slowly upside down. 5-second burn. Kosho's face remained porcelain, her eyes calmly tracking the movement of the ship. Burn halted. Hadashi watched the comp on the Palenque adjust, seeing the image and the identifier flicker in and out, adapting. Then the lock vanished, and the civilian software declared the foreign ship to have vanished. "There you are. Reverse roll. Kosho-san." The Cornwell reappeared for a moment on the civilian display as momentum carried the cruiser back into a recognizable configuration. A second series of burns halted roll, then nudged her back, second by second, into an unidentifiable hole against the wall of night. Hadiishi nodded. Kosho was already making a note in the log, while Hayes and Smith spoke softly into their throat mics, adding their own commentary. The captain waited until they were done, then lifted his chin. "Admirably swift," he said. "Lieutenant Kosho, please make a note to schedule an exercise at a later date to determine the detection envelope of the civilian cameras. Then double-check with Fleet to see they have the same information. Mr. Hayes, you may stand down your missile cruise." He glanced over his display again. Everything remained quiet. "Now there is the matter of this mysterious shuttle. I want a full report by end of watch, which we will discuss over dinner." Kosho and the others nodded sharply, and Hadeshi canceled alert status himself. No need to disturb the cooks, he thought, though perhaps I should. An alert during dinner would certainly put everyone to the test. "We will remain under emissions control, Lieutenant. Move the ship to a different orbit. No sense in being too predictable, even though no one seems to be here to see us." But Hadeshi knew exactly how easy it would be to hide in the interplanetary dark, unmoving, unnoticed, nearly invisible. Magdalena was curled up again, both long arms lapped over her knees, snout resting on plush, close-napped black fur. One of her displays showed the faint traces of the Cornwell's shifting orbit. The flare of the big maneuvering drives were impossible to disguise, particularly at this short range, and the other presented an image of the mysterious shuttle the little bird had found. The Hesht was not pleased with the man's efficiency or the power of his comps. She had watched with entirely open avarice as the Mexica had unpacked 3 copper-colored blocks, each one no more than a forepaw wide, from his baggage and set them up in a cluster with the cabin display. She could smell something secret and powerful about them, and her tail lashed slowly from side to side, fur itching with the desire to take hold of them for just a moment. At the same time, she was entirely convinced tweaking the tail of this human would be bad luck for her adoptive pack, and for her hunt sister Gretchen. So she watched impatiently, busying herself with a thorough search of the young Skywatcher male's planetary scan archive. Magdalena had convinced herself there was a great deal of information hidden in the sea storage racks down at the observatory base. Many secrets, she mused, waiting to be revealed to the light of day like a heap burl peeled back by a gentle claw. She checked the progress of her image scan. The number was far, far too low to satisfy her desire, so a claw dragged an override, and the Palenque main comp began to devote nearly 30% capacity to her search. Hadeshi sat back, letting his steward remove the small dinner bowls from the table. The momentary burst of activity this afternoon had broken an almost imperceptible weight of boredom, though now, with nothing new to engage his attention, he felt the deadening effect of routine stealing up on him again. This pricked his mind to something like angry motion, and he'd spent the period between end of watch and dinner devising a series of sudden training alerts, each one timed to come at the most inappropriate or difficult time. Standing on station like this, waiting, with nothing in the offing, was particularly trying. Hadeshi prided himself on being a calm man, particularly in the face of tumult or crisis. But amid this stultifying sameness, he found himself reaching for something, anything, to enliven the day. Today, particularly after sensing Shosa Kosho's quiet pride in the crew's reaction time to the alert, he was tempted to press her until her imperturbable calm broke. "That is entirely unworthy," he reminded himself. "Your boredom is not an excuse to torment a fellow officer." Still, the prospect intrigued. Hadeshi was beginning to wonder if the lieutenant had ever truly lost her temper. The steward set down small, pale green plates, each one containing a single orange wedge. Hadeshi speared his with a single hashi and popped the sweet fruit into his mouth. Around the low table, his officers did the same, each in their own way, and then the stewards finished clearing the last of the dishes. Mugs of tea appeared, each steaming, filling the air with the turned-earth aroma of a high-grade sencha. "Very well, then," he said after a decent interval. "What have you found?" Kosho bowed politely. Like the others, she was officially off-duty, so she tied back the sleeves of her kimono with a deft motion and turned her head toward the captain with a very proper air. Beside her, Hayes moved aside, leaving a section of otherwise blank wall unobstructed. As Hummingbird-san reported, a Valkyrie-class mining shuttle was observed in the northern hemisphere of Ephesus 3. The aircraft was banking over an extensive lava field at north 60 west 98 degrees, Kosho indicated the blank wall with a control stylus, and a rectangular image appeared, an enhanced version of the shuttle in flight. Due to space limitations on the Peapods, Smalls Todson had set them to record one image every half hour at moderate visual density. As a result, this snapshot of the shuttle is only a very small section of a very large image area. We do not have enough data to extract a ship name or identification number from the visible surfaces of the shuttle. The lieutenant commander motioned with the wand again. We have scanned the snapshots for 2-hour periods on either side of the sighting, and there is no evidence of the shuttle in flight. Given the altitude and location of the mining shuttle, we believe it was descending from orbit and then landed before the next set of pictures could be taken. And was hidden, Harishi commented, within 30 minutes. We believe so, Kosho said, inclining her head. The Valkyrie class is usually attached to a tier-class mobile refinery. Another image appeared, this of a huge, ungainly, and entirely ugly collection of massive spears, exposed girders, and bulbous fuel tanks all arranged around an extended hexagonal core. A tier can carry as many as 15 shuttles, each with a nominal operating range of about 800 million K, with an operational duration of 20 days. They are designed for light exploration, survey, and ore sample recovery. I see. Any pirate or wildcatter would be entirely pleased to have one under his control. Was the shuttle's descent within line of sight of the Palenque? No, Hadaishi-san. At the time of descent, the civilian ship was on the opposite side of the planet. Then our friends knew of the expedition ship and its detection envelope. Kosho nodded, though the stylus raised to indicate a point. The miners may not have been aware of the weather satellites. Peapods are small and innocuous, with a relatively tiny aspect. If the refinery ship was somewhere else in the system at est, in the asteroid belt, for example, the shuttle might have made a scouting trip in, unaware of being observed. Hadaishi frowned. How did they hide the shuttle then? Their first trip should have included a great deal of loitering in atmosphere, looking for someplace suitable to set down. They would have shown up on subsequent satellite images. This is true, sir. But what if they already knew where to land? Kosho's eyes narrowed the tiniest fraction. What if someone had already found a place for them to set down, had left a beacon, one leading them to something of interest? Hadaishi's boredom, ephemeral as it was, dropped away like silk crumpling to a courtesan's tatami. Dr. Rosovsky. She's the most likely candidate, the lieutenant commander said slowly. The fleet had avoided a great deal of trouble by promulgating a policy assuming all citizens, regardless of national affiliation or descent, were innocent as lambs. Treachery and rebellion, of course, were instantly and brutally repressed. Making racial distinctions about reliability, Hadaishi was only too aware of his own failing in this regard. Even Anderson's name set his teeth on edge. A Russian. Who could really trust a Russian? On the other hand, Kosho continued in a careful tone, the other scientists have also made expeditions into the hinterlands. Rosovsky's use of an ultralight, however, has allowed her to range far and wide across the northern hemisphere. Did the Valkyrie make this flight before or after Rosovsky returned to base camp with the cylinders? Before, Kosho said, queuing up a timeline, but only by a few days. So, she could have found the cylinders, informed her compatriots, and then headed back to base with some samples while leaving the rest for these miners to secure. The lieutenant commander nodded, dark eyes glittering in the light of the overheads. Yes, Chusa, but the real question is, did Rosovsky realize what the cylinder would do if it were disturbed? Hadaishi grunted and a sardonic smile creased his face. You mean, Shosa, did she murder the crew of the Palenque to ensure no one noticed a shuttle lifting off with a hold full of First Sun artifacts? That is an excellent question. The Western Badlands, Ephesus EI. A burning spot appeared on the eastern horizon, Taniata lifting a gleaming limb over the rim of the world, his light gilding the crowns of a great army of stone pinnacles. Wind-carved tufa, fantastically sculpted into corkscrew towers, hollow mushroom-shaped domes, translucent veils, and jagged peaks, began to glow yellow-orange as the dawn reached out. Beneath the shining towers, deep ravines and canyons filled with dust and sand twisted through the wilderness. Down below the gimlet eye of the sun, remaining night shone with a quiet, subtle glow. Myriad sparks and gleams hid among the sand, sheltering beneath meters of fine-grained dust. The sun continued to rise, the pressure of his gaze sending gusts racing through the canyons and moaning between scalloped reef-like towers. With the keening hiss of slowly heating air came a second sound, something foreign to the sere landscape, a humming drone echoing back and forth between cliff and precipice and spire. Light glinted from metal, and the broad-winged shape of an ultralight appeared in the eastern sky. A contrail of vapor twisted away behind shining metal and plastic, the midge sweeping gracefully past 3 turret-like pinnacles. The drone of the engine reverberated in the canyons below, but the slow life hiding in the sand heard nothing. Day continued to broaden, his shining white coat rising to cover the east, driving the last shadows of night deeper and deeper into the ravines and crevices. The ultralight drifted among the towers, trending north and west, wings dipping as the pilots searched for a landing place. The thinning air was robbing the aircraft of lift, making the engine work harder and harder. The ultralight banked sharply, the engine's droning pitch sliding up in scale, and the midge circled. One of the great mushroom-shaped domes had cracked and splintered in some lost age, leaving a great bowl ringed with ragged, shell-like walls. Sand and splintered tufa made an irregular plain within. The approach was short, the space confined, but the midge drifted into within a meter of the ground, then nosed up into a stall and bounced to the ground. A curtain of dust rose, then drifted away. The pitted, scored canopy opened, then a weathered-looking woman rolled out to stand upright. She stretched, rolled her head from side to side, and set about securing the aircraft. When the sand anchors were set, she climbed a slope of pebbly red sand to a shallow overhang. A flat stone blackened by carbon scoring made a rest for her cooking kit, and a smudged line around the edge of the opening guided her hand in tacking up a mirror. Bright sunshade. Then she lay down and closed her eyes, head resting on a tattered woolen blanket. Below her in the basin, the Gagarin chattered and chuckled to itself. Then the mirrored surface of the upper wing flashed, and onboard systems oriented themselves towards the sky, searching for an answering signal. "We're not going to be able to set down," Fitzsimmons shouted, trying to make himself heard over the roar of 4 air-breathing turbines. He hung half out of the starboard side of the shuttle, one hand gripping a stanchion inside the cargo door. Wind howled around him, rushing up from the basin below, in a tornado of flying sand and dust. The gunso's combat visor was down, protecting his face from the rain of sharp-edged rock. His free hand was on a descender, back heavy with gun rig and equipment bags. "There's no place else to land," Parker's voice chattered from his earbug. "Can you drop in?" "Yes." Fitz leaned out, arms stiff. The ground below was obscured by the dust storm, but he'd jumped into worse. "Deckard, let's fly." The shuttle adjusted, tilting, and Deckard crowded into the cargo door beside Fitz. Both men were kitted out in drop gear, full combat suits, a light loadout of weapons, ammunition, and tools. Their descender lines spooled out, and their combat visors painted the nearly invisible wire a virulent green. Fitzsimmons waited for the shuttle's natural roll to top out, then stepped off. Monofills zipping through the magnetic clamp-ons in his hand and attached to his belt. He landed gently, jerking up a half-meter short of the ground and dropping cat-like onto the sand. Fitz detached from the line and tucked his hand clamp away in one quick automatic motion. Deckard was down a second later, and both men broke away from the landing point at a run. Fitzsimmons led with his Tanuma PRK-80 riot gun. No sense in packing the combat rifle or even the lighter shift gun, not for a pickup, and sprinted up the slope toward the overhang they'd spotted from the air. Deckard swung to the right, laboring in heavier, softer sand, but he kept up. Above them, the shuttle's exhaust vents shifted and the aircraft slid sideways, clearing the bowl. The whirlwind of sand gusted down, dropping veils of dust across broken stone. A moment later, Fitzsimmons brushed aside the shimmering metallic drape covering the overhang entrance and found an older, sandy-haired woman staring up at him with a quizzical expression. "Dr. Rusovsky?" She blinked as if waking from a deep sleep. Fitzsimmons was struck by her lack of surprise or reaction to his appearance. He knew he must seem strange in a dust-streaked combat suit, pointing what was obviously a weapon at her. He glanced around the shallow cave. Her gear was neatly stacked against a sloping wall, the makings of dinner laid out on a stone. "Ma'am, you'll have to come with me," he said, trying to keep adrenaline-fueled harshness from his voice. "We're going back to the ship, to the Palenque." Fitz released the riot gun, letting the automatic sling wind the weapon back against his shoulder. He reached down and took the woman's hand. She stood up, still looking at him with the same curious expression. "I have to finish my survey flight," she said in a serious, untroubled voice. "I've another 2,000–3,000 K to cover on this leg." Fitz jerked his head, and the corporal sidled into the overhang, the muzzle of his riot gun centered on the woman's abdomen. "I've got her, Deck. Pack up the gear. It'll all fit into the midge, ma'am. You're needed on the ship, so we're going to go right now. The shuttle will pick us up." Rosofsky frowned, lean face furrowing into deep wrinkles around her mouth and nose. "I really don't have time to attend some meeting, young man. I have real work to do." "I don't like meetings either, ma'am." Fitz guided her down the slope, one hand under her arm. He was surprised at the heavy, solid feeling of her suit and the muscle underneath. For all her frail appearance, he realized she'd have to be pretty tough to fly the gossamer shape of the ultralight halfway across the face of an alien, unknown world. "Hold on to me." Gathering her against his chest, her boots atop his, Fitz strapped them together with a belt line, then plucked his descender clamp free. The shuttle drifted overhead again, raising another whirling storm of dust and gravel, but the Marine's combat visor picked out the spiraling line of monofill as a writhing lime snake. He snatched a line with the clamp, then secured the end tab to his harness. "Lift," he shouted into his throat mic, and high above, Bandow leaned out of the cargo door, guiding the winch with one hand. Fitz felt the wire draw tight, clasped the woman to his chest, and then they were soaring aloft with a smooth, effortless motion. Dust and wind roared around them. Then Bandow caught Fitzsimmons' shoulder and swung them both into the cargo hold of the shuttle. Rosofsky staggered heavily as Fitz let go, releasing the strap, but Bandow was right there, all quiet efficiency, to take her in hand. The sergeant looked down, seeing Deckard piling gear into the cockpit of the midge. "I'm going back down," he shouted, hoping Parker could hear him. "We'll winch up the midge and stow her in the bay." "Will it fit?" Parker's voice was faint, even with the earbug, over the roar of the engines. "Those wings are pretty big, and hurry, I'm really burning fuel too fast up here." "The wings retract," Fitz said, stepping off again and hissing down the descender. The sandstorm in the bowl was getting worse. An inch-long chunk of obsidian glanced from the armor on his leg, leaving a shining scratch on the ablative mesh. "It'll fit, if we don't blow away." "This is strange," Magdalena frowned, the tightly napped fur over her nose wrinkling up. "Gretchen, look at her flight path here." Anderson leaned over, one white elbow on the edge of the display panel. Despite the luxury of sleeping in gravity down on the planet, she was glad to be back in the climate-controlled, amazingly clean bridge of the ship. A quick shower between arrival on Shuttle 2 and hurrying onto the bridge to watch the pickup had washed away a layer of planetary dust. She supposed weeks would pass before the usual level of oil, grime, and skin flakes built up in the human-occupied sections of the Palenque. "What is it?" Maggie zoomed in on a map of the northern hemisphere with icons showing the observatory base camp and other pertinent features. "This is the course Rosofsky took upon leaving camp during the trip where she found the cylinders." A fire-bright line appeared on the map, swinging north and west from the base in a long, jagged arc. The path wandered over barren plains, tumbled mountain ranges, and seas of sand. Eventually, the indicator circumnavigated the globe, jogged through the escarpment, and returned to base. "And here's the path of her latest flight." This time, a blue line leapt from the observatory, heading north and west. "They look the same." Gretchen was nonplussed. "No," Magdalena said, zooming in the display to show the two lines as a burning purple trail. "They are the same. She's been flying the same course, landing at the same sites for the last 20 days. The Hesh smoothed her whiskers and cocked her head to one side, looking at Anderson. "So what do you suppose that means?" Sitting in his cabin, doors secured, surrounded by a steadily growing maze of comp boxes, display panels, and conduits, Green Hummingbird's suspicious expression formed an uncanny likeness to Gretchen's on the bridge. The Telematineime stared at the map, chin pressed against his knuckles. After a moment's thought, a deeper frown settled into his lean visage and he tapped open a comm channel. "Sergeant Fitzsimmons, this is Hummingbird." "What did you say, sir?" Fitz turned away from the ultralight, bending his head against the gale of wind and sand. His earbud hissed and sputtered with interference from the blaze of engines howling above, and he could barely make out the sharp, commanding voice. "Aye, sir. I'll look in the cave." Fitz waved Deckard to continue prepping the ultralight for extraction. The Marines had flushed the gas reservoirs in the wings and retracted them. Without their extent, the midge made a compact rectangular shape. The tail assembly had proven difficult to maneuver in the wind, but they'd managed to dismount the dual fishtail and clamp it to the top of the main body. The corporal chased down a monofill line and hooked the cable onto a winch ring atop the midge. "Deck, I'll be right back." Fitzsimmons jogged back up the hill, glad to be out of the immediate blast of wind. His combat suit was impervious to the flying gravel and sand, but he was worried about Ephesian dust seeping into his tools, weapons, and even the suit itself. Isoroku had warned him about the unexpectedly corrosive nature of the local microfauna, and Fitz didn't want to wake up with his shipsuit disintegrating into sand. He ducked under the overhang and knelt, letting his camera pan across the rock shelter. "What now?" he asked in a normal tone of voice. "The cooking stone? Aye, aye." Fitz knelt by the blackened rock, gloved fingers brushing over the evidence of a heating unit and a meal. Hummingbird's voice was an intermittent whisper. The Marine rubbed a forefinger across the black streaks and was surprised to see the glove come away almost clean. "This is an old fire," Fitzsimmons commented. "Really old. But who was here before Rosofsky landed last night?" He felt a queer chill tickle his spine and his right hand drifted to the butt of the automatic slung at his hip. "Is there someone else out here?" The Palenque, a pressure gauge mounted into the green, then steadied as standard atmosphere was established. At last, in the shuttle bay, Gretchen waited impatiently, one boot tapping against the heavy door. She could see Shuttle 1 resting in its cradle in the bay, windows shining with cabin lights, the forward lock cycling through its own regulatory process. Her door opened first, and Gretchen kicked off into a sharp, distinct smell of heated metal, ionized gases, and ozone. Brushing a tangle of hair out of her eyes, Anderson clung to the cargo netting around the landing bay while the shuttle lock opened, spitting red dust, to let Bandow help a tired, worn-looking woman in an old-style Z-suit and tan-colored poncho across to the passenger airlock. "Dr. Rosofsky?" She put out her hand in greeting. "I'm Gretchen Anderson, University of New Aberdeen. Very pleased to meet you." The Russian gave her an odd, exasperated look, hands hanging at her sides. "I'm very busy," Rosofsky said. "I have no time for your meetings and weekly updates. I'll turn in a proper report when I'm done with my survey." Gretchen withdrew her hand and gave Bandow a surprised look. The gunner shook his head slightly and subvocalized on his throat mic. "She's been this way since we picked her up." Anderson took a moment to look the geologist over. The older woman seemed physically fit. Her face was much as the company holos had represented, weathered by too much sun and wind, marked by the calloused grooves of goggles and respirator mask. Her hair turned to heavy straw, and her suit, though battered and worn, was obviously in good repair. Gretchen was surprised at the state of the woman's boots and the sand-colored poncho. Given the effects of the Ephesian dust, they were in excellent shape. Only her eyes belied a sturdy, no-nonsense appearance. Though as sharp and blue as the hollows recorded, they stared coldly past Gretchen, past the wall of the ship, past everything in her immediate vicinity. Anderson had a strange impression the woman was viciously angry, though nothing else in her demeanor or the line of her body suggested such a thing. "Take her up to medical. Magdalena's waiting," Gretchen said to Bandow. The gunner nodded silently and took Rosofsky by the arm. The woman allowed herself to be led away. That was a stupid thing to do. The sound of Parker's voice, sharp with anger, real anger, swung Gretchen's head around, eyebrows raised in surprise. She hadn't known the pilot for very long, but he seemed eternally calm. To her further surprise, she found Parker and Fitzsimmons glaring at each other in the shuttle airlock. "And hang around for hours while you dink about recovering some salvage." Fitzsimmons's face grew entirely still as Gretchen approached, the corner of one eye tightening. Parker wasn't bothering to restrain his temper, his voice ringing through the entire shuttle bay. Hycho Deckard was watching from the top of the stairs, his face split by a huge grin. Gretchen looked behind her and was relieved to see none of the scientists had wandered into the bay. "We don't leave equipment behind," Fitzsimmons replied in an entirely emotionless voice. "Well, that's great," Parker snapped. "But we don't have unlimited fuel like the Navy or some armored shuttle that can eat stone and bounce right back up." "What happened?" Gretchen settled on her stoic management-is-displeased face and shouldered in between the two men, looking up at Parker. To her disgust, she realized, though the pilot was only a few inches taller, Fitzsimmons was head and shoulders above her. Despite her disadvantage, both men backed off a little, not so much as she'd have liked, but enough to put them at arm's reach. "You're Marine," Parker said in an acid voice. "Decided we should recover the Doc's Midge from down a freaking hole today. I spent far too long juggling our wingtips between cliffs. We barely got back to base and I was flying on fumes the whole way. I don't think that was a good idea." "Her ultralight?" Gretchen turned and stared up at Fitzsimmons. "Why? Do we need it?" The sergeant gave her a look, a considering, not quite baleful, not quite outraged look. "Fleet does not leave working equipment behind, ma'am. We recovered Dr. Rosofsky and her midge without incident and in a timely fashion." His voice was very clipped and precise. "Ma'am?" "We didn't need the U-light." Parker had calmed down a little, but Gretchen could feel his body trembling and she realized the pilot was coming down from a massive adrenaline shock. "All we needed was the doctor, whom we had extracted in 2 minutes. No muss, no fuss. Not 35 minutes wallowing around on top of razor-sharp stone with canyons on either side. Not 35 minutes with the air heating thinner and thinner every second. Mr. Parker?" Gretchen managed to chill her voice appreciably and caught the man's eyes with her own. A baleful stare usually reserved for naughty children worked equally well on the pilot, who abruptly closed his mouth. "The cameras and geological sensors on the U-light are company property, as is the aircraft itself. It is incumbent upon us, as specifically stated in our contracts, to recover any misplaced, lost, or stolen company property with all due speed. Failure to do so will, in some cases, result in the cost of the equipment being deducted from employee salaries, as appropriate." She paused, watching an expression of disgust spread across Parker's face. "How does that taste?" she thought. "Tastes bitter." Realizing the company cares more for the contents of a camera crystal or sensor pack than for a human life. Very bitter. "But I'm glad you came back alive, Mr. Parker, with Dr. Rosofsky and our Marines, and I'm glad you didn't have to walk home." Gretchen turned to the sergeant. "I'm glad no one was killed, Gunzo Fitzsimmons, and I am glad you brought back Rosofsky's midge. Her cameras and sensors might explain a mystery that's cropped up this afternoon." She smiled a little, seeing a glint in the Marine's eye. "But please don't risk your life this way again. You see how much you've upset Mr. Parker." Gretchen patted the pilot on the arm. "He cares, you know. He'd weep to see your broken body scattered across some lava flow or field of calcite ash." Deckard broke up, a big hoarse laugh, but neither Parker nor Fitzsimmons did more than stare at Gretchen in disgusted amazement. She didn't wait to see if they renewed their argument. She wanted to be in medical. Rosofsky, and the answer to so many questions, was waiting. In comparison to the acrid heated metal and testosterone smell in the shuttle hangar, medical was quiet, cool, and a little dim. The soft overheads had lost their matching pastel wall coverings during the accident, and the bare metal of the ship's skeleton drank up what little light fell from the panels. Rosofsky was sitting on an examining table in the main surgical bay, her pale hair glowing in a shaft of heavy white light. Gretchen paused at the doorway of the nurse's station. The geologist seemed entirely and unnaturally still to her. "Dr. Rosofsky? Victoria Elenova? Как вы чувствуете?" Gretchen tried another smile. This time Rosofsky turned to look at her, brow crinkling in puzzlement. For some reason, she seemed tired now. Her formerly straight shoulders slumped, her skin a little ashen. The light in here, or is she starting to relax after so many weeks alone? Gretchen knew how hard a homecoming could be. After her first tour on Mars, she'd taken a commercial liner home to New Aberdeen. After 16 months, crawling around on the ice, the thought of her mother's farmstead, of seeing her children, the gray sky pregnant with rain, the thought of domesticity had been overwhelming. A hunger she couldn't quench until she was in her own bed upstairs, listening to real spruce limbs brush against the roof. All three of her children packed in around her like loaves in an oven, so many quilts on top of them all, she could barely breathe. Mars had been bitterly cold. For 2 days, she'd been entirely happy, able to smile again, able to feel safe again, able to walk under an open sky without a respirator mask, without a Zud suit chafing against her skin, feeling little hands clutched tight in hers. On the 3rd day, she'd come down sick. The rest of her vacation was spent shivering in bed, overcome with a succession of illnesses: flu, a cold, a sore throat, pneumonia, and a racking cough. For 320 days, she'd lived and worked under terrible conditions at Polaris, never suffering any kind of sickness, not so much as a sniffle. Then everything had caught up with her at once. "I need," the geologist said, staring fixedly at Gretchen, "to get back to work." "Of course," Anderson said, nodding. "There are just a few things. Were there more of the cylinder-shaped objects where you found the piece of limestone you gave Dr. McHugh, or just the two?" "If," Rosowski said in an inflectionless voice, "Clarkson wants me to do something useful, then he should let me do my work. I need to get back in the air." Gretchen forced herself to remain standing at the edge of the examining table. She looked over to the nurses' station and was greatly heartened to see Bandow and Magdalena watching her with uneasy expressions. "Maggie, can you fire up the diagnostics on this table? Thanks." "Gagarin could use more fuel," Rosowski said as if to herself. "I'll top him up before I leave." Gretchen turned back to the geologist, watching her intently, as if the woman were a particularly fragile artifact dredged from the bottom of a deep trench. "Victoria, do you know where you are?" Rosowski looked up sharply, her eyes glittering. The strange anger Gretchen had seen in her eyes down in the hangar returned, and now the lean old face was tight with fury. "Here's your geld for the water, Master Clarkson, and I hope you've the talent to find a return on your investment." The woman's arm blurred up as if tossing something away. Anderson tried to jerk herself back, but a cupped hand mashed her head to one side. Gretchen flew into the bulkhead with a crash and then fell heavily to the deck. Rosowski stood abruptly, her face in shadow as she stepped out of the light over the table. "I'll top up," she said in a conversational voice, turning toward the door, "and be on my way." "Stop." Bandow was in the doorway, the flat metallic shape of his automatic gleaming in the dim light. "No farther." Rosowski stared at him, puzzled, hands hanging limply at her side again. Gretchen blinked, stunned, then tested her jaw. "Not broken, Maggie, what is it?" There was a long moan of a hurlst from the hesht. Magdalena looked up from the display surface of the nurse's station, ears napped against her skull, the short hairs on her shoulders and back raised in a stiff triangular ruff. "Not human," she growled, shaking her head in confusion. "Something else, like a living crystal." Bandow took 2 steps back, his thumb flipping some kind of switch on the side of his gun. There was an answering beep, the thing in the sand Sinclair was talking about. The microfauna? Gretchen stood uneasily, swaying slightly. Her medband hissed cold at her wrist. The woman, or the thing which looked so much like a woman, did not react, remaining as still as a statue. But why? And how? "Maggie, does she have bones, blood vessels, internal organs?" "Yes," Magdalena hissed, her claws skittering across the unfamiliar medical display. "The shapes of things are there, but body temperature is even throughout. There are no fluids, no movement. It's nothing more than a cold copy." Gretchen's lips parted, her entire attention focused on the marvelous creature poised on the far side of the table. "But she can walk, speak. She remembers bits and pieces of her life. Exacuin must be at almost a cellular level." "They ate her," Bandow said, his voice tight with fear. The automatic in his hands was steady as a stone itself, but the gunner's face had grown paler by degrees. They caught her somewhere. Maybe she was sleeping and they came at night and they ate her up cell by cell, like she was fossilized all at once. Mr. Bandow, Gretchen's voice echoed his fear with a harsh tone. Sweat beaded her face. Lower the gun and get out of the doorway. Maggie cycled the isolation door closed. Sister, you're still in there. Despite her outcry, a single claw stabbed the emergency isolation glyph, and Bandow had to skip back to avoid being caught in the swift rush of the glass and steel door. A dull thump signaled the room ceiling. What are you doing? I was out at night, in the dig, Gretchen said, circling the immobile Rosofsky and climbing onto the examining table. The ground is alive, filled with tiny life. Sinclair has video of them reproducing, expanding, building their geometric hives. Am I infected? What? Magdalena stared through the heavy isolation glass. What are you talking about? Bandow stepped to her side, quick brown eyes sweeping across the medical display. I can't tell, he muttered. It's been too long since I used one of these. Wait, Magdalena, load up her medical record from company files, then we can compare. The gunner looked up, mouth tight. What about the scientists from base camp? Oh, crap, Gretchen stiffened, then tapped her comm. Parker, where are you? The bridge? No, I'm not mad at you anymore. Listen to me. Seal the ship. We need pressure lock between each ring right now. Then get on the surveillance cam and find all the scientists we just brought up from the surface. Yes, all of them, even in the showers. Gretchen keyed another channel open with shaking fingers. Fitzsimmons, Deckard, we've got a problem. In his dim cocoon of glowing displays and quietly chuckling comps, Hummingbird reacted immediately to the events in the medical bay. His fingers slashed across the main input panel. There was a questioning chirp. 4 Jaguar, he said in a relaxed, unaffected voice. 4 Jaguar. Palenque main comp immediately locked out every panel and subcomp on the entire ship. In some areas, like engineering, a low hooting alarm went off, signaling a communications failure. At the same time, a direct channel to the Cornuelle unfolded on Hummingbird's main panel. Captain Hadayoshi stared out in surprise, his private cabin silhouetted behind him, a cup of steaming tea held in one hand, a paper-bound book in the other. His mouth moved, surprised, but Hummingbird heard nothing. The channel was only one way at the moment. A tiny image of an outraged Parker jumped in one corner of the secondary panel. Hummingbird ignored him as well, lips tight, his eyes fixed on the V-feed from medical. A preset routine spun through the civilian ship, even as the 2 Marines herded a gaggle of frightened, outraged scientists into the hab ring, closing hatches and ventilation ducts, sealing airlocks, isolating each section of the ship with brisk, invisible efficiency. Another preset shifted nearly 60% of Palenque main comm to flinging the data flowing from the examining table in medical into a broad-spectrum search against the databanks in both Hummingbird's smoke-class comm and the Navy system aboard the Cornuelle. If those sources failed, the blue pyramid, which was shining softly in a golden nest of whisker-thin wires, stood ready as well. The Telematineim's thumb was poised over a sturdy red glyph. This was 4 Wind, the sign of the second sun which had been destroyed so long ago, when all living men were swept away by terrible winds and gales, leaving only monkeys as their descendants. We're matching, Bandow muttered, face screwed up in concentration, his fingers gingerly moving the controls on the medical display. Mackie had a paw tight on his shoulder, the white arc of her claws digging into the padded armor hiding under his jacket. What does this mean? Gretchen crossed her legs and took a deep breath, head in her hands. Rosofsky had not moved. Whatever lived inside her, whatever motivated her to action, to sudden motion, seemed puzzled by the closed door. The distant hooting of alarms, and the way, apparently unnoticed by either Bandow or Maggie, the main door to medical had sealed itself, apparently without orders, was of more concern. She tapped her comm quietly, but there was no answer. No channel opened, no soft green light indicating the shipside comm band was awake and taking messages. Now what? Gretchen waved at Magdalena, drawing the Hesht's attention. She tapped her comm and made a face. Maggie checked, finding her comm dead as well. The Hesht fiddled with her settings and was rewarded with a blinking light of some kind. Moving very quietly and staying away from the Rosowski copy's line of sight, Gretchen slipped from the table and moved to the observation window. Magdalena held out her comm, letting Anderson see which channel she'd changed to. Ah, a local suit-to-suit circuit. Hear me? Maggie's soft voice echoed in Gretchen's earbud. Anderson nodded, moving back to the far side of the examination table. Dai says your readings are okay, but there's some kind of Kushist energy pattern permeating the Rosowski, and you have something like it in your boots. Gretchen looked down. Ah, crap. The sides of her soles were discolored and shiny. Bet that doesn't come out with spit in a cloth either. Okay, Gretchen subvoxed. Can you tell what's happened on the ship? I don't know, Maggie hissed. Something's locked us out of main comp. Gretchen stared around in mounting panic. The chamber was sealed, and now she realized the air vents had sealed up. An ozone-like odor tickled her nose, and she backed away from the Rosowski copy again. What a day to decide not to wear my Z-suit. Can you do anything in here with just that panel? She saw Bandal lean over and speak into Maggie's comm. Control the examination table, the lights, do an emergency atmosphere dump. I don't want that. Hey. Rosowski moved, reaching the glassite door, one arm swinging back. Before Bandau or Gretchen could react, the copy smashed a fist into the clear material, and there was a resounding crash. The glassite flexed, spiderwebbed with cracks, and rebounded with a singing, clear note. The copy staggered back, staring at its fist in wonder. Gretchen hissed in surprise, seeing the knuckles crumbling away like sand, spilling shining blue particles to the floor. She's breaking down, Gretchen hissed into her comm. She's been getting weaker the longer she's been aboard the ship. Bandau, what's her energy field reading? Weaker, but still hot. The gunner snatched up his automatic from the display. The copy smashed into the door again, this time with both fists. Metal squealed. Glassite splintered violently, sending tiny flakes whirring past Gretchen's head, and the entire doorframe creaked. More blue sand scattered the floor, and now deep rents split the copy's arms and shoulders. Is there radiation shielding? Gretchen shouted into the comm, scrambling back away from the blue dust winking on the floor. Some of the particles flickered with an inner light. Cut her off! Cut her off! Bandau stabbed a series of glips on the panel. The copy wrenched at the side of the hatch, grainy fingers digging into the twisted frame. There was a sound of metal tearing. Then a deep basso hum welled up, filling the entire room. Secondary panels slashed down from the overhead, cutting off the observation window. One panel, over the hatch, ground down against the buckling frame, then stopped with a whine. Gretchen switched on her hand lamp and was greeted with the sight of the copy turning toward her, shining bluish-gray sand spilling away from massive wounds on its hands, face, and arms. Even the Z suit and the poncho were breaking down. The copy lurched blindly toward Gretchen. Lord, she cursed, flinging the hand lamp away. The copy swung, tracking the spinning light, and lunged toward the flare of illumination. Gretchen dodged sideways, heard a crash as the copy slammed into a medical cart, then leapt to the deformed hatch. Bandau was on the other side, kicking at the twisted frame, trying to clear the jam. Gretchen caught the door frame, then pulled hard, foot braced against the wall. The distended frame squealed, then popped back toward her. With a thud, the radiation shielding dropped, sealing the hatchway. There was a sigh behind Gretchen, and she jerked out of the doorway. Her boots skidded on gravel and sand, but she managed to catch herself. There was no sign of the copy, only disordered bluish dust everywhere. Even the color was fading, moment by moment, leaving only a dull gray residue on the floor. Ah! Gretchen slumped against the wall, dizzy, her heart racing. Maggie? There was no answer from the comm. Even the blinking light of the local suit-to-suit circuit had gone out. Hummingbird looked away from the jumbled image on his display panel. A tiny Anderson had her head between her knees, back to the bulkhead of the medical bay. He tapped open the comm channel to the Cornuelle. What happened? Hideshi had put away his tea and his book and leaned forward, dark hair unbound and loose as he was off duty, framing a thin, concerned face. The Tlamatanim rubbed his jaw, feeling the wrinkled seams of age under his fingertips. Anderson's ground team recovered the missing scientist today, he said, eyes drifting across his panel. Everything had come to a standstill on the Palenque, all of the compartments sealed, everyone isolated and confused. Only Fitzsimmons and Deckard remained on the loose, and they were in their quarters, hurriedly donning full combat gear. But she was not what they expected. She was a cartel agent. Hadeshi's brown eyes had gone hard and cold. Hummingbird laughed softly. The so-efficient Shosa Kosho had made her views known to him in her direct way. However, the woman had access to only a fraction of the information known to the Talamatanime. No, she was not in the pay of Norsk-Trod Heavy Industries or some other Pochtikatl. He stopped and raised a temporizing hand. At least, not anymore. How to put it? The shape the ground team returned to the Palenque was not human. It was, instead, an entirely lifelike copy, at least to the human eye. They took the shape to medical and tried to examine her, and there was some trouble. Was anyone killed? Hadeshi's jaw twitched slightly, which made Hummingbird wonder who the naval officer would worry about on the civilian ship. Certainly not me, or his Marines. No. Though the shape, some kind of mobile crystalline lattice, has been reduced to its essential components. The immediate danger is past. Hadeshi nodded and his shoulder shifted a fraction. Hummingbird realized the fleet officer had prepared his own response, much like the Talamatanime's own. In the crucible of the moment, as the shape had tried to escape the medical bay, Hummingbird hadn't hesitated to initiate a destruct sequence for the civilian ship. Now the moment had passed. Now Chusa Hadeshi had taken his hand away from a similar glyph. The Talamatanime was filled with a chill sense of relief at escaping annihilation. There is a possibility of infection, Hummingbird continued. But I believe Anderson and the Marines have matters in hand. If not, then we will have to sterilize this ship. Hadeshi nodded, black eyebrows beetling together. What about you? We can relocate you in 5 minutes' notice. Hummingbird shook his head. There are more pressing matters than my safety. First among them is the matter of the mining refinery ship. Is it still in the system? The captain sat for a long moment considering the matter. Perhaps. Hayes and Kosho are reviewing the sensor logs, looking for a transit spike. So far, they've found none. Our arrival may have caught them by surprise, in which case they are hiding somewhere in the system, waiting for us to leave, or they may have left before we arrived. We have been making a detailed survey of the system. Those logs could be examined for traces of their passage or presence. Do it. Hummingbird stared at the Nisei captain for a moment, wondering how much to tell him. Hadeshi is well regarded, a loyal and able captain. He's done me good service in the past, but he shook his head slightly, deciding to fall back upon the traditions of the mirror. There is risk enough already, and the Chusa is reliable. This situation could become very dangerous, Hadeshi-san, not only to those of us in this system, but to the Empire. I am going to take care of matters both here on the ship and below on the planet. I must rely on you to deal with this mining refinery ship. But you must do so quietly. Hadeshi started to speak, then stopped, eyes narrowing. Finally, he said, by quietly, you mean in such a way no one will notice or know the miner was here, or we were here, or even the civilian expedition. The Talamatanime nodded. Even so. Without, Hadeshi continued, slowly stroking his beard, the use of atomics or antimatter weapons, or even, I venture, anything which might leave a lasting and detectable residue in the system, much less that which might be observed from the surface of Ephesus 3. Yes. The captain straightened in his chair, tugging his tunic straight. He met Hummingbird's eyes with the slightest smile, barely a crease at his eyes, no more than the faintest twitch of his lips. So, the mirror commands, he said, making a bow in his seat, so we obey. A sharp bark of laughter escaped Hummingbird, and he nodded, making a wry smile. A cold dread of fear was trying to wrap around his neck, but he kept such phantoms away by a concentrated effort. He hoped the blue pyramid did not reveal something beyond his power to comprehend, though the bits and pieces of this puzzle were assuming a dreadful shape. But quietly, Chusa Hadeshi, quietly. What about you? To find the whereabouts of this miner, or even to discover if the ship is still in the system, will take us out of orbit, well beyond easy reach if you need retrieval. Hummingbird suppressed a further laugh, for he was long familiar with the ways of men, and with the Nisei in particular. The captain was not asking about Hummingbird, but about the men and women on the Palenque. He was asking about his Marines. Would they live to return to the Cornuelle? And even perhaps about Anderson and the scientists. Delicately phrased, the Mexica thought, what is that word? Kotonyakare shugi, the willful disregard of troublesome matters. Anderson, Hummingbird said, trading time, which he felt pressing, for politeness, is taking her own steps even now. She has a quick wit in her light-haired way. If she fails, then I will do what must be done. I hope, he added, to return Tai Isoroku, Gunso Fitzsimmons, and Haicho Deckard to you at the earliest opportunity. She made a sharp bow in response, and the Plummetanaim knew the man was a little embarrassed to have his concern referred to openly. The thought made Hummingbird a little sad. The Chusa obviously cared for his crew, as a grandfather did for even the meanest member of his clan. And I would trade all their lives for the Empire, he thought. Vague memories of a time when he had maintained such romantic notions threatened to surface, and he made a sharp effort to keep them from distracting him. They are knights, as I am, in the service of a greater power. Like flowers, we are nothing but a fleeting moment of duty and service. Is there anything you need before we cut calm and boost out of orbit? Hadeshi's attention was already far away, calculating angles and fuel usage and a dozen envelopes of detection. Hummingbird shook his head, then made a shallow bow of his own. The road is long, crags above, ravines below, the Tlamatanime said, raising his hand in parting. But our feet are swift, our eyes eager to see the home hearth, Mitsuharu said and closed the comm. Hummingbird rubbed his face, wrinkled fingers bronze in the glow of the comp displays. Fleet and civilian records had no record of a mineral or crystalline life form which so deftly replicated a living human being. 2. He was intrigued by the degradation of the copy as time passed. It seemed, to his eye at least, the creature drew its strength from the planet in some undefined way. Travel to the ship, and then isolation behind the radiation barrier had robbed it of the ability to move and hold shape. But what made you? He wondered aloud, replaying the arrival of Rusowski on the ship at half speed. The world below was destroyed so long ago. Has such a complex organism had time to flower in this barrenness? Or are you something left over from before, a ghost out of a dead epic? There was a cheerful chirp from one of his sub-panels. Hummingbird looked over, a sudden feeling of unease stealing upon him. The blue pyramid had seen fit to reveal one of its secrets to him. He pulled himself to the display, which sat apart from the others and was only connected to his comps by a series of cutout buffers, and tapped a convoluted glyph showing a flayed man's face draped over the blackened head of a priest. A V-pane unfolded and Hummingbird began to read, his dark face barely illuminated by the soft lights playing across the glassite surface. In his eyes, a queer, twisting flame burned, reflecting the images dancing before him in the depths of the pyramid. Error! The tip of a metal bar scraped under the ragged edge of the radiation shielding. Maggie twitched her fingers aside, barely avoiding a bad cut, and then squeaked her own makeshift lever into the narrow opening. Together, Gretchen shouted, hoping Magdalena and Bandau could hear her. Anderson bore down with all her weight and the pleated metal groaned. An inch of bright lamplight was revealed and there was an answering grunt from the other side. Again! They'd managed to lift the radiation barrier nearly a foot when the main lights suddenly flicked back on and the medical comp beeped to announce it had reconnected to the rest of the shipside network. Gretchen looked up, feeling the cold breeze of the air circulators on her sweat-streaked face. Oh, that feels good. She stood up, wiping her brow, and stabbed a forefinger at the hatch controls. She was rewarded with a screeching sound, and the broken panel ground up toward the overhead. The radiation panel hissed back as well, and she ducked through the opening into the nurse's station. You two all right? Maggie nodded, her face contorted as she queried main comp through the medical display. We've only got local power and environment back. The main system is still restricted. Someone's dropped a ship-wide lockout on us. Who ordered that? Gretchen examined a secondary panel controlling the medical bay environment. A thought had occurred to her and she wanted to just check one thing. I can guess, Maggie snarled, exposing her incisors. "A cursed carrion bird watching us from the branches of a dead, rotting tree." "Who?" Gretchen found the control set she wanted and tapped out a series of commands. A pale violet light flickered on in the examining room. "A bird? Oh, you mean a hummingbird." She glanced up at the surveillance camera. "He's just making sure our guest doesn't get out." Does the outer hatch work?" The gunner shook his head. He'd been trying to get the lock to override for 5 minutes, all to no avail. The door out of medical into the rest of the habring was sealed tight. "We're still trapped," he said, running his hand over the metallic surface. "High X rounds from this Luger might penetrate." "Not inside the ship," Gretchen said in a sharp voice. Her whole attention was fixed on the examining room, where the slow pulsing violet glow seemed to etch every surface in sepia tone. "Well now." The Cornuelle Heidai she overhanded onto the bridge, tunic straight, uniform jacket entirely neat. Kosho and Hayes were seated at the main navigation station, heads bent over the display. The Marine Haicho standing watch near the hatchway coughed sharply, then straightened to attention. A difficult task in ZG, but he was an Imperial Marine. Haicho Tonuak started to announce Heideishi's presence, but the captain shook his head minutely as he slid nimbly into his shock chair. Kosho and Hayes looked up in surprise, catching sight of his entrance, and the exec immediately moved to her own station. "Shosa, sound battle stations. Recall all work crews and prepare to take us out of orbit," Heideishi said without preamble as he settled into his chair, powered motors whining to align the shock foam with his back and legs. "Full emissions control. Tai E. Hayes. Release active control of the weather satellites and spin the hyperspace generators down to minimum. Tell engineering I want as shallow a gravity dimple as possible." The bridge was filled with immediate activity, men and women shifting to combat stations, low voices keying comm to the various ship's departments. There were no questions, only a swift response. Hadeishi felt a stab of pride. A fine crew. Kosho keyed open the all-hands channel, her oval face only showing the faintest hint of exasperation at Hadeishi's abrupt announcement. "All hands, 0G in 5 minutes. Acceleration in 9 minutes. All hands stand to battle stations." A warning tone sounded throughout the Cornuelle, and every starman and marine aboard rushed to secure whatever compartment they were in. Even through the mass of the ship, Heideishi felt the rumble of the habring spinning down and the more distant, muted thunder of the hyperspace drive wicking to a low flame. A schematic of the ship unfolded on his side panel, each compartment showing status, each airlock and transit point glowing in a soft outline. One by one, the sections changed color as they sealed and locked. 1 minute to ZG, Kosho announced, finally sitting down and letting the arms of her shock chair fold around her. There was a flurry of movement, and a tousled-headed midshipman Smith slid into his own station, fingers working busily to seal his jacket. Hayes looked back to the captain from his panel. "Satellites are ready to release. Shall I force orbital decay?" Heideishi nodded, his stylus sketching a trajectory on his main panel. "A lengthy descent, Mr. Hayes. I want no debris to reach the ground. Work crews?" "All aboard," Kosho replied, listening to the boat officer on her earbud. "Hyperdrive has spun down. Skin mesh is active. Comm arrays withdrawn. Active tracking cold. We are on passive detection only." "Sublight engines at low power, Mr. Hayes. Here is your plot." The captain flicked a glyph with his stylus, and the motion plot appeared in the threat. Well. Heideishi felt a tug of disappointment. Ephesus 3 had no moon, which would have made the Cornuelle's escape path much shorter, and he'd been forced into a long ellipse to swing away from the planet. "Refine, please. We must orient our engine flare away from the planet. Once we have moved out of the plane of the ecliptic, we can go to higher power, but only if the body of the ship blocks line of sight to our thrust plume." 1 minute to boost. Kosho began to count seconds. Heideishi felt the engines come up as a faint, thready vibration in the panel under his hand. Acceleration tugged at his sleeve, but in the tight embrace of the shock chair, he barely noticed. The Cornuelle began to move slowly and carefully, swinging away from the planet and the distant dot of the Palenque. From Hayes's reworked plot, Heideishi saw they could shift to cruising speed in approximately 16 hours. A long, slow pull, he thought with a flash of irritation. My thoroughbred forced to plod in the mud. Time? Mitsuharu looked to Kosho with interest. The exec flushed, one slim hand diving into the pocket of her duty jacket, then looked guiltily to the clocks on her command panel. 7 minutes, she said. Hadishi thought he could see a faint blush on her cheeks. Excellent. After 30 minutes of acceleration gentle enough to win Tai Hayes a pilot's berth on a Pochteka starliner, Hadishi ordered the crew secured from battle stations and raised himself from the captain's chair. Feeling Kosho's eyes on him as intent as any targeting laser, the Chusa turned to the navigation and weapons stations. We will discuss finding the tire in 30 minutes after the duty watch changes. Hadishi returned to his cabin, where the steward had cleaned up his abandoned tea and put away the usual litter of books and 3V readers which accumulated around the captain's desk and workstation. Ship's night had already come. The dinner hour passed and a fresh off-duty uniform was laid out for him. Hadishi took a moment to strip down and shower. After his allotted 6 minutes, he combed out his hair, grimacing at the threads of white beginning to appear among the oily black, and tied back a heavy queue behind his head. Kosho might boast a longer fall of raven hair, but Hadishi thought he could present himself at court if the need arose. Which, he thought ruefully, is extremely unlikely. He owned an admirable service record, but his secret personnel jacket, where a fleet officer numbered one's patrons among the imperial clans or in the Diet, was sadly lacking. There was a single letter, carefully preserved, expressing the gratitude of the Laird McLaren for the timely intervention of the Barra-class destroyer Tugay during a McGare raid on the McLaren-owned mining world of New Devon. But Mitsuharu doubted the McLaren household even remembered the incident at this late date. When he returned to the bridge, Kosho and Hayes, who had obviously not had the luxury of a shower, were waiting on either side of the threat. Well, the softly glowing hollow space crowded with indicators, icons, and velocity markers. Hadishi paused in the entryway and spoke softly into his comm. Kusaru-san, please bring 3 teas, very sweet, and 2 tubes of miso. There was barely a grunt in answer from his steward, but Hadishi knew the old man would see to the matter immediately. So, he said, bringing himself to a halt by grasping the rail girdling the threat. Well, how do we find this miner, or has he left even before we begin our search? A lesser being than the lieutenant commander would have given Hadishi an open glare, he was sure, but the young Shosa contented herself with failing to bow before beginning to speak. We know the tier-class refinery was here, Hadishi-san, not only from the evidence of the shuttle photograph, but from the results of our navigational survey. Her stylus tap-tapped on the control display for the threat well. A series of points winked in the hollow, describing a long, rough arc. This is a compressed display of the Ephesian system, she said. This gray section is the asteroid belt occupying the orbits between 3 and the distant, irregular orbit of 4. We acquired the navigational scans made by both the original Imperial probe and by the Palenque upon arrival in the system. Luckily, and she allowed herself a wintry smile, Shosa Cardenas was a careful man. Like yourself, he ordered his navigator and exec to conduct a system-wide navigation survey as soon as they arrived in Ephesus orbit. Kosho made a sharp motion with her stylus, and most of the objects in the well vanished. This is the condensed version of the Palenque scan. You see, it is moderately detailed. Luckily for us, Navigator Gilfison concentrated a fair amount of his long-range scan activity on the asteroid belt. I believe that he, like the presumptive miner, was looking for planetesimals bearing heavy ores, radioactives, rare metals, and so on. We made the same kind of scan during our survey. The stylus moved again, and a second layer of data appeared, showing a much thicker representation. With superior equipment, Hayes-san has been running orbital comparisons of the 3 sets of data, looking for disturbances and anomalies. The stylus indicated the arc of winking points. Something has moved through this cloud of asteroids, altering spins, altering orbits, producing a faint but identifiable trail. We believe this was left by the tier as she worked through the belt. I also believe the refinery is still in the system. Hadishi raised an eyebrow. Kosho's eyes glittered, though she remained outwardly calm. We have gravity scans from the moment the Palenque entered the system up to the accident. During that time, we see no evidence of a hyperspace transit. Our trail of sensor fragments begins in the middle of a dense pocket in the asteroid belt. I suspect the tier was already here and working when the Palenque arrived. The trail continues up to the end of the Palenque data. And now? Hadishi had been watching Hayes' space grow longer and longer. Wouldn't the miners have been monitoring the Palenque Anapos as transmissions? Wouldn't they realize something had happened and jump out as soon as the coast was clear? I don't think they did. Kosho glanced sideways at Hayes. Tai A. Hayes does not agree, but the Valkyrie was photographed only 3 days before the accident. At that moment, the time to transit between Ephesus 3 and the presumptive location of the miner was almost 12 days. So at best, the shuttle has to go meet the refinery, which leaves the asteroid cloud to rendezvous between the belt and 3. If the shuttle leaves 3 the same day, if they just dropped in, grabbed whatever they were looking for, and jetted out, then the minimum time to transit is 8 days. Kosho's wand sketched a box in the air, describing a fat volume of space between the red disk of Ephesus and the gray scattering of the belt. So at event +5, they could have met somewhere in this volume and made gradient to hyperspace. Now, a tier masses in excess of 300 million tons empty, and I think she'd have taken on at least another 100 million tons of ore samples, or more by this time. The departure spike from such a large mass leaves a lasting footprint, and I don't see one in this volume. Hayes, son. Chusa, I'm not sure we'd see one in this system for more than a few days, no matter where the departure took place. The weapons officer scratched his eyebrow. The planetary orbits in this system are all messed up and irregular. There are queer gravitational tides and eddies. Our own footprint is barely discernible today, and we know our entry point to the centimeter. Kosho made a dismissive motion with her stylus. We're a fraction. The mass of a tier and our hyperdrive is tuned to leave as little footprint as possible. Look, a new set of data clouded the well. There's no spike on any record, not ours, not the Palenque's, and I believe our scans of the asteroid belt and the projected path of the tier show evidence of further disturbance. I think the refinery ship is still here. I think her captain is greedy and kept right on working after the accident on the Palenque. He badgered as soon as we entered the system, hoping we'd go away. Now he's stuck. Our holds are full of rich samples, and he doesn't want to dump mass. If he tries to make gradient to hyperspace, he'll have to light up like a temple tree, and we'll see him. Hadishi raised a hand. Kusaru appeared silently with the tea and miso. Both of the junior officers took the light meal with grateful bows, though only Hayes drank from his ZG tight cup. I understand, Mitsuharu said. Is there a swift way to tell if the refinery ship is still here? Kosho nodded sharply. Yes, her stylus stabbed at the last winking point. We creep in here and check the area of disturbance. If he slagged out a rock, we'll be able to get a reading on his drive exhaust and be able to tell how long ago he was working. A flicker of hungry pride flashed across her composed oval face. To the hour and the minute. Mitsuharu nodded, privately calculating their course and time to intercept. Hayes-san, plot us a course and execute. But gently, very gently. We must creep away from the planet and approach this prey with equal caution. The Palenque. The main hatch into the medical bay opened suddenly, sliding into the overhead with a soft thump. Gretchen looked up from where she was kneeling on the deck of the examining room, her work lenses dialed to high mag. She heard Bandau hiss and step back in a low growl from Magdalena. Flipping up her lenses, she found herself staring into the black snout of a shipgun held in the hands of one of the Marines. She couldn't tell which one, in combat armor. Over against the wall, the Marine said, his voice abuzz through the suit. Bandau moved back, automatic held gingerly between his thumb and forefinger. The Marine crabbed into the room and was immediately followed by another, taller man, also in matte black combat armor. Just lay the gun down on the deck. Gretchen rose, spreading her hands wide to show they were empty. A heated sense of outrage was warring with the urge to laugh aloud at the insect-like appearance of the soldiers, and she managed to remain composed. The two Marines surveyed the room, then relaxed fractionally. Clear, the taller one, Fitzsimmons, Gretchen guessed, said, his voice almost unrecognizable through the faceplate of his suit. Then she stiffened as his rifle swung toward her. From this vantage, the weapon seemed very large. "Dr. Anderson, please leave the examining room and stand over here by Bandau scene." Almost tiptoeing, she ducked through the damaged doorway and moved to join Bandau, who had adopted a very calm expression, and Magdalena, who was emitting a near-subsonic growl which raised the hackles on the back of Gretchen's neck. Worried, Anderson took hold of the Hesht's paw to restrain her. The lean, wrinkled shape of Hummingbird stepped into the room. His high forehead gleamed like polished mahogany in the overheads, and his dark eyes swept across the three of them to settle on the debris in the medical bay. Without speaking, the Mexica judge went to the adjoining room and knelt to examine the deck. The Marines said nothing, one of them covering the Nawalis with his rifle, the other keeping a strict eye on the three civilians. Gretchen itched to speak, but guessed this was not the time and place to annoy imperial authority. He could just ask politely. Hummingbird moved around in the examining room, and Gretchen couldn't really see what he was doing, but there was a strange muttering sound, and the man seemed to go back and forth, sometimes turning this way and that, making a slow, convoluted circuit around the long table. At length he returned to the doorway and motioned for the nearest Marine to hand him a small black bag. Hummingbird took out a small electrostatic vacuum and a specimen container. He returned to the room and resumed moving slowly around the table. Again, Gretchen thought she heard a peculiar sound, but it was so faint and the acoustics in the two rooms so poor she couldn't make out what he might be saying. Neither Marine showed any reaction, and even Magdalena was starting to settle down. Eventually, Hummingbird returned to the nurse's station and stowed a newly heavy specimen container in the carryall. The bag closed with a heavy click. "The dust is inactive," Hummingbird said, looking up, his eyes dark as flint. "What did you do?" Gretchen took a half-step forward and felt both Bandau and Magdalena tense behind her. "I think the organism started to die the moment Parker's shuttle left the Ephesian atmosphere. When the radiation shielding dropped, it just came apart. But 5 minutes of high UV flooding the chamber seems to have stopped all remaining molecular activity." The Mexican nodded, glancing at the control panel for the examining room. "Like the spores infesting the shuttle engines, you think they are a related species?" Gretchen felt a certain familiar hollowness in her gut. And now, she thought, the imperial authorities will step in, and a great deal of work, months of observations, countless crystals of data, maybe a man's entire career, will vanish like night dew. Sinclair Tiedeson has a theory, and as expedition microbiologist he should, which points to a commonality across all Ephesian life. All current Ephesian life? Hummingbird's tone grew sharp, as if he already knew her answer. Since the destruction of the surface? Gretchen's eyes narrowed, and she felt a subtle tension tighten in the old Mexica. He's fishing, she thought, but for what? Then she thought of the cephalopod fossil and the entombed cylinder. Too much had been happening for her to show Sinclair that bit of evidence. In any case, she was familiar enough with the types of organisms trapped in the ancient limestone to know there was no evolutionary descendant among the microbiota flourishing on the surface today. I see. The violent arrival of the first sun builders had separated the two epochs of Ephesian life as night from day. All current life, she said, like the spores in the intakes or whatever organism gave fruit to this copy of Rossovsky. Yes, Hummingbird seemed suddenly older, the brief flicker of interest and tension ebbing away. He visibly slumped. Everything made new, green shoots rising from desolation. You did well to destroy what remained, no matter how inert it seemed. Gretchen nodded and fought to keep from looking down at her boots. Gotta get these into secure storage, she thought guiltily, and figure out some way to keep them alive for study. I have sent the Cornuelle away, Hummingbird said, abruptly changing the subject. As Tai-E Isoroku informs me, this ship will be able to make gradient to hyperspace within the day. The Talamatanime looked to the two Marines. Ship's records indicate there is an unused MiG in storage in Cargo Ring 2. Please assist our engineer in readying the aircraft for operations on the surface. Fitzsimmons cracked his visor and pulled off his helmet. Gretchen noticed the Marine's hair had become a tangled dark mass and had to stifle an amused smile. "Yes, sir. How many days' fuel and food?" "As much as will fit," Hummingbird said wryly. His composure had returned, the brief appearance of fatigue falling away. "You will also need to rig for a high-altitude aerial insertion. I believe the Midge class has the proper mounting brackets." Fitzsimmons nodded sharply and motioned with his head for Deckard to leave the room. The other Marine backed out, lowering his ship gun, and Fitzsimmons followed. Hummingbird nodded to Gretchen and the others, and then picked up the bag. "What are you doing?" Gretchen said in a disbelieving tone. "That is my business," he said, giving her a sharp look. "But your project here is at an end. There will be no further flights to the planetary surface, and Mr. Parker should prepare this ship to make the jump back to Season Station." Parker, seated on the bridge of the Palenque in the pilot's chair, a mess of tabak butts, printouts of ship systems and partially torn-apart comp panels strewn around him, stared at the Mexica as if he'd sprouted a forest of eye stalks. "You can't possibly be serious." "I am," Hummingbird said in an entirely reasonable voice. "These Komodo-class shuttles have fly-out tracks in the cargo bay. Isoroku assures me he can mount a midge on a breakaway pallet. These are technical matters, easily solved by sweat and concentrated effort, but you concern me." "Damn right I'm a concern." Parker fumbled a tabak out of his vest pocket and jammed it, unlit, into the corner of his mouth. "You'd better explain to me why I have to make an unpowered ballistic skip approach to the upper atmosphere of Ephesus without active instruments and then let you bail out the back of the shuttle, with the cargo doors open in a 600K slipstream." The pilot squinted at the Mexica, then lit his tabak with a sharp snap on the stubble underneath his chin. "Fitzsimmons there could shoot you just as dead right now without risking anyone's hide with such a reckless stunt." Hummingbird looked consideringly at the Marine, who shook his head in answer to an unasked, but apparently understood, question. "Sir, our other pilot's Fuentes," the Marine said, "and he's not as steady on the stick as Parker. Neither Deckard nor I are qualified on a Komodo or anything like it. Ground crawlers, sure." The Mexican turned back to the pilot, his eyes flitting across Gretchen, who was holding position with her hand on the back of the pilot's chair, without a pause. "Parker Tedson, circumstances have conspired to put you in a position of responsibility. I need you to fly that shuttle in the manner described, and I need you to return safely to the ship so it can jump out to Kotzafon Station as quickly as possible." As he spoke, the Telamatanim's voice hardened by degrees, making Parker sink deeper and deeper into his shock chair. "Given another alternative, I would relieve you of these tasks, but you are the tool to hand, and you will serve." "But no sensors? An unpowered drop into atmosphere? That's necessary, Parker Tedson. It is necessary." Hummingbird looked around at Gretchen and Magdalena and Dr. Lennox, who was looking entirely pale and washed out, like a cotton sheet left to hang in the summer sun for far too many days. "This is within my authority," he said, raising his voice very slightly, drawing every eye to him as iron filings to a lodestone. "As now alles as judge as the voice of the Empire in this godless place, we have blundered into uncompromising danger, and we will be lucky indeed to escape without harm." Gretchen heard a stone certainty in the man's words and felt a chill wash over her. What does he know? Something about Rusovsky's spooked him. And why not? Something duplicated a human being, down to memories and language. Did the same something send the Eater cylinder aboard? Is the other cylinder a trap? In all the busy confusion since her return from the surface, she hadn't had a chance to resume her translation work on the embedded slab. Thinking of it now, of the secrets which must lie concealed within, she felt a painful hunger wake. Those translation runs must have finished days ago. I'm so stupid. They could be waiting for me right now. "More than this," Hummingbird said coldly, interrupting Gretchen's train of thought. "I will not explain. You will obey without question or dispute. In this way, you may yet live. Now, Parker Tedson. During the next day, while Isoroku completes his preparations for the flyby, you will move the Palenque very quietly out of orbit. Minimal burn on the main engines, and you will do so by orienting us away from the planet. Anything we do must be unremarked from the surface. We are going to take care to leave no trace of our visit here." Gretchen stirred, drawing the Mexica's attention. "Hummingbird Tideson, your pardon, but if Palenque leaves the system, and Cornuel has already departed, how will you leave the planet? And what about the base camp at the observatory? There are hundreds of tons of equipment, supplies, vehicles there. What about the observation satellites?" "Those things," Hummingbird said with a steely lightness in his voice, "will be taken care of. And in the meantime, no scans, no active sensors on the ship, no experiments, no communications traffic, nothing." Gretchen started to speak again, but the Now-Alice gave her a fierce look, dark eyes glittering. "We are mice," he said sharply, creeping in a field of maize. "We must step gently or the stalks will rustle." The Cornuel, outbound from Ephesus II orbit. The pitch of the vibration humming through the deck and walls shifted, and Susan Kosho looked up from her V-panel, head cocked to one side. "We've reached safe distance," she said, turning her attention back to the schematics on her display. With their gravity signature pared down to the absolute minimum by shutting off the G-decking, the Cornuel creaked and groaned with odd noises. The main hull had picked up little ticks and squeaks over time. In the depths of ship's night, you could hear her speaking, if you were quiet. Hayes nodded absently, chewing on a stylus, pale blue eyes sunken in dark hollows. Susan pushed a cup of tea toward him, letting the sealed container slide across the work table in the senior officer's mess. "You should drink that. You need to eat." "Yes, Mother," he replied, still paging slowly through the schematic. He set the cup aside. "This thing is a monster. Look at the shielding, and these mining beam rigs look like a Mark 96 proton cannon refitted for a civilian power plant." Susan nodded and took a long sip from her own cup. The tea was very strong and thick with honey. She was certain the steward had added stimulants and some kind of vitamin supplement. "There's an undertaste," she thought, stealing a glance at her medband. The thin, flesh-colored circlet around her wrist was quiescent, indicating a lack of toxins. Of cinnamon. "Don't fool yourself," Susan said aloud, tapping a section of the tier blueprints on her panel. "The power plant for one of these has more in common with our drive than any civilian liner. See? This report from the Mirror says a tier has 3 reactors, each capable of output matching or exceeding our own. She has to move so much mass." "Wonderful," Hayes grumbled, finally putting down the pad. He retrieved his tea, which had slid back along the table toward the rear bulkhead. Grimacing at the bitter honey taste, he downed the whole thing in one gulp. "So let's consider..." She's surrounded by ore carrels which, if they're full and loaded properly, give her the equivalent of 100 meters of low-grade armor plating. Not a reactive shield, no, but enough to shrug off most of our lighter penetrators and beam weapons. Then her core section is clad in enough radiation shielding for a battlecruiser, and she mounts the most god-awful huge cutting beam assemblies I've ever seen. These are nearly dreadnought strength mounts. Susan nodded, finding a page she recalled from the Seeking Eye. "Fleet Intelligence Report. Pursuant to the Treaty of Rostov," she read, "the Mace Huali Pochtega, or industrial combines, have been required to turn all armaments and munitions factories, orbital yards, workshops, and other means of naval production to non-military use. This they have done." A brief, fierce smile flickered across Susan's face. In the case of the tier-class mobile ore refinery, the core of the civilian ship is a stripped-down Kaiserschlacht-class heavy cruiser. Some of the early refinery models, in fact, are physically built around decommissioned K-Schlacht hulls. "Sister bless," Hayes tabbed to the same page. "They didn't leave the original sensor net and ECM intact, did they?" Susan pursed her lips and pointed with her stylus at another section of the report. "Navigating in an asteroid belt or an Oort cloud is a tricky business. This requires the refinery to carry advanced avionics and sensor equipment. The targeting systems and main comp aren't supposed to be military-grade, of course, just civilian models." Hayes leaned back against the bulkhead, his broad face looking tired and pudgy. "Easy enough to replace from the black market if the originals were ever actually removed in the first place." "Or to upgrade," Susan said quietly. "K-Schlacht hulls are over 100 years old. Even a modern civilian rig would be superior in head-to-head with the old Royal Navy gear. and these ships are straight out of the Norsk Trad Yard at Kiruna, which means they have the very latest comp and scan on board. Hayes rubbed his face and made a groaning sound. Kosha wanted to laugh derisively, but she felt a certain sisterly affection for the senior lieutenant. He was quick on his board and quite adept at handling dozens of incoming threats and targets in the thick of the action. But he hadn't quite the taste for the hunt a commanding officer really needed. "So," she said in a brisk voice, "how do we kill this thing?" Hayes stared at her, then leaned his chin on clasped hands. "Right. Kill it. Well, the firing aperture of those mining beams is restricted. They can't have full traverse with the ore carrels in the way, so there are blind spots if we can get a target lock and proper orientation." "Good." Susan laid down her comp pad and fixed him with her full attention. And they probably don't have any missile capacity unless they're hiding some kind of pods in the carrels, which they could be, but that wouldn't pass muster anywhere they docked, and they did come here to mine, didn't they? He seemed to perk up at the thought. Yes, they did. Susan rolled her stylus between middle finger and thumb. This ship's power-to-mass ratio is also against them. They will have a hard time outmaneuvering us and a harder time hiding from us if they do move. Yeah, Hayes made a face. So we have to maneuver for position, get into one of their blinds and just hammer them, knock out engines, break through the armor. Could be messy. "No, we can't be messy," Susan said, flipping the stylus deftly in her hand so the sharp point pointed down at the table. "We must be exact." She made a sharp stabbing motion with the writing tool, and swift. "One blow, thrust past all that armor will stutter, not be necessary." Hadishi's voice was soft from the hatchway. Susan stiffened, aware her hair was unbound, her uniform jacket untabbed at the neck, and she sat up straight. Hayes had also come to attention. The 2-4 stepped into the room, nodded to them both, and drew a tea from the automat. "You two should get some sleep. We will be busy later." "What about the tier?" Hayes said, betraying a little confusion. "We have to be ready to deal with this brute when we—" Hadisi waved him to silence, settling into a chair at the end of the table, hands curling around the warm cup. "If we engage the refinery in any kind of shooting match, we've failed. I am under strict orders to secure the miner without the use of any kind of missile, beam weapon, or weapon producing an electromagnetic signature." He smiled gently at both of them, particularly at Hayes, who was staring gape-mouthed. "What is the pinnacle of a warrior's skill?" Hadishi turned to Susan, his mellow brown eyes capturing hers. She felt a chill shock, as if he'd splashed ice water on her face, but her mind was quick, and she remembered both the question and the traditional answer. "To subdue the enemy without fighting?" She frowned in distaste. "You're quoting from Munt?" Munt too." Hadishi raised an eyebrow and finished his tea. "That does not mean," he said quietly as he stood up. "It is not true. Good night." Kosho watched the Chusa leave and wondered how he'd gained access to a copy of the Ping Fa. She was a little disturbed. "I'm very sure all those books were destroyed." I in Geosync over Ephesus. Pacing was almost impossible with the bridge of the Palenque in Zai, so Gretchen resorted to staring moodily at an image of the planet filling the main display. Parker and Magdalena were working under the main control board, grunting and cursing by turns as they rewove the power and data fibers snaking up from under the floor and into the control surfaces. Anderson had rarely felt such distaste for another human being. Even the thoughtless racism of her instructors at university had not inspired such a bleak mood. "I will find some way," she thought, letting fantasies of outlandish torture devices blossom in her mind's eye, to make him suffer. What an arrogant bastard. Gretchen had been annoyed when Hummingbird took the remains of Rosovsky away into imperial custody, though her reaction had been mild compared to Sinclair's. The xenobiologist had begged to examine the strange dust, but the imperial judge had flatly refused. The rest of the scientists were confined to quarters, which greatly reduced the possible range of disputes. Gretchen had been a little smug. She could go where she wished, but all of her good humor had evaporated when she finally made her way down to airlock number 3, which was empty. The steel cradle remained, but her good field comp, the jury-rigged sensor panel, the cylinder and its attendant limestone block were gone. For once, when she turned around snarling, Fitzsimmons was nowhere to be found, but Gretchen still knew who'd stolen her artifact. "What does he think is down there?" Gretchen rattled her feet noisily, now in stiff-bottomed ship shoes, against the railing separating the captain's station from the rest of the crew positions. "Leave no trace of our visit, it's just not possible." Magdalena peered over the top of the navigation panel. Her yellow eyes were bare slits. "What a whiny kitten you are," she declared with a sharp Euro owl in her voice. "Either ask him yourself or be a good packmate and help pull cable." Gretchen ignored her to stare sullenly at the planet. Most of her hair was twisted into a thick corn tassel plait. She started to bite at the braid, head cocked to one side. "He must believe something's down there, something that can see us." She paused, thinking. "No, it can't see us now, but it might see us in the future. Something which will notice satellites, spacecraft, but why wouldn't his precious something find the observatory camp?" Magdalena's tufted ears disappeared with a disapproving growl. Parker managed a subdued laugh, but his hands were filled with bundles of conduit. The power leads to the navigator's station were proving difficult to restore. The substandard cables had ended in metallic connectors, which were still embedded in the panel sockets. Sitting flush, without the usual cable run to grasp hold of, Parker was forced to remove them one at a time with a hand tool. He'd already wrecked one panel by shorting the connector with too much pressure. "Maggie, how did Rosovsky communicate with the Palenque when her ultralight was on far side?" Gretchen poked some of the buttons on the captain's panel, and a variety of plotted routes, icons, and little winking glyphs appeared across the live image of the planet. The routes of the geologist's flights vanished over the curve of the world, then looped back again. "Does she have some kind of a relay station?" A low, ominous growl, trailing away into a hissing snarl, answered Gretchen's question. Magdalena crawled out of the utility space under the floor, her fur slick with sweat and snarled with bits of wire and the particular brand of sealant grease used by the Imperial Navy. The Hesh shot Anderson a fierce, quelling look, an effort entirely lost on Gretchen, who was staring fixedly at the main V-pane. "If I tell you, witless Kit, will you be quiet?" "Sure." Gretchen nodded, though even Magdalena could tell the human woman hadn't heard her. "Do you have a log of her transmissions? Could we find the relays that way? Does he have a copy? I mean, what if she dropped a 3-square bar somewhere? Would he have to clean that up?" Magdalena swung herself over the comm station, her tool bags and tail drifting behind her, and dug a claw into the back of the captain's chair to anchor herself. Gretchen finally looked at her with something like full attention. "I think the dust would take care of litter," Maggie said, voice rumbling deep in her throat. "The base at the observatory? That's a problem. Or our mystery shuttle. There's another difficulty." "Why?" Gretchen gave the Hesh a puzzled look, then she grinned. "Oh, do you think the miners will come back? That would spoil our crow's plan to leave no trace." Magdalena twitched her ears. "They don't have to come back. I've been running non-stop image searches on Smalls's weather archive." One long arm reached out and tapped a command on the panel. The mining shuttle didn't leave like everyone expected. The big view of Ephesus shimmered away, and the V-pane displayed a high-altitude shot of the planetary surface. Gretchen could recognize the edge of the northern permafrost, as well as the tapering wing of the escarpment running down to smaller mountains and then, almost at the pole, to nothing but barren, rocky plains. "I don't see, saw." "Hist!" Maggie cuffed Gretchen's head, catching one ear with the back of her paw. "Ow! Watch, quietly, learn." Maggie moved a control and the image narrowed, the point of view zooming down from orbit. Mountains, valleys, vast plains of glittering sand flashed past. Suddenly, Gretchen caught sight of a triangular shape flitting across a queer-looking stone plateau. The ground was chopped up into smaller triangles of shadow, making the speeding shuttle almost invisible. The shuttle was gone from the next picture. A half-hour had elapsed, but the pattern of the ground had subtly changed. Gretchen stiffened in her chair. "What was that? What are those lines?" "Interesting, isn't it?" Maggie's tongue was showing. Gretchen frowned at her. "Look at this," the Hesh said, moving the control again. Another high-angle shot, but later in the planetary day. The image had been enhanced, but a long blackened gouge was clear, cutting across a rippling line of dunes to an abrupt end. Gretchen squinted as Magdalena zoomed again. The track ended in a welter of shining metal. A mostly recognizable wing canted at a queer angle, the twisted body of a shuttle scored with carbon, and the signs of a fierce conflagration. "The Valkyrie didn't get home," Maggie said, "so our nosy crow has a bigger mess to clean up than he thinks." Jesu, Gretchen zoomed again, though now the image was very grainy and large sections showed the gray rippling tone of comp interpolation. "They suck up too much dust?" "Looks like they got hit." Parker had come up on the other side of the captain's chair. He made a sign against ill luck, face screwed up in a grimace. That fire damage didn't happen on the crash, not in such a thin atmosphere. Something swatted them down. Maybe some kind of beam weapon. Maggie's ears twitched again. "I found the crash site last night after everyone had gone to sleep. Old Crow has been searching too. But he's not as good with the comp as this Piaha for all his shining code equipment. Now, you want to see what happened?" Parker and Gretchen gave the Hesht a disbelieving look. "How? Smalls's satellites only take pictures every half hour." "True enough," Magdalena said, a deep purr beginning in the back of her throat. "But they don't take their pictures all at the same time, and near the poles the fields of view overlap." A claw tapped on the panel and the view of the planet returned, this time with white rectangular grids superimposed. Near the poles, the rectangles overlaid each other in a flurry of lines. All this lets us see sideways into the area of the crash. So I cobbled together video from the adjacent satellites and from those further around the curve that had a horizontal vantage of the crash site, which lets us see. The claw went tick-tick on the panel and a jerky, crude, massively interpolated vid unspooled on the display. The shuttle arrowed down out of the eastern sky, sweeping across the crisscrossed plateau. The flare of the twin engines was very clear in the vid. The Valkyrie began to bank, turning south, and Gretchen felt her breath seize. The entire plateau seemed to ripple with motion, the crisscrossed lines shifting noticeably, and there was a sudden, shockingly bright flash. The entire plateau was blotted out by a burst of white light. When the light faded, after only a fraction of a second, the shuttle was wreathed in smoke. Flames jetted from a smashed engine in a bright, blossoming cloud. They wicked out only seconds later, but the shuttle was already spinning out of control. The vid skipped, and they caught only a glimpse of the aircraft as it slammed into the desert floor and skidded wildly across the dunes, spewing debris, chunks of airframe, and engine parts. Then the vid ended, and the vast red disk of Ephesus replaced the grainy images. "You see?" Magdalena had her brush in her paw and was smoothing out the kinks and twists in her fur. "Sometimes the planet eats more than your boots." Parker shook his head, then flicked away his spent tabac and immediately lit another. Gretchen sat quietly for a moment, studying the images on the panel. She ran the video again, her face composed and concentrated. After a moment, she said, "Did you extract more vid of this plateau with the lines?" "Yaha!" Magdalena coughed. "The second V feed in archive. Yes, that's the one." Another series of images flowed past, these taken from weather satellite number 8 at a slight angle from the west. Dawn spilled over the eastern horizon, and the pattern of lines became apparent, elongated and stretched out, making a cross-hatching pattern. Day progressed, and the lines shortened, shifted pattern, essentially vanishing at midday. Then, as the sun sank into the west, lengthened again, this time to the east, and went through a similar set of convolutions. Gretchen played the vid again, but this time she stopped the feed about an hour after the sun had risen, then zoomed and zoomed again. The comp interpolated busily, refining the image, and then a forest of tall pipe-like structures were revealed covering the plateau. "Scale?" Parker was at her shoulder again, a coil of tabak smoke tangling in her hair and tickling her nose. "They're 4 to 5 meters tall," Gretchen said, brushing invisible smoky gnats away from her nose. "But look, they bend as the sun passes. Not too much. The mineralized sheathing must be stiff to let them grow so high, but enough to follow the sun. Like flowers." "Pipe flowers," Parker grunted. "What made the flash? Did they?" Gretchen nodded, hand over her mouth. Sinclair will have to look at this, but all of the microfauna he's found so far have used a kind of electron cascade as their blood, I guess. They store and release energy, the fuel that gives them life, by shedding electrons and storing potentials in segregated structures. And these stems must trap sunlight in some kind of photocell to sustain themselves. Parker scratched the side of his head. They don't look dark, like a solar array? No. Gretchen felt a vague thought rear its head, something she'd almost grasped before when she was in the medical bay or when she was examining the book cylinder. No, the sun gives life, but too much is deadly. Too much UV, right? Her fingers drummed on the display. So, they build up a mineralized sheath, like the little creatures I found growing in the pulque can. Gretchen felt the puzzle shift in her mind, some pieces falling into place and revealing a new orientation and shape for other sets of data. She suddenly felt alive, as if her skin were humming and everything became perfectly clear. "The pulque can is the key," she said, looking up at Parker. "Because it's new and yet the organism had nearly filled the can. Sinclair thinks the whole ecosystem works very slowly, but he's wrong. The species he's examining are only replicating so slowly because they have so little energy to work with. The can was perfect for them. It's a substance they can digest, and it was in the shade of the trench, so they can grow and be protected from the sun." Gretchen nodded. "Because all of these organisms, all of this effusion of Ephesian life, are terribly sensitive to ultraviolet radiation. You saw what happened down in the examining room. Everything just died, or in the shuttle intake with your multi-spec lamp." "Okay," Parker said as he stubbed out his tabac. "Then how did all of this develop here? There's no ozone layer to speak of, no heavy atmosphere. The surface is a kill zone for the Chapulton. How would they ever get a chance?" Gretchen's expression changed, and Parker thought she looked terribly sad. "Because there were so many of them to begin with," she said in a hollow voice. "Unnumbered billions covering the world in a terrible killing mist. They must have blotted out the sun, turned the sky dark with their numbers. But of course there was no one to see them, not by then." "Huh?" Parker's tabac hung on his lip, sending up a slow, coiling trail of smoke. "They were the eaters," Gretchen said, grinding a palm heel against her eye. "The first sun people came to this world and they scattered thousands of cylinders, just like those Rosowski found. The cylinders broke open and the Chapulton poured out, relentless and unstoppable. And, in the end, when they were done, there was nothing but barren rock and stone and an empty world." Parker drew back, an expression half of amazement and half of disgust on his face. "Then the great machines descended from the sky and the whole mantle of the world was torn away and reshaped in a way which pleased the gods of the first sun. Lennox thinks their project was interrupted, that they went away in haste, and I think she's right, because they left behind a ruin and some of their expendable tools were still alive. Some of the eaters lived, burrowing into the stone, hiding from the sun which turned the newly shattered surface into the harshest desert imaginable." Smalls is puzzled by the levels of oxygen and nitrogen in the current atmosphere. "They're much higher than they should be, like there's a chlorophyll reaction working somewhere, and there's really very little CO2. A wan smile tried to intrude on Gretchen's face but failed. "The descendants of the Chapulton fill the sand, the rock, every niche, just as life always seems to do, and they gobble up any CO2 they might find, releasing plain carbon and oxygen. And they fear the sun, so they've evolved in this swift million years, laying down waste products to protect their crystalline bodies, a shell to block the killing UV. Her hand opened, indicating the plateau of pipe flowers. "Some of them have evolved to get their energy from the sun, though even then in only a specialized way. They must have thought the engine flare of the shuttle was a new sun, so bright, so close. But there was too much energy, too fast." Gretchen nodded to the pilot. "What's a beam weapon but a directed stream of excited particles? That plateau is 30 miles wide, Parker, and there must be hundreds of thousands, maybe millions of pipe flowers, and every one of them probably suffered a catastrophic electron cascade all at once." "Ugly," Parker said after thinking about it for a moment. "Very ugly. Old Crow better be careful flying around down there. Could get his tail feathers singed." Gretchen smiled broadly at the thought of the imperial judge plunging in a ball of fire to the desert floor. The mental image was clear and vivid and accompanied by a very satisfying crashing sound. Hut. Magdalena shook her head, ears angled back. A midge won't attract them. It's quiet and unobtrusive. Barely leaves a vapor trail. Rosofsky was lucky, or figured it all out for herself. She was a careful hunter. Well, before they ate her up, she was. The Hesht sighed. Yes? Gretchen suddenly looked thoughtful. She was thinking of Hummingbird and his mysterious errand. Parker, how much fuel does a midge carry? How high can one fly? So, Anderson announced in a very satisfied tone, he's not coming back. Parker stared around in alarm, making a cutting motion at his throat. Sister Sabas, boss, don't talk like that. He's plugged into every surveillance camera on the ship. The pilot had been working up fuel loads and the speed and range of a midge on the navigator's panel for an hour. None of his scenarios allowed an ultralight to rise to a sufficient altitude in the Ephesian atmosphere to let a shuttle on ballistic path to make a skyhook snatch. Maggie? Gretchen swiveled her head toward the black-furred alien. The Hesht shook her head, the overhead lights swirling across her work goggles, attention far away. Crow and the Marines are loading supplies into the fresh midge and doing a systems check. He's away from his surveillance equipment. See? Gretchen grinned at the pilot. Parker made a face. Don't cost anything to be careful, he muttered. Look, maybe he's expecting a pickup from the Cornwell. A Navy shuttle could pick him up anywhere. No law saying he has to be snatched out of the upper atmosphere on a skyhook. I suppose. Anderson's face fell and her grumpy mood returned. In her heart, she knew there was no reason at all for the Imperial Neoalis to choose the same way down and back. So you think he wants this crazy high-altitude insertion now because the Cornwell isn't available? Sure. Parker settled back in the navigator's chair, his nervous tension draining away as Anderson's voice became more reasonable. Our shuttles aren't equipped with any kind of stealth tech. No anti-radar alloys and composites, just commercial birds. So if he wants a quiet delivery, then this ballistic skip is an entirely reasonable way to go. Coming back, the Cornwell sends down some freaky, high-grade military shuttle to snatch him up all ghost-like. Only if the Cornwell comes back soon enough. These suits and other equipment aren't going to last too long down there, not if he's wandering around in the mountains. He'll need to be extracted in no more than a week or two. What do you mean? Parker stubbed out his tabac. People have been working down at base camp for months. Yes, in pressurized buildings and using de-dusting equipment when they come in from the field. Gretchen waved her hand for emphasis. Plus, the observatory site is in the middle of a bright, well-lit plain. Almost flat, a desert even by Ephesian standards, so the population density of the microfauna is very low. I checked the airlocks and storm doors. They're eroding, not quickly, but you can see signs of wear. If the camp was someplace sheltered, in a canyon and in shade part of the day, there'd be nothing but a mineralized sheath left, or even an animate copy, like Rosofsky. Parker's shoulder twitched in reaction. That's a nice thought. Uh-huh. Gretchen looked at Maggie questioningly. The Hesht was still staring into the distance. Still a little time, Anderson thought. And what am I going to do? My prize is snatched away. The expedition cashiered short of any kind of deliverable. There won't be a single bonus now, not without something the company can sell. The thought of not being able to afford a holiday ticket made her stomach turn over. Her thoughts shied away from the prospect of the expedition crew being charged for the lost machinery, tools, equipment, and data at the base camp. Parker, can you tell where the Cornwell has gone? When it might come back? The pilot made a coughing sound, a conscious imitation of Magdalena's diesel generator laugh, and shook his head. Sorry, boss. We lost the Navy as soon as they went passive, shut down their hull lights, and snuck off into the dark. Those light cruisers are built for snooping around, and the poor lot of matchsticks on this tub won't light them up even if we try. Parker sighed, tapping a fresh tabac from a dingy plastic box he carried in the front pocket of his work vest. As to a return date, I don't know. One of Maggie's tapes has Isoroku saying Karihozu on his last comm call as they were preparing to leave. Good luck hunting. So, I'd guess they're looking for the refinery ship. He squinted at one of the dead navigation panels, thinking. A search of the asteroid belt could take weeks, even months. I see. Gretchen's expression had grown still. She started to speak, but Magdalena suddenly twitched, making a sharp motion with one hand. They've finished, the Hesht said, ears twitching. Back to work. Grumbling, Parker hitched up his work belt and swung himself gracefully up and over the ring of command panels. Mags, I think we need to jimmy up some kind of specialized clamp to back these dead connectors out. Gretchen sat quietly, thinking, while the Hesht and the pilot worked in the tight space under the deck, cursing and sweating. After almost an hour, she leaned forward and keyed up the Midge fuel-loading model Parker had put together. Her eyes were oddly flat and expressionless as she tapped in a new scenario. A sleep bag muffled the sound of snoring, but Gretchen's work goggles were dialed up into light amp mode, and she pushed away from the doorframe of Parker's cabin without a pause. She caught the far wall and bumped softly to a halt. With her free hand, she ran the sharp edge of her thumbnail down the sealer strip, and a flap fell away, revealing the pilot's sleeping face. "Breakfast time," she whispered, pinching his earlobe. Parker's eyes flickered open and he blinked in the darkness. Straining against her own exhaustion, Gretchen laid a finger across his lips before he made too much noise. "Quietly, Parker tides in. Quietly. Get dressed and bring your tools." The pilot swallowed a curse, fumbled for his work shades, then hissed in disbelief at the hour. "Where?" "I'll show you," Gretchen said, closing her eyes for a moment. "I am so tired." Parker eeled out of his bag with admirable skill, then started to gather up his work vest, tool belts, and clothing. The fingertips of Gretchen's left hand crept to the med band on her right wrist, and then a blessedly cool sensation began to prick up her arm. Ah! Nothing like a jolt of 8 good hours. 15 minutes later, Parker had a very sour look on his face as they followed a guide line into the rear cargo deck of the No. 1 shuttle. The docking bay was dark, lit only by the faint glow of lights around the airlock. Gretchen drew herself to a halt at the loading master's station, one foot hooked into a step-up to hold her steady. The hold was filled from side to side by the inelegant shape of a cargo pallet squatting atop the shuttle's deployment rack. "Stand clear," Gretchen said, keying the loading master's panel awake. Frowning, Parker stood aside, keeping feet, hands, and head behind a wedge of cross-hashed yellow lines on the deck. Anderson ran her forefinger down a control ribbon, her thumb plastered against an override. A deep hum filled the air, and Parker jerked back from the cargo rails. The enormous pallet slid forward smoothly, tiny winking lights marking the outline of the pod. As the pilot watched in growing alarm, the pallet rumbled past him, then out of the back of the shuttle. "Pwah!" Parker turned to Gretchen, but she was watching the pod with a grim, fixed expression. "Please say Maggie has subverted the surveillance cam." "She has," Gretchen muttered, her fingers dancing on the panel, "and Bandau is watching outside, just in case." Parker felt the air tremble and looked back. A cargo lading arm descended from the roof of the bay, entirely ominous in the darkness, only a suggestion of movement, of long-reaching steel claws. 2 massive lading braces appeared out of the gloom and slid into matching grooves on either side of the cargo pod. The pilot inched back. He'd seen more than one spaceport worker crushed between a pod and the side of a shuttle or the maneuvering arms. The pallet clanked away from the shuttle deck, then swung away into darkness. "Here we go," Gretchen said in a strained, tight voice. "Better get behind me." Parker slid past her, then flinched as a second pod, just as large as the first, emerged from the darkness. His hand tightened on a hold-on bar. "That's not one more." On the loading track?" Gretchen's busy fingers had slowed. Now they drifted gently across the control panel. No, it's not." The new pallet was held by a second pair of loading arms, and Parker knew as he felt a cold curl of sweat slithering down the back of his neck. The new pod was approaching at a strange angle. He dialed up his work goggles and saw the lading arms from the adjoining No. 2 shuttle cradle were holding the new pallet. "Sister, boss, there's too much stress on that armature." "It'll be fine," Gretchen whispered, feather-light fingertips inching the arms towards the bay doors. "Just fine. There's just enough." Metal squealed against metal, and the entire shuttle trembled. Parker bit back a shout of fear. Gretchen hissed, then stabbed a forefinger at a backup glyph. The pod shivered. There was another grinding sound, and the huge rectangular bulk popped back. Parker was immediately into the gap, catching the upper edge of the shuttle cargo door. "There's no clearance," he said in a strangled voice. "You've torn a 60-centimeter strip right off the edge of the seal." The pilot's upper half was invisible above the 4-ton cargo door. "I don't know if it'll close properly now." Gretchen blinked, then called up a schematic of the shuttle bay on the panel. When she looked up, she was startled to see Parker staring at her. For a moment, she'd forgotten he was there. "We have to get that second pod into this shuttle in no more than—" Gretchen's eyes slid sideways to her chrono, then back to fix on the pilot. "Huh. 2 hours. What happens in 2 hours?" "Hummingbird and his Marines will be down here," Anderson said in a flat voice, "and they'll strap him into the midge in that first pod." She tried to grin, failed, and went on. "You'll be with them, of course, as pilot. And you're going to adjust for carrying 2 pods rather than 1 in the shuttle cargo bay." "What's in the new pod?" Parker asked in a suspicious tone. "Me." Gretchen's face twisted into a tight simulacra of a smile. "And Rusovsky's Gagarin." "Oh, boss, now wait a minute. That's what we're going to do." A sharp hand movement cut him off. "Right now, Maggie's not going to be able to fool the surveillance system for much longer, not without leaving tracks all over the onboard environmental system logs." Parker swallowed, wished he had a tabac, then wiped his mouth. Okay, we've got to load up differently. Having the number 2 arm reach across is all crazy. These shuttles are designed to load straight on, right from the back. So, he stared at the schematic, then shook his head, long, thin fingers stabbing tentatively at the display. "We're gonna hope the Palenque doesn't suffer an inertial event in the next 26 minutes. In the darkness of the bay, the number 2 arm shifted, servo motors whining, and rose up. At the same time, the number 1 arm slid aside, stabilized, and detached from the pod. While Parker sweated below, both sets of arms retracted with a rattling scrape. Both cargo pallets hung suspended in ZG, unsupported and unsecured. The massive lading assembly swung up and away, changing places in an ill-seen dance, then gently drifted forward to switch pods. The pilot was sweating rivers, hoping he didn't bump one of the 2-ton pods and send it careening across the shuttle bay. With infinite delicacy, the number 1 arm approached Hummingbird's pallet. The steel tongues caressed the locking grooves, and Parker held his breath, feeling each second drag endlessly as the lading arm's attractor field locked with the magnetic striping along the groove. Gretchen leaned up against the wall, eyes closed, both arms wrapped around a hold-on. Her mind was whirling with frantic, useless details. Parker's constant stream of muttered commentary seemed to echo in a vast distance, supplemented by soft clangs and squeaks. The number 2 cargo pod gripped securely in the shuttle 1 lading arm, advanced into the black mouth of the shuttle hold. The rectangular shape clanked to the deck, and a series of telltales lit, indicating an acceptable lock with the cargo deck. Shuttle side motors kicked in with a whine, and the pod slid smoothly to the back of the bay. 15 minutes later, the number 1 pod completed the same maneuver, and Parker shut down the cargo lading system with a heartfelt sigh. His watch said 45 minutes remained before Hummingbirds wake up. "Very close. Sister, maybe I'll get to sleep when both of them are off ship." Gretchen looked up from the shock chair of the midge, a tangle of blonde hair framing her face. A cocoon of straps coveted her, and the tiny cabin of the ultralight was crowded with supplies and packets of gear. The retracted wings of the aircraft were folded around and behind her in a hexacarbon cloak. Above her, Parker and Bandow crouched at the edge of an access panel in the top of the pod. "Now, Parker Tootson, you remember to come back for me in 16 days. Watch for us. We'll be in just 1 midge if this is going to work, and don't miss with the skyhook." "I never, well, hardly ever, miss, boss." Parker's grin was half-hearted. "What if the Cornwell shows up? Should I stay away?" Gretchen shook her head. "I'm sure they'll come, but you be there too. I don't like heights." Bandow shook his head at their badinage, placid face as still and composed as ever. Gretchen caught his eyes with a wry look. "You can't go in my place, Di. You'll have to keep Parker out of trouble for me." "Impossible." The little Welshman did not seem concerned. He handed her a heavy package wrapped in olive drab canvas. "The company is paying me to protect you, Dr. Anderson. My contract requires I exercise due diligence. So here, you might need this." Weighing the package in her hands elicited a metallic clank. "A weapon?" Bandow shrugged, pale eyes showing no trace of humor. "A SIF 52 shotgun. Very simple to use. Breaks down into 4 components for ease of transport. Just jack the loading lever, then point and pull the trigger. The ammunition will work even in a low-oxygen atmosphere. There is a manual in the bag, and extra rounds. See." "Thank you, Bandow Chin." Gretchen smiled warmly at the neatly dressed man as she tucked the canvas case beneath the seat. "Time to lock me up." Parker and Bandow disappeared from view. A moment later, the hatch cycled shut, leaving her in darkness. Gretchen tried to settle her shoulders comfortably into the shock chair and failed, though she was terribly weary. "Maybe I'll sleep anyway." The Cornwell, outbound. Hadaishi watched the navigation plot in the threat well shift, and the light cruiser's glyph swept across an entirely featureless volume of Ephesian space. The Chusa looked up and nodded to his exec, who was sitting at attention, hands resting lightly on the chromatic surface of her control panel. "Main drives, if you please," Hadaishi said, leaning back a fraction in his chair. They were now at sufficient distance from the third planet to risk a larger signature and configure the hull for maximum scan. Muted activity followed, but Hadaishi smiled faintly as he felt the ship shift and tremble as the main power plant spun up. A counter began to run on his main panel, showing the time until he could call on cruising speed, then on maximum combat acceleration. Kosho turned her head slightly. "G-decking on?" Hadaishi nodded. He was tired of living in ZG. T should stay in a proper cup by itself. A second tremor flowed through the ship, and the Chusa felt his stomach twist, then settle into a reasonable orientation. The shock chair adjusted, letting his weight settle into the comfortable frame, and the faintest thread of uneasiness receded. "That's better." "Deploy main sensor array," Hadaishi said, watching the threat well stir to new life. Countless fresh details were now added to the holo as the hull and the main arrays began to soak up the sea of radiation and information sleeting past the light cruiser. He pointed with his chin. "Situation in orbit over 3? Smith perked up, nervously straightening his duty jacket. "I can throw a whisker to the palenque, sir." Hadaishi pursed his lips, considering his options. "Any motion?" "All quiet at this lag and EM level," Kosho replied, her panel flickering with dozens of sensor feeds. The captain nodded. Without an active scan of near-Ephesian space, they were unlikely to pick up anything which was not in violent, reflective motion. "Smith-zen, see if you can raise Tai E, Izoroku, but quietly. Don't paint the whole ship trying to acquire a comm lock." The young midshipman nodded, his face composed in concentration. Hadaishi watched his panel with interest. One section mirrored the communications officer's display, and was pleased to see the boy had maintained constant targeting coordinates for the main comm array on the archaeology ship as the Cornwell had sped away. "Good thinking," Hadaishi observed. "Now, how much drift and interference has occurred?" "I have a channel," Smith announced a moment later. He struggled manfully to hide his pride. "Engineer Izoroku is on voice-only comm, channel 66. Very properly done, Hadaishi thought, glancing at Kosho. The exec did not seem to be paying attention. Her eyes were on the threat well and her sensor feeds. Hadaishi did believe for a moment the Shosa had missed Smith's initiative and efficiency. "Well done, Smith-san. Good morning, Isoroku-san. How are things aboard the Palenque today?" There was a delay. Smith's comm laser trudged to the distant orbital, then back again. "Enobers, Shuttle 1 is away with Nawala's hummingbird aboard." Hadaishi listened with mounting concern as the engineer related the judge's method of arriving on the planetary surface without attracting undue attention. A cold feeling began to well up in his breast, listening to the engineer describe Hummingbird's preparations. This is not good, he realized, mentally counting the days until the Cornwell could return to the space around the third planet. "Isoroku-san, how are your repairs progressing?" "Speedily," came after a moment's delay. Shuttle 1 will return in 16 hours. We should have main drives operating today. Navigational control systems are also being repaired. In 2 days, we should be able to ease out of orbit. Those are your orders, Hadishi clasped his hands. From the judge directly. Hi, Chusa, replied the engineer. He wants us out of the way as quickly as possible. I see. Hadeshi's eyes lingered on the burning red disk of the planet at the edge of the threat. Well, then you should move ahead with all prudent speed. Sho sakosho. Can we tap local visual from the Palenque? I would like to see this for myself. The edge of the Ephesian atmosphere. Lying in darkness, Gretchen squirmed a little from side to side. The shock foam in the cockpit of the Gagarin was old and stiff. There was a properly shaped cavity for lean old Rosovsky, but not for the shorter and rounder Andorsen. A harness pinned her to the seat, holding her tight against the inevitable moment when everything would happen with violent simultaneity. For the moment, however, nothing was happening. The cramped cockpit of the Midge was entirely dark, every system shut down, the power plant quiescent. Outside the pitted, scored canopy, the wings of the ultralight folded around her like a shroud, nestled inside a web of shock cable and a tightly packed parafoil. Even with light, she wouldn't see the corrugated walls of the surrounding pod. All she could feel was equipment pressing in around her. Anderson doubted the Marines riding shotgun with Parker would bother to scan the interior of the cargo bay, but she wasn't going to risk discovery by powering up the Gagarin. Her Z-suit was already providing air, water, and waste recycling. There was absolutely nothing to do but sit and wait in the darkness. Even the shuttle itself was quiet, falling out of the Palenque's distant orbit with engines cold, only a dust-gray wedge spiraling down into the gravity well of the planet. In the darkness, Gretchen tried to sleep. She was terribly tired, her nerves trembling with too many injections of 8 good hours. The medband had finally stalled, passing some threshold, and refused to give her another jolt. Even requests for a sleep aid had been ignored. Anderson picked at the lump the metal band made under the rust-colored layer of her suit. Stupid thing, she thought bitterly. I want to sleep now. Why won't you help me? Trying to relax was impossible. Her mind raced, thoughts rushing past in a constant, dizzying stream. Every moment of the mission crowded her mind's eye, each memory sharp and preternaturally distinct. The airlock of the Palenque opening, revealing darkness. Parker spitting. The tons of white dust they'd cleaned out of the environmental filters. Shuttle 1 descending to the base camp in a huge brick-red cloud. Fitzsimmons laughing at her, dark eyes twinkling under a cloud of unruly hair. The cylinder lying in a pool of intense white light. My find, she thought, and her thoughts fixed upon the slab of limestone, the jagged edges and the rough, weathered surface. Every pit and crack seemed perfectly clear in her mind's eye. My ticket. The company did not pay her well. She was a junior scientist without a patron in the company hierarchy. Her postings to Mars and Ugarit had gone reasonably well, but neither dig director had decided to keep her on after the initial assignment, so there'd been no re-up bonuses. Field scientists were expected to maintain their own gear and tools, though each expedition provided food, transport, and most necessities. But Ugarit and Mars had eaten up her clothes, tools, comps. She was never going to get rich bouncing from site to site this way. She needed a patron, a permanent posting, some status, something no clanless Meshwali technician scientist was going to get. In the darkness, Gretchen bit her lower lip, wishing she had something useful to do. If it were just me, she mused, her thoughts turning into a well-worn groove, I'd be fine. Junior-grade xenoarchaeologists were supposed to be solitary, clanless, without ties to home, hearth, and district. They were not supposed to have 3 children of Kalpoli age at home. Gretchen's right hand moved automatically, blunt fingertips reaching sideways to brush the surface of a 3V card wedged into the right side navigation panel on the midge. A faint greenish glow answered her motion, and Gretchen snatched her hand back. She didn't need to see the 3 shining faces looking up out of the swimming pool. Her memory was better, sharper than a dying 3V from a cheap camera. In her memory, they were right in front of her. Mommy, Mommy, we saw an otter, a real one like in the old books. It was swimming. Gretchen gasped, feeling a crushing weight press down on her chest. Heavy emotion welled up, tightening her throat. There was a little boy at home and two little girls who deserved better than working on a lumbering crew or running drag lines on a fishing boat while age stole their smiling eyes. But her salary didn't go very far. Not far enough to get them into a Kalmakak school with the sons and daughters of the landholders, or the tutors they'd need to pass entrance exams for a Pochteca academy. Her own hard-won education had cost the last of the credits her grandmother had so carefully hoarded during the war. Now all they had was a marginal farm on the edge of cultivation, a big, rambling wood and stone house hiding amid stands of real spruce and fir, a truck which ran more often than not, and the flitter. And me. We have me out here, at the edge of human space, sitting in a cargo pod with nothing but some hexacarbon around me and an ultralight that spent too many hours in the air already. The breastbee sixtent filled Hest. The breastron felt the world lurch, the restraining harness biting into her shoulder. Her stomach dropped away and a thundering roar began to penetrate the heavy walls of the cargo pallet. "Here we go," she gulped, feeling the midge rock against the cargo rails. The air landing pod groaned, the joints of the four walls squeaking in darkness. Fighting against rising nausea, she grabbed hold of the control stick and flipped a series of dumb switches to life. The fuel cells woke up with a whine. Power trickled through the Gagarin's main systems and faint lights began to gleam on the control panels. Com woke up, tumbled across a dozen channels, and then locked onto the sound of Parker's voice. Gone, icy cold and even, as if he were reading from a script. Rate 600, rate 570, rate... The scream of air across metal and ceramic drowned him out, and Gretchen felt sweat spring out all over her body. She tried to reach the main wing controllers and failed, gloved fingertips failing to answer her mind's command. Cursing, she clenched her hand, mastered control of her arm, and then, aiming carefully, mashed down a pair of control switches. A bleat of warning, lost in the shriek of re-entry, answered her, but the locked-down wings began to stiffen. She'd need every second she could cheat from time and physics once the pallet blew out of the back of the shuttle. 500. Parker's voice cut through the steadily rising howl. Brace. Gretchen ground herself back into the shock foam, legs stiff against the firewall beside the foot pedals. Her eyes screwed shut, though her forebrain knew it wouldn't make any difference. The Komodo slammed into the upper atmosphere. A sheet of flame licking at the edge of the triangular wings bounced and then skittered across the sky, slewing from side to side. Inside her dark box, Anderson was slammed into the shock foam once, then twice, then she lost count. After an endless series of jarring motions, the comm channel bleated a warning and light flooded into the bay as the rear cargo door clamshelled open. A heavy hand pressed on Gretchen's chest and her fingers cramped on the control stick. The pressure spiked, crushing breath from her lungs, and then lifted as quickly as it had come. There were two sharp flashes outside the canopy, and the walls of the cargo pod flew away into a suddenly bright abyss. Gretchen felt her gut clench and the curving horizon swung past. An enormous expanse of ruddy desert filled her field of view. Then the horizon swung up like a hammer and she saw the stars glittering in velvet. The roof of the pod blew away, then the remaining walls. Rushing air shrieked through the web of netting holding the midge to the floor of the pallet. Gretchen choked, slammed by another massive jerk. The parafoil deployed above her, snapping out in a 400K wind. A giant unseen claw snatched the pallet and the midge skyward. She grayed out, head smashed back into the shock foam. The horizon jerked from side to side, then stabilized. The parafoil 100-meter wingspan barely dragging in the nearly non-existent atmosphere, and the pod dropped precipitously toward the distant surface of the planet. Panting, Gretchen came around, groping for the stick. In about 5 seconds, she knew. Bang! The last set of bolts blew out, flinging the metal floor of the pod away. Now Gretchen had her hands on the stick, both feet on the pedals, and the Gagarin's onboard comp was awake. The aircraft plunged toward the vast desert below, but the parafoil was keening, catching a little air. Gagarin's sensors tested the air rushing past and saw the retaining harness had gone the way of the walls and floor. Accordingly, the wings stiffened and began to extend. By design, they unfolded from the core of the midge outwards, each new section conforming to a rough lifting body. The Gagarin's plummeting descent slowed, air thickening under the parafoil with each passing kilometer. Gretchen watched the control panel with wide eyes. The structural integrity indicators were going wild. Wind howled through the frame of the ultralight, and she could see black, jagged mountains looming up below. Only moments before they had seemed so far away, now she could pick out peaks, ravines, tumbled fields of splintered boulders. Caught in some unseen current of the upper air, the midge swept across the mountains, wings deploying centimeter by centimeter. For a moment, with everything seemingly under control, Gretchen checked her navigation panel. The chipped, yellowed glassite showed her a swiftly moving terrain map. 2 glowing green diamonds sped across stylized mountains and plains. The comp on Hummingbird's midge was still responding to broadcast position requests. Good, she thought. I haven't lost him. Not yet. Her own comp beeped imperiously, dragging Gretchen's attention back to the ultralight. Both wings were fully extended to catch the steadily thickening air, and the comp-controlled lifting surfaces were desperately trying to account for the drag generated by the cables connecting the Gagarin to the parafoil. "Time to fly," Gretchen said, flipping a switch beside her left hand. There was another barely noticeable jerk as the support braces for the parafoil separated. Without the drag of the midge's weight, the curving wings sailed off into the blue-black heavens. The ultralight plunged, yawing from side to side before the control surfaces had time to adjust. Both wing engines ignited, and Gretchen felt the stick shiver alive in her hand. "Woo!" The midge arced away across the mountaintops. Anderson's eyes gravitated to the tracking display. Hummingbird was spiraling down toward the surface 80–90 km away to the northeast. A moment later, Gagarin banked onto a new course, a tiny, pale fleck poised between the dark immensity of the Ephesian sky and the splintered wasteland below. The Cornuelle, a jerky, time-lagged image flowed across Hadeshi's panel. He could make out the top of an ultralight, seen from orbit at long range, interpolated first by the sensor suite on the Palenque and then by the military-grade system aboard the Cornuelle, flying under its own power. The captain allowed himself to be impressed with the Anderson woman's audacity. He was entirely familiar with Hummingbird's skill as a pilot, but he hadn't expected the archaeologist to hurl herself into such vigorous pursuit. "Deftly done," the captain mused. His earbud was filled with outraged chatter from the Marines on the Komodo-class shuttle. Fitzsimmons, in particular, was expressing himself at great length and without professional restraint. Hadeshi dialed down the channel before he overheard something which would require overt action on his part. The momentary delight he'd felt at Gretchen's survival was fading, replaced by a nagging sensation of looming trouble. Not trouble today. Both ultralights were under power, on course and far beyond his power by any measure, but trouble in the future. He frowned, eyes narrowing in thought, quick mind leaping ahead to the presumed reactions of higher authorities. How to report this? And why is she following him? The scientist had a perfect right to use company equipment, so there was neither theft nor malfeasance in her use of the shuttle or the ultralight. There were no local traffic control restrictions, so her near-orbital insertion and flight were entirely allowable. Unfortunately, Hadeshi was sure the Naolis had logged a directive to place the planet off-limits, as well as ordering the civilians to depart. The captain doubted the Nawalis would fail to notice another ultralight following him. His panel made Anderson's course perfectly clear, and the old Nahuatl was bound to react explosively to her disrespect. Does that matter? A quiet voice much like his father's intruded on his thoughts. Will the judge return to the land of living men? If he does not raise his voice to trouble the mighty, no harm will come to her. If you say nothing, then nothing will have happened. If the planet takes them both, who will know she disobeyed his orders? Hadeshi felt rising discomfort at the prospect. Hummingbird's departure, with only a single aircraft and minimal supplies, was rash, and Anderson's pursuit rasher still. Uncomfortable at the thought of leaving them both to die, the Chusa tapped up the archaeologist's service record. He skimmed through the educational certificates, notes from the Mirror about her political reliability, reports from her various supervisors. After a moment, he grunted, lost in thought. She is not without experience in such a place, Hadeshi allowed. Anderson, in fact, had logged more hours in Z-suits in hostile environments than the judge had. Hummingbird will be surprised. The thought filled Hadeshi with bleak amusement, and his mood lifted. That would be a fine tale to hear, he chuckled to himself, should either of them live to relate the particulars. Sho sa kosho? The exec looked up. The end of the duty watch was fast approaching, and Tai-E Jemu had joined her at the secondary command station, preparing for changeover. Susan's face had a familiar, pinched expression. Jemu, though he was a loyal and dutiful officer, did not quite match the exec's rigorous expectations. Sir, shut down the comm feed from the Palenque and dump all transmission logs, raw and processed, to my station. Kosho stared at the captain for a long moment, even a fraction longer than was polite, then abruptly nodded her head, fingers moving on her panel. Hadatishi saw the transmission begin and tapped in his own series of commands, dispatching a horde of system Dore to scrub all records of the transmissions from the Palenque, the voice and video log of bridge chatter, and any other accumulated telemetry from the Cornuelle's memory. This required more than one override, and Hadaishi became acutely aware of Kosho's continuing and entirely impolite stare as he worked. After a moment, there was a soft chime in his earbud, indicating a private channel had been opened from the exec station to his. Yes? Hadaishi kept his tone light, as if nothing out of the ordinary were happening. Kyo? Kosho stopped, unable to bring herself to voice a question. Hadaishi smiled inwardly. Aboard an imperial warship, even more so than among the rival navies of Anahuac in the centuries before unification, the commander held absolute and unmitigated power. A captain's orders simply were not questioned by his subordinates. Hadaishi was keenly aware of this tradition, constantly reinforced from the highest levels of the fleet, often led to tyranny and abuse. But in this tight instant of time, he was glad for the shield. Nothing, sir. Kosho shut down the channel. Hadaishi did not look at her, knowing the usually proper officer would be struggling to contain embarrassment and chagrin. Showing any awareness of her near insubordination would only make matters worse. Hadaishi's panel made a polite chiming sound, indicating the Dore had finished scrubbing the logs. The Chusa felt a little uneasy for a moment, but then put the entire matter from his mind. Long experience with such unpleasant events allowed him to shut his own memories away into a quiet, discreet box. Duty watch reporting, Jemu announced to the bridge. Hadaishi nodded, looking up at last. Kosho was already gone, and the second watch officers were taking their stations. Thank you, Jemu-san, Hadaishi said, shock chair unfolding as he stood up. You have the bridge. Hold current course, thrust and emissions control level. Hi, Chusa. The junior officer's response was crisp. Have a good evening, sir. Near the Stone Spike Massif, Northern Hemisphere, Ephesus, I. Choppy wind gusted across a basin striped with long, low dunes. Veils of dust and sand streamed toward the west, casting watery shadows on the floor of the valley. Gretchen felt the midge shake and rattle as she banked into a landing approach. The engines whined as the ultralight angled into the wind. Through cloudy, pitted glassite, Gretchen could just make out the long scar left by the shuttle crash. Most of the skid, which had seemed so sharp and dark in Magdalena's video, was gone, wiped away by blown sand. A few bits of scattered metal remained, glinting in fading sunlight. The main bulk of the wreck was visible off to her left. The midge labored through the turn, coming into the wind, and her airspeed sank like a stone. Gretchen blinked sweat out of her eyes, gritting her teeth as she lined up for a landing. Ahead on the windswept plain, she could see the shining gray shape of Hummingbird's ultralight and the dark speck beside the aircraft. Yeah, a single thought burned. I'm coming to visit, old crow. Gagarin wobbled down, battered by the gusty wind, and Gretchen tried to keep her hand from clenching tight on the stick. Flight comp was burning cycles at a ferocious rate, trying to keep the nose up, the wings aligned, and the overheated engines from shutting down. The busy little processors didn't need her trying to wing over into the deck and smash them all to tiny bits. A rumpled red quilt of thumb-sized pea sand rushed up. Gretchen felt nauseated, her eyes glued to the altimeter. Numbers spun down to single digits. She tweaked the stick forward, popping the nose up, and there was a screeching jolt as the tires hit the ground. The midge shuddered, bouncing twice, then 3 times. A gust caught the ultralight from the side, slewing the back wheel around. Gretchen corrected, nearly blinded by sudden sweat, her hand moving in molasses. Dust plumed behind the aircraft and she feathered the brakes. Terrible high-pitched squeals answered, but the ultralight jounced and quivered to a standstill. Anderson exhaled, staring at the looming mass of torn and blackened metal filling her field of view. A figure in a Z-suit emerged from the shadow of the broken shuttle, wind-snapping dun-colored robes tight against a stocky, compact body. Gretchen let both engines wind down and the Gagarin settled into loose sand. Her arm trembling, she reached down to unlatch the door. As she did, the midge shook in a fresh gust of wind, lifted a meter, then slammed violently down again. Anderson gasped, breath knocked from her lungs, and put differential power to the engines. Obediently, Gagarin spun in place, nosing back into the wind. Gretchen locked the brakes, then waited, fingers light on the stick. Another gust rolled across the sand, rushed over the ultralight, and the whole airframe shook, lifting off again. The midge jounced back 5-10 meters. "Oh, Mother of God," Gretchen cursed, feeling queasy. Bile bit at her throat. "We're too light." She shot a glance outside and saw the suited figure squatting in the minimal shade of the other aircraft, which was tied down in a pentagonal pattern with sand anchors. How the hell did he? The midge bounced again, caught in a fiercer blast. Sand rattled on the canopy and a string of warning lights flared on. Number 2 engine had just taken a shot of grit right into the intake. "Sister, help me. How did he land and have time to put out anchors with positive buoyancy? Wait, idiot, idiot, idiot." Gretchen slapped the lifting surface controls. 2 hydrogen pumps woke up with a gurgle and began to evacuate the wing tanks. As gas compressed into pressure tanks behind the seat, Anderson turned on the motors to retract the wings. Despite her best efforts, the Gagarin continued to bounce backward, leaving her 100 meters from the crash by the time the wings were locked back into storage position and the midge was no longer so excellently airworthy. Grunting under the weight of 2 sand anchors, Gretchen clambered down out of the pilot's chair, her goggles on, suit zipped up, one end of a heavy tan and white gielba across her face. The footing was poor on such heavy gravel, but she paid no mind. Her muscles remembered what to do, how to walk, how to lean just so into the gusting wind. She labored toward the wreck, twin monofill lines spooling out behind her. The squatting figure under the other midge did not stir, watching with interest as she drew even with him and fired both anchors into the sand. 5 minutes later, the winch on the Gagarin was in operation, and the ultralight approached at a walking pace, bouncing and hopping across the rough ground. Gretchen squatted herself, her back to the wind, the control for the winch cupped in one gloved hand. Gretchen secured the last of the tie-downs and stood up, feeling her back creak. No substitute for planet-side exercise, she thought with a groan. Both aircraft lay in the lee of the broken shuttle, cowering in a tiny space protected from a constant wind. Anderson turned, hands busy rewrapping the heavy scarf around her face and shoulders to protect her breather mask and the relatively sensitive gaskets and equipment around her neck. The suited figure stood as well, face hidden by goggles and mask. Gretchen could see the suit was a little worn, the shine of newness long gone, and there was a suitable array of tools strapped onto the man's body. She guessed he'd put in plenty of hours in hostile environments, but the drape of his jalaba and kaffieh was poor. "Well," she said, clicking open the groundside channel, "thanks for helping me tie down." "Were we on ship?" The voice had a little buzz around the edges, as if his comm gear were already suffering from dust. "I would have you incarcerated or shot for disobeying a direct order." "You might," Gretchen said, her voice brittle with fatigue and too much adrenaline, "but I'm not an Imperial officer. I'm a civilian. I even have a permit to be on this planet. I checked, you didn't have time to file the proper forms and paperwork to revoke our exploration rights." "Amusing," Hummingbird replied, and she could hear an edge of weariness in his voice. "But I will not argue the point. You were foolish to come down here. What did you hope to achieve by following me?" "You," Gretchen said sharply, "have something of mine. I want it back." Hummingbird turned fully toward her. "What do you mean?" "The cylinder. You had Fitzsimmons and Deckard take the artifact from number 3 airlock and stow it in your quarters. That object," her voice rose, is company property and my personal salvage. I'll be expecting you to return it to the lawful owner, me, upon our return to the palenque." There was a moment of silence, then the Nowelist laughed softly, a breathy, echoing sound on the comlink. You came down here to beard me about a chunk of shale?" "Limestone," she replied. "Compressed limestone strata containing a verifiable first sun artifact, a knowledge storage device, in fact, which, praise the sun, is duly and legally logged as the evidence and dig claim of Xenoarch Anderson, Gretchen Elizabeth, company employee number 337G4. My property, not yours. Wearier, not the imperial government's." "I see." Hummingbird rubbed one hand across the back of his head. "You have me." "And this is rare, Anderson Tedson, at a complete loss." His hand came back into view with a small, snub-nosed pistol which steadied in such a way as to provide Gretchen with a fine view of the muzzle. "But I believe you are suffering from a psychotic reaction due to the overuse of stimulants, excessive fatigue, and the psychological effects of exposure to said first sun artifact. Now, turn around and clasp your hands behind your head." "I am not psychotic," Gretchen said, remaining entirely still. "I suggest you consider the fuel capacity of your aircraft, your stated mission, and put the clever little gun away." Hummingbird's aim did not waver, which showed commendable strength to Gretchen's mind. She could barely stand, her arms and legs cramping from the physical stress of landing. "My mission," he said after a moment, "is none of your concern. Indeed, your presence here makes an already precarious situation even less tenable." "I don't agree," she said, "and I'm going to sit down." The gun moved as she did, and Gretchen sighed with relief to be squatting. Her arms were shaking inside the suit, and the 3 times cursed medband was still locked out. Stupid, stupid machine. "So," she said, cocking an eye at the eastern sky, which was noticeably darkening, "you haven't shot me yet, which I'd have expected from a Flint-hard imperial judge. I'm a little surprised." "If you expected to be shot, why did you follow?" Hummingbird squatted himself, the gun having already disappeared into some pocket or holster hidden on his suit. "I doubt the Palenque's big eye is sharp enough to pick us out down here. I could make your body and the aircraft disappear very quickly. No one would ever know." "You would," Gretchen replied, finally picking out the gleam of his eyes through the polarized goggles. She laughed softly. "I knew you wouldn't shoot. I would wager you're even glad to see me. You don't have to admit that. I understand how it is." "Why would that be?" The Nihilist's voice had a cold edge. "You don't even have any idea why I'm down here. You don't even know who I am." "I know enough," Gretchen said, still watching the eastern horizon. In such a thin atmosphere, night advanced like a solid wall, the sky darkening swiftly to blue-black as the Terminator approached. "You got spooked by my cylinder, by the Rosovsky copy. I think you got enough bits and pieces of the big puzzle to make a guess. Yeah, maybe an educated guess about what's going on down here." Suddenly, the funny little archaeological expedition became a serious problem. "So everyone has to clear out fast, leaving you behind to clean up the mess." "The cylinder," the Nowelist interjected, "will remain in Imperial custody and will be destroyed before the Cornuelle leaves this system." "I don't think so," Gretchen replied tartly, "not without fair compensation." "It is worthless," Hummingbird said, the edge returning to his voice. "Don't you see the device is a lure and a trap? I've seen such things before, left behind to ensnare the unwary. Such things cannot ever be allowed into Imperial space or even onto one of the rim colonies." Gretchen shook her head, the motion barely visible through the suit. "Your little blue pyramid tell you that? Does your book have a picture of my cylinder in it with a warning label?" "No," bit out the judge, "but such things have been encountered before." "Have they?" Gretchen felt curiosity stir. "Down," she reminded herself. "Stay on task." "Yes." The mining settlement on Aldemar 4 was obliterated by an equivalent device. "You know," Gretchen said, rudely ignoring Hummingbird, "I really don't care about some miners who found something they shouldn't have. This find is mine. Logged, duly reported, even surveyed and examined. Now you can destroy the object if you want, But given the high likelihood the cylinder is in fact a First Sun information storage device, your masters in the Ministry of Finance will be very, very unhappy with you for doing so." Hummingbird's head drew back a fraction, and Gretchen felt a sharp stab of delight. "If you destroy my artifact," she said in a cutting voice, "then a court of adjudication will weigh in my favor when the company sues the Imperial Navy for confiscating and destroying something worth billions of quills. Now, you're a judge. You know what the rules for theft and destruction of property are like." There was a strangled hiss from the Nihilists. "You'd quote the law to me?" "I would," Gretchen said, stiffening and rising up slightly. "You stole from me. If you destroy the evidence of theft, then I'll be compensated as if the object had a fair market value. Now, let's say I put a proven First Sun artifact up on the block in the Tianquisco of Tlatelolco. How much do you think I'd get? Can you even count that high? How many centuries of servitude to me would it take to pay off such a debt?" It is a trap." Hummingbird's control was fraying. "Useless and dangerous. Not a prize, not a find, not worth a single quill." "Not to me." Gretchen glared at the stupid man, though he couldn't see her expression through the mask. "That slab and that cylinder are worth everything to me." "You'd risk your life and the lives of others for money." There was a pitying tone in Hummingbird's voice. "You can't spend all those quills if you're dead." For a moment, Gretchen said nothing. Then, in a cold voice, she said, "I risk my life every day, Hummingbirdine, for 119 quills. I live for months in a suit, eating my own waste, breathing my own toxins, grubbing in the dirt for 119 quills. I break into tombs filled with explosive gases. I watch my friends get killed by accidents with earth-moving equipment, or suit ruptures, or sheer carelessness, or from drink or drugs or mindless brawls in some grimy hole-in-the-wall bar, all for 119 quills a day. How many quills are in my bank account?" She shook her head, feeling enormous, crushing weariness pressed down on her like a planet. "Maybe 200-300? Everything else goes home to my mother, who manages to keep shoes on my children's feet, food in their mouths, maybe some new soft for the home comp so they can learn. My son is going to be 8 years old next year. Oh, mighty judge. And unless I have nearly 30,000 quills in my bank account, he won't be able to get into a Kalmakak school or a Paktika academy, which means he'll have to work lookout on a lumbering crew, watching for woodgaunts or frayvine, just so we can keep paying the rent on what little land we do have." "That's nonsense," Hummingbird said, startled. "The Kalpuli schools are free. Maybe on Anahuac they are. Maybe for the sons and daughters of landowners, surely for the nobility. And you are a noble, aren't you? But on New Aberdeen, there aren't those kinds of luxuries. Not for landless tenants. Not for Swedish immigrants. Not for my children." The judge said nothing, settling back on his heels. Gretchen felt the pressure in her chest ease a little, and she put her head between her knees. "How did you get an education?" The anger was gone from the now Alice's voice. Gretchen didn't look up. "My grandmother's father was a Royal Navy commander in the last war." Anderson wanted to lie down and close her eyes, but managed to resist. "He was killed in action off Titan, and his service pension passed to her. When my grandparents fled Anahuac during the conquest, she put the pension money, which wasn't much, but something, in a Nisei bank. When I was old enough to enter a school and I needed tutors and up-to-date software and living expenses, she broke it out. 60 years of interest can make a little pile fairly big, but all that was gone by the time I finished university." There was a hissing sound again, and Gretchen realized the now Alice had a habit of biting on the tip of his oxygen tube when he was thinking. "The Imperial Academies are free," Hummingbird started to say, "if you can gain admittance. How many students do you think apply every year? There are millions of applicants, millions. I'm sure your relatives back on Anahuac think the system is fair, but they're landowners and inside the 7 clans. They're not exiles on a backwoods hellhole like Aberdeen, saddled with a crushing tax burden to subsidize the landed colonists and treated like dirt by the so-victorious planetary government." Silence again. Gretchen saw night had advanced to the peaks lining the eastern edge of the basin. The wind, thankfully, seemed to be dying down. "So you've come for money." Hummingbird sounded suspicious. No, you haven't. If you were really only interested in the cylinder and your fare's compensation, you'd be sitting up on the ship filing suits in district court at CT Siphon by T-Relay. Gretchen nodded, her bleak mood lifting fractionally. So true. Then why? She sighed, forcing herself to her feet. Her left leg was starting to fall asleep. Because I want you to give me the cylinder back without all that legal fuss. And you desperately need my help, and I can't say I've ever let someone carry a load too heavy for them without offering a hand. The angle of the now Ollis's head shifted questioningly. You're not getting back upstairs without me and my midge hummingbird Teedson, and unless you do, you can't remand the cylinder into my possession without us all spending years mired in the Siwakawattle's Court of Appeals. I see. I am sure Chusa Hadeyoshi would find your lack of confidence disheartening. Uh-huh. Gretchen walked, creaking a little, to the cargo stowage of the Gagarin. You're aware of the altitude limits of these aircraft? Yes, Hummingbird replied, following her. But they don't matter. A shuttle from the Cornuelle will retrieve me from the observatory camp when they return from their hunt. How long will that take, do you suppose? Gretchen popped the latches and began unloading a pressure tent and her cook kit. A couple weeks? A month? I'm a patient man, Hummingbird replied, taking the bundle from her. I've waited longer for retrieval before. Gretchen looked the Nowelese up and down with a wry expression. I'm sure you have a lot to think about. Do you know how long these Z-suits will last down here? Down here with this dust eating away at them every minute of every hour. I don't suppose you talked to Sinclair before loading up your gear? The xenobiologist? No. Gretchen fished around behind the seat of the ultralight and pulled out a bulky object which looked for all the world like an old-fashioned hairdryer. Got one of these? Hummingbird shook his head. What is it? It's worth an extra 6-7 days in this acid bath. This thing uses a magnetic field to strip the microfauna living in the dust from your suit or other equipment, if they haven't managed to burrow in yet. Hummingbird became entirely still, and Gretchen's nose wrinkled up at an undefinable but unmistakable impression of the Nowelist listening. After a moment he stirred, then knelt down and ran his fingers through the pea sand underfoot. Try an ultraviolet band on your goggles, she suggested. They'll shine momentarily when you disturb the surface. Hummingbird straightened up, shaking dust from his gloves. How many days do we have? Safely? About 2 weeks. Pushing our luck and assuming the buildings at the observatory camp are still intact when we get there? Maybe 20 days. The judge stared up at the darkening sky. And the Cornuelle? You can call them if you'd like. I'm sure the honorable captain will give you an estimate of when he hopes to return. Hummingbird said nothing. I thought so. Gretchen marked out a rectangle with her boot, then dumped the tent bundle at one end. You're serious about removing the traces of our expedition, aren't you? Well, you're going to need me, my midge, and the extra supplies I brought if you want to succeed. Will I? The judge sounded irritated. You have no idea what I intend to do. Doesn't matter, she said, unsealing the bag. With long, experienced fingers, she flipped the rolled mat out onto the sand. At the motion, the tent stiffened and snapped into a long, broad rectangle. I'll do my best to keep you alive so you can do whatever you're going to do. Then, when we're back at the observatory camp, I'll make sure we get picked up before our suits erode and we wind up like Doc Rosowski. I don't need your help, Hummingbird started to say. Hummingbird seen? You are being stone-headed. Gretchen tried to glower but gave up. She was too tired. You cannot remove all evidence of human presence here if you remain. She paused a beat. You are human, aren't you? The Cornuelle, deep in ship night, Hadeyoshi surrendered to futility and opened his eyes. The cabin was dark, only furtively lit by the soft glow of a chrono panel beside his desk. In the dim green light, shelves of books and papers loomed enormous against the walls. Hadeyoshi threw back the coverlet and swung out of bed. Sleep had eluded him, weary mind filled with a constant stream of images, phantoms of the day's events, wild imaginings of what would come, a nightmare of being dragged before a court of inquiry. And he felt worse than when he'd gone to bed. A fine hell awaits Hummingbird and Anderson for inflicting this upon me, Mitsuharu grumbled as he found a robe. Silk and velvet slid across wiry, muscled shoulders and he glared at the comp. Late in third watch, he saw 4 o'clock. What a wretched hour to be awake. His stomach grumbled, making the captain think of tea and hot soup. Breakfast was still hours away, but the act of waking had convinced his body it was time to eat. Shuffling his feet into a pair of ship shoes, Hadishi tucked long, loose hair behind his ears and went out, kimono cinched tight. Ship's night always felt cold, though environmental maintained a constant temperature at all times, and the corridors were brightly illuminated. He was not surprised, however, to find Shosa Kosho in the tiny rectangular space of the officers' informal mess. Hadaishi was amused to see the young woman was dressed informally. No jacket, the collar of her duty uniform unsealed, the sleeves of an oatmeal-colored shirt rolled back. The exec was removing a cup from the automat as he shuffled into the room. "Hello, Susan," Mitsu nodded at her, feeling stubbled, unshaven, and out of sorts. Kosho, for her part, looked entirely composed. "Are you up early or out late?" "Late, Chusa," she replied, studiously avoiding looking directly at him. "Hayes has been running navigational scans of the asteroid belt. I was considering the data and time elapsed." Mitsu grunted, punching up a cup of bancha-grade yamacha. He waited, hands in the pockets of his robe, while a cup descended from the machine and filled with hot black liquid. Cradling the tea, he shuffled to the table where Susan was sitting. She raised an eyebrow as he approached, nostrils flaring at the sharp, distinct odor wafting from his cup. "With respect, Chusa, how can you drink such a cheap, bitter grade of tea?" Kosho seemed to shrink away from the harsh smell. "It's barely cured at all." "This?" Mitsu swirled the liquid, watching grayish foam twist into a corkscrew pattern. "My father used to make this for us every morning when I was little before we went to school. If I rise early, I can't drink anything else. There is one thing missing, though." "Which is?" Susan put her own cup, filled with a delicate golden broth of steaming water, boiled rice, and finely rolled leaves, aside with a grimace. Hadeshi smiled fondly. "The smell of diesel and wet pavement. In Shinado, there's rain almost every night. Or fog, that's what I remember best. Sharp black tea and the sound of my shoes in the mist as I walked to school, hearing the heavy trucks on the old highway, bringing goods into the market district." Kosho's grimace eased a little, but her head tilted questioningly. "What is a truck?" "Power." Mitsu hid a smile. His executive officer's family background was not included in her service record, but no one who had spent more than a day in her company would classify her as anything less than a daughter of the nobility. In comparison to his own relatively low birth, Hadishi was sure a great social gulf existed between them, his own family at the feet of an invisible mountain, hers somewhere in the clouds. Outside of the fleet, he doubted they would have met or even been allowed in proximity to one another. A truck is like an air car, but it runs on wheels, on the ground. They burn petroleum distillate for fuel, which is cheap and efficient, though there is a distinctive smell from the combustion process, very noticeable on a damp, cold morning. "Are they still used today?" Susan's tone implied such devices were remnants of some ancient, time-shrouded age of barbarism and chaos. On Anahuac? Or relegated to the colonies, where men struggled to carve a life from howling wilderness, only a single step from hunting with napped flint spears and knives of sharpened bone. Mitsu nodded, eyes crinkling with a smile over the lip of his cup. "I believe so." The markets of the lower city deal in bulk goods, agricultural products, raw materials, metal, ceramacrete, goods delivered in lots of thousands. In such circumstances, the cost of freight is an important consideration. Shuttles, air cars, lifters, they are reserved for luxury items, not for bundles of steel pipe and casks of beer. "I suppose." Susan's expression settled from a grimace to a tight mask. "Efficiency must be profit in such an enterprise." "Yes," Mitsu said in an equitable voice. "I am surprised to hear the filthy, dishonorable word profit from your lips, Lady Kosho." Again, he suppressed amusement at her reaction. Hadishi knew he'd never had a better second officer. Kosho was tenacious and hard-working and faultlessly competent, but there was a constant nagging tension between them, a divide which could not be crossed, though they had served together for the better part of 3 years. For his part, Mitsu was convinced his subordinate was aware of the division between them. but he was equally sure she did not know exactly why. Susan will think this is the isolation of command, my role as captain drawing such a distinct line between us. Yet, Hades was certain, the true gulf lay in the abyss of their respective births and upbringing. Their futures would be different as well, and therein lay the seed of bitter separation. In time, in 2 years, or 4, as Fleet decided in its infinite wisdom, Susan Kosho would leave the Cornwell and be posted to a larger ship, a sleek battlecruiser or a light carrier, as captain and commander. Mitsuharu Hadaishi of such low birth would remain aboard the little cruiser, perhaps for the rest of his career. In 20 years, should luck favor him, he might become a flotilla commander, responsible for screening some larger battle group. In 20 years, Kosho would be an admiral, and her inflectionless voice would descend to him from on high, ordering his ship into the raging maw of battle. Fate, he thought, and found solace there. But for now, my duty is to guide her, to make her better, by such means protecting myself and my crew on some later day. What did you find in Hayes's data? Mitsu took another sip from his cup. Well, sir, Susan settled back in her chair. The tension in her face and shoulders eased, her thoughts turning away from the disreputable mysteries of trade and back to the mission at hand. Young Smithson had been reviewing our navigational data and found something he did not understand. He brought the data to me, expecting he made a mistake or an error. The exec's lips quirked into the ghost of a smile. He did not make a mistake. Susan leaned over and tapped the nearest wall panel awake. The imperial crest appeared briefly, accompanied by the tinny blare of flutes and drums. She accessed an astronomy module from among a dizzying array of choices. A black field appeared, anchored by a dim yellow disk surrounded by gleaming motes. This is the Ephesian solar system. Kosho's well-manicured forefinger indicated a reddish disk. The third planet, and here is the asteroid belt which hides our Wildcat's refinery ship. Hayes has been building a navigational map of the belt, searching for anomalies or radiation spikes, anything that might help us pinpoint the enemy. He became concerned today when, after the first pass of the map was complete, it seemed the belt was too small. Hadaishi nodded slightly in motion for her to continue. Susan tapped up a new screen filled with figures and graphs. Our dutiful Shoei Kohose then undertook a review of the projected initial system mass, local stellar formation density, and the current distribution of planetesimals throughout the observed volume. He wondered if some quirk of orbital mechanics had distributed the non-aggregated mass into 2 or 3 belts rather than just one. A glitter entered Kosho's eyes and her lips curled back from dazzlingly white teeth. This was not the case. Indeed, the analysis of the system as a whole shows the total mass to be slightly higher than expected for this type of sun and this area of space. How much so? Hadaishi had already formed a tentative conclusion. An obvious answer, he thought, feeling cold again. Even the cup in his hands had suddenly lost its comforting warmth. But there should not be a noticeable asteroid belt here at all. Yet there is. The system mass is higher than Astronov projects. Susan's fingertip drifted over the dull red disk of Ephesus EI. All traces of humor had vanished. This extra mass came from somewhere. I have spent the last 8 hours considering the source of this unexpected belt. I believe the cloud of planetesimals we are racing toward consists of the inner core and mantle of the third planet. Hadaishi did not respond. He took another sip of cold tea. Kosho continued to stare at the screen. Her fingertip moved over a control glyph, and the disk of the planet rushed closer, swelling to fill the display like a sullen red eye. We will know for sure when we enter the belt. Our sensors are sensitive enough to determine the densities and types of stone, rock, and minerals in the asteroids. But I believe we will find materials which can only be produced in the molten core of a planet, or compressed aggregates drawn from the friction zones between the planetary crust and mantle. She turned to face Hadaishi with a cold, tight expression. The first Sun people destroyed the third planet and dumped the remains in an opportune, gravitationally stable orbit. Then, and Kosho took a deep breath, they reconstructed the surface. But they did not finish the job. Hadeshi said quietly, placing his cup in the disposal at the end of the table. The scientists in the cloud house say they fled, leaving behind a ruin, a rushed, incomplete work. Perhaps. Susan tapped a new command on the wall panel. Dr. Rosofsky filed a report with her superior soon after arriving on Ephesus 3, declaring the planetary geology so mangled by the efforts of the ancients that her planned georesonance survey of the crust was impossible. My understanding of the politics within the exploration crew indicates Dr. Clarkson was only too happy to reassign Rosofsky to another task. Hadeshi frowned. He did not review her preliminary findings? No. Kosho's dry tone expressed both her opinion of the late Clarkson and the equally late Rosofsky in a single word. He did not. Dr. Smalls, however, is very meticulous, and he saved all Rosofsky's work, including the geosensing readings she continued to make after declaring the effort was impossible. I see. Hadeshi felt a twinge of disgust. Academics, hiding data from each other, falsifying results to obscure their conclusions, scrounging and grubbing for advantage. Bah! What do the data reveal? This. Susan keyed a different glyph. Shipside Comp worked up these density readings in the past 3 hours. The image of the surface of the third planet disappeared and was replaced by a modeled plot of tiny points, some brighter, some dimmer. There was the familiar ripple of the comp interpolating results, and a new image began to build, shaded and colored by depth, describing an ovoid shape surrounded by a jumbled, chaotic shell. Hadeshi watched the display build, then interp, again, then build, then interp, section by section, kilometer by kilometer. The world is hollow, he said at last as the panel chimed to indicate a completed task. Like a barre ball, Susan said in a subdued voice, with something massive nestled inside. The geodetic sensors cannot penetrate the inner shell, but the mass readings are conclusive. At least part of it is hollow, or at the least, very diffuse. I fear it is a ship. A massive, unimaginably large ship, an entire hidden world. Something which can only be out of the time of the first sun. Hadeshi found himself unable to speak. An image impressed itself upon his waking mind. 2 tiny figures in Z-suits struggling across the curb of an impossibly huge egg. Minuscule in comparison to the surface of the vessel they were slowly toiling across. Is something inside? Something alive? Something which might notice us? Part of his mind began to gibber in fear, and he struggled to keep such thoughts from overwhelming his consciousness. I understand, he said at last, not to Kosho, though she nodded in acknowledgement, but to the memory of Hummingbird speaking tersely over a high-security comm channel. You must go quietly, echoed the memory of the Telematineim's voice, quietly. Hadeshi smoothed down his beard and fixed the exec with a stare. Have Smith or Hayes seen this? No? Good. Sequester this data. You and I will know, but no one else. In particular, mention nothing of your speculation that this is a ship to anyone. We do not know that. Not in truth. Susan almost saluted in response, but nodded her head jerkily. Hadeshi's face was grim and his thoughts were already far away. What is inside? Does Hummingbird know? He must. Why else fling himself into such a reckless attempt to wipe away our tracks? The shuttle wreck, Northern Hemisphere, Ephesus II. The sun broke free of the eastern mountains and a steady bright light illuminated the roof of Gretchen's pressure tent. Almost immediately, a hot radiance filled the tiny, cramped space. Stale air trapped inside began to heat, making the shelter entirely uncomfortable. The archaeologist groaned and rolled over, burying her head in an olive-drab blanket she'd stolen from Fitzsimmons's rucksack. The cloth was filled with the irritating, precious smell of his aftershave. She wished she were still on the ship, listening to him talk about nothing. Sister of God, she thought wearily, why didn't you remind me to put up the sunshade? Because last night was pitch black and 30 below outside, idiot, Gretchen mumbled aloud, then raised her head and groped for her goggles. With her eyes protected from the morning glare, she looked outside and began cursing. Immediately to her left, one buckled, scorched wing of the shuttle cast a long shadow across the sand. The Naulus's pressure tent was well placed to keep cool until the sun had risen above the wreck, I was tired, she declared to herself, feeling thwarted. He just got lucky. 30 minutes later, half-bathed in her own sweat, Gretchen rolled out of the shelter, her suit, goggles, djellaba, and cafetier squared away. She shook out her shoulders, letting the recycler, rebreather apparatus, and tool bag settle comfortably on her back and hips. With deft, assured motions, she struck and cleaned the tent, then packed the material into a small bag. Chewing a paline-flavored 3-square, she knelt beside Hummingbird's tent and peered inside. No Nowless, she thought, shaking her head. He shouldn't leave his gear lying around like this. Or does he think I'll play porter for him and pick up the camp? Gretchen snorted at the thought, then gathered up her gear and walked to the midge. Another 15 minutes passed in careful scrutiny of the landing gear, the wheels, and the lower parts of the aircraft. Rosofsky had obviously taken meticulous care of the ultralight. There were many signs of microfauna infection, but they had been cleaned and patched. Gretchen, for her part, took the time to clean all of the exposed surfaces with the magnetic sweeper. Then, she surveyed the interior of the cabin with her goggles dialed up into ultra. Seems clean, she thought. After stowing her baggage and prepping the ultralight for takeoff, Gretchen ran a test on the shipboard systems, including the cameras and the geosensing array Rosofsky had added to the underside of the wings. Everything checked out. She amused herself for a few minutes with the cameras, zooming the viewfinders and seeing what kind of magnification they were capable of. They were of moderate quality, so she left them focused on the horizon in case something happened. Gretchen climbed up into the wreck. The shuttle had been reduced to a skeleton of twisted metal and soot-blackened surfaces. A jumble of unidentifiable wreckage filled the interior, leaving no way to crawl inside. Every nook and cranny was filled with spidery stone filaments and tube-like extrusions. Anderson grimaced at the mess, then climbed down and began to circle the debris, paying close attention to the hull surface. Atmospheric shuttles were fitted with heat-ablative polyceramic sheathing. This one had been twisted and warped by the impact of the crash, stripping away long sections of the hex-shaped tiles, leaving them scattered across the sandy floor of the valley. Anderson bent down and gingerly turned over one of the black hexagons. To her surprise, the underside of the composite was dusty, but not eaten away or encrusted with the mineralization she'd come to associate with the microfauna. They don't eat everything, she mused, picking up the tile. Under a rubbing fingertip, the ceramic came away clean and shiny. Gretchen frowned before realizing the composite would be designed for minimal air resistance as well as its heat-shedding properties. We could collect the whole set and make ourselves a house. Emboldened by this discovery, she took out an excavation tool and wedged the metal tip between a pair of tiles still attached to the wreck. Both tiles popped off, revealing a honeycombed, stone-like crust beneath. Gretchen drew back. But even the unaided eye could see the delicate filaments so suddenly exposed to the bare sun wither and corrode. "Sister, they're already eating away the hull." Her comm woke with a buzz, and Hummingbird's harsh voice filled her ears. "They are. The first storm of any magnitude will tear the sheathing away, scattering the tiles, and then there will be only dead stone." Gretchen turned, following the winking light of her directional finder, and saw a tan and black shape climbing down the face of a long, low dune to her west. A line of footprints smudged the perfectly smooth face. "Where have you been?" "2 men survived the crash, 1 injured, 1 not," the Nowley said, his breathing a little short with the effort of moving in sand. Gretchen could hear a background hiss of his rebreather and the hum of suit systems over the comm link. They went toward those hills. The distant figure raised an arm, pointing west. "Did you find their bodies?" Gretchen continued to move along the edge of the wreck, turning bits of metal and plastic over with her tool. "Or any sign they were picked up?" "They found a cave at the edge of the hills. A deep cave. They did not come out." Anderson clicked her teeth in amusement. "You mean you didn't find any more tracks?" "No." Hummingbird's voice was still thready. "The cave could have another exit, but I did not explore beyond the mouth. The floor was covered with minute bluish crystals. They were not disturbed beyond a certain point." Gretchen had rounded the western side of the wreck and stood near the tents again, staring at the long, scar-like furrow torn across the valley. "These crystals only grow in shadow?" "Yes." The Nyolas began to make better time, having descended the dune to the gravel-strewn floor of the valley. But there is enough space for 2 men to find shelter. How swiftly do these structures grow? A good question, old crow. Gretchen bent down and began to unstake the Nawallis's pressure tent. If they have something to eat and are protected from UV, you can watch them expand with the naked eye. There was a sigh on the comm, followed by an intermittent hissing sound. Then both men could have gone deeper into the cave and the crystals might have regrown, covering their tracks. Zoo. I suppose. Gretchen made a face, examining the bottom of Hummingbird's tent. The reinforced floor was discolored and ragged. So much for impact-resistant microfiber. This looks worse than mine does, but it's been sitting here longer, at least a half hour longer. Better figure out some way to sterilize the ground when we camp. Ah, I know! She stirred the sand with her boot, watching sparkling motes appear among the reddish grains, then disappear. We should make camp early each day, she said in an offhand voice. Very well. Hummingbird approached, striding easily across the hard-packed gravel. Gretchen looked him over and saw he'd managed to get his headscarf and cloak properly secured and draped. What are you doing with my tent? Seeing how badly it's been damaged, she said, dropping the rotting plastic back on the ground. Do you have a spare? Hummingbird shook his head as he came up. At close range, his eyes were only smudged shadows within the cowl of his cafetiere. What happened? The sand is hungry. I guess it likes the taste of double-flex, single-porosity polymer. Gretchen stifled a sigh and tried not to glare at the nahuatl. We'll have to double bunk in mine. We'll keep yours as a ground cover for as long as the fabric lasts. The now lawless turned over the tent himself, and Gretchen heard the hiss of an interrupted breathing tube again. I see, Hummingbird said at last. What about the aircraft? What about any of our equipment? She snapped in annoyance. Everything we have is at risk. Are we leaving here today? Venatus shook his head. There are some things I have to do first. Get busy then. Gretchen felt a stab of worry, staring at the midge landing gear. All 3 wheels were resting in the sand. Great. An inch of dust is dangerous. Well, if we land on solid rock, we should be safe. What are those wheels made of? I'd better find something to protect them with. The day passed and grew hotter. The now-Olas wandered around the wreckage in an aimless fashion, apparently ignoring the fierce, white-hot glare of the sun. Gretchen kept to the thin sliver of shade under the corroded, decaying wing of the shuttle. Her suit was insulated and cooled, but the thin atmosphere of Ephesus offered only meager protection against the radiation flooding down from the system primary. She amused herself by peeling hexagonal tiles from the skin of the shuttle. Each hex was cut with alternating tongues and grooves, allowing a secure fit between the sections. Gretchen looked up, her attention drawn by a faint muttering sound. She felt disoriented and realized the sun had changed position noticeably, twisting the shadows cast by the wreckage and the boulders to the west. The quality of the air seemed different, though there was no single factor she could bring to mind to account for the feeling. The Nawallis passed by, facing into the sun. Hummingbird seemed to be limping, dragging his feet. Further, he was hunched over and swinging his arms as if he were weighed down by a tremendous weight. Crow, are you all right? Anderson rose from her pile of black hexagons. An adhesive from her tool belt seemed to adhere to the ceramic, allowing her to make a series of meter-square pads from the material. The first assembly was buried in sand at the base of the shuttle wing. She planned on excavating the offering in a couple of hours to see if the microfauna liked the taste of the bonding agent. Have you hurt your leg? There was no answer, only a faint hissing and chuckling sound on the comlink. Gretchen felt a queer, stomach-churning tension overtake her and jogged out into the sunlight. The Nawallis had turned away, heading out along the line of the shuttle's impact. Despite his unsteady gait, Hummingbird made good time. Anderson blinked in surprise. It seemed the Nahuatl had suddenly leapt ahead, receding before her eyes. She began to run. The Nawallis shambled along the line of the skid, a long, rough gouge in the sand and stony soil. He seemed to waver, weaving his body, kneeling, almost crawling on the ground, moving as if a wind pushed him, but the air was still and cold. Gretchen felt the heat of the pale white disk of the sun burning on her arms, even through the layers of insulation in her cloak. The air pressure in her suit seemed to rise, making it difficult to breathe, though the gauges showed nothing abnormal. Hummingbird grew smaller again, as if he had traveled a great distance over the desolate plain, but he still had not passed the nearest boulder. Gretchen felt her pace slow, following the line of his tracks in the disorderly sand. Now she felt a heaviness in her own limbs, as if the suit had grown thicker, more cumbersome. Gasping, Gretchen forced her feet to move, to step forward. There was an instant of resistance, and then she began to run. She became aware of a peculiar sensation. Her legs had become long and heavy, tipped with something sharp, something which dragged in the sand. Her body moved strangely, and she weaved, realizing a swing weight followed her motion, acting as a counterweight to her loping stride. Terror rushed up in her throat, green bile biting at her tongue. The sky had darkened to brass. The sun shrunken to a single point of steady white light. Under her feet, the footprints left by Hummingbird were obscured, blown away by the wind, and only her heavy, three-toed tread replaced them. What was that? Gretchen found herself standing beside Hummingbird on the crest of a low, scythe-shaped dune. The hills were a dim line along the horizon. Her entire body was aching, starved for breath, and she crumpled with agonizing slowness to her knees. Sweat clouded the inside of her goggles and pooled in the hollows of her cheekbones. What happened? The masked face of the Nowley stared down at her. A steadily rising breeze tugged at the man's café and cloak. He did not seem winded by the run across the desert. You should not have followed me. Now you will have to walk back. Gretchen tried to rise, but found her attention entirely occupied with the effort of breathing. I thought I saw something. There were tracks in the sand. They weren't human footprints. Really? Hummingbird turned away and began moving down the face of the dune with a sideways, half-walking, half-slipping motion. Come, it will be dark soon. Both arms trembling with fatigue, Gretchen managed to get to her feet. She blinked, trying to clear away the sweat stinging her eyes. After a moment, she lifted the goggles a fraction to wipe the moisture away with the corner of her kafia. Even the brief instant of exposure stung her face with freezing cold, and the terribly dry Ephesian atmosphere wicked the sweat away. Settling the goggles into their long, accustomed grooves beside her nose and along the crest of her cheekbones, Gretchen set off after the Now Alice. She felt entirely unsettled, and the obvious, unexpected distance between this unremarkable ridge of sand and the distant, glinting wreck made her feel a little queasy. Wait for me, she growled into the calm. There may be sift sand or hidden crevices. Hummingbird did not reply, continuing to walk steadily west. Swallowing another curse, Anderson stumbled to the bottom of the dune and then noticed, at last, the beginning of the crash skid in the swale between two lines of dunes. The little valley in front of her was scattered with a litter of hex tiles and bits and pieces of decaying metal from the initial impact of the shuttle. What the? How far did we run? Hummingbird. There was no answer, and the Nowless's shape disappeared over the next dune. Gretchen stumped after him, uneasily aware of her own exhaustion and the relentless advance of night. Thin night wind keened through the wreck, swirling among slender towers of calcite and quartz. Gretchen lay in the pressure tent, her head toward the entrance, her breathing mask, goggles, and respirator blessedly laid aside. Her nose was covered with medical cream. The moment's exposure out at the end of the impact scar had given her a nasty burn. Part of the door was clear, allowing her to make out the dark shape of the wings surrounded by the blaze of stars. Ephesus had no moon, and the constellations seemed terribly bright in such an ebon sky. She felt a little strange, lying in the darkness, listening to the tent's compressor hum to itself, the shoulder of her Z-suit touching Hummingbird's. The tent had an insulated floor. The walls trapped 3 layers of atmosphere in an airtight sandwich, and a heating element glowed along the roof ridge, yet she still felt cold. The only warm part of her entire body was the right shoulder, where she could feel Hummingbird's suit resting against hers. Is this how he feels all the time? A single warm point in a cold, friendless universe? Gretchen could feel her legs complaining even through the haze of painkiller and muscle relaxant dispensed by the med band. All the gods bless that infuriating scrap of metal which had decided to unlock itself an hour after she'd stumbled, nearly crawling back into the camp and trying to cramp up. What happened this afternoon? Anderson grimaced, hearing her voice as a tight, tinny squeak. I heard these sounds. I saw strange tracks in the sand. What were you doing out there? For a moment, Hummingbird did not respond, though she could feel him shift in his sleep bag. The ruined tent made a good cushion beneath them, and Gretchen had managed to find the strength to lay out blocks of hextile as a floor to protect them from the hungry sand. There was a hiss, a clicking sound, then another hiss of air. There was nothing to see. In the darkness, his voice sounded contemplative. Gretchen swallowed a very rude curse and then forced herself to breathe steadily until she thought she could speak without shouting. I saw you walking very strangely. I heard a sound like someone singing over the comlink. I went out to see what you were doing and I felt something strange in the air. The sun seemed different. I started to feel odd, as if my body were very heavy. Then, suddenly, I'm 3K away on top of a dune. How do you explain that? There was another silence. Hummingbird turned towards Gretchen. She could see starlight glinting in his eyes. You can't have heard anything, he said in a musing, suspicious voice. I had my comm turned off. What? That's impossible. I heard you chanting. You're very tired, Anderson Tetson. You should probably sleep now. Hummingbird's fingers closed around Gretchen's wrist and her head rolled back. Though she tried to keep her eyes open, sleep rose up and swallowed her whole. Distantly, she heard a raspy voice singing, Tala shi hual in temikagzash tu tala shi hual. Gretchen became aware of a faint, clear light filling the tent, and she opened her eyes, wondering if the Noalis had turned on a flashlight. Instead, she beheld the full vault of heaven, flush with glittering stars. They were tightly packed, a carpet of gleaming, colorful jewels, and their light fell upon her face with a cold, delicate touch. Wind ruffled her hair, and for a moment, just a moment, Gretchen smelled real spruce and pine and the bitter, pungent tang of wood smoke. I'm home, she thought, then sat up, heart thudding with fear, the sleep bag clutched to her chest. The tent was gone. Hummingbird lay beside her, a dark, indistinct shape wrapped in a dirty woolen blanket. She looked to her right and saw both midges sitting on the sand, undisturbed, the smooth, metallic shape of the shuttle rising behind them, metal skin intact, the windows glowing with the light of flight instruments. Impossible. Gretchen abruptly looked to her left. What was that? Something moved. A man, crouching on his hands and knees, was staring at her. He was blond, square-jawed, with short-cropped hair. Dark ink circled his biceps with interlocking genome trails. A shipsuit clung to taut muscle and a broad chest. A name tag gleamed on his shoulders and breast beside a star-shaped logo. You can't be here, she tried to say. Then she realized he was not wearing a helmet. Neither am I. She woke up in the tent, the air stifling and close, blood thundering in her ears. A dry, parched taste filled her mouth, as if she'd gone without water for days. In the darkness, Gretchen managed to find the tube of her water pouch by feel and slumped in relief to feel the brackish metallic fluid sliding across her tongue. Beside her, Hummingbird was snoring softly, deeply asleep. The asteroid belt, Ephesus system. A warning tone sounded through the bridge of the Cornuelle. Proximity alert, the navigational system announced. Object at 2,000 meters and closing. Hadishi sat quietly, watching Kosho leaning over the helmsman's shoulder. Despite missing a night's sleep, she did not seem at all fatigued. The Chuso would have been envious, save he'd had to pull more than one all-nighter as an exec himself. The long cuffs of a fleet uniform easily disguised the presence of a medband. Drop thrust to 1/10, Kosho said in a quiet, level voice. Turn ship 1 1/4 to starboard. Hazed heads and lighten the sensitivity on those meteor sensors. We've nearly a K clearance between us and the nearest rock. Both the helmsman and the weapons officer responded immediately, and Hadeshi watched the threat well reorient as the Cornuelle nosed forward through the scattered debris at the edge of the asteroid belt. The main band of the planetesimals lay ahead and above of the cruiser's current vector, a dense cloud of massive fragments, but here in the dispersed fringe, they'd found it necessary to place the ship in harm's way. Just a tap now, just a tap, Kosho said, one eye on the navigation plot and one on a vector map on the helmsman's comp. 500 meters forward, reverse at 1/8, there you go. There you go. Heidiishi watched the meteor shield sensors waver, flashing amber and crimson, then steady to a sullen yellow as the cylindrical bulk of the light cruiser drifted to a stop beneath the enormous shape of a mountain-sized asteroid fragment. In comparison to some of the monsters deep in the belt, this one, identified only by a long spatial coordinate, was a tiny baby. Against the jagged, crumpled surface, the Cornuelle was the tip of a toe or a little finger. Mitsu glanced over at Hayes and saw the weapons officer was crouched over his panel, neck shining with sweat. Where an Imperial battle wagon or heavy carrier might mount the recently developed Kaskala Yauchimali battle shield as a defense, the Cornuelle was blessed only with a porcupine skin of point defense beam weapons and honeycombed ablative armor. Hadishi had no illusions as to the fate of his ship if the cruiser collided with a multi-billion-ton asteroid at any appreciable velocity. Hayes Tetson, deploy Remote 1. Kosho turned a cold stare upon the weapons officer, who swallowed, then stabbed a control on his panel. Heidishi felt the thump of the pod ejecting from a forward missile tube through the decking under his feet. A V-pane unfolded on his main panel, showing an exterior camera tracking the flare of the pod's thrusters. The brilliant green diamond swept away into darkness, fading quickly to a shining mote. Chu-sa, the exec said formally, turning to face Hadaishi. Remote 1 is away. I expect we will have visual confirmation of the excavation area within 20 minutes. Hadaishi nodded in acknowledgement, leaning his chin against the back of his fist. Deft maneuvering on the approach, Shosa. I hope your effort will not be wasted. Kosho stiffened, sensing a rebuke in the captain's quiet words. Sir, we have invested a great deal of effort in mapping possible perturbations in the navigational maps of the belt. This planetesimal has markedly altered course, mass, and albedo between our two sets of data. I believe it has been mined by the suspected wildcatter. Raising an eyebrow, Hadeshi cut her off. There are dozens of reasons this particular rock could have changed vector, Shosa. Mining is only one of them. But I agree we need direct confirmation of such activity, and this is the only way to get such data. Slightly mollified, the exec nodded her head and returned to the helmsman's station. Hadaishi eyeballed the progress of the probe, which had come within a dozen meters of the asteroid's surface and was beginning a winding circumnavigation of the enormous shape, scanning for fresh scarification, hotspots, or other signs of mining activity. Sighing, the captain turned back to reviewing the engineering department's weekly report on the state of the engines, fuel systems, and the primary and secondary reactors. Movement on the bridge, no more than one of the sensor techs stiffening in his shock chair, drew Hadadishi's attention away from authorizing a request to draw higher than projected amounts of conduit sealant from stores. Kosho was already beside the helm panel, hands clasped at the small of her back as she scrutinized the data feed from the remote probe. We have a positive, she announced after a moment. Mirror this to main screen. A star field image flickered onto the curving screen dominating the forward wall of the bridge. In truth, the command deck was situated at the heart of the crew spaces in the forward section of the Cornuelle's main body, hidden deep in the heart of the ship and surrounded by cargo holds and two belts of reinforced armor. If Hadaishi remembered the engineering schematics correctly, he was really facing a hold filled with crew rations and then the back end of the primary particle beam mount. However, as in the world of men, the illusion of a window served to distract the mind and direct thought into familiar, predictable paths. The V-feed from Remote 1 showed a deep shadow cleft in the flank of the asteroid. The nearer edge, now drifting into view in a cone of brilliant white from the pod's lights, was razor-sharp. The pool of illumination spread over the abrupt juncture, then vanished into an enormous cavity. Hadaishi could see the wall of the pit was glassy and smooth. Radiation readings are up, thermal signature is up, exposed rock surfaces show the effects of extreme heat. The Chusa nodded to his exec, the cutting beam mounted by a tier. Can you drag a time frame out of this data? Processing now. Kosho's face had subtly changed and Hadaishi realized she was trying not to grin in triumph. We'll know within 10 minutes. Good. Hadaishi tapped a glyph to dispatch his reports and leaned forward in his seat. During this time, have Remote 1 do a complete circuit of the pit and log the data for later analysis. Copy one set to legal and timestamp and lock the archive. He fingered his beard idly, frowning in distaste at the thought. I doubt the tier will allow itself to be brought in as a prize, but legal action may result. So, take care to make an authoritative record. Kosho stared grimly at him for a long moment, puzzling Hadeshi. Then he remembered the events of the previous day and made an equivocal motion with one hand. Her expression did not change, and plot us a course to the next disturbance. Take us underway as soon as Remote 1 returns to the ship. The Shoasa nodded and returned to her business, but Hareishi could tell she was still displeased with him. She is young, he reminded himself, setting his memories of the incident aside again. She remembers too many things. Here is our present location, Kosho said, pointing out a blinking icon in the midst of the threat. Well, a light green thread arced back from the winking mote to the orbit of the third planet. Hareishi, Hayes, and Smith stood around the railing. The perturbation map we've built shows an irregular track through the main body of the belt in an anti-spinward direction. A second thread appeared, this one of virulent red, entering the belt far behind their present location and spiraling forward through the diffuse mass. The red overran the green and continued for a good handspan in the holodisplay. Kosho frowned at the indicator signaling the end of the track. We do not know how quickly the refinery ship is moving. In fact, as a tier can carry up to 12 mining shuttles, this track may only be an aggregate path of the refinery and its satellite ships as they work through the field. Her hand brushed over the threat well's control panel and the thread expanded into a heavy-bodied snake. The possible locality of the refinery is somewhat larger. Hareishi looked to Hayes questioningly. Can we cover a volume this large with our passive sensor envelope? The weapons officer shook his head dubiously. Some of this volume will be scanned, but our usual range is degraded by all the debris. Hareishi-san, we've picked up a lot of ambient radiation and particle decay in this area. Definitely the exhaust of the big Royce Energia Z sublight engines mounted on a tier, so we can track them pretty closely if we follow right along their transit path. But, we don't want to come at them so obviously. Hareishi finished the sentence. I do not intend to court danger, much less have my ship take a particle beam shot at close range to catch these criminals. We will have to parallel their possible course from the edge of the volume, hoping to catch the refinery within our detection range. He paused, thinking. When I was growing up, Hareishi continued in a musing tone, the prefecture police often used smart-nosed dogs to hunt down thieves. What is the operational range of our ECM drones if we deploy them as sensor relays? Kosho and Hayes stared at him in surprise. The Outriders? Yes, Hareishi nodded, tapping up profiles of the devices in question. These units are, yes, they are modular. We can program their sensor packs to search for this particle trail. Get with Izoroku and pull the chaff, jammer, and spoofing racks from 3 of the drones and replace them with hydrogen cells to extend their time on station. The weapons officer looked a little sick, but Kosho shook her head minutely and he subsided before openly questioning Hareishi's command. Sir, I know. Hadeshi looked up from the panel. We only have 6 drones and I'm asking you to cut the heart out of half our defensive network. However, with 3 drones reconfigured as sensor platforms, we can rotate them on duty station and extend our detection envelope across all or nearly all of your projected transit plot for the refinery. Our chances of being surprised by the tier will be greatly reduced. The captain tried a wintry smile, but neither the exec nor the weapons officer responded. We have to be able to see them first, or we've no chance of defeating this opponent. Kosho looked like she'd bitten into a rotten quince, but nodded sharply. Hey, Chusa, I will find Engineer Yoyunsen and oversee the conversions myself. Yoyunsen? I'd forgotten. Izoroku is still aboard the Palenque. Hareishi considered changing the plan, but Kosho has an excellent eye for modifying equipment and we've some time picking our way through this maze before we come into range of the enemy. Very well, proceed. Keep me informed of your progress. Both officers bowed and Hareishi turned back to the plot, considering the difficulties of finding and subduing one ship, particularly one so well suited for this crowded, dangerous environment, in such an enormous volume. I have become a policeman, he thought, a little angry. So low has my house fallen. Then an amusing thought occurred, but this will be particularly bitter for our Lady Kosho, a fine lot of kisetsu we are, chasing thieves in the night with our lanterns and rattan canes. The shuttle wreck, Northern Hemisphere, Ephesus II. Despite lingering pain in her shins, Gretchen was suited up before sunrise. The Noralis was still a snoring lump in the tent, which let her range unmolested around the camp while he was safely asleep. With the sky still dark and her goggles dialed into ultraviolet, Anderson felt a little queasy to see shoals of softly glowing lights crowding around the edges of the tent. Close examination showed the tent to be free of infection, though the ground pad made from Hummingbird's shelter was rapidly disintegrating. Other scattered pools of radiance marked places where one of them had dropped a wrapper from a 3-square or bits of metal from the shuttle were still being digested. Despite walking in a long, wide circle around the camp, she did not find any tracks. Gretchen muttered, pacing along the base of the nearest dune. She was surprised to see how quickly the wind wiped away the marks of human presence. Hummingbird's trail to the west had already been reduced to a shallow series of dimples, barely distinguishable from the ripples ascending the face of the ridge. I must have been dreaming. Anderson was loath to put her gloves into the sand where she'd buried the sheet of hextiles, but the goggles didn't show her the usual glimmer under the sand. Gritting her teeth, Gretchen dug in and found the edge of the hex sheet. A moment later, the pad was uncovered and, remarkably, she thought, it was intact. So, Poxaxle Corporation Ceramabond doesn't taste good. That is excellent news. Dragging the sheet of hextile to the Gagarin and under the forward landing gear was hungry work, and Gretchen was perched up in the wreckage eating a 3-square when Hummingbird finally emerged from the pressure tent. The sun was still behind the eastern mountains, but a hot pink line silhouetted the peaks. With such a thin atmosphere, there was little warning of sunrise. She toggled local calm awake. You want breakfast? Gretchen made a great effort to be civil, though the sight of the nahuatl brought to mind all of the odd business of the previous day. There's hot chocolate in the pot. The nahuatl looked directly up at her, which surprised Gretchen. I'm not exactly drawing attention to myself up here, she thought, no lights sitting in shadow. He nodded gravely and climbed up, hands and feet finding plenty of purchase on the crumbling metal. A bronze meal hider sat between Gretchen's boots, steam condensing to frost around the lid. Hummingbird opened the cover and pinched out a tube of chocolate and a 3-square from slots surrounding the heating element. He squatted nearby, back to a tortured chunk of drive coil, and ate quickly. Gretchen watched him warily, sipping from her entirely cold chocolate. In temperatures like these, heat bled out of everything almost as quickly as it was generated. Yesterday, she said after a moment, you said you'd found tracks left by the survivors of this crash, leading off into the western hills. I note, merely out of curiosity, your tracks have already been obliterated by the wind. It seems odd you could find a trail left by someone 6 weeks ago. The nihilist did not answer, taking his time to chew down the rest of the bar. The chocolate followed, and he tucked the foil wrappers away in a pocket of his overcloak. Gretchen finished hers as well. When he said nothing, she pursed her lips and tried a different approach. Are we departing this morning, or do you have more to do here? Hummingbird's head turned toward her, the faint gleam of sunrise reflecting murkily from his goggles. I will need another day. Will the aircraft be safe? Likely, Gretchen said, trying to catch any hint of an expression on his muffled, masked face. If no big storm comes up, I can make more pads out of the hextiles. They'll protect the wheels and the tent floor. Do you need my assistance? No. The nihilist shook his head vehemently. You should ignore me. Pay no attention to anything you might hear or see. He paused, and Gretchen gained the undeniable feeling he was debating with himself. If you can, try not to think of me at all. Think of something inconsequential, random, useless. Don't watch me or concentrate on my actions. I see. Gretchen licked her lips. They were always dry in this bitterly cold air. Like yesterday, I started to follow you and got caught up in whatever you were doing. Hummingbird stood up, saying nothing, and climbed down from the wreck. Gretchen glared at his back, but he did not turn or look back. Pig-headed Aztec. She sat sullenly for a while, watching him closely out of spite. The Na'alis wandered around the camp aimlessly, then took off into the desert. Though Gretchen kept the comm channel open, she heard nothing more of the odd noise. Eventually, Hummingbird disappeared around the far side of the shuttle. She thought about pestering him on the comm, but the sun was rising and there were things to do. Gretchen climbed down and began gathering up hextiles scattered around the crash site. After a half hour, the sun was full in the eastern sky, painting everything in bleached-out colors. Anderson used the sunshade from Hummingbird's tent to make an awning. Being out of the direct glare cut at least 30 degrees off the heat load borne by her suit. She squatted and began piecing new tile pads together. This is boring, Gretchen thought after an hour had passed. She looked up and scanned the horizon. There was no sign of the Na'alis. Where is he now? Probably getting into trouble. Restraining her curiosity, Gretchen finished assembling the last of the pads and dragged them over to the Gagarin. Getting the rear wheels onto the tile pads was sweaty work, and when she was done, Anderson parked herself in the shade of the awning. Her suit water tasted more brackish than usual, so she broke out a fresh bottle and topped off the reservoir before drinking the rest straight. Hummingbird had not returned. Gretchen's comp showed noon had come and gone. A little concerned, Anderson climbed up onto the wreck again and found a perch near the twisted spine of the craft. From this new elevation, she searched the valley, hoping to catch sight of a tan and black figure doing whatever. As it happened, Hummingbird was only a few hundred meters away, off at an angle from the crash scar and the wreck. He was hunched over, walking slowly across the gravelly soil, peering at the ground. As she watched, he bent down and picked up something bright, a bit of metal, she thought, and weighed it in his hand. Gretchen expected the Na'alis to throw the fragment away, but he did not. Instead, he continued to wander aimlessly. A little later, he turned suddenly, curving back on his previous path and dropped the metal on the ground. Without pausing, Hummingbird continued his lazy, winding circuit. Shaking her head, Anderson climbed down from the wreck and resumed piecing hextiles together. Boring work, but at least there was some sense and purpose to the activity. Hummingbird returned after dark, suddenly appearing at the edge of a circle of light cast by a lantern hung on the nose of the Gagarin. Both aircraft and the tent were now up on hex-style pads. Anderson ignored Hummingbird as he unwrapped his cafetiere and cloak. Another pad of tiles held the meal heater and a water bottle. She was working with her big comp, collating the data collected during the day by sensors on the midge and her suit. Despite the Na'alis' admonition, nothing had prevented the cameras on the ultralight from recording his activities. "Did you finish?" Gretchen did not look up. An interesting pattern had revealed itself from the camera data. Biting her lip in concentration, she sketched in a transform with the stylus. The comp obediently began to interpret the data, building a three-dimensional model. "Yes?" Hummingbird squatted across from her, his back against the front wheel of his ultralight. "We can leave in the morning." "Are we going far?" Intrigued by the display building on the comp, she turned the device sideways to get a different perspective. "Which direction?" Hummingbird pointed southwest with his chin. The comm records on the Palenque show Rosovsky used a relay transmitter on one of the escarpment peaks to communicate with the ship when she was on far side. The peak is called Mons Prion on her maps. That is our next destination. Gretchen nodded and put down the comp. "And once we're there, you'll make the transmitter disappear without a trace." The Na'alis unwrapped a 3-square and began to chew methodically. "There you go with the stone face again," she sighed. "Do you really think I'll just follow your orders blindly, that I'll ignore what you're doing or pretend it hasn't happened?" Hummingbird stopped eating, and Gretchen thought he was actually paying attention. She tried not to swallow nervously and plunged ahead. "You didn't want me to pay attention to you today, so I kept out of your way. But the cameras on the ultralights recorded everything you did on this side of the wreck. You didn't seem to care about that. They made me a map of where you went. Would you like to see it?" Gretchen tipped up the comp, showing him a 3-dimensional representation of his path. The trail looked like a snake with a broken back, but one which entirely surrounded the wreck in a long oval. Moreover, the path seemed to cover the sandy ground without doubling back upon itself. "This search pattern, Master Hummingbird, is a thing of beauty. I am truly impressed." There was a grunt on the open comm channel, and the Na'alis looked away. Gretchen tucked the comp back into its bag with a pleased expression on her face. At the university, on my first dig, the pit foreman tried to teach all of us, all the first-term students, how to look for things on the ground. He gave us 30 minutes on a newly mown soccer field to find all the things he'd hidden. Seemed very silly to us. The grass was cut short. The field was almost perfectly flat. Where could you hide anything? I managed to find a copy of Schulman's Techniques of Radiocarbon Analysis by tripping over the damn thing. Gretchen smiled wryly and shrugged her shoulders. The flatness of the field was an illusion. It wasn't entirely flat. There were little dimples or furrows in the grass, and we felt very, very stupid when he took us around and picked up all the things he'd laid out for us to find. More books, pencils, a belt, a hammer, a walking stick, a whole set of white plastic rulers he'd laid along the goal box lines. It's funny to think now how blind we were to things right in front of us. Anderson stretched. Her back was tight and sore from assembling sheets of tile all day. Most people don't think looking at the ground and searching for things is a skill. But it is, she pointed out into the darkness. Today you covered the debris field thrown out by the crash centimeter by centimeter end. I really doubt you missed a single bit of metal or ceramic or wire. Did you? Hummingbird lifted a hand and made a turning over motion. I don't think so. 2 questions come to mind, Master Hummingbird. Gretchen felt as if she were approaching a flighty horse or a sleeping, irritable dog. I can't make you answer them, but it would be helpful if I knew how to help you do this thing. The weight of the Nahuatl's gaze grew heavy, and Anderson started to sweat, feeling as if an exam had suddenly been placed in front of her. First, you didn't pick up every piece of debris out there, only some of them. How could you tell there were materials the microfauna couldn't digest? You weren't using a comp. In fact, do you even have a comp with you? Hummingbird grunted, and there was a hiss as he bit idly at his breathing tube. There is a comp in the midge, a powerful one. But you didn't use a comp today. Gretchen didn't wait for an answer. You put the bits and pieces of indigestible debris back down on the ground. Sometimes you just adjusted them a little where they lay. Her heart was beating faster now, and a curl of sweat was trickling down the side of her neck. If I went out there tomorrow morning with this map, would I be able to find those fragments? I wouldn't be able to, would I? They'd be invisible, indistinguishable from the rock and gravel and sand out there. Another hiss, followed by an almost sigh. With your map, you might be able to find some of them. All of this must be done in haste, which always leads to mistakes. Gretchen stared at the Nahualis. He turned his attention to the 3-square wrapper and empty chocolate tube in his hands. Slowly, he folded them up into a tiny ball which he placed in a pocket of his jejeliba. Finally, she shifted to keep her legs from going to sleep. Will you answer my questions? There are more than 2, Hummingbird replied in a tart voice. Will you be content to let me be? I agree, I do need your help to escape from this world. I am entirely human and do not wish to be marooned here or consumed by the little creatures in the sand. If you stay out of my way, all of this will go much faster. How could you tell which fragments needed to be hidden? Gretchen leaned forward, her voice rising. Can you see a difference? Do you have special lens setting on your goggles? No, Hummingbird shook his head in amusement. This is part of my training. Gretchen grew still. Can you teach me how to tell the difference? I will not, the Nahualis replied with a dismissive snort, though I'm sure you think your career would benefit from such knowledge. Anderson settled back on her haunches. If I could do what you did today, we would have been finished sanitizing this site yesterday and already on our way to Mons Freon. 2 can cover more ground than 1. She cocked her head to one side, squinting at him. What if you are hurt or injured in an accident? Who will finish the job then? I won't be able to. The evidence of man of the Empire will be left scattered all over this world, ready to be found by whatever you fear will come hunting us. I cannot teach you what I know. Hummingbird's voice sounded irritated. You are a woman, and my skills are a man's knowledge. I do not know how to train you properly. He stood up. Gretchen rose as well, a slow, steady anger curdling in her gut. That is a remarkably stupid thing to say. Why should my gender make a difference? It does, Hummingbird said. Men and women are different. They see differently. There is some danger if you interfere with my work. Danger which springs from you. I think, when we get to Freon, we should make camp a distance away, so I can dispose of the relay by myself." Gretchen shook her head in amazement at his naivete. This must be religious, some artifact of cult practice from centuries ago. It has to be. I'm stuck on this planet with a mentally disturbed Imperial agent. How delightful. What about this shuttle? How are you going to make it disappear? The smaller pieces I can understand, but most of the hull isn't going to be eaten away. Can you hide the shuttle in plain sight? No. Hummingbird looked up at the dark mass of the shuttle wing. In truth, I don't want to entirely hide the wreck, just obscure its origin. How? By filing off all the serial numbers? Gretchen asked incredulously. Hummingbird laughed, a short, sharp bark, and adjusted his breathing mask. No, that would be a tedious effort. The comp cores were destroyed in the crash and the space frame mangled. The rest is only metal and ceramic. By the time we leave this world, most of the wreck will be in even worse shape than it is now. If someone examines the remains, they will draw a different conclusion than you would expect. Gretchen could hear a grim smile in his voice. They will find a different trail. Leading them where? Anderson tried not to sound suspicious, but failed. Far from Imperial space, Hummingbird said, to a dead world with no relation to Anahuac or humanity at all. What world? Gretchen felt almost itchy with curiosity. Why would a dead world send a shuttle here? The homeworld of the Moquil is dead now, the Nahualas said quietly. But once they were a powerful, star-faring race. Their ships visited many worlds, even some near this backwater. Here is the truth, Dr. Anderson. We have little time here and we are in great danger. I am rushing to confuse those who will follow. I hope, and this may be a frail hope, yet it is all we have. They will find the clues I've left behind and they will be led away from human-controlled space. They will go coursing into the dead realm of the Moquil and find nothing. Gretchen stood up, feeling a chill at the undiluted seriousness in the man's voice. Did the Moquil find a world like this one, a place where the first Sun people had trod? Hummingbird nodded. We believe so. He raised a hand to forestall another question. We do not know what they found. All we know is they were powerful and curious, and then their civilization was destroyed, leaving only ash and ruin. The best we can do is hide quietly among their corpses, hoping to avoid notice. He's completely insane, popped into Gretchen's mind. I have a crazy religious zealot for a tent mate, she snorted, suppressing a laugh. This is almost as bad as my third-year roommate at the university. Okay, she said aloud, suddenly losing her desire to badger him with more questions. We'll be really careful, Ben. Hummingbird did not respond, stowing his litter in the ultralight. Gretchen looked around the camp and made sure everything was tied down and put away. Putting her head in the cockpit of the Gagarin, she checked the latest feed from the weather satellites. Everything seemed clear for a few thousand K in every direction. The Nahualas had crawled into the tent by the time she had turned off the lantern. Anderson stood for a while in the darkness, looking at the sky. She wondered which tiny spark of light was Anahuac and which, if any of them, was the Moquil homeworld. Somehow, without pressing the Nahualas or checking her comp, Gretchen was sure the vanished alien race was bipedal, running on long reptilian legs with a heavy, three-toed foot. Shaking her head, she turned off her comm and bent down to enter the short airlock tube into the tent. I am tired, Gretchen realized. But there's no rest for the wicked, just more work. Someone talking close by woke Anderson from a sound sleep. She opened her eyes to find the tent dark and chill. The heating element on the roof spine was glowing faintly. But even with it working, the waste heat of their bodies and the heavy insulation could not keep the dreadful cold of the Ephesian night entirely at bay. Hummingbird was asleep beside her, his usual snore reduced to a gargling hum. Foggy with sleep, she peeled back the flap covering the transparent panel in the door. Nothing was moving outside. There was no wind rattling the tent or whining through the guy lines holding down the ultralights. She frowned. I heard something. Someone was speaking to me. Shaking her head, she pulled the edge of the sleep bag over her face and closed her eyes. A hiss of static brought her entirely awake. Struggling out of the sack, Gretchen heard a voice, a human voice, trying to say something amid a wash and warble of heavy interference. Turning on her side, she groped for the comm on her Z-suit and found the indicators glowing softly. A channel had come alive, the signal strength indicator fluctuating wildly. Lips tight, she twisted around to get the pickup bug in her right ear. "Hatho, shh." The voice faded away, leaving only a buzzing hiss. Damn. Gretchen fiddled with the controls, but the voice did not return. Hummingbird paused in the shadow of the Gagarin's wing, their tent repacked and slung over his shoulder. The sun was more than halfway above the eastern peaks. Gretchen was sitting in the cockpit, one booted foot lodged against the wing strut, head and torso under the control panel. Her comp was sitting on the seat, chirping to itself as it ran through a series of system tests. "Is something broken?" The Nautilus leaned in, brow furrowed. "I don't know." Anderson fiddled with a component module hidden under the bulk of the panel. "My comm has been picking up all kinds of strange interference. Started last night just after midnight. Sounded like someone was trying to raise us on the comm. But I can't find anything wrong." "Ignore it," Hummingbird said in a flat voice. "The Palenque and Cornuelle are under strict transmission security. If something happens in orbit, we will not know." He paused, staring off into the distance. "There isn't anyone down here we want to talk to. Come, let's get airborne." Gretchen lifted her head to stare at him. "Don't be so hasty, old crow. The atmosphere is already heating. If we want to make any altitude at the end of the day, we want to time our arrival at the escarpment for evening when the air starts to chill." Hummingbird shook his head sharply. "There is no time to waste. We may not reach Mons Prion today in any case, and if we do not, then we must be there tomorrow." "Fine." Gretchen shut down the diagnostic and began worming her way out from under the control panel. "I'll be ready to lift off in 5. The Nautilus strode off without a word. Frowning and unsettled, Gretchen watched him open the cargo door beneath the midge and begin stowing the camping gear. Her own compartment was filled with sheets of bonded hex tile from the shuttle. Luckily, they were very light for their size. Getting the ultralights airborne in this thin air was going to be troublesome enough. After stowing the last bits of gear, Gretchen strapped in and began a pre-flight check. Her panel showed green in all areas and the 3V of her kids was still tacked in place beside the airspeed dial. Rusowski had left her a whole set of little Santos, which were plastered along the structural bar lining the bottom of the canopy window. She touched the icon of Saints Down. Paraskiva for luck, though the little picture had long ago lost power and did not flicker or move or give the blessing of the martyrs. While she was waiting for the wings to extend and stiffen, Gretchen glanced at the other midge. Hummingbird was nowhere in sight. Hurry up and then wait," she said under her breath. Peering around, she found no evidence of the Nautilus, and her hand drifted to the control pad for the comm. Feeling a little guilty, she tapped open a sub-audible channel to the Palenque. A moment later, the buzz of shipboard comm locking onto her signal and negotiating security filled her ear. Then a sleepy-sounding Magdalena came on the channel. "Gretchen, has something happened? We're not supposed to." "I know," Anderson said, lips almost closed, throat relaxed. "I'm on a sub-audible. Listen, can you do a remote diagnostic on my midge? I'm getting funny sounds and voice traffic on my comm." "Sure," Magdalena said. "Just wait one. I have to download a diag package." The control panel flickered and a small new V-pane opened, showing a progress bar. Gretchen continued with her pre-flight check, spinning up the engines and going through a pressure test on the wings. Despite all the time in flight the aircraft had endured, the pressure seals remained intact, without even appreciable leakage. "Now that," Gretchen said to her checklist with a grin, "is some fine Russo-Swedish engineering." A beep announced the diagnostic download was complete. "Okay," Magdalena's thready voice echoed in her ear. "I'm starting a local systems check. It'll take about 35. Gretchen jerked back in surprise as a gloved hand reached across her and slapped the system cutoff glyph on her comm panel. Hummingbird's muscular shoulder pressed her back into the seat, and his eyes, barely centimeters from hers, were furious. The comm made a peculiar wailing sound as the system went into cold shutdown. "Do you understand anything about being quiet?" The Nautilus punched an override into the panel. Magdalena's voice vanished from Gretchen's earbud as the channel snapped off. "What do you think? Anderson tried to shove him away, but Hummingbird was much stronger than she was. His fingers tapped a series of commands, then he stepped back. Gretchen shivered, shaking off a clammy feeling. "I'm running a diagnostic," she said in a cold voice. "I told you to ignore any strange sounds or readings." Hummingbird was furious. "There will be more auditory phenomena. There may be visual events as well. You will ignore them. We will observe complete radio silence unless I initiate conversation." Gretchen stared at him woodenly, trying to decide if she should speak her mind or not. Before she could say anything, he strode back to his ultralight and climbed aboard. "Fine," Anderson muttered, beginning to regret her impulsive decision to follow the Imperial judge. The other midge's engines coughed to life and the sand anchors released with a bang. Gretchen flipped a series of switches controlling her own startup. The wings stiffened and the microcontrol comps woke up, subtly altering control surfaces and airflow guides in preparation for flight. Hummingbird's ultralight bounced across the sand, turning away from the wreck and into an intermittent, gusty wind. Gretchen followed, her hand light on the stick. "Stupid ass," she said under her breath. Then one eye squinted in concentration as she thought about what he'd said. So, what could be listening for us?"